Chapter 142. The essence. As Zhu Yan entered the grand hall and knelt down, he had yet to utter a word when Zhu Yuanzhang stormed towards him, exuding an aura of fury, exclaiming, "It is you. You are the one who killed Biao'er. It must be you." Zhu Yan's mind went blank, and his complexion turned pallid. He even lacked the courage to return home. He had come to the capital accompanied by a ceremonial escort solely to prove his innocence. Yet, before he could explain himself, his father had already laid the blame upon him. Oh heavens, how could he possess such audacity? The last time he had merely hinted at dissent. He had nearly faced death. He had never entertained thoughts of rebellion. Wronged, utterly wronged. Zhu Yan prostrated himself fervently, knocking his forehead against the ground like pounding garlic. "Father, you know me. I harbor no ambition." He continued, "I lack the kindness and wisdom of my elder brother, and I possess none of his political acumen. I have never once entertained greed." Zhu Yan was genuinely terrified. "Father, you must see clearly. My brother's sudden passing was not the result of any foul play. Do not attempt to defend yourself. I saw your treasonous heart last time." Zhu Yuanzhang glanced around before drawing his sword, intent on beheading his second son, declaring, "Today, we shall avenge Biao'er." "Father." In this life and death moment, Zhu Yan erupted. "Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Do you truly wish to kill your own son?" The invocation of father momentarily jolted Zhu Yuanzhang back to reality, halting the blade in his hand. Zhu Yan exhaled slightly, yet dared not relax. Many had witnessed the suddenness of his brother's demise. "If you do not believe me, father, you may interrogate me. If I speak even a word of falsehood, let me end my own life without your intervention." As he spoke, he wept sorrowfully. "My brother has passed, and my heart aches grievously. But father, he is my own brother. No matter how reckless I may be, I could never harm his life." His words rang true, and he understood that the throne would never belong to him. Sincerely, he did not wish for Zhu Biao's death, at least with such a compassionate elder brother. His own life would be much more comfortable. With a clatter, Zhu Yuanzhang released his grip, closing his eyes as tears streamed down his face. "Father," Zhu Yan said as he rose to support him, his voice thick with emotion, "we must be strong. We cannot allow our brother to worry from beyond." Zhu Yuanzhang, with tears in his eyes, silently turned away, weariness enveloping him. "Withdraw, all of you. I am tired. I wish to rest." He wobbled to the bedside, lay down, and turned away, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Li Qing sighed quietly and departed the grand hall with the others. Zhu Yuanzhang slept for an entire day and night, awakening only to delegate the funeral arrangements to Li Jinglong, withdrawing from public view, even avoiding Li Qing. Days passed, and on the day of the burial, Zhu Yuanzhang finally made an appearance. He appeared older yet more refined, his spirit undiminished compared to that of a robust man, especially his piercing gaze, which commanded respect. Zhu Biao was interred beside Zhu Yuanzhang's own mausoleum, posthumously honored with the title Yuantaizi. Thus, the saga of the most formidable crown prince came to a close, and he lay in eternal rest. Li Qing was summoned to the palace and entered the study, discovering both the old emperor and Jianglan present. "Your servant pays homage to his majesty. Long live the emperor." Li Qing bowed, then clasped his fists in greeting towards Jianglan. Jiang ran, feeling the weight of the moment, quickly returned the gesture. Although he was the superior of Li Qing, it was evident to discerning eyes that Li Qing was the emperor's unwavering confidant. Regardless of future developments, his position remained unshaken. "Please, take your seats," Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, regaining his imperial demeanor with a graceful wave of his hand, prompting the eunuchs and palace maids to exit promptly. Li Qing sensed that the old emperor had made a decisive resolution, and the fate of the crown prince was about to be revealed, causing a ripple of anxiety within him. Could it be Zhu Di? After a brief contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke. Jiang ran. "Your servant is here," Jiang replied. "Summon all the imperial guards in the capital to the various princely domains. Each prince shall establish a spirit tablet for the crown prince and offer incense and prayer for a period of 6 months, Zhu Yuanzhang decreed. During this period, princes, princesses, and other royal family members are not to leave the royal residences under any circumstances. His voice turned menacing. Anyone who dares to defy this order shall be arrested and brought to the capital without delay. Furthermore, the household staff must be closely monitored during their errands outside. They are to report any encounters, conversations, or purchases without fail, with no room for negligence. After a pause, he added, "You need not concern yourself with the Prince of Beiping, just manage the other princes well." I shall obey, Jiang Ran responded, his heart racing as he grasped the underlying implications. Is there anything else, Your Majesty? No, but make haste, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, giving Jiang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. We hold the imperial guards in high regard. Remember, the princes must not be unruly. Jiang Ran felt a surge of blood coursing through him at the emperor's words, replying earnestly, Rest assured, Your Majesty, there will be no disturbances from the princes. Very well, proceed, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a gentle smile. I have always trusted your capabilities. I shall not disappoint Your Majesty. Jiang Ran bowed deeply, knocking his head against the ground in reverence before taking his leave. Li Qing's heart raced with excitement. It was not merely the promise of power that stirred him, but the anticipation of Zhu Laoxi's rise. Your Majesty, shall I proceed to Beiping? Indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. Li Qing's heart swelled with joy. It is settled. It is truly settled. Maintaining a calm facade, he clasped his hands and declared, I shall go at once. What is the rush? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone turned stern. You haven't even heard our decree yet. What are you hurrying for? Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. Might Your Majesty clarify? Zhu Yuanzhang tapped his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed slightly. Do you presume that we intend to designate D as the crown prince? Li Qing's expression shifted abruptly. Is it not so? Cough, Your Majesty. Do you mean to establish the second prince? Why must it necessarily be a prince? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, speaking slowly. In recent days, I have pondered deeply, reflecting time and again. Ultimately, I feel that appointing a prince is ill-advised. Why do you say this, Your Majesty? Li Qing asked, a hint of panic in his voice. According to tradition and for the stability of the realm, a mature prince holds greater advantages. He was reluctant to allow Zhu Yunwen any opportunity for ascendance. You are seeing it too simplistically, Zhu Yuanzhang countered, shaking his head. What you can conceive, I surely can as well. Yes, D is indeed remarkable, but his prowess lies solely in warfare. Governing a nation and waging battles are not the same endeavor. Moreover, according to the principles of primogeniture, he is not the rightful choice. Appointing him would be difficult to justify. At this point, Zhu Yuanzhang expressed a tinge of regret. If only D were the second son, he would be just like me. Li Qing, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, uttered a forbidden remark. Why does Your Majesty believe that the Prince of Yin lacks the ability to govern? Zhu Yuanzhang's sharp gaze instantly turned cold, only to gradually soften once more. It is fortunate that it was you who spoke such words. Had it been another, they would have faced severe consequences. Li Qing replied with a wry smile. I merely speak with the best interests of the Ming in mind, expressing my genuine thoughts. Alas, we are short on time. I am well aware that a mature vassal prince is more easily nurtured and better suited to become the crown prince. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. The various princes stationed at the borders have maintained stability and reinforced our defenses. Despite the apparent folly of the second and third brothers, they have contributed to the security of the Ming, even though you were not yet present in the court at that time. Now, the framework has been established, and any rash changes could incite dual instability from both within and outside. Moreover, Biao'er's garrison in Beiping is a critical stronghold. Zhu Yuanzhang wore a look of resignation. He truly did not wish to settle for a less than ideal choice for the heir. Yet he felt he had no other option. Li Qing, he lamented, rubbing his temples in distress. Do you comprehend the monumental consequences of appointing a vassal prince as crown prince? Such an action would send forth a perilous signal that a vassal prince could ascend to the imperial throne. Li Qing was taken aback, a chill sweeping over him. Zhu Yuanzhang was not indulging in hyperbole. The allure of the supreme throne was such that it could drive individuals to disregard all else, even forsaking their humanity. In that moment, he finally understood why. In history, Zhu Yuanzhang had chosen to establish Zhu Biao's son as the heir rather than any other prince. It was not out of favoritism, but rather a reluctant decision made for the greater good. Li Qing refrained from further persuasion, for Zhu Yuanzhang's stance was overwhelmingly formidable. No argument could sway him. Was Zhu Yuanzhang incorrect in naming his grandson as the heir? Absolutely not. It was not only correct, but profoundly so. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing slowly clasped his hands in respect, saying, Your Majesty is most wise. Zhu Yuanzhang offered a bittersweet smile. You should proceed to Beiping. The court will soon be embroiled in conflict, and we cannot afford to be careless in selecting the crown prince. We need to assess the situation before making a decision. Until the position of the heir is clarified, it would be prudent for you not to return. Zhu Yuanzhang stated solemnly. To return would imply choosing a side. Do you understand? I understand, Li Qing replied, a warm current flowing through him, yet simultaneously gripped by a profound sense of helplessness. The fog of history was gradually lifting. And fortunately, what he perceived was the essence of the matter. Unfortunately, it was precisely this clarity that made him acutely aware of the formidable challenge of enacting change. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to support the justification of Zhu Di's ascension. He seemed to grasp the concept of the trend of the times that his master had spoken of. This so-called trend was, in fact, the essence of reality. Were the ancients foolish? Not in the slightest. In the court, anyone plucked at random had triumphed over countless rivals to emerge victorious, a feat unattainable by contemporary scholars. Could old Zhu, who rose from humble beginnings to establish a nation, be considered an ordinary figure? Chapter 143. The distress of Zhu Yuanzhang implemented a series of preventive measures, curbing the vassal princes and controlling the military. Simultaneously, he summoned Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yunqi, the two brothers, to reside within the Qianqing palace alongside him, issuing a strict edict forbidding the concubines of the inner palace from contacting them in any manner. Those who defied this order would face execution. Through cunning and shrewd tactics, old Zhu confined the power struggle for the throne to mere courtly duels. Having established the rules, he casually remarked, "The heir to the nation must be chosen with great caution. What say you, my lords?" Instantly, the usually discordant civil and military officials erupted in heated conflict, akin to longtime adversaries signing a death warrant and stepping into the arena. This clash would not only determine their standings, but also their fates. Old Zhu, acting as the judge, occasionally blew the whistle to meddle. Li Qing distanced himself from the courtly strife, bearing the imperial decree as he journeyed to Beiping. Upon arrival, winter's chill had already settled in. The stark temperature difference between the north and south left Li Qing momentarily unaccustomed. He sought refuge in an inn for the night, replenishing his strength before addressing matters the following day. Upon viewing the sign emblazoned with Yuan Wang Fu, he exhaled deeply and approached, declaring, "I, Li Qing, the imperial envoy and the Jin Yizhen Fu Shi, come in accordance with His Majesty's decree to discuss urgent matters with the Prince of Yan. Please lead the way." The doorkeeper, seeing his resplendent attire, dared not utter a word of dissent and promptly bowed in deference, guiding him inside. In the front courtyard, before Li Qing could settle into his seat, Zhu Di hurried in with his wife and child, and the formalities commenced. Zhu Di's family performed grand bows, which Li Qing accepted on their behalf. Then, they rose, and Li Qing reciprocated each bow. Finally, Li Qing produced the imperial edict, prompting Zhu Di's family to kneel once more. "Prince of Yan, receive the decree." "I, Zhu Di, receive the decree," he responded. As Li Qing unfurled the edict, he inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with authority. "By the will of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed, among my sons, your wisdom stands unparalleled. Qin and Jin have faltered in virtue, and you alone meet my expectations. You shall lead the princes and safeguard the borders, fulfilling the heavenly will and aligning with my desires. Thus it is ordained." Li Qing slowly tucked the edict away, feeling a mix of emotions. Indeed, it was a letter of commendation devoid of pretense, signifying, "Among my sons, you are my favored one. You must set an example for your brothers and continue to protect the borders, lest you disappoint my expectations." However, it also carried an implicit message. "You are but a regional prince. Do not harbor delusions, but dutifully guard your domain." It served as a warning. Yet, Zhu Di remained oblivious to the news of Zhu Biao's demise. He only perceived his father's flattering words, his face flushed with excitement. "I, your son, receive the decree." Li Qing presented the edict with both hands, and as Zhu Di's family rose, he continued, "Your Highness, the crown prince has passed away. His Majesty commands you to establish a spirit tablet for him, to burn incense and pray for his soul for a period of 6 months, during which you are not to leave the royal residence." "What?" Zhu Di's expression paled in shock. "Eldest brother." "I, your Highness, I offer my condolences." Li Qing interjected, observing Zhu Di closely. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a myriad of emotions. Zhu Di's initial grief morphed into joy, then resentment, followed by helplessness. Ultimately settling into acceptance, the sorrow etched upon his visage. "I understand," he murmured, the previous elation evaporating instantly. A bittersweet ache filled Zhu Di's heart. Yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. Although he masked his feelings well, Li Qing still perceived a hint of his turmoil, leaving him reflective. Please forgive me. Your Highness, Li Qing bowed slightly. By the Emperor's command, the Jin Wei will monitor the royal residence day and night. I kindly request your cooperation. Prince Zhu Di clenched his fist, struggling to conceal his fury, only to subsequently release it in resignation. I shall cooperate, he declared. Li Qing offered a slight bow before turning to take his leave. Your Excellency, please wait. Zhu Di called out. What is your command? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Di replied. I wish to summon some monks to the palace to pray for the crown prince's well-being. Is that permissible? Li Qing shook his head, saying, Your Excellency. I must be frank. The servants dispatched for purchases must operate under the watchful eye of the Jinui during these unusual times. I hope for your understanding. Lady Su Miaoyun gently tugged at his sleeve, her face etched with concern as she whispered, We must not defy the Emperor. Zhu Di, forcing a smile as he patted her hand, retorted with irritation, I understand. Li Qing, do take care on your way. Li Qing scratched his nose, remembering. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. Should you insist on leaving the palace, the Jinui will escort you directly to the capital. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Zhu Di exploded. Did you not hear me say that I would cooperate? Calm yourself, Prince Yan. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. The Emperor has instructed me to ensure all matters are communicated adequately to avoid any unpleasantness later. I am merely following orders. Should you harbor any dissatisfaction, you may express it, and I shall report back truthfully. You, Zhu Di seethed, smoke seeming to escape from his ears. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Li Qing directly, muttering, There is no dissatisfaction. I shall abide by my father's wishes. Li Qing smiled gently and took his leave. As noon approached, Zhu Di gathered his subordinates, opting to shift the surveillance from the shadows to the forefront. Days passed, with Li Qing leisurely at ease while Zhu Di was consumed by vexation. He felt no different than a prisoner, and the restlessness he usually kept at bay now gnawed at him incessantly. He resorted to drowning his sorrows in drink. Your Excellency, perhaps you should drink less. Su Miaoyun cautioned, concern etched upon her features. Mind your own business, Zhu Di snapped. Am I not allowed to enjoy a drink? Having indulged too much, he threatened. If you continue to nag, I shall dismiss you. Su Miaoyun stared in shock before her brows furrowed in defiance. She overturned the table, exclaiming, You scoundrel. Zhu Di's pent-up frustrations erupted, emboldened by the liquor. Do you think I fear you? If I cannot have my way, then I shall simply not have it at all. Su Miaoyun, her expression icy, retorted, I shall summon the Jinui outside to find Li Qing. Once you finish your dismissal letter, I will return to the capital. Brother, trouble has arisen. Zhu Gaoxiu gasped. Father wishes to divorce mother. Him? Zhu Gaoqi scoffed, dismissively peeling an orange. Do not listen to his bluster. If he had the guts for that, he would not even dare to take a concubine. What if he does? Zhu Gaoxiu, seeing his brother's nonchalance, snapped. How can you be so unconcerned? Just eat, eat, eat. It was mother who told me to eat more fruit to lose weight. Zhu Gaoqi replied helplessly. Mother intended for you to eat it, not to consume it as a meal. Zhu Gaoxiu sighed. Brother, our family is on the brink of collapse. You must intervene. Your worries are unfounded, Zhu Gaoqi replied, steadfast. Let me put it this way. The chance of me becoming as thin as third brother is far greater than that of father divorcing mother. Here comes third brother. Zhu Gaoxi, the youngest and most impetuous, rushed in. Hurry and intervene. I just saw mother preparing the divorce letter. Mother is writing a divorce letter? Zhu Gaoxiu nearly bit his tongue. Is she truly going to divorce father? Enough. No one can truly sever ties, Zhu Gaoqi remarked with a hint of irritation. In a marriage, there are bound to be disagreements. Our interference will only serve to embarrass them without resolving the matter. He continued, and why aren't you two attempting to mediate? The second and third princes exchanged awkward smiles, responding, You are the eldest. Our father favors you most. We cannot compare. Oh, spare me, Zhu Gaoqi rolled his eyes. He strikes me harder than either of you. Just then, Sanbao rushed in, his face flushed with urgency. Your Highness, second prince. Third prince, the king requests your presence. I anticipated as much, Zhu Gaoqi muttered, his mood souring. One should not boast without understanding their own limitations. Meanwhile, Zhu Di had fully regained his senses. As he gazed at the divorce papers presented before him, he shook his head. Miaoyun, I must admit, I may have spoken too loudly earlier. Sign it. Absolutely not. Zhu Di retorted dryly. You cannot take my drunken words seriously. Alcohol often reveals the truth. Su Miaoyan wiped her tears. I have grown older and less appealing. I do not wish to trouble His Highness with my presence. Goodness, Miaoyan, at 30. You are still remarkably beautiful, Zhu Di replied earnestly. You appear no older than 20, hardly resembling the mother of several children. As he spoke, he glanced outside, silently cursing the delay of his children. Moments later, Zhu Gaoqi entered the hall with a measured gait. I have seen father and mother. Ah, Gaoqi has arrived. Zhu Di sighed with some relief, though irritation soon followed. Where are your brothers? Right here, father. The second and third princes emerged timidly from behind their elder brother, reassured by his presence. Father, mother, have you been quarreling? Zhu Gaoqi feigned surprise. Indeed, Zhu Di admitted, an unusual awkwardness crossing his face. I had too much to drink and said a few foolish things, which upset your mother. Is this not absurd? Su Miaoyan retorted. You are the one seeking a divorce. How is it I who am being unreasonable? May I interject? Zhu Gaoqi asked. Go ahead, Gaoqi, Zhu Di responded kindly. Zhu Gaoqi shivered slightly but pressed on. Mother. Father is simply that way. He often gets upset over trivial matters. Why engage in conflict with him? Well said, my boy. I shall settle the score later. Zhu Di chimed in. See how understanding Gaoqi is. Is divorce something to be taken lightly? Su Miaoyun's eyes glistened with tears, clearly wounded. I have been with you since I was 14. How can you treat me so? Zhu Di quickly conceded. I was intoxicated, and my recent burdens led me to speak without thought. Turning to Gaoqi, he urged, Speak on, my son. Mother, do not mind him. He is merely a blabbermouth. Zhu Gaoqi advised, showcasing his experience in such matters. If this continues, what will become of us 3 brothers? Indeed, echoed the voices of the second and third princes from behind their elder sibling. You are right. Zhu Di agreed. What will become of my 3 sons? Perhaps we should consider having another child? Su Miaoyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. What nonsense are you uttering in front of the children? As Zhu Di observed that his wife had calmed down considerably, he turned to his eldest son and exclaimed, Leave at once. You think highly of yourself, and next time, do not come to me. With a darkened expression, Zhu Gaoqi departed, closely followed by his younger brothers. Ah, Miaoyan, Zhu Di said, wrapping his arms around his wife and leaning in for a kiss, his demeanor shifting to one of playful mischief. Enough, Su Miaoyan firmly pushed him away. Yet she did not escalate the situation further. In a gentle tone, she remarked, I understand your frustrations. Though my words may be harsh, there are certain truths that must be spoken. Miaoyan, you need not fear my anger. With a soft sigh, she continued, regardless of the emperor's decisions. It seems that His Highness will not be part of them. However, in my eyes, His Highness is a true hero. Even as a prince, one can achieve greatness and keep the Yuan at bay, ensuring his name is etched in history. Do not lose your equanimity, nor should you. I comprehend everything. Zhu Di replied with a bitter smile and a nod. I would never harbor such thoughts, not only for the sake of my family and children, but also for you. I will not act recklessly. Rest assured, Miaoyan, to have you as my wife is my greatest fortune in this life, Zhu Di declared earnestly. Spare me your flattery. Su Miaoyan retorted with a playful glare, before adding, I perceive that Commissioner Li is not one to be underestimated. You mentioned before that he is a trusted confidant of the emperor and enjoys considerable favor. The last time His Highness addressed him coldly, I noticed he appeared quite vexed. What if he reports your behavior? Does he dare? Zhu Di shot back with a glare. Your Highness, he is much closer to the emperor than you are. Su Miaoyan cautioned. It would be wise to ease the tension. Chapter 144. Father and son bond. Miaoyan, you do not understand, Zhu Di replied with a wry smile. That scoundrel Li Qing is not worth my concern. He is not the sort to be trusted. Impossible. Such people do not exist in this world, Su Miaoyan countered decisively. Even corrupt officials and bandits know to take money for favors. How could he be different? I observe that Li Qing possesses a clear mind and is not of the vile sort. Your Highness, do not let your temper flare. Zhu Di remained unconvinced. Su Miaoyan urged, Your Highness, the emperor's intentions have been made abundantly clear. Why can you not see this? Of course I understand, Zhu Di said, his demeanor deflating. The emperor has instructed me to safeguard the borders and to harbor no extravagant ambitions. Rest assured, I shall not be angered. What I am referring to is not that. Su Miaoyan lamented. The emperor has stated, with Qin and Jin lacking virtue, you are the most aligned with my intentions. If the most favored prince has no opportunity, how could the second and third princes? Zhu Di stood in shock, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that the emperor intends to establish the crown prince?" A sense of equilibrium washed over him, yet simultaneously, he felt a surge of indignation. On what grounds? Su Miaoyan sighed, "Your Highness, you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. The selection of a crown prince must be approached with utmost caution. Even this decisive emperor would never act unilaterally. He must assess the situation carefully." As anticipated, the court was embroiled in fierce contention over the succession, with ministers vying for dominance. Yet here was Li Qing, journeying all the way to Beiping. What does this signify? It indicates that he is timid and fears becoming embroiled in the fray, Zhu Di scoffed. Su Miaoyan placed a hand to her forehead, offering a pained smile. "Your Highness, do you truly believe that anyone can simply extricate themselves from such circumstances? Do not forget how he arrived here, by imperial decree." Zhu Di scratched his head. "He is from the Jinyue, so it is entirely normal for him to oversee the princes." "Zhu Di, you are utterly foolish," she replied exasperatedly. Su Miaoyan was fuming. Indeed, he was a member of the Jinyue, but he held the rank of a grand commandant. And moreover, he was the noble Marquis Yongqing. To persuade the likes of Heir Huahua was no small feat. His achievements were second only to yours. And his victories in the fishing child sea were only surpassed by Lan Yu. What warranted such a high-ranking individual to travel all the way to Beiping to keep an eye on you, a mere prince? Why do you have such an inflated sense of self? Su Miaoyan exclaimed angrily. A mere captain of the Jinyue should not wield such influence. Why should he be summoned? Ah, I understand now, Zhu Di realized suddenly. It was his father who, under the guise of this opportunity, had deliberately sent him to avoid disaster. Hence, regardless of who became the crown prince in the future, he would remain unaffected. As he pondered this, a pang of bitterness struck his heart. Who is truly my flesh and blood? This fortunate fellow has it so easy. Zhu Di gritted his teeth, utterly clueless as to what kind of enchantment he had cast upon the emperor. Thankfully, he does not bear the surname Zhu. Otherwise, he would not even have to compete for the title of crown prince. Su Miaoyan interjected, "Your Highness, is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others?" Upon hearing his wife praise another man, Zhu Di felt a twinge of discomfort. How should he describe this feeling? It was akin to a family reunion during the new year, where one's mother held the hand of another child and remarked, "Look how well-behaved they are." Su Miaoyan, realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, quickly softened her tone, saying, "Your Highness, in my heart, no man in the world can compare to you. I seek to foster a good relationship with someone like Li Qing for the sake of you and our family. It can only bring benefits to the Yan Wangfu." Zhu Di's mood shifted from cloudy to clear in an instant. It was as if his mother had suddenly released the hand of another child and embraced him, whispering, "My son is the dearest." Zhu Di was not a man devoid of understanding. He recognized that his wife acted in his best interest. Nodding, he replied, "Very well. I shall invite him for a drink tomorrow." "You wish to invite him, but he might not even come." Su Miaoyan rolled her eyes. Really? Zhu Di felt a blow to his pride. After all, he was a prince. Could anyone truly be more formidable than he? Surely, he could not refuse. While it might not typically be the case, circumstances were different now. Su Miaoyan explained, "It is rather taboo for the emperor's close ministers to form friendships with princes. Although the emperor is distant, at this critical juncture, he will undoubtedly be very cautious and will require a reason he cannot refuse." Zhu Di, devoid of anger, found himself reluctant to dismiss his wife's earnest intentions. "Then what do you suggest? Your Highness has not visited the emperor in quite some time. And this year you could not attend the emperor's birthday banquet. Why not use that as an excuse?" Su Miaoyan pondered. "Your Highness's concern for the emperor demonstrates your filial piety. The imperial envoy represents the emperor, and since Li Qing is a close minister, it would be reasonable for your son to express his longing for his father and wish to converse with someone close to him to alleviate his homesickness. He cannot refuse. Moreover, even if word were to reach the capital, those riders would not make a fuss over it. It would have no impact on you or the Yan Wangfu." Su Miaoyan's foresight was indeed impressive. Zhu Di found himself in agreement. At the same time, he felt a twinge of frustration as a dignified prince. It was rather humiliating to have to resort to such measures to invite someone to a meal. Seeing that he had acquiesced, Su Miaoyan beamed with joy. "Then I shall prepare the ink and paper." "Not so fast." Zhu Di pulled her into his embrace. Smirking, "There are more pressing matters at hand." "What matters?" "To deal with the fourth prince." With a gentle kiss, he lowered his head. Moments later, Su Miaoyun's hands rested upon his neck as she spoke plaintively. Your Highness, please refrain from uttering such hurtful words to me in the future. I shall not. I shall not. It is all the fault of the husband, Zhu Di replied, lifting his beloved wife in his arms as they made their way to the inner chamber. He was acutely aware of how completely she had ensnared him, yet he welcomed the affection. As the couple departed, a stout youth emerged from the shadows, a contented expression adorning his face. Soon after, two younger boys peeked out from behind him, relieved to see that the divorce decree had been shredded to pieces. The youngest, though still naive and somewhat anxious, voiced his concern. Eldest brother, second brother, do you think our parents will not fight again? If you dare to call him second brother again, I shall thrash you. Zhu Gaoshi retorted fiercely. The new year is approaching. Do not provoke me. Enough, enough, disperse. Zhu Gaoshi waved his hand dismissively, warning, third brother. If you dare to eavesdrop or spy, you will not see the new year. In the early morning, Li Qing stretched lazily before stepping into the courtyard. This time, his surveillance was overt, as he boldly took residence in the Imperial Envoy's Inn. The snow in the courtyard had accumulated to half a foot, with large flakes continuing to fall, creating a scene of pure white that was unseen in Jinling. He withdrew his circulating energy, experiencing the environment from an ordinary person's perspective. Before long, he felt the chill in his limbs. The wind whipped against his hands, stinging like needles, largely due to his inadequate attire. It is truly cold, he exclaimed, channeling his energy once more, gradually warming himself. Observing the relentless snowfall, Li Qing mused, in such weather, one ought to prepare a hot pot, warm a jug of wine, and savor tender lamb. He swallowed hard and called out, someone. Outside the inn, several guards in embroidered uniforms hurried in, clasping their hands in greeting. What commands do you have, my lord? Li Qing retrieved 2 strings of cash from his pocket. Purchase some wine and meat, and do not skimp on the seasonings. Make sure to get plenty of chilies. My lord, that is too much, they protested. Buy more. We shall set up a pot later, and everyone will partake. Li Qing smiled. I will call the brothers on the night shift to warm themselves. Yes, my lord, they responded, their faces lighting up with joy. At that moment, a handsome young man rushed in, bowing deeply. Sanbao pays his respects to the imperial envoy. No need for such formalities, Sanbao, Li Qing chuckled. What brings you here so early? It is as follows, Sanbao replied, producing an invitation. The prince greatly misses the emperor, and as you often accompany him, he wishes to invite you to the manor for a gathering to alleviate his longing. Li Qing scratched his head, taking the invitation and opening it. The elegant script revealed itself to his eyes, and he inwardly mused, this is certainly not Zhu Laoxi's handwriting. For nearly 2 years, I have not seen my father. As his son, it pains me dearly that I cannot serve him by his side. I am often restless and sleepless at night. I can vividly recall my father's heroic stature, as if he were before me, yet seemingly out of reach. The longing is unbearable, like a sword piercing my heart. The invitation contained over 1,000 words, overflowing with paternal affection, truly stirring the heart. The central message was unmistakable. The son yearned for his father and sought to alleviate his longing through this envoy. Had he arrived in the great Ming dynasty at that time, he might have been moved to tears by such a father-son bond. However, he had long since integrated into this era. His heart stirred not at all, and instead, he felt a hint of amusement. Yet, as the saying goes, he could hardly utter a word of refusal, and thus nodded, indicating for Sanbao to lead the way. Your Excellency, please, Sanbao gestured graciously. The guards, seeing that their master was to engage in pleasantries, hastily returned the precious notes to him. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, indicating they should keep it for their feasting, saying, it's quite cold, you ought to warm yourselves. The sedan chair was equipped with a stove, and the cushions were made of inner cotton and outer marten fur. Soft and exceedingly comfortable. Li Qing was quite pleased with the way the fourth brother had extended his invitation. He reclined in the plush chair, relishing the sound of the wheels crunching over the snow, wholly enjoying the moment. Half an hour later, Li Qing arrived at the Prince of Yan's residence, where under Sanbao's guidance, he ascended to the loft. Within the room, there were more than 10 braziers, the charcoal glowing fiercely, with a fine layer of ash settling on top, occasionally sparking. The indoor temperature was a warm 20 degrees, a stark contrast to the icy world outside. Li Qing stepped forward, cupping his hands and stating, this official pays his respects to His Highness, the Prince of Yan. No need for formalities. Zhu Di replied with a smile. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Qing said, settling onto a soft, low stool. Glancing around the room, he inquired, Is it just the two of us, Your Highness? Zhu Di, perceptive of his implication, responded, Is our company insufficient? Not at all, Li Qing chuckled lightly. It merely seems a bit solitary. Zhu Di also felt a touch of discomfort and turned to Sanbao, instructing, Go summon the heir. And, on second thought, bring the princess. The second, and the third as well. Set up a couple of stoves and a pot. This weather is perfect for hot pot and drinking. Li Qing found this suggestion quite agreeable. Indeed, such weather was ideal for enjoying a hot pot. Chapter 145. Treasures. The broth simmered and bubbled, with tender lamb and fish fillets swirling through the rich liquid, filling the room with an enticing aroma. The table was adorned with fruits, vegetables, and fine wines, creating a truly delightful feast. Li Qing, Zhu Di, and Zhu Gaoqi sat together at one table, while Su Miaoyun and her two companions occupied another. Each table engaging in differing conversations, the atmosphere harmonious. Your Highness, how fares the situation beyond the borders? Li Qing, as an imperial envoy, naturally held the authority to inquire about border affairs when visiting the vassal king's domain. Not particularly optimistic, Zhu Di replied, placing his cup down, frowning. In recent months, the Mongols have grown increasingly arrogant, with trade across the border frequently obstructed. Just 2 months ago, a cavalry of several thousand launched a night raid with remarkable ferocity. Fortunately, they lacked artillery, granting us time to prepare. He sighed softly, stating, The Mongols are like ungrateful wolves. In my view, we should sever trade entirely, then strike them hard, inflicting pain until they submit, before reintroducing trade policies. Indulging them will only convince them that the Ming is weak and easily bullied. Li Qing remained silent. While Zhu Di's words bore the weight of ambition, they also reflected the truth. Following the death of the Northern Yuan Emperor, the situation had shifted from good to bad, and delivering a few decisive blows was indeed necessary. Otherwise, no matter how favorable the policies, the adversary would hardly appreciate them, perhaps even feeling that the Ming was offering too little. However, given the current state of affairs, the Ming could not afford to mobilize large military forces. Until the position of heir was firmly established, the army would remain absolutely immobile. Upon observing his demeanor, Zhu Di remarked, Li Qing, the new year is fast approaching. I fear that the Yuan may attempt to raid us during this time. What ought we to do should they come? Li Qing grasped the underlying implication and pondered for a moment before responding. If such an eventuality were to arise, Your Highness must naturally assume the responsibility of defending the borders. Excellent, Zhu Di exclaimed with delight, thinking to himself, Finally, this lad speaks a sensible word. I cannot. Your Highness, I must offer my respects to you. Li Qing quickly interjected, maintaining his humility. Internally, he resolved that regardless of whether Zhu Di was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric, prudence was never a fault. He intended to visit the Board of Revenue post-haste. With the new year approaching, the common folk, after toiling for an entire year, would surely wish to indulge in fine delicacies during the festive days. And it was imperative to prevent the Yuan from plundering their provisions. The tender lamb hot pot, enhanced by a savory dipping sauce, the exquisite fish fillets, and the robust donkey meat were all culinary masterpieces, especially when accompanied by a warm drink. The experience was simply exquisite. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, Zhu Gaoqi became more talkative, engaging Li Qing in delightful conversation, leaving Zhu Di unable to interject. He found it perplexing that his eldest son was so intimately close to Li Qing, were it not for his unshakable bond with his wife. He might have harbored some doubts. My dear heir, you ought to engage in more physical exercise for the sake of your health, Li Qing suggested. Unable to restrain himself as he noticed Zhu Gaoqi had transitioned from a plump boy to a rather rotund young man. I am on a diet, Zhu Gaoqi retorted, spreading his chubby hands. I've switched to eating only fruits, yet I can't seem to shed any weight. What more can I do? Fruits are meant to replace meals, not to be consumed after, came a teasing voice from a neighboring table. Second brother, you seem to be rather carefree lately. Zhu Gaoqi shot an angry glare at his younger brother, warning him to mind his words as the new year approached. He still aimed to uphold the dignity of the elder brother in the presence of their parents. Zhu Gaoqi was undeterred. Why not give it a try? He challenged. Gaoxiu, you are being reckless, Su Miaoyun interjected, her expression darkening. How can you speak to your elder brother in such a manner? Second brother did not speak falsely. Zhu Di interjected with a scoff. If it truly came to blows, Gaoqi would indeed hold the upper hand over Gaoxiu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu laughed heartily and was about to roll up his sleeves to showcase his prowess when his younger brother quickly restrained him, whispering, "Have you lost your senses? Do you not know who holds authority in this household?" Realization dawned upon Zhu Gaoxiu, and he promptly rose to bow, saying, "Elder brother, I beg your pardon. Please do not hold it against me." "Very well, I shall let it pass," Zhu Gaoqi replied nonchalantly. "However, since this table's donkey meat has been consumed, you shall bring over your portion from your table, and we shall consider the matter settled." Li Qing was left speechless. Moments prior, Zhu Di had been engaged in conversation, while the chubby young man had seized the opportunity to indulge himself, devouring 2 whole pieces of donkey meat. As the dish was brought to the table, Li Qing, disregarding Zhu Di, hastened to partake, for the young man offered no chance for hesitation. The room was filled with the warmth of over a dozen braziers, along with the hot pot, and he found himself increasingly heated as he continued to eat. Zhu Gaoqi was drenched in sweat, beads glistening on the tip of his nose. Yet he seemed entirely engrossed in the feast, neglecting to wipe his brow, embodying the spirit of indulgence. For the first time, Li Qing felt outmatched at a dining table. Reflecting that should they share a meal in the future, he must avoid sitting with the gluttonous Zhu Gaoqi. Zhu Di, feeling the heat as well, wiped the sweat from his brow and loosened his collar, still feeling uncomfortably warm. "Sanbao, open a window to let in some fresh air." "Yes, Your Highness." Sanbao responded with a sound, moving to the window to open it. After a brief moment, the steam dissipated significantly, and the view became remarkably clear, with the oppressive heat diminishing greatly. Snowflakes occasionally fluttered in, melting instantly and forming tiny droplets that adorned the floor. Zhu Di gazed out the window, and what met his eyes was a world draped in silver, stirring his imagination. Such a spectacle beckoned for a gallant ride, and should enemies approach, the snow would serve as a battlefield, staining the vast white expanse in red, a truly magnificent sight. Confined within the estate for so long, he yearned to breathe fresh air. But the vigilance of the Jinyui was excessively strict, and at this critical juncture, he dared not court misfortune. Li Qing discerned his restlessness and offered an awkward smile, then turned his gaze toward the window. The houses, courtyard walls, and pathways were all cloaked in a blanket of white, a splendid sight indeed. Zhu Gaoqi, having completed the final piece of lamb, let out a contented burp and, noticing Li Qing lost in thought, inquired with curiosity, "Do you enjoy watching the snow, Brother Qing?" Li Qing nodded with a smile, noting that such scenes were a rarity in Jinling. It hardly ever snowed there, and when it did, it melted immediately. Su Miaoyan remarked. Yet this place pales in comparison to Jinling. Jinling enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, with a unique charm found only in the waterways of the south. Here, it is merely a bitter and cold land. The words of the Princess of Yin were misguided. Li Qing clasped his hands in respect, asserting that while there may not be the gentle streams and quaint bridges of Jiangnan, this place possesses its own characteristics, a vitality amidst the harshness, a grandeur within the desolation. His gaze drifted toward the distant Great Wall. Though its details were obscured, he could still sense the profound weight of history. Since the time of the first emperor's grand construction of the Great Wall, the Ming dynasty had placed utmost importance on it. Some historians argue that building the wall consumed vast social resources, wasted human labor, and resulted in numerous deaths, deeming it a misallocation of efforts that contributed to the downfall of the Qin dynasty. The endeavor of erecting the Great Wall is indeed filled with criticisms. However, upon arriving in this era, Li Qing understood the immense significance of the Great Wall. It was not merely a relic of historical culture. This formidable fortress considerably weakened the military might of the foreign tribes beyond its reach. More importantly, the Great Wall serves not only as a physical barrier, but also as a psychological one, standing tall to instill a sense of security among the populace. When foreigners approach, the citizens do not immediately think of fleeing, but rather of defending their city. Imagine, when enemies arrive, the imperial forces valiantly defend the walls. Would not the people below be grateful to the court? This intangible bond deepens the relationship between ruler and subjects while also enhancing national cohesion. Simultaneously, the Great Wall exerts a significant psychological deterrent on foreign tribes. Its steadfast presence diminishes their desire to invade. The Great Wall, a resplendent treasure in the annals of Chinese history. The snow continued to fall like goose feathers, and the vast, frozen expanse inspired Li Qing's spirit, compelling him to recite, In the northern land, 1,000 miles are sealed in ice, 10,000 miles are enveloped in snow. Gazing at the Great Wall, only vastness remains. The great river flows, losing its tumultuous roar. Mountains dance like silver serpents, the plains gallop like wax elephants, seeking to rival the heavens in height. On sunny days, behold the world clad in red and white, exceedingly enchanting. Such beauty in the land attracts countless heroes to bow in reverence. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with brilliance, while Su Miaoyun's gaze shimmered with intrigue. Little Fatty, completely forgetting about the food, was utterly captivated. Li Qing continued to recite, regrettably. Qin Huang and Han Wu lacked in literary flair. Tang Zong and Song Zhu fell slightly short in elegance. A generation's hero, Genghis Khan, only knew how to bend the bow and shoot the great eagle. All has passed, and the figures of historical renown are now overshadowed by the present. After a long while, Li Qing awakened from his reverie, noticing everyone staring at him intently. He awkwardly asked, "What is it with you all?" Zhu Di was overwhelmed with emotion, his face flushed, struggling to find the words to express his feelings. Su Miaoyun, unable to contain herself, praised. "This poem is unparalleled in history, a rare gem. Brother Qing is truly talented." Zhu Gaoqi looked on in admiration, while the second brother, Zhu Gaoxiu, scratched his head and muttered, "Just boasting." Zhu Gaoqi, serious in demeanor, retorted, "What do you know? This is called character. In this moment, Zhu Di gazed at Li Qing with newfound respect. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. One's character plays a pivotal role in determining their future achievements. At that moment, he understood why his father favored Li Qing so greatly and was convinced that Li Qing's potential was far beyond what he had shown thus far. Reflecting on their limited interactions, such as during the surrender of Newer Bujia, Li Qing had never imposed his military opinions, which, while partly due to his lack of military knowledge, also demonstrated his remarkable open-mindedness as a supervising general. His talents in learning martial arts and archery were indeed beyond the reach of ordinary men. Zhu Di couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness he does not bear the Zhu surname. Then he felt somewhat petty for such thoughts and secretly chuckled. "To the talented Li Qing, I raise a toast." Too kind, Li Qing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had merely expressed his emotions through poetry, not anticipating Zhu Di's profound reaction. "Your Highness, I offer my respects." As the atmosphere grew more amicable, they had nearly finished their meal and turned to drink wine. Li Qing took this opportunity to inquire about the recent situation at the Beiping border and the Yuan people's attitude, but the news was far from optimistic. Zhu Di said earnestly, "This is not mere alarmism, mark my words. Within a decade, the Yuan will surely launch a large-scale invasion." "Oh," Li Qing frowned. "What makes your Highness so certain?" "Well, perhaps it is merely intuition," Zhu Di admitted awkwardly. "From my recent experiences at the border, I can sense that many tribes of the Yuan are gradually merging, even moving towards unification." After a pause, he added, "Of course, I do not have concrete evidence. How should I put it? Having been stationed in Beiping for so long and dealing frequently with the Yuan, I have come to believe this. Once you return, please relay my concerns to His Majesty." Though Zhu Di felt some dissatisfaction with his father's favoritism, he remained clear-headed about important matters. Li Qing nodded. "Your Highness, rest assured. I will report truthfully." He could see that Zhu Di spoke sincerely and did not take his concerns lightly. Intuition, a concept both enigmatic and profound, often proves astonishingly accurate. Zhu Di, having long safeguarded Beiping and engaged extensively with the Yuan people, would not possess such an instinct without reason. After conversing for a considerable time, Li Qing took his leave. Zhu Di stood by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of ice, fixated on the distant Great Wall, unable to quell his tumultuous thoughts. His childhood companion, Su Miaoyun, draped a great cloak over him. Having followed him since she was scarcely 15, she understood her husband's contemplations all too well. With a soft sigh, she cautioned, "You mustn't, Miaoyun." Zhu Di, with a tone tinged with reluctance, expressed, "If I were to ascend to the throne, I could certainly achieve the grandeur depicted in those words. Compared to me, the kings of Qin and Han are somewhat lacking in literary finesse. The founders of Tang and Song are slightly inferior in charm, and the illustrious Genghis Khan, though a great archer, could only recognize the bow and the eagle." His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented confidence, radiating an indescribable charisma. "Should I ascend to the throne, I would not falter in matters of culture or martial prowess. If I were to rule, I would surely usher in a prosperous era. If I were to reign, I would conquer vast territories. If I were to take the throne, I would pen a resplendent chapter in history. Your Highness, Su Miaoyan interjected, her voice trembling. Please, no more. Zhu Di's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, the fervor in his gaze dimming as he lamented. Oh, how wonderful it would be if I were the eldest. Seeing her husband in such despair shattered Su Miaoyan's heart, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded, I understand your discontent, but what can be done? Your elder brother is esteemed and virtuous. You cannot blame our father. The choice of crown prince rests with the people, and I harbor no resentment. But why, oh why? Can it not be Zhu Di? Your Highness, please do not speak this way. It frightens me, she urged, her voice filled with dread. You must not act foolishly. Zhu Di, exhaling a despondent sigh, gently embraced her, murmuring, do not worry, I would not do anything reckless. I merely feel so constrained. I understand, I truly do. Su Miaoyan responded, wrapping her arms around him. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Let us focus on our lives together. Our children are growing day by day, and in time, we will have grandchildren. Watching them flourish, surrounded by our family, would indeed be a great blessing. Indeed. Zhu Di managed a faint smile, apologetically adding, I must have frightened you just now. Upon returning, the first task for Li Qing was to consult with the Minister of Revenue regarding border defenses and plans to thwart potential raids by the Yuan. Although Zhu Di's concerns were mere speculation, preparing for the worst posed little risk. A hasty response to an actual invasion could lead to calamity. Such matters allow no room for negligence or luck. The Minister of Revenue, fully cooperative, was well aware of the recent demise of the Crown Prince, and having ascended to his current position, he surely had connections within the court. While his understanding of the broader situation may have been vague, he could still conjecture the general circumstances. In the world of politics, few are mere scholars. Despite their frequent recitation of ancient texts, each is astute in their own right. Recognizing Li Qing's status and potential rise in power, he would certainly extend his courtesy. Defending a city is not as burdensome as embarking on a campaign. It merely requires a bit of effort from the officials and their subordinates, and within a mere 10 days, everything was in readiness. With only a few days left until the new year, Li Qing, anxious about unforeseen circumstances, made his way to the Prince of Yan's residence. Your Highness, how confident are you regarding the impending assault by the Yuan forces? 50%, replied Zhu Di. In my estimation, the Yuan will either strike on New Year's Eve or on the first day of the new year, as these are the times when the common folk are preoccupied with improving their lives, and the soldiers defending the city are most lax. Li Qing frowned slightly. The army remained immobile, and aside from the daily defenders, only Zhu Di's 3 guards could be called upon. At such a critical juncture, allowing Zhu Di to leave the palace and command the guards seemed rather reckless, yet he feared the Yuan might truly come. After much contemplation, Li Qing inquired, Your Highness, might it be possible to inform the 3 guards to prepare for battle? No problem, Zhu Di readily agreed. I shall arrange this at once. Wait a moment. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. What I meant was that I shall convey Your Highness's orders myself. You. Li Qing clasped his hands together and said, I apologize. In these extraordinary times, I hope for Your Highness's understanding. Zhu Di sighed with a wry smile and nodded helplessly. Seeing his compliance, Li Qing felt a measure of relief and admired. Your Highness possesses great insight and a sense of the greater good. Enough flattery. Save your sweet words for later. Zhu Di scoffed. Flattering me will not earn you any rewards. Oh no, I speak only from the heart, Li Qing replied, understanding the discontent of the 4th prince. He could empathize with Zhu Di's plight. Being confined for 6 months without just cause would weigh heavily on anyone's spirit. Moreover, Zhu Di adhered to the law and had achieved numerous military successes, so it was only natural for him to harbor resentment at such treatment. On New Year's Eve, Li Qing ascended the city walls to survey the surroundings. The governor of Beiping had abandoned his wife and children to come here, laboring diligently on this festive occasion solely to impress the favored officials in the court. Li Qing was well aware of his intentions, yet he felt no contempt. Regardless of motives, such diligence was commendable. Evaluating actions rather than intentions, one could argue that ambition and the desire to ascend the ranks were not faults. Your Excellency, do you think the Yuan will come? The governor asked, glancing at the vast expanse of snow beyond the gates, rubbing his hands together. In such frigid weather, the long journey could claim the lives of many. Li Qing smiled. It would be best if they did not come, that would bring joy to all. Pausing for a moment, he added a few comforting words. On this festive occasion, Your Excellency, your tireless efforts are commendable. Not at all, the governor responded, feeling warmed by the compliment. It is the duty of officials to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign and ensure that the people enjoy the new year. Li Qing nodded with a smile, continuing to admire the snowy landscape outside the city. As dusk fell, there were no signs of the Yuan's arrival. Yet Li Qing remained vigilant. The Yuan were notorious for their nocturnal raids, and an unexpected night attack would be most advantageous for them. Observing the governor, who was shivering from the cold, Li Qing remarked, Your Excellency, as a civilian, you seem to be rather delicate. Perhaps it would be best to return and rest. No need, the governor replied resolutely. Though I am but a scholar, I can endure this chill. If the soldiers can withstand it, so can I. Li Qing, witnessing his insistence, refrained from further persuasion, pulling up a chair to sit down, resting his head on the parapet of the city wall, lost in a state of ennui. As midnight approached, he yawned in boredom, only to suddenly notice a vast expanse of flames flickering on the smooth, snow-covered ground, rapidly drawing closer. Shocked, he thought to himself, they have truly arrived. His heart raced, but the Minister of Revenue was even more alarmed. Being a civilian official, he had never encountered such a scene. The mere thought of the Yuan army assaulting the city made his legs tremble. Yet, what terrified him more was the sudden, thunderous roar from the guard beside the envoy, who had been keeping his head bowed. The Yuan army is approaching. All heed my command. He then swiftly stripped off his outer garments, revealing a dragon robe beneath. The minister leaned in for a closer look, nearly collapsing in shock. Prince Yan, is that you? Chapter 147. The Siege and Defense. Zhu Di paid him no mind. Producing a fire starter to ignite it, tossing it into a cauldron of oil, and then seizing a nearby torch to set ablaze, brandishing it vigorously. Before long, a group of subordinates rushed from a distance, kneeling on one knee to salute. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Zhu Di, brimming with valor, commanded, Zhang Yu, proceed to the southeast gate immediately, take the 8,000 iron cavalry on standby, and prepare for battle as per our original plan. I shall obey. The Minister of Revenue's heart raced at the thought of leaving the city, momentarily forgetting why Zhu Di, who had been under house arrest, was present. He hastily urged, Your Highness, think carefully. The priority is to defend the city, not to engage the enemy. Though lacking military expertise, he understood that defending the city was simpler, less labor-intensive, and effective. Abandoning a stronghold to confront the enemy was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Your Highness, do not act impulsively. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with determination. Ignoring him as he continued, Zhu Neng, summon the 2 guards on standby within the city. Take full control of all defensive matters. I shall obey. Zhu Neng clasped his fists and hurried away. Zhang Wu, Zhu Di said in a deep voice, once the 2 guards are assembled, you shall lead 3,000 men, specifically responsible for supplying defensive armaments without delay. I shall obey. Zhu Di exuded an air of innate royalty, his commanding presence unmistakable, radiating a charisma not seen before. In a mere quarter of an hour, Zhu Di issued over 20 military orders, each clear and precise. Li Qing, upon seeing the deployment concluded, steadied his breath. His voice resonant, ignite the fires. Flames erupted from the cauldrons one after another, and soon the torches blazed, resembling a giant fire dragon swirling in the distance. Li Qing's voice rang out clearly, defend the city walls. We must not allow the enemy to set foot beyond the Great Wall. In a short while, our reinforcements shall arrive. The Minister of Revenue stared at the 2, suddenly feeling like a fool. At that moment, he realized he had been entirely kept in the dark. Yet he was reluctant to voice his thoughts. The defense of the borders was paramount. Even amidst the turmoil in the court, one must prioritize the frontiers. Nothing outweighed the resistance against the Yuan foe. Even if Li Qing defied orders, he would face no repercussions. Watching the Yuan forces draw ever closer, he had no time to dwell on his earlier grievances and urgently remarked, Prince Yan, Your Excellency, judging by the number of torches, there are surely no fewer than 30,000, perhaps even more. Will we have enough time? To possess a city to defend inherently provides an advantage. However, the Yuan forces may choose to strike at a singular point, neglecting the rest. Although the 3 guards of the King of Yan outnumber the enemy slightly, their distribution across various cities renders their presence somewhat inadequate. Moreover, an additional 8,000 troops have been dispatched. He is indeed alarmed. As the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs in Beiping, overseeing logistics and wartime cooperative defense falls under his purview, yet he has never before encountered the reality of battle. How could he not feel apprehensive? Zhu Di remarked calmly, "Set your heart at ease. This king has guarded the frontier for over a decade without allowing the Yuan to step even a foot beyond the Great Wall. Such scenarios are not unfamiliar to me. Take heart. You shall not miss the celebration of the new year." "Why, yes, indeed," the deputy minister replied awkwardly, though his heart raced with anxiety. Li Qing, on the other hand, felt a quiet relief that he had not succumbed to complacency. He had ensured that the 3 guards were thoroughly prepared and had even brought the King of Yin as a precaution. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Without Zhu Di's presence, even if the 3 guards followed his orders faithfully, Li Qing harbored no confidence. Merely having witnessed 2 battlefields does not suffice to become a general. Furthermore, in those 2 instances of military engagement, one was a surrender and the other commanded entirely by Lan Yu, during which he played no significant role. More critically, this time they were to defend, not assault the enemy. Li Qing surmised that even if Lan Yu were to arrive, he would likely not surpass Zhu Di. Zhu Di had defended the borders for over a decade, acquiring an understanding of siege warfare that far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. It is not that Lan Yu lacks merit. Rather, their strengths lie in different domains. Li Qing bowed respectfully and inquired, "Your Highness, which city gate do you believe the Yuan will attack?" "Undoubtedly, the largest gateway beneath our feet," Zhu Di asserted decisively. "The Yuan are primarily cavalry. With such a vast army, even if they were to breach a smaller city gate, their forces would be unable to maneuver effectively, rendering them vulnerable and easily ensnared." Zhu Di smiled gently. "The greatest advantage of cavalry lies in their mobility and unparalleled charge. If the horses cannot run, the cavalry's superiority dissipates. Thus, this city gate shall surely be their main target." As the enemy drew ever closer, Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with intensity. A quarter of an hour later, the Yuan army was merely a few miles away, their numbers becoming increasingly discernible. Li Qing's heart sank. The Yuan forces were far more numerous than anticipated, likely exceeding 50,000. More than 50,000 robust men. What implication does this bear? It is essential to recognize that the previous tribes that had sought refuge under the Ming banner, including the elderly, weak, and women, barely numbered in the thousands. While they were indeed smaller tribes, even the larger ones could scarcely muster such a youthful and vigorous assembly. Even if these individuals were merely in a cooperative relationship, today's alliance could very well pave the way for tomorrow's unification. At this moment, Li Qing's conviction in Zhu Di's assessment deepened. The Yuan indeed exhibited a tendency toward consolidation. This is undeniably a significant matter. The enemy was drawing nearer, their thousands of cavalry thundering through the snow, approaching rapidly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the vanguard of the Yuan army arrived at the foot of the city. However, upon witnessing the soldiers atop the walls steadfast and unflinching, the once formidable momentum of their advance diminished considerably. Yet at this juncture, they would not easily retreat. Too many lives had been lost along this arduous journey. If they returned empty-handed, countless more would perish on the road home. A leader of the Yuan drew his curved blade, pointing it at the city walls. In an instant, a flurry of arrows rained down upon the battlements. Whoosh! Arrows struck the walls and parapets. Some broke and ricocheted, while others inflicted minute damage, creating tiny dents no larger than a fingernail on the surface of the bricks. Yet the fortifications remained unyielding. Most of the Yuan's assault proved futile, yet some arrows found their mark, claiming the lives of Ming soldiers or wounding them. Concurrently, the Ming forces atop the walls launched their counterattack, hurling stones and cannon fire toward the Yuan troops, and the clash of attack and defense was imminent. A quarter of an hour later, the Yuan's catapults were readied, flinging stones and incendiary materials toward the city. Following this, hundreds of Yuan warriors pushed a colossal siege engine nearly 20 meters long, shouting as they charged the gates. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike of the battering ram on the city gate resonated, as if striking at the heart of those within. Though the walls were sturdy and thick, and the gate was barricaded with stones forming a formidable barrier, the tremors beneath their feet instilled dread. The Minister of Revenue trembled, filled with regret for his earlier bravado. Yet, with the imperial envoy present, fleeing now would jeopardize his career, possibly leading to punishment. He fervently prayed, "Heavenly powers, protect the Ming. We must hold this fort." The cacophony of sounds merged into a thunderous roar, overwhelming to the senses. Both sides spiraled into a fervor. The Yuan tossed ropes and set up ladders, beginning their ascent of the walls. The Ming soldiers responded in kind, raining stones, logs, and oil down upon them, resulting in countless Yuan casualties from being crushed, burned, or falling to their deaths. However, as time passed, an increasing number of Yuan fighters reached the parapets, engaging in fierce combat with the Ming. The pressure on the Yuan assault below diminished as they focused their efforts on breaching the walls while simultaneously climbing. On the verge of a vicious cycle, the minister's legs trembled, and he stammered, "Your Highness, esteemed envoy, where are our reinforcements?" "Soon, in no more than a quarter of an hour," replied Zhu Di, maintaining his composure as he drew his dagger, preparing to charge into battle against the Yuan. The minister turned pale. If the prince were to fall on the battlements, his own position would be forfeit, and he might well meet the same fate. "Your Highness," he cried, clutching Zhu Di's leg, unwilling to let go. "Your life is invaluable. You cannot take such risks. If you were to falter, how could we defend the city?" "Let go," Zhu Di retorted angrily. "They have already breached the walls. Do you expect me to stand idly by?" With that, he kicked the minister away and sprinted several meters to confront the Yuan. Li Qing, not daring to hesitate, followed closely behind him into the fray. "Oh dear heavens!" The minister nearly wept, feeling utterly helpless. Whether it was an esteemed envoy or a prince, if either fell, he would be unable to endure the consequences. Observing the rapidly deteriorating situation, he found himself wishing fervently, "Heavenly power, grant me strength." In the face of a formidable enemy and a life-and-death crisis, all scholarly knowledge and cunning calculations became irrelevant. On the battlefield, only strength mattered. In that moment, the Minister of Revenue felt even less useful than a mere soldier. The air was thick with the cries of battle, with death looming at every moment. A burden too heavy for a scholar to bear. He yearned to flee, yet fear held him captive. Gradually, a surge of youthful zeal ignited within him, prompting him to join the fray alongside the two formidable leaders. Yet, his limbs felt as though they had turned to stone, unresponsive to his commands. Let alone taking a life, he had never even harmed a chicken. It was not merely a matter of emotion that could be easily surmounted. With no other recourse, he could only cheer, "Hold your ground, soldiers. We must stand firm. Our reinforcements are on their way." He then shouted at the officials accompanying him on the city walls. "Why do you stand there in a daze? Rally the troops." In chapter 148, as he executed a series of swift punches and kicks, each strike landed with precision on the vital points of the enemy, targeting their temples, throats, and hearts. Fueled by his inner energy, each blow exceeded the limits of human endurance, shattering skulls, crushing throats, or bursting hearts. One strike meant one life taken. The efficiency of his kills surpassed even that of Zhu Di's reckless slashing. This was achieved while Li Qing was also guarding Zhu Laosi. Otherwise, his onslaught would have been even fiercer. Li Qing's choice to fight unarmed was not born of arrogance, but rather a necessity, for he could unleash his full potential only through his own limbs. With a fierce swing, Zhu Di cleaved through the head of an enemy, blood spraying across him. Wiping his face, he took a moment to glance back only to find that while he had slain 7 or 8 foes, Li Qing had already dispatched nearly 20, igniting a competitive spirit within him. "Let us go again," he urged. "Not so fast." Li Qing grasped Zhu Di firmly. "Our reinforcements have arrived. Our immediate priority is to coordinate our efforts." Zhu Di scanned the area, puzzled. "Where are they?" No sooner had he spoken than a squad ascended the walls, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy, soon to be followed by an increasing number of Ming troops. At last, they had arrived. Zhu Di's lips curled into a smile as he relaxed. A quarter of an hour later, a blood-soaked, burly man approached, recognizing Zhu Di and immediately kneeling. "I, Qiu Fu, have arrived late. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Zhu Di, lacking the patience for pleasantries, replied bluntly, "How long until both battalions are assembled?" "They are already gathered and beginning to ascend the walls," Qiu Fu reported respectfully. "General Zhu Neng is executing your orders." "Good." Zhu Di nodded in approval. "Accompany me to the main gate and send trusted soldiers to notify Zhu Neng to expedite his efforts." "Understood. Hold your ground, soldiers. Our reinforcements are nearly upon us," echoed the officials, who dared not rise, crouching closely against the walls while shouting incessantly, "If we defend the city, each of you shall receive a generous bowl of meat dumplings." The officials beside him joined in the fervent cries, not daring to pause. The reinforcements have already arrived. Li Qing stepped forward with a smile. Your Excellency, you have worked hard. Not at all. What about you, Commissioner Li? The official beamed with overwhelming joy before inquiring about Zhu Di's whereabouts. Zhu Di snapped irritably. What do you expect me to do? Take a beating? Your Highness? The official's joy returned, but upon seeing Zhu Di drenched in blood, he was taken aback and disregarded formalities, rushing forward to examine him. Unbridled, Zhu Di kicked him aside, seething with anger. Are you seeking death? The provincial governor remained unperturbed, his face adorned with a serene smile. Reassured by the presence of the two formidable leaders and the arrival of reinforcements. At last, his heart found solace. With the tension easing, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhu Di, taken aback, stammered, I did not exert myself. Li Qing promptly approached, checked his pulse, and chuckled softly. He is merely fatigued. Afterward, he instructed several attendants to carry the provincial governor down from the city walls. As an increasing number of Ming troops ascended the city, the situation gradually stabilized. Observing the unfolding events, Zhu Di's mind raced. Moments later, his expression relaxed, and he declared, by tomorrow noon at the latest, they shall retreat. Li Qing rolled his eyes but refrained from chastising Zhu Di in the face of their formidable enemy. Instead, he queried, Your Highness, the 8,000 cavalry we dispatched earlier should have arrived by now. Why is there no sign of them? Patience. Zhang Yu is more adept in warfare than you. Zhu Di replied, exuding calmness. With the battle reaching its current stage, there was no doubt of the outcome. Under my meticulous planning, no unforeseen events shall arise. Simply observe the spectacle. Li Qing thought to himself, every time a flag is raised, disaster follows. The Yuan forces, though formidable, faced the harsh reality of starvation due to their inability to plunder resources. Under such pressure, despite their exhausting march, their combat strength remained comparable to the well-rested Ming soldiers. Indeed, their bloodthirsty fervor perhaps even surpassed that of the Ming. On the city walls, both sides engaged in fierce combat, suffering significant casualties. Yet, the Ming had one undeniable advantage. To engage in close combat with me, one must first ascend the city. Most Yuan soldiers perished in the arduous climb. Zhu Di's strategies began to bear fruit as the Ming gradually seized control of the situation atop the walls, bringing forth a multitude of defensive instruments. Under the onslaught of boulders, logs, oil, arrows, and cannonballs, the cost of the Yuan's attempts to scale the walls surged dramatically. The air was filled with the sounds of wails, curses, roars, and cries of battle as blood stained the walls. Nevertheless, the Yuan maintained their fierce assault, fighting valiantly. And after incurring heavy losses, they achieved notable results. The city gate was battered open, despite the looming stone wall behind it. The breach instilled considerable psychological pressure on the Ming forces. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, and Li Qing's countenance soured, internally cursing, what folly is this flag raising? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the Yuan forces abandoned their attempts to ascend the walls, focusing all their might on the city gate. Archers disregarded all else, targeting a small section above the gate, their arrows raining down in a dense barrage that left no room for even a head to emerge. Now, even Li Qing felt a surge of anxiety, urgently asking, Your Highness, how long can the stone wall withstand this? At most half an hour, Zhu Di replied. After all, it was hastily erected and is not integrated with the city wall. It appears imposing, yet is not sturdy. However, there was no need for alarm. Although the Yuan strategy proved effective, their losses were equally substantial. Zhu Di grinned maliciously. Qiu Fu, move the defensive instruments to the sides, and have our men engage fervently from both flanks. Damn it! If they cannot expose themselves, then let us cease our defense. They attack, we shall attack as well. Pausing, he ordered, relay my command to Zhu Nong, instructing him to swiftly mobilize 10 to 8,000 men to form a phalanx at the city gate. We must seal it off. Hurry, your orders shall be fulfilled. Qiu Fu clasped his fists and commenced the execution of the plan. Zhu Di turned to Li Qing and remarked that after a long and arduous journey, the dawn of victory was now within sight. The Yuan forces, undoubtedly driven to madness, would incur even greater losses. Upon hearing the formation of a blockade at the gates, Li Qing felt a measure of reassurance, but, noticing Zhu Di's inclination to make a bold declaration, quickly interjected, Your Highness, how can you be so certain? The Yuan are not without wit. Zhu Di smiled and replied, The art of war teaches us that while besieging a city is a fundamental tactic, Winning hearts and minds is paramount. The Yuan have come a long way, and their prolonged assault has undoubtedly diminished their morale. At such times, individuals often tend to selectively believe in circumstances that favor them. That seems quite plausible, Li Qing nodded, acknowledging the psychological tendencies of soldiers. However, the leaders of the Yuan should remain relatively composed. Zhu Di shook his head, asserting, "You do not grasp the essence of battle. Often, it is not the soldiers who obey the commander, but rather the commander who accommodates the soldiers." Presently, they appear to hold the upper hand, and their spirits are high, driven by a strong desire to attack. Should they rashly alter their strategy, it could severely undermine their morale, leading to a net loss. With that, he raised his shield and glanced down at the city below, then took a seat close to the city wall. The situation unfolded as he had anticipated. The Yuan's losses were indeed mounting. Li Qing took a moment to peer down as well, confirming Zhu Di's assertions. The Yuan had directed all their energy towards the city gates, seemingly in a frenzy, while the Ming forces relentlessly rained down projectiles from above, achieving significant success. Realizing that a formation still awaited within the city, Li Qing felt completely reassured and could not help but commend, "Your Highness is truly talented." "Indeed," Zhu Di replied proudly. "In my youth, I accompanied my father-in-law and several esteemed generals on campaigns. I am not merely second or third in line. After all, why would my father allow me to govern a military stronghold such as Beiping?" Li Qing nodded, acknowledging Zhu Di's exceptional capabilities. However, he noted that during the early Ming period, there were numerous outstanding figures, such as Su De, Chang Yuchen, Li Wenzhong, Feng Sheng, and Fu Yud, whose brilliance overshadowed Zhu Di's current stature. It is noteworthy that even Lan Yu achieved victory after victory before ascending to the ranks of first-rate generals. The reality was not that they lacked excellence. Rather, the era of the Hongwu reign was replete with exceptional talents. The Yuan had suffered immense casualties, but had also made considerable gains, such as breaching the city. Yet, just as they jubilantly prepared to invade and plunder, they realized that the city was not filled with panicking civilians, but rather densely packed Ming soldiers, with a formidable formation of thousands standing resolutely, evoking a sense of despair. As if misfortune had struck at the worst possible moment, just as the Yuan were consumed by rage and sorrow, a cavalry charge erupted unexpectedly from the flanks, sweeping forth with unparalleled momentum, akin to a blade piercing through the chaos. 8,000 elite cavalrymen, well-rested and prepared, may have been outnumbered, yet they posed an insurmountable challenge for the Yuan. The suddenness of the assault and the cavalry's relentless advance left the Yuan unable to form any coherent defense. In an instant, the Yuan forces were thrown into disarray, lacking any semblance of formation. Zhu Di's face flushed with excitement. His mouth opened as if to issue a command to sortie and confront the enemy, yet he ultimately refrained. Should he venture outside the walls to engage in battle, the advantages of fortification would be forfeited, potentially jeopardizing their advantageous position. The 8,000 cavalrymen, sharp as a set of blades, swiftly tore through the ranks of the Yuan, leaving their adversaries in utter disarray. Following a single charge, the horsemen did not pursue further, but instead retreated with great swiftness. Though the number of the cavalry was fewer than 6,000, the casualties inflicted upon the Yuan were more than double those of the Ming forces, with their morale shattered in the process. Zhu Di observed this scene in silence, murmuring, "It is over." A quarter of an hour later, the Yuan forces launched another assault, even fiercer than before, yet Zhu Di remained unperturbed. Noticing Li Qing's concern, he elucidated, "This is their customary tactic, a struggle before retreating, designed to dissuade us from pursuing." "Is that so?" Li Qing nodded, continuing to monitor the situation. Indeed, it was not long before the sound of the Yuan's retreat signal resonated. The Yuan acted swiftly, gathering within a mere quarter hour. Observing this, Li Qing grew anxious, questioning, "Since your Highness is aware of their stratagem, why not pursue?" "It is futile," Zhu Di replied, shaking his head. "The Yuan are adept horsemen and archers. The archers are of little value, and during their retreat, they will leave them behind, easily baiting our forces." "Your Highness is indeed wise," Li Qing conceded, falling silent as he watched the Yuan depart calmly, feeling a twinge of frustration. "Do not fret, their respite shall be short-lived." Zhu Di smirked, suggesting that one must not take matters at face value. They have gained nothing from this encounter, and en route back, they shall suffer further losses. Their resources are scarce, and the cost of mobilization has been significant. Do not be deceived by their current alliance, Upon their return, infighting is inevitable. Zhu Di scoffed. The Yuan view plunder as their rightful claim. Having failed to seize from the Ming, they will inevitably turn upon themselves. Pausing, he added, Li Qing. It would be prudent to inform His Majesty. The fact that so many Yuan have gathered indicates a collaboration among various tribes, which bodes ill. Li Qing nodded in agreement, sensing the severity of the situation and the necessity of alerting the emperor. With this thought, a wave of concern washed over him. He pondered whether the court's strife over succession had concluded and if Zhu Yuanzhang had indeed been designated as the crown prince. As the Yuan forces gradually retreated, the Ming did not immediately open the city gates, but first attended to the bodies on the walls. The Ming soldiers organized the remains, while the Yuan simply discarded theirs. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke, and only then did the Ming venture out to survey the battlefield. Zhu Di, overseeing the entire operation, coordinated efforts with the Minister of Revenue, who upon awakening, assisted in documenting the fallen soldiers in preparation for their posthumous honors. Li Qing, realizing his presence was unnecessary, returned to the imperial envoy's residence and meticulously detailed Zhu Di's insights along with his own observations to expedite their delivery to the capital. 3 days later, the battlefield was cleared, with a total of over 15,000 enemies vanquished. The Ming forces suffered over 5,000 fatalities and nearly 8,000 injuries. Although the cleanup yielded little in terms of spoils, the significant enemy casualties were a notable achievement. Li Qing composed an official report on the victory and ensured its swift dispatch to the court. Once these tasks were complete, Li Qing finally found himself with some leisure time. He longed to return to the capital, not merely for personal pleasures, but to ascertain the outcome of the succession conflict. However, since Zhu Di had expressly sent him to avoid peril, he remained cognizant of his position. Following the battle, Zhu Di found himself once again confined. There was little choice. Li Qing did not wish to be so heartless, yet the imperial edict mandated confinement. Previously, this confinement was a measure against foreign invaders. But now that the threat had been dispelled, it was imperative to prevent Zhu Di from roaming freely. He reported his merits to the court without embellishment. Yet the confinement remained in effect. Zhu Di felt deeply frustrated. Although he understood the rationale, it did not alleviate his displeasure towards Li Qing. Half a month later, the court's decree arrived, bestowing abundant accolades on the eldest son, Zhu Di, along with a generous reward of 500,000 taels of silver, a considerable sum given the current purchasing power. Li Qing also received a reward, specifically a large pancake. The elder Zhu declared that regardless of who ascended to the position of crown prince, they would receive the title of grand tutor, while also instructing him to remain in Beijing, as the confinement period for the princes had yet to conclude. Li Qing sighed, realizing that the competition for legitimacy was even more intense than he had anticipated. Moreover, he sensed that the elder Zhu was grappling with this matter. After all, the elder Zhu was the ultimate arbiter. Ultimately, the victor would be determined by his decree. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was younger than Zhu Yuanzhang, he was the legitimate son, and according to the tradition of establishing the eldest legitimate heir, he should rightfully inherit the position. However, the situation was complicated by the fact that after the passing of the commoner matriarch, Zhu Yuanzhang's mother was elevated to the principal position, thereby designating Zhu Yuanzhang as the legitimate firstborn as well. Yet, it remained unclear whether the new wife and the original legitimate wife were afforded the same status. Particularly in the critical matter of selecting the crown prince, Li Qing found it difficult to ascertain if Zhu Yuanzhang could indeed be regarded as the legitimate firstborn. Nonetheless, it was evident to him that the elder Zhu favored Zhu Yuanzhang more than Zhu Yuanzhang. In truth, whether in character or social conduct, Zhu Yuanzhang excelled in every respect over Zhu Yuanzhang, demonstrating intelligence and bearing reminiscent of his father. In contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang was merely fulfilling the expectations typical for a boy of his age. Of course, this was not Zhu Yuanzhang's fault. The disparity between a child raised by a mother and one who is not is markedly profound. Nor could Zhu Biao be blamed, as he was perpetually exhausted and had little time to guide his son. If one were to empathize, Li Qing, were he a local, would likely find Zhu Yuanzhang more suitable for the role of crown prince. However, this does not imply that Zhu Yuanzhang lacked advantages. On the contrary, his advantages were substantial. Firstly, his mother, the commoner matriarch, was the legitimate wife, thus solidifying Zhu Yuanzhang's status as a true legitimate son, while Zhu Yuanzhang's legitimacy remained ambiguous. Secondly, the Chang family. Alongside Lan Yu, despite the passing of Chang Yuchen, wielded immense influence among the nobility. Lan Yu was currently a formidable general, enjoying a prestigious title and significant clout, placing him among the elite. He was indeed Zhu Yuanzhang's maternal uncle. The combined strength of these two families rendered Zhu Yuanzhang virtually invincible. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang possessed considerable advantages. The reason Zhu Yuanzhang placed such emphasis on the nobility, aside from his preference for martial prowess over literary merit, was to establish a balance between the military aristocracy and the scholar officials. The Ming dynasty was characterized by three predominant factions: a bureaucratic group, a noble group, and a princely group. The elder Zhu's repeated tolerance of Lan Yu was to cultivate political capital for Zhu Biao, facilitating a balance between the noble and princely factions. He did not believe that the princely lords would rebel. Rather, he arranged matters so that, even in his absence, the noble factions would keep the lords in check, preventing any reckless actions. This arrangement considerably alleviated Zhu Biao's burdens, allowing him to govern the state with the assistance of civil officials. Old Zhu was aware that his son was excessively benevolent and felt the necessity of having a loyal and formidable figure by his side to maintain order, and undoubtedly, Lan Yu was the most suitable candidate, particularly since he proved himself capable. Were it not for his accomplishments, his deeds would have long warranted a grave overgrown with weeds. Old Zhu's strategy was nothing short of flawless, yet the tragedy lay in Zhu Biao's untimely demise. With the man gone, what use was any meticulously crafted scheme? After toiling for so long and having established a solid framework that was beginning to bear fruit, how could old Zhu possibly relinquish it? Furthermore, he lacked the energy to devise another plan. To maximize benefits, he had no choice but to elevate Zhu Yuanzhang to the throne, allowing him to inherit the political capital nurtured by Zhu Biao. Should Zhu Yuanzhang remain in the shadows, the so-called political wealth would transform into a venomous curse. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed overshadowed by Zhu Yuanzhang, and given his tender age, old Zhu harbored doubts about his ability to adeptly inherit these assets. Alas, it was a difficult predicament for old Zhu. Li Qing sighed inwardly. It was indeed a formidable challenge. If pondering it was giving him a headache, how much more taxing must it be for old Zhu, in his capacity as emperor, to select a successor? Ultimately, it was old Zhu's decision to make, rendering any further contemplation futile. Li Qing shook his head with a wry smile. From the moment old Zhu determined to designate a royal heir, the situation was beyond his influence, and even suggesting alternatives seemed pointless. Glancing outside at the splendid weather, with the sun shining brightly, Li Qing lingered in bed for a while before rising, dressing himself, and preparing to head to a restaurant for a bowl of lamb offal soup. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Sanbao. "Good morning, Sanbao," Li Qing greeted with a smile. "Is the prince longing for the emperor? I have met with the imperial envoy." Sanbao responded with a bow, producing an invitation from his bosom. "Today, the prince is hosting a celebratory banquet for the victory against the Yuan army. Lord Li's contributions have been significant, and the prince invites you to join the feast." "Very well," Li Qing nodded. He felt it was an occasion worth attending, as he had indeed exerted considerable effort, running errands for the sake of the battle. At the Yan Wang's residence, the generals were gathered. Li Qing was unfamiliar with any of them, yet he maintained a gentle smile, nodding and acknowledging those around him, ultimately following Sanbao to the seat of honor. The Minister of Revenue also arrived, rising to salute, to which Li Qing reciprocated, exchanging a few pleasantries before sitting down to await the commencement of the meal. Shortly after taking his seat, the corpulent young prince arrived. Everyone stood to pay their respects, and Li Qing was no exception. Among the royal kin, the young prince stood a head taller, his status surpassing even that of his mother, second only to his father in Beiping. On such an occasion, the second and third sons could only envy from the sidelines, as they were deemed unworthy of attendance. The significance of the legitimate firstborn was deeply ingrained, leaving no room for equality. Even in the households of ordinary affluent families, the inheritance was typically passed down to the eldest son, highlighting this principle. Though still youthful, the corpulent prince was at ease in such settings, displaying a graceful demeanor and an air of elegance, though his physique did detract slightly from his charm. After a round of cordial exchanges, he seated himself beside Li Qing and whispered, "How long do you intend to remain here?" "What? Does the young master wish to leave?" "Not at all. I am simply disinclined to move." Little Fatty smiled and casually inquired, "It has been quite a while since we last met. With your departure, I reckon it will be a long time before we see each other again." After a brief pause, He lowered his voice and added, "Make sure to visit before you leave. We must share a drink together." "Certainly," Li Qing replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. "As a special envoy, I must pay my respects to the vassal king when I depart, so I will certainly come." The two exchanged playful banter until Zhu Di arrived, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. Zhu Di, with a smile, engaged in pleasantries and instructed his subordinates to prepare the feast, marking the official commencement of the banquet. It must be said that little Fatty understood the art of dining, though his manner was not particularly graceful. He devoured his food with great enthusiasm, leaving Li Qing with little room for annoyance. In this era, there were no revolving tables, and standing to reach dishes was deemed too impolite. Thus, one could only partake of what was immediately before them. As a result, out of 6 or 7 dishes within reach, little Fatty consumed 4, leaving only the chicken's rear end of the roast chicken. Li Qing sighed, thinking to himself, "Had I known he would be here, I would not have come." Chapter 150. My father-in-law is Su De. During the banquet, the martial generals frequently raised their cups and toasts, and even Li Qing, as the special envoy, found himself drinking more than he had intended. He barely touched the food, consumed instead by the flow of alcohol, which left him in a state of vexation, as it did not align with his dining principles. Zhu Di was in high spirits, accepting every toast from his subordinates. Within less than half an hour, several were already showing signs of inebriation. The Minister of Revenue's cheeks were flushed, having indulged considerably. He felt quite elated about the recent victory, often breaking into a grin. Zhu Di was not Zhu Yuanzhang, free from the constraints of imperial majesty. He drank heartily, even joining Zhang Yu and Zhu Zhan at their table, mingling with the generals. The generals, feeling at ease, engaged openly, as their relationship with the Prince of Yin was not one of sovereign and subject. The revelry continued from midday until the afternoon's final watch, with the generals staggering out of the royal palace, supported by their personal guards. By the end of the banquet, apart from Li Qing and little Fatty, none could walk a straight line, including Zhu Di. Noticing that most had departed, Li Qing rose to take his leave. Zhu Di signaled to his eldest son, who promptly urged, "Brother Qing, won't you have a cup of tea before you go?" "That sounds agreeable." Li Qing nodded in acquiescence. Having consumed a belly full of alcohol, a warm cup of tea was indeed a welcome idea. As an experienced individual, he could withstand the test. The three ascended to the loft, and before long, San Bao presented them with steaming, exquisite West Lake Longjing tea, then took his leave. As the warm tea settled in their stomachs, they felt considerably more at ease. The trio engaged in light-hearted conversation, though most of the dialogue consisted of little Fatty and Li Qing, leaving Zhu Di unable to interject. There was little room for a third in their intimate exchange. Attempting to join the conversation, Zhu Di remarked, "It has been 2 years since I last saw father. How is he faring?" "The emperor is well," Li Qing replied tersely, returning to his previous discussion with little Fatty. Zhu Di interrupted once more, a look of self-reproach crossing his face as he lamented, "As a son, I should be serving by my father's side. It is a breach of filial duty." "Your Highness, safeguarding the borders is the greatest act of filial piety towards the emperor," Li Qing deftly countered, leaving Zhu Di momentarily speechless. Understanding Zhu Di's intentions, Li Qing added with a smile, "If your Highness truly misses the emperor, you may pen a letter, and I shall have my subordinate expedite its delivery to the capital." Zhu Di hesitated, abandoning the pretense and laying his cards on the table. "I miss father deeply. The pangs of longing cannot be assuaged by a mere letter. I wish to travel to the capital to pay my respects to him." Without waiting for Li Qing to speak, he continued, "You are well aware of my character. I have always valued loyalty and affection." The underlying implication was clear, and Li Qing understood perfectly what the fourth prince was contemplating. With the heir apparent still undecided, all he needed was to arrive in the capital and enter the emperor's sight. Without any effort on his part, his ambitions would be realized. Over the years, he had outshone his brothers, especially after securing a significant victory in battle. His arrival would undoubtedly reshape the dynamics of the succession struggle. However, this was merely the fourth prince's fanciful thinking, as the reality was starkly different. "Your Highness, Li Qing." Zhu Di seized Li Qing's hand, expressing heartfelt sentiments. "If you can alleviate my yearning, I shall remember your kindness for a lifetime." They were both skilled in the art of diplomacy, and while no one would dare utter words that might be deemed inappropriate, the implications were understood by all. Li Qing recognized Zhu Di's reluctance to accept the situation and empathized with his feelings, Yet the determination to establish the crown prince was already made. The course of events was set in stone. Even if the fourth prince were to travel to the capital, it would not alter the outcome in the slightest. Your Highness's longing and filial piety towards the emperor are truly moving. Yet Zhu Di tightened his grip on Li Qing's hand, stating, "It is I who wish to see my father. Should he reprimand me afterward, I will bear the consequences alone, ensuring you are not held accountable in any way." Li Qing silently scoffed. Such eloquence was futile, for everyone in the court was astute, and no one could be easily deceived. Thus, he decided to lay his cards on the table. If I were to escort your Highness back to the capital, it would unequivocally signal my stance and allegiance. The civil officials are not fools, and the noble families would certainly discern this, not to mention the wise emperor. Zhu Di's face flushed with embarrassment, yet his unwillingness to concede compelled him to continue weaving grand illusions. "Li Qing, I am a man of deep loyalty. If you agree to take me to the capital, you shall understand my intentions in due time." Li Qing could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head, realizing that the conversation could no longer continue. He rose and said, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "You cannot leave." Zhu Di abruptly grasped his arm but soon realized the rudeness of his action, forcing a laugh. "I merely wish to engage in conversation. I would not impose upon you." Though he claimed not to be insistent, his grip remained steadfast, refusing to loosen. If it had been anyone else, Li Qing would have slapped them in response. But Zhu Di was a prince, and he could not resort to violence, so he resignedly took a seat once more. Li Qing understood that without assuaging Zhu Di's hopes, he would not be permitted to depart. Thus, he inquired, "Your Highness, are you aware of the civil official's stance?" Zhu Di paused, nodding with a somewhat frustrated expression. Aware of some dissent, the civil officials had long clamored to diminish the power of the princes, even advocating for Zhu Di's cessation of titles. This was not new information to him. He understood that the ministers would never support a prince ascending to the throne, yet he did possess certain advantages. Zhu Di inhaled deeply, revealing his trump card. "My father-in-law is Suda, the foremost general of the Ming dynasty. His reputation is not to be dismissed. Though Suda does not engage in factionalism, his influence is undeniably significant." Li Qing rolled his eyes. While Suda's influence was considerable, the Chang family was equally formidable, not to mention the rising star, Lan Yu. This was hardly sufficient. Furthermore, the Su family had always maintained a low profile and did not engage in such political maneuvers. Whether they would assist him remained uncertain, leaving Zhu Di without any real advantage. These thoughts were difficult to articulate, and after a moment of contemplation, Li Qing offered an example that was not entirely appropriate. A peach had ripened on a tree, and two individuals desired it. They decided to engage in a contest, with the victor claiming the fruit. However, at that moment, an unexpected third party sought to join. How would the original contenders feel? The chance of acquiring the peach would shift from a 50-50 proposition to a mere one-third. Would they accept this? Li Qing firmly stated that this meddlesome third party would not only have no chance of obtaining the peach, but would likely face a joint retaliation from the two original competitors. Zhu Di trembled with rage, yet found himself unable to counter Li Qing's argument. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing withdrew his hand and clasped his fists in a gesture of farewell, declaring, "I take my leave." Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and departed. Zhu Di, infuriated, had never once bested Li Qing in their exchanges. In his fury, he overturned the table. Little Fatty, a nimble chubby boy, had anticipated this moment and swiftly sidestepped, avoiding any fallout. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his father and frowned, saying, "Father, let this end here." "You rascal." Zhu Di, unable to contain his frustration from the encounter with Li Qing, raised his hand to deliver a slap. However, just a mere centimeter from Little Fatty's cheek, he abruptly halted. Zhu Di's expression shifted remarkably, from a visage of uncontrollable fury to one of congeniality, leaving Little Fatty utterly bewildered. The tension in Little Fatty's face eased, replaced by concern for his father's mental state. He timidly inquired, "Father, are you all right?" "Of course," Zhu Di replied with a dismissive smile, affectionately grasping his son's hand. "My dear son, it has been far too long since we had a proper talk. Let us reminisce today." He began reminiscing since the time Little Fatty wore open crotch pants, weaving a rich tapestry of father-son affection. Little Fatty listened in a daze, but soon realized the underlying intention and promptly remarked, "Father, if your wish is for me to persuade Li Qing, then perhaps we need not delve into the past. You rascal, Zhu Di chuckled, holding little Fatty's hand with a blend of affection and profundity. My dear son, all my efforts are for you. Little Fatty retorted. I fear not your potential to squander wealth, but rather your ambition to start anew. Father, please spare me some worry. Honestly, being a mere heir is quite sufficient. You need not strive so hard. Zhu Di gazed at his son, suddenly reminded of Li Qing, noting how their natures seemed to mirror one another, impervious to reason. He stifled his exasperation and continued with warmth. My dear son, you know that you are my greatest treasure. Isn't that the second son? Little Fatty interjected playfully. Father, you often say the second is like you. Yet, with this body of mine, do I not appear rather bothersome? Zhu Di feigned displeasure, adopting a stern demeanor. What do you mean by this body? It is called stability. Can the second son possibly compare to you? Just look at his sharp features. He cannot hold a candle to you. Little Fatty, basking in the praise, plopped down onto a chair with a flourish, signaling for more conversation. Zhu Di did not disappoint, regaling him with sweet words. Eventually, sensing the moment was ripe, he revealed his true purpose. My dear son, your relationship with Li Qing is commendable. I urge you to cultivate it further. Little Fatty shook his head. Father, the situation is already settled. Can you not maintain a sense of composure? Zhu Di was taken aback. Was this truly his son? The phrase one does not bite the hand that feeds, nor does one speak harshly to those who provide sustenance aptly encapsulates the essence of Li Qing's predicament. Zhu Di's simmering anger, which he had painstakingly suppressed, finally erupted, releasing the pent-up frustration he had endured at Li Qing's hands. Scoundrel. Scoundrel indeed. Fueled by both rage and the effects of alcohol, he seemed to lose his sanity. You, Li Qing, you wretched dog. How dare you? Little Pang, battered and on the brink of despair, pleaded, Please, understand, I am not Li Qing. I am your son. Oh, woe is me. I am Cheer. Chapter 151. Intrigues at court. Upon returning to the envoy's residence, Li Qing secluded himself, rarely stepping outside, dedicating his days either to cultivating his inner energy or perusing books, while occasionally inquiring about the movements of the Prince of Yan's household. During this period, Zhu Di repeatedly sent Sanbao to summon him, citing the same old excuse, I miss my father. Yet, Li Qing was acutely aware of Zhu Di's ulterior motives and resolutely declined his invitations. After several attempts, Zhu Di resigned himself to the reality and ceased to harbor any illusions. Days passed languidly. Although Li Qing enjoyed a life of leisure, he found it rather tedious. With no upscale brothels in Beiping and the local establishments failing to pique his interest, he suppressed his desires, resorting to drinking when boredom struck or galloping on horseback to revel in the scenery beyond the borders. As May arrived, the 6-month period had elapsed, and Li Qing was finally free to depart. On this day, he prepared himself and made his way once more to the Prince of Yan's residence. Zhu Di hosted a banquet in his honor, his words laced with courtesy, and the three of them sat at the table. Throughout the feast, Little Pang persistently raised toasts, and even the prince's consort joined in the urging, prompting Li Qing to drink to the point of discomfort. Ultimately, he had to feign intoxication to escape the enthusiastic hospitality of the Zhu family. Su Miaoyun chuckled lightly, addressing Li Qing. Earlier, His Highness may have spoken inappropriately. I hope you do not take it to heart. She cast a reproachful glance at Zhu Di before continuing. His Highness is earnest in his dealings and often speaks frivolously with those he holds dear. He regards you as a confidant. Pausing, she added with a smile. In the spirit of camaraderie, what is said in confidence should remain between us. Do not utter anything that might sow discord between the royal father and son, lest. Her radiant smile conveyed a subtle warning. You must consider your own well-being, esteemed envoy. Li Qing, chewing thoughtfully, shot a glance at Su Miaoyun, realizing that, besides her striking beauty, her intellect was formidable. No wonder the fourth prince was so thoroughly captivated. He discerned her veiled threat. Should he dare to report any grievances, he would certainly not emerge unscathed. In truth, Li Qing had no intentions of lodging a complaint. Zhu Di had not crossed any lines, and he was the sole outsider present. Little Pang would hardly betray his kin. Moreover, Zhu Di's demeanor remained unremarkable, devoid of any incriminating evidence, rendering any complaint a futile endeavor. Feeling slighted by a woman's intimidation, Li Qing felt a twinge of indignation but could only acquiesce, nodding in resignation. I understand, my lord. Zhu Di, witnessing Li Qing's discomfort, felt a surge of delight. Ah, it is indeed Mian. Having achieved her objective, Su Miaoyan gracefully rose, saying, "High cheer. You and the envoy have known each other for some time. Before parting, share your heartfelt words. I shall take my leave with your father to the rear courtyard." With that, she discreetly pinched Zhu Di. Zhu Di finally regained a semblance of dignity, rising to cast a condescending glance at Li Qing before departing haughtily. "Your Highness. Your Highness." They both stood to pay their respects as the figures receded into the distance. Once they had vanished, Li Qing sank back into his seat, feeling a touch of melancholy, and jested, "Little fatty, your mother, cough cough, the princess is indeed formidable. She can keep my father in check. How could she not be impressive?" Little fatty chuckled softly, but then felt a twinge of guilt. "Qinggu, it is only natural for the princes to harbor thoughts following the sudden demise of the crown prince. Others share similar sentiments. However, this does not imply anything significant. Friendships aside, I am one who assists kin, but not folly." "Ah, are you threatening me now?" Li Qing teased. "Not at all. That was not my intention." Little fatty, slightly embarrassed, smiled shyly and assured quietly, "Do not worry, with my mother around, he won't rise to any occasion." Li Qing sighed with a wry smile, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation further. "Little fatty, you ought to consider shedding some weight. With your physique, when you eventually marry, you might inadvertently crush your bride. That's inconsequential. I'll just be underneath," Little fatty replied nonchalantly. Li Qing remarked, "Oh, you seem rather knowledgeable." Little fatty's face flushed, and he awkwardly admitted, "I only just grasped it not long ago. The last time I was in the study, I stumbled upon an illustrated book tucked in the spring and autumn texts, and that is how I came to understand the profound meaning." Li Qing chuckled. "It is indeed better to be lean. Excessive weight adversely affects one's health." "I'm in good shape." Little fatty protested, feeling exasperated. "Can we perhaps change the subject?" The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, finding ample common ground. Although Little fatty was young, he possessed a remarkable maturity. He appeared simple-minded, yet was profoundly wise. He had a keen insight into many matters, surpassing even the precocious Zhu Yuanzhang by a considerable margin. Upon exiting the residence of the Prince of Yan, Li Qing made his way to the Board of Revenue. He held a favorable impression of the Minister of Revenue, recognizing his practical abilities. Aside from the common tendencies of scholars, he was quite commendable. During the previous defense against the yuan, this individual had exerted considerable effort in the preliminary arrangements. Although he did not contribute much during the battle, his courage to stand firm in the face of fear was commendable. Therefore, when Li Qing reported his accomplishments, he accurately presented the minister's contributions, resulting in the latter receiving numerous benefits. After sharing food and drink and engaging in conversation for an extended period, they bid farewell. Li Qing ordered the Jinyui to lift the house arrest imposed on the Prince of Yan, shifting their surveillance from overt to covert. Once these matters were settled, he set off on his journey back to the capital. Longing for home, Li Qing made his way to Jinling in just 10 days. In May, the heat of Jinling was already unbearable. By the time he returned to the Marquis's residence, night had fallen. He was preparing to take a bath and revel in the company of 3 young ladies when a maid came to report. "The Duke of Liang has come to pay a visit." Before Li Qing could respond, Hong Xiu quickly interjected, "Sir, please reconsider. It would be best not to meet anyone at this juncture." "Indeed, sir," Wan Ling added softly, "lately, many officials have come daily to inquire about your return, each wearing an anxious expression, both civil and military officials alike." Li Qing's heart sank slightly, thinking, could it be that after 6 months, there is still no resolution? After contemplating, he deemed it wise to avoid the meeting. After all, old Zhu had advised him to be prudent, and he could not afford to be ungrateful. He turned to the maid and instructed, "Inform the Duke of Liang that I am fatigued from my journey and shall extend an invitation for him to join me for drinks once I have had a chance to rest. The situation at court has left him devoid of any desire for romance." After a brief wash, he summoned the 3 women to discuss the current state of affairs in the capital. Wanling remarked, "Sir, we are not fully aware of the specifics. But one thing is certain, the crown prince has yet to be officially established." Lianxiang, perched on Li Qing's lap, pecked at him playfully. "Indeed, many visitors come to the estate daily inquiring about you. Their eagerness is quite palpable." Amused by her antics, Li Qing lifted her delicate face and kissed her, indulging in his desires. After a prolonged moment, he finally released Lianxiang, still breathless, and inquired, "How have you all been managing?" Hongxue responded with a wry smile, "Initially, we closed the doors to visitors, yet some individuals, undeterred by our efforts, forced their way inside. Those who arrived were of high rank, and our servants dared not obstruct them, so we had no choice but to allow their entry. And then, I had them served hot tea and paid them no further heed. Hongxiu explained, my sisters and I have refrained from appearing to avoid implicating you, leaving all duties to the servants. However, what are the gifts? Wanling timidly added, we were too afraid to accept. Yet they left the gifts behind without giving us a chance to refuse. After a pause, she continued, the gifts have been stored away untouched. Li Qing nodded. In such significant matters of succession, absolute neutrality is unattainable, and all are inevitably drawn into the fray. His situation could be considered fortunate, as he had not explicitly declared his allegiance. Having dealt with such matters before, Li Qing felt no psychological burden and chuckled. You accepted both civil and military gifts, correct? Yes, Hongxiu confirmed. Receiving from only one side would imply taking a stance, so I accepted them all. Well done, Li Qing remarked with a sardonic smile. Gifts given to me are akin to meat buns thrown at a dog. The three women shared a light laugh, but Li Qing's expression turned serious. However, regarding the court, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a soft voice. Sir, let us not dwell on the court. Tend to Lianxiang instead. Very well. I shall attend to you first, Li Qing said, lifting her effortlessly. He turned to the other two and smiled. You both join us. The two blushed, feeling both shy and eager. As Li Qing carried Lianxiang out of the parlor, a loud voice called out, Li Qing, I've brought some fine wine. It was Lan Yu, entering the room. Lianxiang gasped, quickly jumping from Li Qing's embrace. Her neck flushed red as she, along with Wanling and Hongxiu, performed a respectful greeting. We pay our respects to the Duke of Liang. Li Qing's anger flared. While the rear courtyard was not off limits to guests, it was reserved exclusively for female visitors. In this era, it was exceedingly disrespectful for a man to enter another's courtyard, especially at night, a fact Lan Yu surely knew. Aware of his indiscretion, Lan Yu raised the wine in his hand. I'll wait for you in the front courtyard. The three women quickly dismissed their earlier intentions, expressing concern. Sir, it is better not to meet him. It is too late. Li Qing chuckled softly. From the moment Lan Yu arrived, I have already met him. He then comforted them. Do not worry. I will visit the palace tomorrow and report to the emperor truthfully. With that, he strode toward the front courtyard. It has been so long since we last met, my brother. I have missed you dearly. Missed me dearly? Or wished for my demise? Li Qing wore a grim expression, clearly displeased. So you derive pleasure only from dragging me into this mess, do you? Lan Yu replied with a series of contrite smiles. Oh, come now. It's merely that I've missed you dearly. I must admit, I've overstepped today. If you're upset, why not take a stroll in my courtyard tomorrow? If that doesn't suffice, I can even offer you 2 concubines. Faced with such shamelessness, Li Qing found himself devoid of any anger. Fine. I shall be honest with you. I will not take sides. I never asked you to. Lan Yu shrugged. I came here to drink. Li Qing felt resigned. In a sense, encountering Lan Yu already implied a stance, at least in the eyes of others. However, that was sufficient. After spending 6 months in Beiping, he was still drawn into these entanglements, which frustrated him greatly. Had those months been in vain? The two settled at a table beneath a fruit tree, and the attentive servants promptly brought forth wine bowls. Lan Yu uncorked the wine and poured a bowl for Li Qing first, then declared, Today, as the elder brother, I must acknowledge my fault and will punish myself with 3 bowls. With a hearty series of gulps, he downed the 3 bowls, wiping his mouth afterward. Brother, the situation has become clear. Prince Yuntong holds an undeniable advantage. I'm not trying to deceive you. I merely wish for you to partake in the spoils. Seeing no hint of exaggeration in his words, Li Qing began to ponder. How does this differ so greatly from history? Where has the discrepancy arisen? Just as he was about to speak, a servant approached to report, Master, Duke Chao has come to visit. Do not let him in, Lan Yu retorted sharply. Isn't it obvious that this duke is here drinking with your lord? After a pause, he leaned closer to Li Qing and whispered, Brother, heed my advice. Avoid that scoundrel. His faction is utterly ineffectual. Li Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Jinglong, as a noble, would support Zhu Yuanzhang. However, recalling how Emperor Jiangwen had favored him during the Jingnan campaign, he found solace in understanding. Were it not for the merits of the dragon's success, how could Li Jinglong have received such favor? Li Qing mused. It seems the political landscape is even more convoluted than I had imagined, with the fierce power struggle having reached a point where each side is intertwined with the other. The alliance of this nobleman with the civil officials surely indicated a division between the scholars and the nobility. Damn it, I should not have returned, he sighed. Turning to the servant, please invite Duke Chao in. Chapter 152. Contesting the heir before long. Li Jinglong strode in confidently, momentarily taken aback to see Lan Yu present. He frowned and questioned, what brings you here? That's a question I should be asking. Lan Yu retorted sarcastically, have you come empty-handed? Li Jinglong stiffened, then smirked coldly. The friendships among gentlemen are as serene as water. The bonds between wise men are unadorned and pure. He paused, then countered with irony, unlike you, whose camaraderie is sweet as honey. With his sharp tongue, he managed to infuriate Lan Yu, whose face turned red with indignation. Had Li Qing not intervened, Li Jinglong would surely have faced a beating. Li Qing spoke coolly, we can either converse amicably or both of you can leave. Now, he felt a sense of calm. With both prominent figures present, he maintained his neutral stance. Lan Yu scoffed and turned away, choosing to ignore Li Jinglong, who likewise returned the sentiment, focusing instead on inquiring after Li Qing's well-being. A wave of concern enveloped the room as Li Jinglong promptly addressed the matter at hand. Brotherly, the heir apparent, Yunwen, possesses remarkable intelligence and exhibits the qualities befitting a crown prince. Nonsense, Lan Yu interjected. Isn't Yunlong equally capable? Furthermore, the principle of establishing the legitimate heir is paramount. How can Zhu Yuanzhang, a mere illegitimate child, inherit the position of the crown prince Zhu Biao? Indeed, the principle of establishing the legitimate heir is crucial. Li Jinglong retorted with a smirk. Yunwen's birth mother is the crown princess. He is not only a legitimate son, but also the eldest legitimate son. Lan Yu scoffed. When Zhu Yuanwen was born, he was considered a bastard. Throughout his life, he shall remain a bastard. How could he be deemed worthy? Such insolence! Li Jinglong exclaimed in anger. The crown princess is not someone you can slander. Do you dare to provoke me further? Do not lecture me. Lan Yu fired back. What skills do you possess other than reporting petty grievances? You betray your own kin, following the ways of concubines. The illustrious name of the late duke has been tarnished by your actions. If he were to know, he would surely be enraged by your subservience to the civil officials. You traitorous nobleman. Upon hearing Lan Yu invoke his father, Li Jinglong's temper flared. You dare insult my father again, and I shall retaliate. Traitor! I feel shame on behalf of General Li. Lan Yu shouted. Curse you! Li Jinglong snapped, seizing a wine jar from the table and hurling it at Lan Yu's head. Li Qing, observing in silence, thought to himself, you truly believe you can best him? Such immaturity. As expected, Lan Yu easily dodged the attack and retaliated with a flurry of blows. Brotherly, say something. However, Li Jinglong remained silent. And Li Qing found himself exasperated. If you cannot prevail, what is the point of your struggle? After a while, seeing that Lan Yu showed no signs of relenting, Li Qing reluctantly intervened. Let us converse amicably. I have just returned and am quite fatigued. Let us conclude this matter for today. I shall invite you both for drinks another time. After considerable persuasion, he finally managed to calm Lan Yu. Both men recognized that with the other present, they could not sway Li Qing this evening, so they departed together. Li Qing escorted them to the door, promptly locked it behind them, and hummed a tune as he returned to his slumber. The following day, just as dawn broke, Li Qing entered the imperial palace. In the imperial study, he waited for approximately half an hour before Zhu Yuanzhang emerged from the morning court, arriving late. Minister Li Qing, you are excused. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, dismissing everyone else. No one shall enter without my command. Understood, Your Majesty. The young eunuch bowed and exited the grand hall. Zhu Yuanzhang took his seat at the imperial desk, gesturing for Li Qing to sit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qing settled before the emperor, stating, Your Majesty. The situation beyond the borders is rather bleak. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, furrowing his brow. I have reviewed your memorial. Logically, the circumstances beyond the borders should not have changed so rapidly. There must be some underlying intrigue. Perhaps, but the collaboration of the Yuan tribes is indeed a reality. And the court must develop countermeasures, Li Qing replied, scratching his head. Your Majesty, the army cannot remain confined indefinitely. It has been far too long. Do you have no suitable candidates for the position of heir? Zhu Yuanzhang's frown deepened as he pondered this for a long moment, then countered. Who do you believe is more suitable, Yunwen or Yunlong? Unsure if Zhu was testing him, Li Qing cautiously replied, such matters are not for me to speak of indiscriminately. After a brief pause, he continued, Your Majesty, Last night both Lan Yu and Li Jinglong visited my residence. Indeed, we are aware, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. However, your willingness to share this information is commendable. I appreciate it. Li Qing cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty. The position of heir apparent should not be delayed for too long, as prolonged indecision could jeopardize the stability of the realm. Yes, I understand. It is time to conclude this matter. Zhu Yuanzhang responded with a hint of resignation. You shall participate in the afternoon court. Once discussions among the ministers are nearing completion, you will take the lead in petitioning to establish Yuntong as the crown prince. What? Li Qing exclaimed, taken aback. What do you mean? Zhu Yuanzhang, startled by his reaction, retorted, Do you believe Yuntong is unworthy? No. Li Qing hastily waved his hands, chuckling nervously. I am merely surprised that your majesty intends to designate the crown prince at midday. Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes and admonished, Keep your mouth shut. Should this information leak prematurely, I shall have your skin. I dare not, Li Qing replied, acutely aware that Zhu's threats were anything but figurative. Internally, Li Qing was bewildered, struggling to comprehend where things had gone awry. He had not interfered this time. Why had Zhu chosen a different course? Was it possible that unforeseen events had yet to unfold? At noon, the court assembled. The contentious debate over succession had undoubtedly played out numerous times before. After the customary formalities, the ministers began to align themselves without waiting for Zhu to speak. The Minister of Rights was the first to step forward, proclaiming, Your Majesty. The eldest grandson is benevolent and virtuous, embodying the qualities befitting a crown prince. He is indeed worthy. As soon as he finished, the Deputy Minister of Personnel countered. That assertion is erroneous. Establishing the eldest son as heir is the most suitable choice. Another minister interjected, The eldest grandson's birth mother is the crown princess. Thus, the principle of primogeniture should apply to him. Not so, another voice chimed in. The eldest grandson was born first, and his mother ascended to the position of crown princess later. Therefore, he remains of illegitimate birth. Have you not heard of the tales of King Zhou of Shang and Wei Ziqi? Such a fallacious argument. Came the retort. The system of primogeniture did not commence until the Zhou dynasty. Citing the Shang dynasty is utterly ridiculous. Indeed, Emperor Wu of Han was also of illegitimate birth. Yet his mother became the empress, and he was still appointed crown prince. Thus, as long as the mother is the legitimate consort, the child is considered legitimate. I cannot agree. Li Qing found himself unable to recall the names of the officials. Yet observing these erudite ministers engage in their scholarly debate was far more exhilarating than mere theatrical performances. Glancing at Zhu, he noted that not only was he unperturbed, but he appeared to relish the spectacle. It was as if two boxers were vying for victory, and Zhu was the referee, possessing the power to declare the winner. His silence was merely a means to prolong the entertainment. Since you are not anxious, I too shall remain patient. Li Qing thought as he continued to observe the unfolding drama. It must be said, these individuals were truly talented, each one citing classical texts, providing Li Qing with a crash course in historical knowledge. After a quarter of an hour, having seen enough of the commotion, Zhu Yuanzhang cleared his throat twice, and the raucous hall fell silent. Zhu cast a glance at Li Qing, who understood the cue and promptly declared, Your Majesty, I believe the second grandson is indeed worthy of great responsibility. You speak wisely, and your sentiments align with my own, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a smile. In an instant, all eyes turned to focus on Li Qing, their expressions filled with astonishment and indignation. Those who support Zhu Yunwen harbor resentment towards him, as they favor Zhu Yuntong, who has the backing of Li Qing. Conversely, those who stand by Zhu Yuntong resent him for having avoided calamity for over half a year, only to seek to claim the credit for the dragon's head at the very outset. They can hardly tolerate such audacity. After toiling for half a year, burning the midnight oil, when the time comes to reap the rewards, this mere onlooker swoops in to seize the lion's share. Such gluttony is truly unbecoming. Li Qing sighed inwardly. Old Zhu is indeed cunning. Even in the next generation, I am forced to remain a loyal subject. He once again beseeched, the heir apparent is the foundation of the nation. It should not be delayed any longer. I dare to advise that the second prince should be established as the crown prince. Lan Yu was the first to respond, blushing as he exclaimed, I support this. We all support this, echoed the others. Although Zhu Yuntong's supporters were displeased with Li Qing, they did not wish to jeopardize the critical matter at hand. I oppose this. Your Majesty, please consider carefully. The hall erupted into chaos once more. Noticing the emperor's grim countenance, Xiao Gizi immediately shouted, "Silence!" Zhu Yunwen's supporters were unwilling to concede. Yet upon witnessing the emperor's dark expression, they dared not voice their thoughts further, and the hall soon fell silent. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang reveal a smile, stretch lazily, and cast a glance at Xiao Gizi. Understanding the cue, Xiao Gizi promptly produced the prepared imperial edict, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "By the decree of heaven, the emperor declares, the second prince." Just then, a court official surged forward, interrupting the proceedings with an assertive stance. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. For to disrupt the reading of the edict was to court death. Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened as he scolded, "Impudence! Bring him forth." The man, acutely aware of the preciousness of time, boldly interrupted Zhu Yuanzhang, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, are you aware of the consequences of allowing the maternal relatives to wield power? Do you know of Huaguang?" Wang Mang was humbled before his usurpation, "Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, all gazes involuntarily shifted towards Lan Yu. This could no longer be termed an insinuation. It was a blatant personal attack, branding Lan Yu with the intention of rebellion. To be frank, Lan Yu had indeed committed numerous grave offenses, and had the law been strictly applied, the annihilation of his lineage would not be unwarranted, yet he harbored no treasonous designs. This official, a member of the 6 departments, sidestepped the debate over legitimacy and placed the accusation of future rebellion upon Lan Yu, a move both shameless and effective. The notion of maternal relatives usurping power has always been a grave concern for emperors, particularly for one as vigilant as Zhu Yuanzhang. Lan Yu was seething with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the accusation pertained to the future, not the present. How could he defend himself against something that had yet to occur? In that moment, Lan Yu empathized with Yu Fei. How can one defend against baseless charges? Being a man of simple disposition, Lan Yu was not adept at verbal sparring, and in his extreme fury, he found himself utterly speechless, trembling uncontrollably. His anger turned his face crimson, and within the court, he could find no outlet for his frustration, should this persist. He feared he might suffer a fate akin to that which nearly befell Li Jinglong. At this juncture, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke. "To disturb the court is a crime deserving of death. Considering this is your first offense, you shall be taken away and given 50 strokes of the cane." After a pause, his tone grew grave. "Should there be any further disruptions, we shall strip him of his skin." As old Zhu's words echoed through the hall, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Xiao Gizi, noticing the absence of conversation, proceeded to announce, "The second royal grandson, Zhu Yuanzhang, a youth of remarkable talent and keen intellect, is hereby conferred the title of King of Wu." The courtiers were internally shaken, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. And even Li Qing was left in a state of bewilderment. Was he not the crown prince? Unperturbed by the thoughts swirling in the minds of the courtiers, Xiao Gizi continued to read the edict. "I have perused ancient texts which state that in antiquity, lords would marry 9 wives. Thus the ancestral hall held no dual legitimate heirs. However, since the Qin dynasty, there have been instances of remarriage, where earlier marriages are succeeded by later ones, all deemed legitimate. The legitimate eldest grandson, Zhu Yuanwen, known for his intelligence, diligence in learning, and profound filial piety, is hereby appointed as crown prince from this day forth." At this pronouncement, the court was left in stunned silence once more, soon erupting into a cacophony of whispers. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Just moments ago, Zhu Yuanzhang had seemed to hold the upper hand, and now the crown prince was Zhu Yuanwen. How could they not be astonished? Even Zhu Yuanwen's supporters were left dumbfounded, their joy momentarily forgotten. Li Qing was equally perplexed. He could not fathom why this had transpired. When he had suggested Zhu Yuanzhang's potential, old Zhu had seemed in agreement. And now, without warning, Zhu Yuanwen had been designated as crown prince. What was old Zhu's motive? Li Qing pondered, as old Zhu had never wronged him before. Yet this time, it felt as though he had been stripped bare. "Silence!" Xiao Gizi sharply commanded. "Those who dare to create a disturbance will face immediate punishment." The noisy hall fell quiet once again. Clearing his throat, Xiao Gizi continued, "Lan Yu is conferred a title." Lan Yu, appearing disoriented, seemed oblivious until Xiao Gizi called his name a third time, prompting him to awaken from his stupor and step forward to pay his respects. Having rendered great service to the state by decisively defeating the Northern Yuan at the Battle of Chiorsi, Lan Yu achieved a feat unmatched by any general of the Ming dynasty. He was a pillar of the nation and was henceforth granted the title of Duke of Liang, along with the esteemed position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Li Qing is conferred a title. I am here to receive the decree. Li Qing, having returned victorious from 2 campaigns in the northern deserts, was honored for his remarkable achievements with the title of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. I thank your majesty for your grace. Li Jinglong is conferred a title. A quarter of an hour later, the proclamations concluded. At that moment, from behind a screen at the side of the jade steps, a young man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, the attire of the Crown Prince, slowly emerged. It was Zhu Yuanwen. Li Qing couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Old Zhu had orchestrated everything perfectly. The contest among the courtiers for succession bore little significance, for the ultimate decision rested with old Zhu. Yet, he could not comprehend why the outcome was not as the public desired, but instead a shocking twist. Old Zhu had the ability to show some inclination beforehand, allowing Zhu Yuanwen to ascend to the Crown Prince's position in a manner that seemed more reasonable, potentially softening the blow for the nobility. However, today's events felt like a jest at their expense. Li Qing was at a loss. Old Zhu was not a man inclined toward cruel humor. The civil officials were the first to respond, immediately bowing in respect. We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. The nobleman wore a dejected expression, yet the situation had reached a point of no return. They had no recourse left and promptly bowed. We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Lan Yu was truly unwilling to accept this, but he had no choice. Observing everyone bowing in reverence, Zhu Yuanzhang revealed a smile and cast a glance at Zhu Yuanwen. Zhu Yuanwen quickly interjected, no need for formalities. He then began to deliver a series of ceremonial remarks, clearly rehearsed in advance. Li Qing, weary of such pleasantries, found himself preoccupied with thoughts of why the old Zhu had betrayed him. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yuanzhang rose and declared, dismissed. The ministers bowed, chanting long live the emperor, and as the two departed, the once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony once more. Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. The majority of the scholars were elated, while the nobles wore somber faces, brimming with resentment. After a brief standoff, each departed with their own thoughts. Li Qing sighed softly and followed suit, leaving the hall. As he exited, Xiao Gizi hurriedly caught up to him, discreetly pulling at his sleeve, my lord. The emperor requests your presence in the imperial study. Understood. Li Qing nodded. I shall go at once. In the imperial study, the grandfather and grandson sat side by side. Zhu Yuanzhang was instructing Zhu Yuanwen on handling memorials. Upon seeing Li Qing's arrival, he patted his grandson's head, saying, you may rest for now. Come back in the afternoon. As you command, Zhu Yuanwen replied respectfully, offering a gentle smile as he passed by Li Qing. Li Qing returned the gesture with a respectful bow and, once Zhu Yuanwen had left, approached the elder. Please, take a seat. Thank you, your majesty. Li Qing did not insist on formalities and sat down without reservation. Hesitating to speak, Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand lightly, prompting the palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw. We understand your current feelings of resentment. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a genial smile, feel free to voice your thoughts. We shall not hold it against you. Li Qing offered a bitter smile and shook his head. I harbor no resentment, merely confusion. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, if we set aside all else and focus solely on character, who do you believe is more suitable, Yunzhong or Yunwen? Li Qing remained silent. Zhu Yuanzhang, unfazed, continued, in recent days, I have observed them closely. Yunzhong pales in comparison to Yunwen. Should he ascend the throne in the future, he will undoubtedly rely on the Chang family and Lan Yu, which would significantly bolster the power of the external relatives, a perilous risk. The civil officials possess limited influence, and the already imbalanced factions would inevitably lead to overwhelming power for the nobles, rendering the court unstable. Conversely, should we prevent Yunzhong from taking the throne, the nobles will find it difficult to maintain their grip, and the political capital cultivated for the young ones would become a ticking time bomb. This is precisely why I have acted as I have today. The greater the psychological disparity, the more they will grumble. A chilling realization surged through Li Qing, and he exclaimed, Your Majesty intends to cleanse the court? There is no other choice. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a tone of resignation, I had not wished for it. But previous arrangements have become obsolete. He then patted Li Qing on the shoulder, adding, The reason I confide in you is because I trust you, Your Majesty. Li Qing, disinterested in indulgences, urged, The situation outside the borders is dire. We cannot afford to abandon our military leaders. Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes. If you can think of it. Do you think I cannot? I am fully aware of the situation. Li Qing fell silent, realizing that though the old Zhu was not a virtuous man, indeed, he could be deemed a villain. His decisions, from the perspective of an emperor, bore no fault. Li Qing is but a solitary minister, entirely devoid of his own influence. Even if the old Zhu trusts him, he lacks the capacity to suppress the powerful nobles. Of course, if he possessed such influence and power, the old Zhu would not extend his trust so freely. Li Qing sighed in resignation, then, with a hint of indignation, questioned why the emperor had put him in such a predicament. For the sake of Lan Yu, Zhu Yuanzhang rarely displayed such sternness, explaining the precarious situation beyond the borders. Lan Yu must not perish, for while any noble may be sacrificed, he is irreplaceable. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, circumstances give rise to heroes. There may never be another like Lan Yu, who alone can bear the banner. Biao'er exhibits the martial prowess reminiscent of his father-in-law, Suda, which pleases me greatly. However, commanding tens of thousands of troops is beyond his current capability. In the forthcoming battles against the Yuan, only Lan Yu is fit for such a monumental task. Hearing that Lan Yu would not be executed brought Li Qing considerable relief. Indeed, despite his numerous flaws, Lan Yu's significance to the Ming dynasty is unparalleled. Yet, Li Qing remained perplexed. How could Lan Yu's protection be directly linked to his own misfortune? Indeed, it is, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a smile. Upon returning victorious from the Battle of Fushui, Lan Yu grew increasingly arrogant. Yet, when you advised him, he heeded your counsel, dispersing most of his sworn sons and adopting a more restrained demeanor. Now that you both stand united in shared adversity, your bond will inevitably deepen. With you as a mediator, we can rest easy. Li Qing was taken aback, inwardly cursing. How vile, how utterly vile. The man plays his tricks, how despicable. What expression is that? Zhu Yuanzhang observed his vexation and remarked, we extend such trust in you and lay everything bare. You ought to feel honored. Li Qing, brimming with frustration, thought of retaliating. Zhu Yuanzhang huffed, enough about Lan Yu. Let's turn our attention to you. Chapter 154. Li Qing, do you know how much we cherish you? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Do you recall the first time we appointed you to the Jinyue? Li Qing fell into reminiscence. Old Zhu, do you wish to join the Jinyue? I do not. Old Zhu, think again. Li Qing's blood pressure rose slightly. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, do you understand why we made you a member of the Jinyue? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Is it not due to my service in treating Her Majesty the Empress? Surely, the Emperor's rewards could have taken many forms. So why this particular appointment? Oh, the foolishness of a subject, Li Qing thought, acknowledging that he could never match the cunning of the old Zhu even if he lived for another century. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. At that time, I had no ulterior motives. I merely wished to keep such a rare physician by my side. The Jinyue answers only to me, making it the most suitable position for you. Then why not assign me to the Tai hospital? Li Qing asked. If you went to the Tai hospital, you might be swayed by their corrupt practices, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. Those people are all too afraid of accountability. What good is excellent medical skill if it is squandered? Li Qing scratched his head, falling silent. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Later, when you composed poetry in the brothel, your talent caught my eye, prompting me to consider allowing you to develop your literary skills alongside your medical career. Isn't it also to prevent me from being led astray by entering the civil service? Indeed, the child is teachable. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with a smile. Subsequently, your proposal to replace difficult-to-collect taxes with monetary contributions, along with the audacity displayed in the Ouyang Luan case, revealed both your courage and your patriotic spirit. It was from that moment that I resolved to guide you towards the path of a loyal minister. Li Qing remained silent, listening intently to Zhu Yuanzhang's words. Thus, I allowed you to offend both civil and military factions. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, imploring you not to take offense. I understand your unwavering dedication to the Ming dynasty, yet I too share that sentiment. In a certain sense, we are like-minded companions. Li Qing inwardly scoffed. A person like you is unworthy of friendship. The aforementioned matters are trivial. What truly led me to regard you as a trusted confidant, worthy of my utmost cultivation, was your theory on the treasure note economy. Without it, your limits would have been merely the surrender of the rebellious, and I would never have permitted you to assume the role of military supervisor. sweeping through the northern Yuan with the Grand Army. Zhu Yuanzhang seldom revealed his true feelings, but after spending so long together, I am well aware of your character. I know you do not crave high office or lavish rewards. Your desires are simple: a meal 3 times a day and a roof over your head. Truth be told, individuals as patriotic as you are not hard to find. There are many who are loyal to their country, yet most are foolishly loyal. However, someone as capable and insightful as you is exceedingly rare. Li Qing, do you comprehend how much I cherish you? Li Qing rolled his eyes inwardly, questioning whether the emperor's candor might not dishearten him. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, remarking that after more than a decade, if he could not discern a person's true nature, he would no longer be the Hongwu emperor. Do you understand? Throughout these years, I have never ceased my observation of you. How is that possible? Li Qing's expression conveyed disbelief. It was not arrogance. Given his capabilities, it would be impossible for him not to notice anything at all. Zhu Yuanzhang, unperturbed by the interruption, chuckled, who said that monitoring a person must involve observing them directly. I am aware of your talents. Thus, my surveillance has focused on those you interact with. Li Qing felt his irritation fade entirely, though he remained puzzled as to why the emperor would share such sentiments with him. Zhu Yuanzhang sensed his thoughts and clarified. I reveal this to you to ease your mind, to assure you that you are someone I have devoted great effort to nurture. Regardless of how tumultuous the times may become, you, Li Qing, shall never face any repercussions. Li Qing's emotions were complex. He felt a mix of gratitude, indignation at being manipulated, and a sense of powerlessness, yet he could not bring himself to resent Zhu. An emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang is a rarity in the annals of Chinese history. Now, let us not dwell on sadness, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. Regarding the recent dispute over succession, I have already spoken with Yunwen about it. He will not harbor any resentment towards you. I encourage you both to engage with one another more frequently. I shall comply. Li Qing sighed softly, nodding gently. Zhu Yuanzhang too sighed, bitterly acknowledging, I understand your concerns. Yunlong lacks capability, and Yunwen is no better. Fortunately, he is somewhat more mature and possesses a touch of cunning. Alas, I can only choose the taller among the shorter. The two conversed for quite some time. Zhu Yuanzhang felt an immense loneliness, particularly at his age, longing for someone with whom he could share intimate thoughts. In truth, Li Qing only interjected a few words. It was largely Zhu Yuanzhang who spoke, with Li Qing assuming the role of the attentive listener. Zhu Yuanzhang took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, a person of your remarkable medical skills and martial prowess, with such robust health, should live for a considerable time. Will you promise me one thing? Observing the elderly Zhu, with his white hair and wrinkled visage, Li Qing felt a profound sense of melancholy. It was evident that Zhu had but a few years left. Having traversed the precipice of life and death in his earlier years, and subsequently exhausting his vitality in the machinations of power, it was indeed a feat to have reached such an advanced age. Li Qing nodded gently. Your Majesty, please speak. In your remaining years, please watch over it diligently. It is still young, even tender, and has a long journey ahead before it flourishes. If you can lend a hand, do so as best as you can. I shall abide by your command. Li Qing responded with a respectful gesture. Upon seeing his prompt compliance, Zhu Yuanzhang expressed some suspicion. You are not merely indulging in idle promises, are you? I am steadfastly loyal, came Li Qing's earnest reply. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang grunted. We have made all the promises we crafted together. Should you betray me, you shall not fare well. Li Qing nodded with a smile, and after a brief exchange, he took his leave, intending to find Lan Yu for a drink. Make sure to offer him some guidance, Zhu Yuanzhang advised. I understand, replied Li Qing. At the Duke of Liang's residence, the sign had been changed from Liang to Liang, and the household was filled with joy. Lan Yu's wives, concubines, and children were celebrating in the front courtyard, with remnants of firecrackers scattered about, reminiscent of a festive new year. I have met the Marquis of Yongqing. Lan Yu's eldest son approached, offering a respectful bow. Li Qing reciprocated the gesture and inquired, Is your father not at home? He is here. Please wait a moment. I shall summon him, the son replied. Before long, Lan Yu emerged. His expression darkened as he saw Li Qing, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Come, let us speak indoors, he said, pulling Li Qing's hand and instructing his son, quickly prepare food and drink. Yes, father, I shall have it arranged immediately, the son responded. Once seated in the guest hall, Lan Yu expressed his shame. Brotherly, I feel I have brought you trouble this time. Li Qing, feigning the demeanor of a victim, replied, "Who could have predicted such an outcome?" Alas, Lan Yu sighed, warmth flooding his heart for his brother's steadfastness. "You need not worry. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang ascends to the throne, with an elder brother like me, he will not be able to lay a finger on you." Lan Yu was indeed moved. Last night, Li Jinglong had also attended, and though Li Qing did not assist Li Jinglong, he stood by him, forsaking neutrality for his sake. Such loyalty could not be overstated. Everyone has their flaws, yet they also possess virtues. Lan Yu reflected, "I am riddled with shortcomings. Yet I hold deep affection for my friends." He felt a pang of regret, stating, "Originally, I intended to assist you, but alas, I truly do not comprehend the emperor's thoughts." Li Qing understood Zhu's intentions, but could not divulge them. Instead, he sought to comfort Lan Yu. However, this only deepened Lan Yu's discomfort, making him feel he owed Li Qing too much. With a serious demeanor, Lan Yu declared, "Though we have had our disagreements in the past, I still acknowledge your worth. I am not one to overlook merit. I am fully aware of your significant contributions in the battle at fishing and sea. I, Lan Yu, respect those who possess true ability. I have no patience for those who merely prattle." Li Qing was aware of who Lan Yu was referring to and advised, "One should not act out of spite. Considering the emperor and the old general, it is best to avoid making a scene. He is young, and engaging in a feud with him would only diminish your stature." Lan Yu replied sullenly, "In truth, I harbor no enmity towards Li Jinglong. I simply hold him in disdain. He lacks true ability and relies solely on his father's influence, while perpetually prattling on as if he were something remarkable. In reality, he is nothing. He is absent during work, yet appears only during meals to reap the rewards. Damn it, this time that scoundrel has indeed bet wisely. Our relationship cannot simply mend from here. Should we come to blows in the future, do try to keep your distance." Li Qing mused, "Li Jinglong, O Li Jinglong, Lan Yu is presently vexed. If you remain oblivious, I shall not be held accountable for the consequences." As the dishes and drinks were served, the two raised their cups in a toast, and with food and drink flowing, Lan Yu's frustrations began to ease somewhat. They continued drinking until dusk, at which point Lan Yu, having indulged excessively, clung to Li Qing, rambling incessantly. After considerable delay, Li Qing managed to extricate himself. Upon exiting the estate, he encountered a group of nobles approaching, who greeted him with a degree of courtesy, clasping their hands in salute. "Yongqing Marquis." Li Qing returned the gesture, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Out of boredom, we sought to drink with General Lan." "Yongqing Marquis, you might as well join us." "Alas, I have had my fill." Li Qing chuckled. "The Duke of Liang has also indulged. Please do not press him further." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qing bid farewell and made his way home. On the way, he ran into Jiang Wan. Noticing Jiang appeared to be in a hurry, he decided to end the conversation and return home. Upon arriving, he drank a bowl of hangover soup, feeling his stomach settle comfortably. Li Qing reclined languidly in a chair, gazing up at the sky, listening to Wan Ling play the zither, his mind at peace. Suddenly, a warm, urgent sensation enveloped him. Looking down, he saw Lian Xiang playing the shao. Chapter 155. The drowsy pillow. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, and Li Qing blinked, slowly opening his eyes. Hong Xiao and Wan Ling were already engaged in their morning routines, while Lian Xiang lay languidly. Upon noticing his wakefulness, she tenderly offered him a morsel, soft and sweet like cotton candy. "Lian Xiang," Hong Xiao exclaimed, visibly irritated, "such indulgence in feminine delights is detrimental to the gentleman's vitality. You are jeopardizing his well-being." Wan Ling, equally vexed, complained about Lian Xiang's insatiable appetite. Li Qing chuckled, "My constitution is robust. It poses no hindrance." "That may not be the case," Wan Ling replied earnestly. "As the saying goes, 1 drop of essence equals 10 drops of blood. Moderation is essential for the gentleman." Li Qing found her amusing, retorting, "They are not of the same nature. How can they be linked?" Lian Xiang hurriedly donned her pleated skirt, blushing as she said, "Sir, it is my fault. I shall refrain from such indulgence in the future." "Do not be so hasty. Do not heed their chatter," Li Qing quickly interjected. "I am merely a physician, more knowledgeable than you both." "Very well, but not today," Lian Xiang replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Indeed, her indulgences over the last 2 nights had been excessive. Li Qing chuckled in acknowledgement and rose to wash up. Breakfast was simple yet delightful. Soft steamed buns, crisp pickles, rice porridge, and tea eggs. Though not lavish, it was appetizing. After satisfying his hunger, Li Qing sought refuge under the fruit trees. For the late May weather was exceptionally sweltering, the sun having risen not long ago yet already exuding a heat that felt stifling. Lianxiang fanned herself with a hand fan, her small lips pouting adorably. Is that directed at you? Indeed. Lianxiang lamented. I merely wish to bring joy to you. Dear sir, I harbor no ill intentions. Li Qing chuckled. Shall I speak of her then? No, please don't. Sister Hongxiu is quite wonderful, Lianxiang hastily replied. I am merely feeling a bit melancholic. It is not Sister Hongxiu I resent. Ah, your harmonious relationship brings the greatest delight to me. Li Qing smiled. No need for a fan. The air is not so stifling. Please inform Hongxiu to always keep ice on hand. Our household is affluent enough not to skimp on such pleasures. His salary afforded them a life of luxury, with few servants and ample funds left over each month, far beyond what could be spent. Very well, I shall convey this to Sister Hongxiu, she responded. Wait a moment. Li Qing halted Lianxiang. Observing how her mood shifted from clouds to sunshine, her steps now filled with joy. Though in her 30s, she retained a girlish demeanor, even more youthful than before. This transformation was a result of Li Qing granting them status and a change in attitude. The three women had evidently fallen in love. And those in love are often the most innocent, yet also the most endearing. Such days should persist for a considerable time. Li Qing thought with a smile as he rose to leave the estate. He initially intended to check in at the local garrison, but suddenly recalled Jiang Wan from the previous day, stirring a thought within him. That direction leads to the residence of Lan Yu. With this in mind, he abandoned the idea of checking in and headed directly to the palace. In the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang reclined comfortably, a broad smile illuminating his face. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Qing replied, bowing slightly as he sat down. What brings you such joy today? A nap while sending off pillows certainly brings happiness, Zhu chuckled. What brings you to the palace? Li Qing pondered for a moment before speaking. Yesterday, I observed the commander of the brocade-clad troops visiting Lan Yu's residence. Your Majesty mentioned previously that Lan Yu should remain untouched. Is there a change in circumstances? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled faintly. Do you know what the nobleman said last night while intoxicated? Li Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been too caught up in revelry to notice. I am unaware of their words. They proclaimed that in a few years, when we are gone, they would oust Zhu Yunwen and elevate Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu added. Li Qing was taken aback. That sentiment was treasonous. Unsure of Zhu's thoughts, he replied honestly, Your Majesty, I spent the afternoon drinking with Lan Yu. He was indeed disheartened, but he expressed no treasonous intentions. He had indulged excessively by the time he departed. Many noblemen were in low spirits, and the atmosphere may have prompted Lan Yu to vent his frustrations. Indeed, we comprehend this, Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged. Nevertheless, it is not a favorable omen. Their actions provide us with a pretext for cleansing. He drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a long while. First, apprehend Lan Yu. You shall interrogate him alone. Your Majesty, does this mean execution? Rest assured, we shall not execute Lan Yu, Zhu replied. His capture is merely to silence the masses and to provide you with an opportunity to gain a significant favor. Li Qing nodded gently, realizing that many would face dire consequences. After an extensive conversation, Li Qing exited the palace and proceeded to the garrison to rally support. After completing that task, he hurried to the residence of Duke Liang. Where's Lan Yu? Li Qing stood outside, taking a deep breath, and shouted at the entrance. The servants, seeing his demeanor, trembled in fear and hurriedly scurried inside the residence. A quarter of an hour later, Lan Yu, rubbing his sleepy eyes, approached and found the imperial guards glaring menacingly. Li Qing, with an air of official duty, appeared bewildered. Brotherly, what is your intention? Please accompany me to meet Duke Liang, Li Qing stated, his tone firm and unyielding. Any discussion can wait until we reach the Zhao prison. What? Lan Yu was taken aback, then erupted in fury. What crime have I committed? Li Qing replied calmly, if Duke Liang does not cooperate, an additional charge of defying imperial orders will be added. If you wish to protect your family, you will come with me. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter justly, without any injustice. Lan Yu felt utterly confused and cursed vehemently. Damn it, is it Li Jinglong or Zhu Yun? In a swift motion, Li Qing stepped forward and poked him twice, rendering Lan Yu speechless. Infuriated, Lan Yu was prepared to confront Li Qing, but the outcome was disastrous. In the Zhao prison, Lan Yu was consumed by rage. Yet no sound escaped his lips, his anger manifesting as bulging veins on his forehead. Li Qing dismissed his subordinates and approached Lan Yu, speaking softly. If you trust me, do not create a scene. Let us discuss this calmly. I will explain why you are being detained. Lan Yu fixed his gaze upon him, and after a moment, he slowly nodded. Li Qing poked him a few more times, and shortly thereafter, Lan Yu regained his ability to speak. Why am I being detained? Do you not remember what you said last night? What did I say? Lan Yu scratched his head, recalling only that he had been drinking with Li Qing. Listen carefully. I am referring to last night. Li Qing sighed. Since you do not recall, allow me to refresh your memory. You stated that upon the emperor's demise, Zhu Yuanwen should be ousted and Zhu Yuanzhang should ascend. I never said that. Think again, Li Qing urged. Do not be quick to anger. Reflect on it thoroughly. Lan Yu's brow furrowed, and gradually, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Seeing this, Li Qing smiled. Have you remembered? Remembered what? Lan Yu defiantly denied. I did not say that. Whether you said it or not is not for you to decide, Li Qing replied with a smile. With so many nobles present, surely someone will confess. You. At this, Lan Yu truly panicked. He was no fool. He was acutely aware of the current situation and knew well the nature of the old Jew. The thought of being skinned alive and having his family exterminated sent a chill down his spine. Despite his usual reckless demeanor, fear gripped him. Moreover, he felt an immense sense of betrayal. Gritting his teeth, I have served the Ming dynasty, spilled blood, and risked my life. Must I face execution and my family's destruction for a drunken remark? This is not a mere drunken statement you can dismiss. Li Qing shook his head. Furthermore, you previously adopted a son, indulging him in his misdeeds, seizing farmland, and insulting the queen. Enough. You are digging up old grievances. Lan Yu nearly exploded with rage. He realized that he was truly in peril, and in a moment of recklessness, he opened his mouth to curse Zhu's ancestors. Yet, as he uttered 2 words, he found himself silenced again, consumed by impotent fury. Li Qing paid him no heed, waiting until Lan Yu had exhausted himself before approaching him again, regardless of your acknowledgement. Your past transgressions are sufficient for your clan's annihilation. As he glanced around, lowering his voice, he remarked, in our acquaintance, a brother naturally would assist you. However, your incessant entanglements make it quite challenging for me to extend my help. Lan Yu was taken aback, his eyes gradually sparkling with life. He hastily pointed to his mouth and shook his head, indicating his reluctance to speak recklessly. Only then did Li Qing release the seal on him. With a deep exhale, Lan Yu sighed. Can you truly assist me? How can one know without attempting? Li Qing declared with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, those guarding your family are my most trusted confidants. I have already sent word to your wife, assuring her to remain calm. You need not worry about your family. As for you, Li Qing cleared his throat and chuckled. Do not forget, I am the commandant of the Jinui and the Duke of Yongqing, fully qualified to interrogate you, a noble of Liang. Lan Yu nodded, expressing his concern. Will the emperor allow you to conduct the interrogation, knowing our close relationship? That is precisely why I seized you the moment I caught wind of the situation, to uphold a facade of integrity. Li Qing replied, You are well aware of the emperor's favor towards me. I shall seek his decree forthwith. I will exert every effort on your behalf. Yet you must also strive to maintain your composure and avoid causing further trouble. Lan Yu nodded earnestly, his lips pursed for a moment, rendering him speechless with gratitude. No need for words. Brothers understand each other, Li Qing said, patting his shoulder. Take care of yourself, your brothers are out there for you. With that, he departed without affording Lan Yu a chance to express his gratitude. Upon exiting the Zhao prison, Li Qing stretched, reflecting, Oh, Lan Yu, I hope you learned from this. Given Zhu's nature, his treatment of you is quite generous. Chapter 156. The resurgence of power in a single day, the Jinyui's authority was restored. With instruments of torture and interrogations once again wielded with unrestrained power, the atmosphere within the Jinyui was buoyant and jubilant. Yet, Li Qing understood that the higher one ascends today, the more devastating the fall will be tomorrow. The Jinyui's reign is unsustainable. Before Zhu passes, he will undoubtedly dismantle the Jinyui. It is simply too sharp. Zhu Yuanwen cannot hold on to it. The Jinyui is akin to a double-edged sword. If it cannot harm others, it will inevitably harm itself. Within the genie command, Jiang Luan was radiant, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, actively making arrangements. Observing Jiang Luan, Li Qing couldn't help but recall the initial days of Mao Xian. He knew that Jiang Wan's fate would be even more tragic than that of Mao Xiang. "Li Commandant, your subordinate is present." Jiang Wan chuckled. "The emperor stated that you are to conduct the interrogation of Lan Yu. He has not permitted you to meddle in other matters. This is not an attempt to deny you the opportunity for merit." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "I understand, sir." "As long as you comprehend," Jiang Wan laughed heartily, patting his shoulder affectionately. "The Jinyui's command positions have the authority for promotion and demotion. When it comes to distributing merits, it all hinges on my word, does it not? I am more generous than Mao Xiang. After this, the position of genie deputy will surely belong to you." "Thank you for your support, my lord," Li Qing replied, feigning a smile. He was disinterested in the favors of the old Zhu, let alone those of Jiang Wan. Having exchanged a few pleasantries, he took his leave from the command. After leaving the town protectorate, he proceeded to Mao Chang's residence, where he distributed some funds to the family. The entire household expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply before him. Li Qing assisted the 70-year-old matriarch to her feet and exchanged a few warm words before turning to depart. The court was once again engulfed in a tempestuous turmoil. Unlike the cases involving Hu Weiyong, the Empty Seal, and Guo Huan, this significant incident instigated by Lan Yu targeted the nobility, leaving the civil officials untouched. This was not a concession from the old Zhu towards the civil officials. Rather, the power of the nobility was overwhelmingly strong. The disparity in strength between the two factions was too great. While he lived, all was well, but in his absence, who could guarantee that calamity would not ensue? When the birds are hunted, the bows are hidden. When the rabbits die, the hounds are cooked. During the tumultuous times of establishing the empire, these nobles fought valiantly across the land, contributing significantly to the foundation of the Ming dynasty. Without their fierce battles, the Ming would not exist. They were indeed the bedrock of the empire. However, when it came to governing, these nobles became a source of trouble. They abused their military achievements to oppress the populace, exhibiting wanton arrogance, with most engaging in unlawful conduct. Their behavior, however, is somewhat understandable. The empire was forged through collective struggle, and now that they had attained power, Zhu Yuanzhang took the lioness share, leaving them with mere scraps. Yet, in reality, there was no division of spoils. The emperor claimed it all. This was not an isolated trait of Zhu Yuanzhang. Many emperors throughout history exhibited similar tendencies. Otherwise, there would not be so many instances of bridge burning and the execution of loyal ministers. Such matters are truly challenging to judge in terms of right or wrong. The nobles, having risked their lives to carve a bloody path, naturally wish to reap the fruits of their labor. Not everyone possesses the steadfastness of Su De or the clarity of vision of Li Wenzhong and Tang He. Greed is an intrinsic aspect of human nature, inescapable and pervasive. Was Zhu Yuanzhang wrong? On the surface, it certainly appears so. Regardless, his infamous slaughter of loyal ministers has forever tarnished his reputation, a stain that time cannot erase. However, fundamentally, he was not entirely in the wrong. While civil officials were discreet in their greed, the nobles acted brazenly, engaging in conduct far more reprehensible, competing with the populace for resources, and, in many cases, causing harm to the people. If it were only this, it could be overlooked. At worst, they would face punishment. But certainly not death, for even emperors do not wish to acquire a notorious reputation. Yet, their influence was far too formidable, potent enough to threaten imperial authority. An intolerable reality for any emperor. What is spoken in drunken jest today may very well materialize tomorrow, especially considering that Zhu Yuanzhang had only a few years left to live. If they did not perish, who would? The Jinyui operated with remarkable efficiency. Within a single day, numerous nobles had confessed. Under such brutal torture, even the most resilient would yield. One by one, the loyal ministers who had bled and toiled for the Ming were led to the guillotine, their heads falling. The name of the genie was once again employed as a remedy to silence children's cries. For several days, Li Qing remained at home in leisure until the fifth day, when he returned to the Zhaoyi prison. Lan Yu appeared disheveled and gaunt. The vitality he once possessed diminished significantly. "You have come. I have come. You should not be here. I know." Li Qing nodded, "But I have come nonetheless." Lan Yu's gaze fell. "People are dying outside, aren't they?" "Yes. Many are dying. Aren't they?" "Yes." Sighing, Lan Yu forced a bitter smile. "They are dead. I, Lan Yu, have no reason to survive." Over the past few days, he had contemplated much. "When I reflect deeply, It seems I have no grievances about dying like this. If I were in that position, I would surely execute someone like myself. Li Qing remained silent, simply observing Lan Yu, and after a long while, he sighed softly. You have changed considerably. Is it age? Lan Yu countered. No, it is maturity. Li Qing replied, reminiscing about the first time he met Lan Yu, who had radiated vigor and seemed ready to strike at any moment. Even before that, he had not been in much better condition. Yet now, Lan Yu exuded no arrogance. His presence was subdued. With the weight of over 40 years, he appeared composed and dignified, much like a general commanding tens of thousands of troops. Your growth is a testament to Zhu's efforts. Li Qing remarked as he approached Lan Yu and sat beside him. Is your family well? How have you fared these days? Lan Yu, aware that his time was short, smiled nonchalantly. Just keep me company and talk. Li Qing nodded, understanding that Lan Yu sought a heart-to-heart conversation rather than mere words. Thus, he remained a quiet listener. After a moment of silence, Lan Yu spoke again. Upon reflection, I find I bear a striking resemblance to Exuding. Li Qing did not dispute this. He recognized that Lan Yu was not in the mood for boasting. His uncle was Wei Qing, and I have a brother-in-law named Chang Yechen. He was part of the royal faction, and I am as well. The individuals we supported failed to ascend the throne. Both of us share that misfortune. A bitter smile crept across Lan Yu's face. Emperor Wu of Han favored Exuding immensely, and the emperor's regard for me is not much different. I harbor no resentment. I simply could not achieve what Exuding did. His eyes dimmed. To meet my end due to such an indictment is far less noble than dying in battle at Fisher's Sea. Li Qing opened his mouth, but found no words to offer. So he continued to listen. Exuding enlisted at a young age, and so did I. He achieved his first victory, decimating the Xiongnu with just 800 cavalry, slaying thousands of enemies, earning a title in a single battle, and within a few short years, he reached the vast sea, claiming the Wolf's Lair. In this regard, I cannot compare. Pausing, Lan Yu's eyes brightened. However, I, Lan Yu, possess strengths that surpass him. I conquered Bashu, quelled the rebellion in Shifan, reclaimed Yunnan, and launched an assault through Yanmen Pass against the forces of Taimu, achieving great victories. Though I was not the commander, I played a significant role. My title as Duke of Yongchang holds more weight than his title of Champion Duke. He ventured into the northern deserts and defeated the Xiongnu royal court, while I too penetrated the northern deserts and vanquished the northern Yuan court, receiving the same honor. Exuding's military prowess was singularly focused on the Xiongnu, whereas my military reach extends across both the southern and northern rivers. I am not inferior to him. With reddened eyes, Lan Yu declared, even if future generations scorn me, they cannot deny my accomplishments. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. Li Qing nodded, finally comprehending why Lan Yu often drew comparisons with Exuding. The two were indeed remarkably alike. Hearing Li Qing's affirmation, Lan Yu laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Yet, after a long while, his bright eyes grew dim again as he softly remarked, we are both equally prideful. Had Exuding not met an untimely demise, Emperor Wu might not have tolerated him either. Lan Yu spoke at length, and as noon approached, he gradually rose. The hour is upon us. Let us depart. Where to? Li Qing inquired. To the place I must go, Lan Yu said, tilting his face towards the sky. A beam of light streamed through the small window in the ceiling, illuminating his face, and amidst the floating dust, he appeared to have aged a few years. Li Qing gently patted his shoulder, assuring him that the emperor had yet to decree his execution, leaving room for hope. He urged him to stay strong while he endeavored to advocate for him. There is no need. Lan Yu shook his head. You have already shown great compassion. I cannot repay you. If there is an afterlife, I will remain by your side. But the case has yet to be tried. Li Qing replied, somewhat exasperated, the charges have not been confirmed. It is not yet time for despair. After a brief pause, he continued, rest assured, the emperor has granted me permission to review the case, indicating he has not made a definitive decision regarding your fate. Do you wish to perish with a tarnished reputation? Lan Yu managed a bitter smile. I certainly do not wish for that. Yet what can be done? To live is to harbor hope. I assure you, I will strive with all my might. Li Qing, with deep camaraderie, urged him not to let their efforts be in vain. Lan Yu pressed his lips together, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and in a hushed voice, he asked, why do you help me so? To which Li Qing met his gaze and softly replied, for the sake of the Ming dynasty. Chapter 157. The flaws of Zhu. The purging actions led by Zhu were progressing vigorously, with far-reaching implications that surpassed Li Qing's expectations. The blood on the execution platform had formed a thick layer of scabs. The Duke of Dingyuan, Wang Bai, faced the annihilation of his entire family. The sons of Duke Inghua, Fu Yud, were executed, and he himself was granted death. The Duke of Song, Feng Sheng, fared slightly better, receiving a death sentence while his family remained unharmed. This major case, instigated by Lan Yu, saw him survive, yet his network within the military was nearly severed. Henceforth, even if Lan Yu harbored rebellious intentions, he would lack the capacity to act. The breadth of this purge instilled a sense of trepidation even among the civil officials, who typically opposed the nobility, as they felt the chilling winds of fate. The current emperor's ruthlessness was indeed daunting, rendering everyone cautious and hesitant to display any semblance of error. Fortunately, the emperor was aging. If they could endure a few more years until the crown prince ascended, a new spring would dawn for them. The civil officials, tail between their legs, conducted their affairs with utmost diligence. The purge lasted only a month. Yet the toll was significant, severely wounding the nobility and obliterating their arrogance. On the day following the conclusion of the purge, a censor admonished Zhu Yuanzhang for the indiscriminate slaughter of loyal ministers, accusing the Jinyui of abusing their power and trampling justice. Confronting the emperor in front of the court's officials with a determination to sacrifice himself for his principles. Surprisingly, the often merciless Zhu Yuanzhang did not impose the death penalty, but merely administered 20 strokes of the rod. A few days later, many censors adopted a more cautious approach, ardently condemning the Jinyui, realizing that their survival hinged on the downfall of this organization. They even implicated the commander of the Jinyui, Jiang Wan, meticulously listing various charges, claiming they acted without the emperor's knowledge. Zhu Yuanzhang, incensed by these allegations, promptly imprisoned Jiang Wan, delegating the matter to the Ministry of Justice for adjudication. This time, the ministry's efficiency rivaled that of the Jinyui, as within merely 5 days, they found Jiang Wan guilty, with incriminating evidence cluttering the imperial desk, each piece damning. They even included incidents from Jiang Wan's youth, such as peeping at a widow bathing. Enraged, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the annihilation of Jiang Wan's entire clan and once again destroyed the instruments of torture belonging to the Jinyui, ultimately disbanding the organization altogether. And he proclaimed, future rulers must never re-establish the Jinyui. Following a tumultuous upheaval, the civil officials emerged victorious, and the aristocracy breathed a sigh of relief, all comprehending the emperor's stance. Thus, it was concluded. Li Qing once more visited the Zhao prison, where the incarcerated Lan Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Upon his arrival, Lan Yu let out a soft sigh, pondering whether his family would face repercussions. They shall not, Li Qing reassured him. Thank you. Lan Yu bowed deeply. Let us depart. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the Zhao prison, Lan Yu basked in the sunlight for a moment before stepping eastward, only to be halted by Li Qing. Isn't your home to the west? Lan Yu inquired, perplexed. Li Qing smiled knowingly. You are not yet aware, are you? The Jinyui has been disbanded. Disbanded? What relevance does that hold for me? Lan Yu replied, still in confusion. It matters greatly. Li Qing explained. With the dissolution of the Jinyui, my position as a pacification envoy is likewise rendered obsolete. How then shall I interrogate you? The implication was unmistakable, and even Lan Yu, despite his naivety, grasped the significance. A look of incredulous joy washed over his face. Did this mean the emperor would not punish him? I did not claim such. Li Qing shrugged. Return home and rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, we shall enter the palace together, and the emperor shall decide your fate. Very well, Lan Yu responded, his heart brimming with relief after narrowly escaping peril. The sensation of having evaded death was both exhilarating and terrifying. Brother, you should return and rest, Li Qing suggested with a smile. Until tomorrow, Lan Yu nodded, watching Li Qing's retreating figure for a considerable time before heading home. That day, he summoned a few surviving adopted sons for a celebratory feast, thereby severing ties with them. This was done not only for his own sake, but also for their benefit. Observing his family, overwhelmed with tears of joy, Lan Yu felt a tumult of emotions, regretting his past arrogance, yet grateful for the second chance he had been granted. The following day, early in the morning, Li Qing and Lan Yu made their way to the imperial palace. Along the journey, Lan Yu's spirits were anxious. He knew he would not face death, yet the thought of confronting the elder Zhu filled him with trepidation. Li Qing found it amusing, indeed. The majesty of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang was formidable, enough to instill fear even in a bold figure like Lan Yu, a testament to his authority. Upon arriving at the imperial study, they found Zhu Yuanzhang instructing Zhu Yunwen on the handling of memorials, their bond as close as that of grandfather and grandson. Zhu Yuanzhang endeavored to compensate for his past shortcomings towards Zhu Biao by investing all his affections in Zhu Yunwen. Your humble minister pays respects to your majesty, they announced. Yes, Zhu Yuanzhang replied without granting them permission to rise, continuing his lessons for a quarter of an hour before finally shifting his gaze to the two. His expression turned from sunny to overcast. Lan Yu, do you acknowledge your crimes? He intoned. I acknowledge my crimes, your majesty, Lan Yu replied respectfully. Whether you wish to kill or punish, I shall utter no dissent. Li Qing could only facepalm internally. What are you doing? Does admitting guilt equate to death? Indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback by Lan Yu's response, drawing the sword that hung from the pillar, ready to strike him down. It was uncertain whether it was prearranged or if Zhu Yunwen acted swiftly, but he knelt immediately to plead for Lan Yu's mercy. After much negotiation, the elder Zhu finally lowered his sword. Zhu Yuanzhang, begrudgingly, stated, in light of Yunwen's intercession on your behalf and your contributions to the state, we shall spare your life. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade punishment. Now speak, how shall we penalize you? Your Majesty, Li Qingsheng, fearing that Lan Yu might act recklessly once more, hurriedly declared, I too am guilty. Indeed, you are guilty, retorted Zhu Yuanzhang. We entrusted you with the case. Yet the Jinui have dispersed, and you have failed to produce any results. For your negligence, you shall be punished with a half-year's salary deduction. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Even capitalists do not resort to such extreme measures as a sudden 6-month salary cut. However, he understood the emperor's intentions and was aware that the deducted amount would be compensated in other ways. Ignoring Li Qing, Zhu Yuanzhang continued angrily. The treacherous nobles have conspired against the throne. Although Lan Yu did not participate, the discussions took place in his residence. 50 strokes of the cane. As he spoke, he gestured towards Li Qing. Resigned, Li Qing clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Lan Yu has already recognized his mistakes. 50 strokes seem excessive. Do you dare to plead for him? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed with disdain. Bring forth the punishment, each to receive 50 strokes. Li Qing thought to himself, enough, old Zhu. Lan Yu is already grateful to me. There is no need for this charade. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not voice his objections and could only accompany Lan Yu, both of them being escorted away by the guards. Once the 50 strokes were administered, Li Qing emerged unscathed, and Lan Yu was also largely unharmed, though they both had to maintain appearances, being carried out of the palace by young eunuchs. As Li Qing anticipated, he had hardly reached home when Shao Gizi arrived. Not only was a year's salary restored, but the emperor had also added the stipend of the pacification envoy to his marquise salary. This gesture from old Zhu greatly pleased Li Qing. After receiving his reward and expressing gratitude for the decree, he prepared to return to the rear courtyard. But Shao Gizi stopped him, saying, Lord Marquis, the emperor has further instructions for you. What instructions? Li Qing inquired. The emperor wishes for you to diligently research and formulate a policy beneficial to the nation and its people within a month. Li Qing forced a smile and nodded. I understand. Please inform His Majesty that I will thoroughly study this matter. In truth, he had already contemplated such a policy, but he had refrained from voicing it. Not out of reluctance, but because he knew it would not find favor with old Zhu. He was no longer the naive young man, brimming with ambition, who had once been so oblivious. The implementation of a national policy required clear communication and unity between the sovereign and his subjects, but more importantly, it depended on the will of the emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang was a formidable ruler, capable of effective governance and commanding loyalty from his officials. However, Li Qing recognized that he could not alter the emperor's mindset. Having served alongside Zhu Biao for so long, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the inefficiencies plaguing the Ming dynasty and had previously offered gentle counsel, all of which had been dismissed by old Zhu. Admittedly, Zhu Yuanzhang was a great emperor, but he possessed shortcomings, the most significant of which was a lack of vision. Indeed, old Zhu's limited background had constricted his perspective, rendering him obstinate at times. His so-called principles were often overly conservative, severely hindering the development of the Ming dynasty, even dragging it down. The reason the Ming dynasty continued to prosper was due to the cessation of warfare, allowing the populace to recuperate, thus masking these inefficiencies. Yet, if left unchecked, these issues would become apparent within a generation, but old Zhu would not heed his warnings. Thus far, the only theory he had managed to convince old Zhu to adopt was that of inflation, which the emperor had taken to heart and implemented stringently. Li Qing was already quite content with the situation. Stabilizing the currency meant stabilizing the economy. During his time in the Ming dynasty, he had proposed but a single, invaluable national policy, yet its impact on the Ming was immeasurable. The ancients were not fools, and emperors like Zhu Yuanzhang were far from naive. To embark on radical reforms from the outset was nothing short of delusional. How easily can rules be shattered? Perhaps in a dream, with a higher pillow. Thus, Li Qing continued to wait, hoping for the day when the old emperor would pass, so he could entrust these policies to his successor. At present, the old emperor had paved the way for him, and Zhu Yuanzhang, lacking a solid foundation, could only rely on him as a trusted minister. In the future, within the court, the literary prowess of Li Jinglong and the martial might of Lan Yu would render his seemingly inconspicuous network of relations exceptionally pivotal. Especially following the old emperor's purges, Li Qing sighed softly, wishing for everything to unfold as he desired. Chapter 158. I was born before you. Yet you were born after I have grown old. More than 20 days later, the Jinui monitoring the princes gradually returned, only to discover that their offices had been disbanded upon receiving their salaries. Each one appeared as if bereaved, their careers vanished, leaving them with the grim prospect of returning to agriculture. Those with land fared somewhat better, while those without had no choice but to become tenants. Observing their despondent demeanor, and recalling the nearly 1,000 subordinates still mapping the northern wilderness, Li Qing felt a pang of sympathy. He mused that upon their return, he would need to speak with the old emperor about ensuring they received the promised remuneration for their efforts. He could not allow their labor to go unrewarded. As the situation gradually clarified, conflict with the northern Yuan was inevitable, and with the maps in hand, future military expeditions would be significantly easier. Before long, the month had passed, and Li Qing, equipped with his prepared remarks, made his way to the palace to see the old emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared older, yet still had a spirited demeanor. Upon seeing Li Qing's confident expression, he beamed with delight. "Serve tea," he commanded. The young chamberlain promptly presented hot tea before discreetly retreating, leaving only the three of them in the grand hall. Zhu Yuanwen acknowledged his mentor with a slight bow. Li Qing hastily returned the gesture, chuckling awkwardly. "Your Highness is too courteous. How could I dare to accept such honors?" "Very well, let us sit," Zhu Yuanzhang said, chuckling. "Enough of this formality, Li Qing, get straight to the point." Li Qing clasped his hands together, steeling himself as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the national policy I have devised may not be to your liking." Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, prompting him to elaborate. Zhu Yuanwen, intrigued, nudged his teacup closer. Li Qing adjusted his teacup and pondered. "It concerns the household registration system. Prior to the establishment of the Ming, due to prolonged warfare, many household registrations were lost. Therefore, the emperor sought to establish an unprecedentedly rigorous household registration and taxation system aimed at restoring production, a truly ambitious endeavor." However, Zhu Yuanzhang interjected. "I do not wish to hear such trivialities." "Ah, I understand, Your Majesty," Li Qing replied, complying with his wishes. Li Qing smiled faintly and said earnestly, "The development of the nation must adapt to the times and circumstances. Stagnation will only hinder the Ming dynasty's progress toward greatness." The emperor has categorized the household registrations into royal households, official gentry households, and commoner households, which include farmers, scholars, and physicians, while military households consist of captains, strongmen, archers, and military craftsmen. Artisan households comprise chefs, tailors, and boatmen, along with salt merchants and postal households. These are indeed positive measures. However, the inheritance of royal status is essential, yet it is unnecessary to impose rigid restrictions on others. For instance, should the descendants of farmers be confined to agriculture, or those of tailors to tailoring? Such systems are detrimental to the development of the Ming dynasty. Your vision is rather limited. Zhu Yuanzhang, in a fit of irritation, retorted, "What do you know?" "No, this time it is you who knows nothing," Li Qing thought to himself, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. "I am but a humble servant. I beseech your Majesty for enlightenment." Zhu Yuanzhang huffed. "Our actions are aimed at securing the people's hearts. ensuring that the common folk need not worry about their livelihoods from birth. With a solid foundation for existence, the nation will be stable and peace will prevail. He paused for a moment, then continued, by passing down trades from father to son, generation after generation, all industries in our Ming dynasty will flourish. This notion, born from Zhu Yuanzhang's tireless efforts, was a source of his pride, and he would not tolerate any dissent. Your Majesty is indeed wise, Zhu Yuanwen quickly flattered. Eager to curry favor, Li Qing felt quite dejected. Despite being mentally prepared, being dismissed outright by the elder Zhu left him feeling disheartened. Reflecting on it, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction and clasped his hands, asking, Your Majesty, may I share my perspective? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment before nodding. Speak. Your Majesty. This approach effectively chokes off the avenues for advancement for the populace, Li Qing stated seriously. For instance, if I were a tailor, I would toil day and night to save enough to marry, achieving my dream of a wife and children. Zhu Yuanzhang relished such illustrative discourse, finding it both vivid and entertaining, and did not interrupt. Zhu Yuanwen, accustomed to lofty rhetoric, was captivated by this more relatable style of political discussion. Li Qing continued, But I am not content with merely having a family. I wish for my son to have a promising future. He paused. Your Majesty, is this too much to ask? Not at all. Please continue, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, becoming increasingly intrigued, finding this far more engaging than reading memorials. With a look of grievance, Li Qing lamented, I desire my son to attain scholarly honors and serve the nation, bringing glory to our family. Yet as a tailor, my son can only follow in my footsteps. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile faltered, and he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. Your theory holds some merit. Yet I still believe that ensuring the people's peace of mind and providing them with a foundation for survival remains paramount. Li Qing, feeling frustrated, countered, Your Majesty. Do you believe that the Qin and Han dynasties were stronger or weaker? Isn't that obvious? Zhu Yuanzhang replied, somewhat irritated. Naturally, the Han. And what of the Han and the Tang? Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, the Tang. Your Majesty, do you know why the Tang surpassed the Han, and the Han surpassed the Qin? Why did the Tang triumph over the Qin by such a margin? Enough with your riddles, Zhu Yuanzhang thought, feeling a twinge of unease yet masking his dissatisfaction with a frown. Li Qing remarked, prior to the Qin dynasty, society was entrenched in slavery. Although the Qin established a more lenient system, it ultimately failed to eradicate the institution of slavery entirely. The Han dynasty, in contrast, flourished because it opened avenues for the common folk to ascend socially. During the Han era, aside from the imperial lineage, no other positions were hereditary. This created significant vacancies, which translated into ample opportunities. The emperor once likened Lan Yu to Zhong Qing. Thus, let us consider Wei Qing as an example. Wei Qing began as an inconspicuous soldier. Yet through his talent and military achievements, he rose to become a renowned general of the Han dynasty. Had there been no vacancies, even with his exceptional abilities, he would never have attained the rank of Grand General. The principle of meritocracy ensured that only the elite remained. Li Qing earnestly stated, Your Majesty, Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han, hailed from humble beginnings. With all due respect, Your Majesty, you too share a similar origin. Notable figures such as General Su De and General Chang Yuchen also emerged from the grassroots. Yet, your capabilities, particularly Your Majesty's, surpass those of emperors throughout history, which underscores a profound truth. Origin and ability are not necessarily correlated. With nearly 70 million subjects in our Ming dynasty, how could we possibly lack talent? Li Qing lamented. However, even the most gifted individuals are rendered futile without the opportunity to shine. He continued on the previous topic. By the time of the Tang dynasty, the channels for advancement in both civil and military spheres were fully open, and the prevailing openness of thought was unparalleled in history, which is why the Tang is celebrated as a golden age. Li Qing insisted, Your Majesty, if the Ming dynasty remains rigidly confined and resists change, how can we aspire to reach the heights achieved by the Han and Tang? Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent, unable to refute or contest Li Qing's assertions. Had it not been for dire circumstances, his grandson Zhu Yuanwen would likely be tending cattle for the descendants of Liu De at this very moment. The devastation wrought by the Yuan dynasty resulted in his family's ruin, yet it simultaneously paved the way for his rise. Zhu Yuanzhang, having experienced humble beginnings himself, deeply comprehended Li Qing's sentiments. However, The institutional framework had already been established, and altering it was no simple task. With so many vested interests in place, any attempt at reform would inevitably incite considerable upheaval. To enact change, a ruler with an iron-willed resolve, akin to his own, would be required. Yet time was no longer on his side, and his grandson did not appear to possess such formidable strength. Zhu Yuanzhang felt an intense pang of sorrow, internally lamenting, "If only I had encountered such a person at the inception of my reign." Simultaneously, he was filled with regret, pondering that had he given Li Qing greater authority from the outset, it might not have been too late to reform the system. Yet now, with a countenance full of sorrow, he sighed internally. I had thought I had sufficiently valued him, only to realize I had underestimated him. If heaven could grant me another 20 years, no, just 15 would suffice. Alas, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Li Qing as if he were a rare and precious treasure, a gaze that sent shivers down Li Qing's spine. Feeling increasingly uneasy under Zhu Yuanzhang's scrutiny, Li Qing thought to himself, "Isn't the emperor an ardent admirer of Liu Bang? Surely, I have not misspoken." Observing Zhu Yuanzhang's growing displeasure, Li Qing hastily flattered, "Your humble servant spoke inappropriately. Liu Bang pales in comparison to your majesty." After a pause, he added, "By far." Zhu Yuanzhang, however, paid little heed to his words, consumed by regret and resentment. He finally grasped the poignant sentiment of having been born too late to witness the rise of a worthy ruler. Old Zhu was filled with indignation. "Damn it, it's too late." Upon witnessing his agitation, Li Qing grew increasingly anxious and inwardly scolded. "Good heavens, old Zhu, your capacity for endurance is rather poor, isn't it? It's merely a critique of the system you established. For heaven's sake, I have much more to say, and you can't withstand this already? We mustn't act rashly." Chapter 159. Becoming a powerful minister, Li Qing mentally prepared himself for both light and heavy reprimands while tensing his body, ready to flee at a moment's notice. As seconds ticked by, Zhu Yuanzhang's gloom deepened, and after a while, he let out a heavy sigh. Li Qing fought to suppress the urge to bolt and cautiously ventured, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my inappropriate words." Old Zhu ignored him, turning to Zhu Yuanwen with a significant remark. "Yuanwen, to be an emperor, one must be resolute, do you understand?" Li Qing was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning, while Zhu Yuanwen also appeared perplexed. After a brief moment, he solemnly replied, "Grandson understands." "Good." A look of satisfaction spread across Zhu Yuanzhang's face. "Let us conclude for today. You should take some rest, as you are in a period of growth and must not overexert yourself." Grandson obeys. Zhu Yuanwen stood and bowed, then nodded towards Li Qing. Li Qing returned the gesture cautiously and, once Yuanwen departed, ventured, "Your Majesty, you wouldn't truly consider punishing me, would you? Look at you." Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes and stood up. "Come, walk with me." "Certainly." Li Qing relaxed and followed closely behind old Zhu. The two of them walked together for a considerable time until old Zhu suddenly halted. Lost in thought, Li Qing almost collided with him, nearly toppling over. "Oh dear, Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you blind?" Zhu Yuanzhang, in a foul mood, found it difficult to remain angry with Li Qing. After a brief pause, he said, "In the future, you should associate more with Li Jinglong and Lan Yu. If you wish to achieve something, you need a few influential allies in the court. Otherwise, when the time comes to implement new policies, you will find yourself in dire straits." "I shall obey." Li Qing felt a stir of realization and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, do you mean to say you agree with the national policy I proposed?" "I never said that." Old Zhu retorted stubbornly, "Your theory has some merit, but it is not entirely correct." Li Qing scratched his head and replied, "I humbly ask for your guidance. The reason we have established such regulations is that I deeply perceive the chaos and disorder of the late Yuan. Thus, I divided the populace into different households: civilian, military, artisan, and entertainment. Each individual has their designated work category. Li Qing, you have not experienced certain matters, so you cannot fully comprehend." Old Zhu sighed. The downfall of the Yuan dynasty was fundamentally due to the population of displaced persons. Most people were wandering about, and the court lost its ability to govern, rendering the nation incapable of functioning. With no one to engage in various trades, national strength plummeted, allowing rebel forces to gain momentum. Otherwise, neither I nor Qin Yuliang or Zhang Shiqing could have thrived. If we liken the Ming dynasty to a grand machine, the subjects of the Ming are integral components. Each person is either a gear or a rivet, each with their own role. This prevents excessive displacement and avoids the chaos seen at the end of the yuan. Li Qing clasped his hands together and remarked, "Your Majesty speaks with great wisdom. To speak candidly, considering Zhu's humble origins, his accomplishments are indeed remarkable. Zhu, like any human, endured a long period of survival through begging and monastic life. It is unjust to impose modern ideals on someone who once grappled with the very basics of existence. Nevertheless, the system is the foundation of a nation. Failing to rectify known errors can lead to dire consequences. Your Majesty, I shall speak candidly," Li Qing said, bowing respectfully. The Ming dynasty has yet to reach its 30th year, and various sectors are flourishing. In the short term, your policies may not significantly impact progress. However, as time passes, growth will inevitably slow. This is a natural law observed throughout history. Industries cannot perpetually thrive. Each sector experiences cycles of prosperity and decline. When one industry falters while another thrives, the populace remains constrained by the household registration system, which is indeed lamentable. The people's livelihoods are precarious, leading to diminished national finances, and in dire circumstances, they may abandon their registrations to become vagrants. This is contrary to your Majesty's wishes." Li Qing spoke earnestly, and Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply moved. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded gently. "You are correct, but I lack the energy for such changes. There are already numerous vested interests, and transformation requires time. Without decades of careful management, change cannot be hastily enacted." Zhu expressed his regret, using the crucial example of farmers and soldiers. If restrictions are fully lifted, individuals from various professions will likely gravitate toward agriculture, as the majority of the populace dreams of owning land. With land, hunger becomes less of a concern, yet the amount of arable land is finite, and increasing the workforce does not equate to a greater food supply. Moreover, enlisting for military service often leads to death, without restrictions. Who would volunteer? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, acknowledging that even emperors are mere mortals, constrained by the realities of governance. Throughout history, reforms have frequently failed. Many emperors, aware of the benefits of reform, have nonetheless halted initiatives, often at great personal cost to those who proposed policies for the welfare of the state. Future generations may perceive this as folly, yet the turmoil generated by reform poses a fundamental threat to imperial authority. After a pause, he added, "Fortunately, the nation is still young, and its flaws have yet to become deeply entrenched. There remains an opportunity for change." Li Qing, remember this. Do not hastily implement a promising policy without first contemplating the consequences. Instances of well-intentioned actions leading to adverse outcomes are all too common. If the issues arising from a policy's implementation cannot be resolved, it may be wiser to refrain from enacting it. Furthermore, Zhu's gaze softened. Consider your own position as well. For reasons unknown, Li Qing felt a stir of emotion. "I shall remember, Your Majesty." The two stood silently before the garden, and after a long pause, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "Li Qing, after my passing, you should become a powerful minister." Li Qing was taken aback. "Your Majesty, I never contemplated such a position." Zhu replied, "This is not a test, but rather a caution. Without becoming a powerful minister, the policies you propose may never see the light of day." Li Qing, observing the sincerity in Lao Zhu's words, responded with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, throughout history, those who wield power have seldom met with a favorable end. Rest assured, we shall bestow upon you a certificate of immunity from death." Li Qing remained speechless, reflecting that such a certificate seemed to hasten one's demise. "Are you not aware of the gravity of your actions, old Zhu?" Lao Zhu, seemingly perceiving his thoughts, chuckled and replied, "The certificate we grant can be disregarded by us. Yet future sovereigns would not dare to do so. Otherwise, they would be deemed disloyal and unfilial, betraying the ancestral temple. They lack the audacity for such defiance." "I shall obey your command," Li Qing conceded, relaxing slightly as he clasped his hands in acquiescence. Moreover, Lao Zhu continued, "The governance of the state must not be rushed. It requires a gradual approach, akin to nurturing with silent influence." His profound understanding of politics and the art of power dynamics offered Li Qing a valuable lesson. The two conversed for an extended period, until the palace gates were on the verge of closing, at which point Li Qing took his leave. Life returned to a tranquil rhythm for Li Qing, who relished a leisurely pace. He would rise only at midday, spending his mornings beneath the fruit trees, immersed in literature and melodies. In the afternoons, he assisted Lao Zhu and Xiao Zhu with official documents in the palace. Evenings were spent at the residences of Duke Liang and Duke Chao, indulging in light drinks and engaging in boastful banter, thereby deepening their camaraderie. Occasionally, he would visit Duke Wei's estate as well. Upon returning, he would share heartfelt conversations with Wan Ling and the others, fostering emotional connections, sometimes with all four of them together. It was a simple existence, yet far from monotonous. Half a year later, subordinates who had ventured to the northern deserts for cartographic endeavors returned. Upon receiving the maps, Li Qing secured their rightful benefits before bidding them farewell. Life continued to unfold. Year after year, the situation beyond the borders grew increasingly tense. Although major conflicts were avoided, skirmishes were frequent. Notably, a formidable military talent emerged from the Ming dynasty, none other than Zhu Yuanzhang's son, the once mocked Little 17, now known as Zhu Quan, the Prince of Ning. His prowess in battle was astonishing, overshadowing even the reputation of Yan Wang Zhu. The might of the Prince of Ning became widely recognized, leaving no one unaware of his formidable presence. Even the self-important Lan Yu expressed admiration, remarking that he possessed a semblance of his brother-in-law's demeanor. Zhu Yuanzhang had always been indulgent and trusting of his son, generously rewarding him, even allocating Yuan prisoners of war to his command. Zhu Quan did not disappoint his father's expectations. He integrated these Yuan individuals into the Duoyan Three Guards, enhancing their ferocity in battle. Consequently, Zhu Yuanzhang no longer compared Zhu Di to his son, but instead remarked, "Little 17 truly resembles us." Chapter 160. The Commoner of Huai, right, Your Majesty. It is time for your medicine. Li Qing presented the medicinal concoction before Lao Zhu. The emperor's health deteriorated day by day, yet his spirit remained remarkably vibrant, exuding an aura of life. Nonetheless, Li Qing understood that Lao Zhu's time was limited. The emperor's vitality was a facade, sustained by sheer will. Zhu Yuanzhang lazily shifted his position, accepted the bowl of medicine, and drank it in one gulp. He then pulled the blanket tighter around himself, grumbling, "It is spring, yet why is it still so cold?" "Indeed, I too find this year to be particularly chilly," Li Qing agreed, following his lead. "In truth, it is not cold at all. The daytime temperature remains above 20 degrees. How could it be cold? It is merely that old Zhu's constitution is rather feeble. This year marks the 31st of Hongwu, and old Zhu has reached the age of 70, a longevity indeed, especially for an emperor. To have lived such a long life is no trifling matter." Zhu Yuanzhang gazed out at the brilliant sunshine and slowly sat up. "Li Qing, accompany me to converse in the sun." Li Qing nodded and assisted him to a sunlit spot. Old Zhu, unsteady on his feet, leaned heavily on Li Qing. Were it not for Li Qing's support, he would scarcely be able to stand. Young Gui, perceptive as ever, promptly brought over a reclining chair. Zhu Yuanzhang settled into the chair, basking in the sunlight, warmth gradually enveloping him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Time indeed flies swiftly. Reminiscing about the tumultuous years past feels as if it were merely yesterday, yet here he is, having crossed the threshold of 70. A look of nostalgia and reluctance filled his face. In the annals of history, reaching 70 is a rarity. Finding a brother to share a conversation has become an extravagant wish. Li Qing silently mused. Your contemporaries have either met their demise at your hands or succumbed to the ravages of time. Truly, none can be found now. Lately, I have increasingly felt my vitality waning. After perusing just a couple of memorials, I find myself exceedingly fatigued. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke with a bitter tone. Li Qing, is our destiny drawing to a close? Long live the emperor, Li Qing reassured. Your Majesty, it is merely that you have toiled excessively in recent years. A period of rest will suffice. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of the state of his own health. He squinted against the bright sun, contemplating that ultimately, no one can escape death. The only eternal constants may well be the sun, moon, and stars. His eyes brightened as he declared, the sun and moon shine brightly. Our Ming dynasty shall endure for millennia, existing alongside them. Indeed, it shall, Li Qing affirmed, nodding as one would to a child, adding, and it will only grow better. Yes, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, feeling gratified. Reflecting upon his life, he mused that he truly has not enjoyed many days of fortune. Born into poverty, nearly starving in his youth, bullied by Lu Da, suffering through famines, and losing family. Lacking strength and connections, even as a monk, he faced mistreatment. Being sent hither and thither, unable to find a prosperous place to beg for alms. As he later joined the military, he not only faced death on the battlefield, but also narrowly escaped demise multiple times among the righteous armies. Excel too much, and you shall be resented by your superiors. Perform poorly, and you will be cast aside. It is a challenging existence, Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, continuing his monologue while Li Qing listened intently, empathizing. He thought that had he been transported to Zhu's era without any remarkable constitution, he would likely have perished in the famine. It is nearly impossible to achieve what Zhu did, to be inscribed in history as the founder of a dynasty. Upon reflection, how could one encapsulate Zhu's life experiences in a single word? It is simply unfathomably arduous. First, one must struggle to survive the ravages of famine. Thereafter, one must endure hardships, survive the chaos of war, and master the art of concealment to avoid the jealousy of superiors. Once one ascends to leadership, it is imperative to show compassion towards subordinates, earning their unwavering loyalty. Simultaneously, one must exercise humility and restraint, avoiding arrogance, as one's power grows. One must confront formidable rivals like Qin Yuliang and Zhang Shiqing, not to mention the Yuan court. The hardships embedded within this journey are daunting. Merely contemplating them sends shivers down the spine. How did Zhu Yuanzhang endure it all? Zhu spoke with an air of pride. I was but a poor commoner from the west of the Huai River. What connection did I have with the world? His eyes sparkled with unparalleled pride, a statement devoid of embellishment, yet firmly rooted in truth. Li Qing responded respectfully. Such an emperor as your majesty is unprecedented and will remain unmatched. Indeed, the elder Zhu chuckled, we share that sentiment. Yet, the aged Zhu, nearing the twilight of his life, reminisced with vigor, though his strength waned, and before long, he drifted into slumber. Xiao Gizi draped a blanket over him, and after waiting a while, Li Qing, seeing no sign of awakening, exited the palace. The following day, the usually diligent Zhu Yuanzhang failed to attend court, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang to preside. The ministers were shaken internally but secretly delighted. Finally, it seemed they would see the dawn of a new era. Days turned into a succession of mornings under the auspices of the crown prince, signaling a portentous change. The ministers' joy intensified as whispers of the ailing emperor circulated. They wore expressions of concern, masked by their hidden elation. On this day, the normally uninvolved Duke Yongqing appeared early at the Fengtian Hall, positioning himself notably near the front, second only to Li Jinglong. The civil officials, displaying indignation, seized the opportunity to cast insinuations in the absence of the crown prince. Given Li Qing's background and title, he was undoubtedly of noble lineage, hence the murmurs. Yet, Li Qing remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter with Li Jinglong, much to the chagrin of the scholars, who, despite their intellect, found themselves powerless against such audacity. A quarter of an hour later, the once clamorous court fell silent as Zhu Yuanzhang entered the grand hall. The ministers stood rigidly, eyes fixed and hearts racing, for not only had Zhu Yuanzhang arrived, but Zhu Yuanzhang followed closely, appearing remarkably vibrant. Moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang took his seat upon the dragon throne, with Zhu Yuanzhang attending at his side. Long live our emperor! The ministers exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply. All rise, Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, and as the ministers regained their composure, he remarked nonchalantly, having been absent from court for over 10 days, I've heard rumors of my impending demise. Who has spread such tales? His cold gaze swept across the assembly, its sharpness rendering all but a few unable to meet his eyes. Those he focused on trembled uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to the ground. After surveying the room, few remained standing. The last of them, witnessing the others kneeling, followed suit. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang reveal a hint of satisfaction. You may rise. The courtiers rose with trepidation, each hesitant to lift their heads, fearful that a mere glance would encounter that frigid gaze. Li Qing, your servant is here. You possess considerable talent. Henceforth, I appoint you as a deputy in the Ministry of Personnel. Begin from the ground up, and do not become complacent. I obey the command. Although the deputy holds only a 7th-rank position, the authority vested in him is significant, particularly in the Ministry of Personnel, which holds the power to oversee the promotion of officials. After all, the emperor is but human, with so many officials in the Ming dynasty. It is impossible for him to be intimately acquainted with each official's performance. Generally, the ministry drafts promotion lists for the emperor's consideration. However, before such a list is submitted, it must first be reviewed by the deputy. Despite the deputy's low rank, His influence is substantial. Additionally, the deputy serves as a censor, possessing the right to report on matters of concern. Moreover, as Li Qing holds a noble title and has connections to high-ranking officials, his low rank is of little consequence. Naturally, this appointment by Zhu Yuanzhang also serves to pave the way for his grandson. A new emperor brings new ministers. It is wise to reserve rewards for the grandson to bestow. The Minister of Personnel felt overwhelmed, but dared not voice his concerns. Once Zhu Yuanzhang appointed Li Qing, he turned his focus to state affairs with renewed vigor, extinguishing the previously joyous spirits of the courtiers. In the days that followed, Zhu Yuanzhang ceased attending court, not out of unwillingness but inability, as his health had significantly deteriorated. Gradually, the courtiers began to relax, only to find their joy fleeting when Zhu Yuanzhang reappeared at court. This cycle repeated several times, leaving the courtiers numb, their attitudes stabilizing as they diligently fulfilled their duties. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was June, the intercalary 5th month. Old Zhu's health had completely collapsed. He could no longer rise from his bed, and eating had become a challenge. He understood that his end was near, prompting him to summon his grandson for a final conversation. Within the Qinqing palace, only the two of them remained. One reclined, while the other knelt. The reclined figure wore an expression of serenity, while the kneeling figure's face was awash with tears. "My dear child, do not weep." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled gently, expressing his contentment at having lived such a long life. "Grandfather will surely recover." Zhu Yuanwen exclaimed through his sobs. "I shall summon Li Qing at once. He can surely heal you. Grandfather's time has come. It is futile to trouble him further." Zhu Yuanzhang offered a bitter smile, pausing for a moment before his murky eyes sharpened with intensity. "Yunwen, remember well what I am about to say." Zhu Yuanwen trembled, respectfully bowing his head, and replied, "Grandfather, please speak." Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled a heavy breath, his tone commanding. "After I pass, let the funeral be swift and simple. Do not make a grand affair. Moreover, keep a tight rein on the princes. Do not allow them to come." His expression grew somber. "Do not let them arrive." Old Zhu felt an inner turmoil. As a father, how he longed for his son to accompany him on his final journey. Yet, Zhu Yuanwen was not Zhu Biao. A young sovereign breeds suspicion. The presence of so many princes in the capital would create an unstable situation. "Yes, grandson remembers." Zhu Yuanwen bowed again, tears streaming down his face. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath and continued. Qi Tai, the left assistant minister of war, was the top scholar in the provincial examination of the 17th year of Hanwu. This man is known for his integrity and incorruptibility. After your ascension to the throne, you may consider him a trusted confidant. He is worthy of trust, but should not be overused. Zhu Yuanwen promptly leaned forward, placing a hand on his grandfather's chest, nodding in assurance. "Grandson will remember." After a while, Zhu Yuanzhang managed to suppress his cough and added, "Huang Zicheng, who ranked first in the provincial examination of the 18th year of Hanwu and excelled in the palace examination, is also your teacher. He too can be regarded as a confidant. He is trustworthy, yet should not be overused." Additionally, there is Fang Xiaoru, a student of Song Lian, who is intelligent and studious, righteous and strong, held in high esteem among his peers. He may also be considered as a trusted aide. Zhu Yuanzhang admonished. "All three of them possess great talents and integrity. You must elevate them. With their assistance, managing the civil officials will be considerably easier. However, remember that talent does not equate to capability. Do you understand?" Zhu Yuanwen replied, "I understand." With tears in his eyes, Zhu Yuanwen timidly asked, "Grandfather, are there any who can be truly relied upon?" "Indeed, there are," Zhu Yuanzhang said with a slight smile. "Lan Yu can be relied upon. Given the situation beyond the borders, a great war may be imminent within a decade. Yunwen, remember this. For the position of Supreme Commander, only Lan Yu is fit. Though he is the uncle of your cousin, he is also the Duke of Liang of our great Ming. He has changed significantly over the years. No one else can match his military prowess. However, for safety's sake, while Lan Yu is reliable, he should not be overly trusted." "Yes, grandson will remember." Zhu Yuanwen nodded earnestly and then inquired, "What about Li Jinglong? In the past, during the struggle for legitimacy, he supported your cousin wholeheartedly, and he feels grateful. Unlike Lan Yu, Li Jinglong is not only your cousin's ally, but also yours. He is akin to all the third-generation members of the Zhu family." Thus, Zhu Yuanwen felt only warmth towards him, not disdain. Naturally, Li Jinglong is trustworthy. As for whether to employ him, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment, during initial military actions. Let him learn alongside Lan Yu. A talent like Yuanzhang surely suggests he will not disappoint. Grandson will remember, Zhu Yuanwen affirmed, then asked. Are there others who can both be relied upon and trusted? Li Qing. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This person is indifferent to fame and fortune, decisive in action, exceptionally capable, loyal to the country, and possesses clarity of thought. You may rely on him and trust him. Seeing his grandfather's unabated praise, Zhu Yuanwen's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly agreed. It was the first time he had heard such commendation for a minister from his grandfather, and he etched it into his memory. Over the years, he had heard of Li Qing's accomplishments and recognized him as a capable individual. Having assisted his father in handling memorials for a considerable time, he understood that though Li Qing was new to the court, he was already quite knowledgeable about state affairs. Grandfather, are there any more? Zhu Yuanwen asked. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at his grandson, whose face was streaked with tears, devoid of strong opinions yet greedy. And a wave of helplessness and sorrow surged within him. He couldn't help but question whether it was truly wise to entrust this vast empire to him. Would he be able to fulfill the role of an emperor? Could he be a good emperor? Old Zhu was uncertain, fully aware that he would never know. Anxious, he urged, quickly, summon Li Qing. At the Yongqing Marquette, Li Qing lounged in a chair, cradling Hong Xiu, whispering sweet nothings. Despite living in lavish comfort, devoid of worries, she had crossed the threshold of youth. Though still beautiful, the faintest lines of age began to appear. Barely perceptible, they would go unnoticed to the untrained eye. Yet she harbored insecurities, even sinking into a slight melancholy. Sir, I have aged, Hong Xiu murmured, her tears glistening as she nestled against his chest. I can no longer serve you. Nonsense, you are still quite young, Li Qing replied gently. A man at 40 is like a flower, and a woman is no different. Besides, you have not yet reached 40. With a soft, tender kiss, Li Qing ignited a spark of passion within her, and Hong Xiu, gradually reassured, draped her arms around his neck, fervently responding to his affection. Suddenly, Xiao Gui rushed in, intent on delivering urgent news. The scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, disregarding any potential offense to Li Qing as he interrupted. Oh my lord, enough of the kissing. You must hurry to the palace. The emperor is anxious to see you. It's a matter of utmost urgency. The enamored couple was jolted from their reverie. Hong Xiu's neck flushed crimson as she hastily rose to bow. I have seen the esteemed envoy. Xiao Gui paid her little mind, seizing Li Qing's arm with urgency. My lord, please, we must go. Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence? Li Qing inhaled sharply. My dear, I shall attend to you later this evening. With that, he dashed out, leaving Xiao Gui struggling to keep pace. Hong Xiu gazed longingly in the direction of his departure, a rare smile gracing her face. Just a single word from him had melted her heart. Li Qing wasted no time, sprinting into the palace. Despite his swiftness, upon reaching the Qianqing palace, he found old Zhu on the brink of death, his gaze growing distant, yet still clinging to life. Li Qing disregarded formalities and rushed to the bedside, speaking softly. Your Majesty, I am here. Come, come. Old Zhu strained to respond, his body gradually relaxing, yet his grip on Li Qing tightened. Li Qing, promise me one thing. Your Majesty, whatever you wish, I shall comply, Li Qing vowed earnestly. Breathing heavily, Zhu Yuanzhang continued with difficulty. Protect it, safeguard it, ensure that it thrives. I will protect it with all my strength, Li Qing assured him. Old Zhu nodded, though his inherently suspicious nature lingered. Aware of Li Qing's Taoist beliefs, he beseeched. Can you swear an oath to your ancestors? Very well, I swear. Having labored throughout his life, old Zhu did not wish to depart with lingering unease. Thus, Li Qing declared resolutely, by the witness of the heavens and ancestors, should Li Qing break this vow, may I perish and be erased from the three realms. Good, good. Old Zhu finally relaxed, his grip on Li Qing's hand loosening, a serene smile gracing his face as his gaze began to fade. Whispering softly, he declared, we shall meet the young lady now, and we shall meet the esteemed one. Esteemed one, we will no longer allow you to languish, for decades. The emperor has left you in despair. I am deeply sorry. His withered hands fell helplessly, crystalline tears frozen in his eyes, blurring their already murky gaze. The illustrious Emperor Han Wu of the Ming dynasty, a legendary figure, has now succumbed to eternal rest. Li Qing's expression darkened. This formidable and decisive monarch, who once wielded great power, ultimately could not escape the ravages of time. Time, like a blade, relentlessly ages us. Grandfather, Zhu Yuanzhang cried out in anguish, tears flooding forth. His wails echoing throughout the grand hall. Outside the hall, the young eunuchs, alerted by the commotion, hurried inside. Upon witnessing the crown prince weeping uncontrollably and the emperor lying still, they immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. One by one, they knelt, faces etched with sorrow, and wept loudly. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Gizi rushed in, and upon seeing the scene, he collapsed onto the ground, wailing inconsolably. As the emperor's personal eunuch, he bore additional responsibilities. Thus, he uttered words that others dared not speak. With a voice tinged with tears and piercing sorrow, Xiao Gizi proclaimed, "The emperor has passed away." His voice resonated through the hall, carrying far and wide. News spread swiftly. Within half an hour, ministers clad in mourning attire gathered before the Qianqing palace, kneeling en masse, tears streaming down their faces. An hour later, officials arrived in droves, instinctively dividing into two lines of civil and military ministers, all weeping profusely. Their cries echoing like the lament of cuckoos, touching the hearts of all who listened. The entire palace was enveloped in grief, the sound of weeping rolling like waves, as everyone, regardless of rank, age, or gender, fell to their knees, mourning deeply. Before long, Xiao Gizi's sharp voice rose again from outside the hall, "Weep." The ministers responded with loud wails, akin to a tempest. "Stop." The storm of sorrow instantly transformed into a gentle rain, shifting from wailing to soft sobs. This cycle continued. Li Qing felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. Though not profoundly sorrowful, he was deeply unsettled. His spirit felt adrift as familiar faces, Master, Hongxiu, Lianxiang, Wanling, and Xiao Pang, floated before him, each gradually changing, each aging before his eyes. Chapter 162, Final Reflection. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my dear readers for your affection and support. Thank you. I shall remain humble and diligent, pouring my heart into each subsequent volume without resorting to filler. The current success of this book has surpassed my expectations significantly. I am sincerely grateful to everyone. Secondly, I would like to address some queries from the comment section. 1. The protagonist is overly compassionate. One should be unfeeling in pursuit of longevity. Response. The protagonist is human. How can one devoid of emotions? As a modern-day exemplary youth who has traversed to ancient times and lived for a decade, having witnessed the sufferings of the common folk, is it not entirely natural to strive for change when hope is within reach? I believe, had you been in the protagonist's shoes, you would not idly watch as things deteriorate, would you? 2. The plot is excessively mundane. Answer. Qinghong acknowledges that this book is not a narrative steeped in hatred, pretentiousness, or the thrill of face-slapping. A tale that begins with reform upon time travel and stuns Zhu Yuanzhang upon entering the court may have been encountered by many readers. While undeniably exhilarating, such stories lack depth upon closer examination. Softly murmuring, this is Qinghong's previous work. Moreover, such portrayals would render Zhu Yuanzhang rather foolish, casting ancient figures in an unflattering light. 3. The protagonist does not alter history. Answer. Firstly, this book does not aim to dramatically revise historical events. However, it does introduce some modifications. By the late Hongwu period, the value of the Ming dynasty's currency began to plummet significantly due to rampant printing by the court, leading to severe inflation. In contrast, the Ming currency depicted in this narrative remains robust, with enhanced purchasing power. This represents a commendable alteration. 4. It is preferable to read the official history. Answer. Official histories tend to be rather tedious. They cannot compare to Qinghong's engaging storytelling. Furthermore, it is clear that the narrative will not adhere strictly to the official accounts, yet it respects the overarching historical trajectory. What Qinghong truly seeks to convey are the vibrant, flesh-and-blood characters of the past, exploring the rich history of the Ming dynasty and its notable figures, not limited to emperors, of course. In conclusion, as the saying goes, it is difficult to please everyone. A book will inevitably find both admirers and detractors. When Qinghong encounters praise, it brings joy. When faced with sharp criticism, it may lead to moments of self-doubt. Ultimately, Qinghong will strive to win the favor of a broader audience. Final reflections. Initially, this volume was intended to stretch to approximately 600,000 characters, yet it concluded at 440,000 000, having cut a significant portion of the plot. This decision stemmed from a desire to maintain an engaging pace, recognizing that this is a long narrative, not confined to the Hongwu era alone. Xinhong is reluctant to indulge in excessive verbosity, but will not hasten the plot at the cost of quality. The narrative will progress gradually, ensuring both excitement and meticulous detail. Lastly, regarding the inclusion of intimate poetry, it is not that Xinhong is unwilling to write it. Rather, previous attempts have not passed scrutiny. The chapter titled The Fall of Hongwu was released last night, yet due to a brief kiss, it underwent review until early this morning. Moreover, the platform's review process is dynamic. Passing one review does not guarantee future acceptance, as several previous chapters' intimate poetry had been rejected, necessitating gradual revisions. Xinhong finds this predicament challenging, and surely, no one desires this book to be taken down, correct? In conclusion, after this lengthy discourse, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the support of my readers. Without you, Xinhong would be nothing. Thank you. Chapter 1. Seeking wealth and honor amidst peril, Your Highness. It is time to rebel. In the secret chamber, Zhu Yan spoke earnestly, his tone tinged with urgency. The moment has arrived. The late emperor has just been buried, and the new emperor has only recently ascended the throne, leaving the foundation precarious. There could not be a better opportunity. He was indeed anxious. At 63, he is no longer young, verging on old age. This is his final chance to realize his ambitions, indeed, the best one. Your Highness, wealth and honor are sought amidst peril. Zhu Yan's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, stirring Zhu Di's heart and igniting his fervor. Yet, he is no longer the impetuous Zhu Di of the 15th year of Hongwu, who was just in his 20s. Brimming with youthful vigor, approaching 40, he would not be swayed by mere words of jest. He, Zhu Di, is not Zhu Yuanzhang, nor is he a poor commoner from the west of the Huai River. He is a prince, a member of the royal family of the Ming dynasty, holding dominion over a region, indulging in opulence and grandeur. He possesses a lavish palace, commands his own army, and is surrounded by a wife and children. His eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, is already married, and his daughter-in-law is soon to bear a child, promising the arrival of a grandchild in due time. Rebellion? The cost is far too great. Moreover, the chances of success are nearly non-existent. The former Zhu rebelled not to ascend to the throne, but to save his own life. Zhu Di, on the other hand, finds his current existence remarkably satisfactory, merely one tier below the emperor. To risk everything for further advancement? It is simply not worth it, far too unwise. Zhu Di sighed and said calmly, Fortune and danger are intertwined. One may seek fortune with a 1 in 10 chance, yet lose 9 in the process. Master, do not urge me further. I will not engage in treacherous schemes. Your Highness, Zhu Yan exclaimed, nearly in tears, this opportunity is rare, if you ascend to the throne. Gradually, the faint flicker of ambition within Zhu Di was rekindled. But at that moment, with a loud crash, the door to the secret chamber was kicked open, and a beautiful woman entered, sword in hand, aiming to strike Zhu Yan down. Miao Yun, stay calm. Zhu Di reacted swiftly, grasping Su Miao Yun's wrist and pulling her tightly into his embrace, shouting over his shoulder, Old monk, run. Hurry. Zhu Yan was momentarily stunned, not fleeing but attempting to reason with Su Miao Yun. Your Highness, he possesses the countenance of a ruler, the qualities of a true dragon. Before he could finish, Su Miao Yun's sword slipped from her grasp, hurtling towards Zhu Yan's face. His complexion turned pale as he instinctively ducked, the blade grazing his smooth scalp, sending a chill down his spine. Just a hair's breadth away, and he would have met his doom. Run, you fool. Zhu Di clutched his wife tightly, turning to scold, if you hesitate any longer, I won't be able to save you. Zhu Yan swallowed hard, abandoning his dignified demeanor. Despite being over 60, he sprinted with the agility of a youth. At the entrance, in his haste, he stumbled over the threshold and fell, scraping his head and splattering blood across his face. Yet, he paid it no mind, for the fierce woman was breaking free, intent on attacking. Zhu Yan fled for his life, utterly disheveled, finally grasping what it truly meant to be in a heart-pounding situation after over 60 years of existence. Miao Yun, my dear? Zhu Di called, hopping on one foot. What are you doing? Zhu Di, why abandon a peaceful life? Have you lost your mind? Su Miao Yun glared, her eyes fierce. Do you want everyone to perish together? No, I did not agree to that. Zhu Di hastily explained. You know me, Miao Yun. I never intended to rebel. All right, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, picking up the fallen sword, charging towards the exit. Wait, what are you going to do now? Kill that bald monk and cut off your ambitions. Zhu Di quickly embraced her, pleading, he hasn't wronged you. One should show mercy where possible. As he spoke, he attempted to kiss her. However, the moment their lips met, he felt a sharp pain. Zhu Di covered his mouth. Irate, are you a dog? You deserve it. Zhu Miaoyun's chest heaved violently, her anger unabated. I ask you, with the scant power you possess, what can you truly accomplish? Yes, you, Zhu Di, are formidable compared to an ordinary prince, yet you are not without rivals. Just one Ming Wang is enough to bring you to your knees. Should you dare to rebel, the court need not dispatch troops. They could simply allow the princes to quell the insurrection. How long do you think you could endure? Have you considered whether your generals would abandon their comfortable lives to follow you into rebellion? Zhu Di, oh Zhu Di, have you lost your senses? Zhu Miaoyun spoke with a voice full of disdain. You need to clarify who is the rightful authority. The new emperor commands the realm, and the court's military efforts against you would be far less strenuous than those against the Yuan. Even if your forces were to multiply several times or match the court's strength, what then? When the provisions for the imperial army run low, they can easily requisition supplies nearby. When their troops are depleted, they can recruit anew. And what of you? Zhu Miaoyun's words fell like a cold shower, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope within Zhu Di. Indeed, how could he possibly win? Victory seemed utterly unattainable. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not discern where his chances lay. After a long silence, he sighed despondently and murmured, Miaoyun, rest assured, I am well aware of these truths. He then embraced her. I shall not act foolishly. Zhu Miaoyun ceased her resistance, nestling contentedly in his arms, softly saying, Your Highness, we are on the brink of becoming grandparents. Let us not stir trouble. With that, she leaned in to bestow a tender kiss. In the capital, at the Feng Tian Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang sat upon the dragon throne, as his ministers shouted Long live the emperor, performing their ceremonial duties. All ministers, be seated. The 21-year-old Zhu Yuanzhang, brimming with vigor yet somewhat bewildered, had never imagined that as a son born of lesser status, he would one day ascend to this exalted throne. Glancing at Li Qing, Qi Tai, and Li Jinglong, a sense of confidence began to swell within him. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Do any ministers have matters to present? Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. The Minister of Rights stepped forward, my humble self, along with the Deputy Minister of Rights, the Assistant Minister, and the Hanlin academicians, have deliberated on the era name that the Emperor shall adopt for the coming year. This year marks the 31st year of Hongwu. Although the late Emperor Zhu is no longer with us, out of respect, we shall continue to use this era name until the new emperor's name can be adopted next year. Historically, prior to Zhu Yuanzhang, era names were often inconsistent, with each emperor adopting one or several, sometimes as many as a dozen. Emperor Gaozong of the Tang had 14, while Wu Zetian used 17, which is quite substantial. However, the era name established by the late Zhu was one he personally selected, imbued with the meaning of great martial achievements. He was reluctant to allow scholars to debate it, thereby undermining his legacy, and so it remained unchanged throughout his reign. His steadfastness meant that subsequent rulers dared not alter it, resulting in all emperors of the Ming dynasty being known by a singular era name, with the exception of the god of war who ruled twice. This is why later generations refer to Ming emperors by their era names, such as Hongwu, Yongle, and Jiajing. Upon hearing that his era name had been decided, Zhu Yuanzhang felt invigorated. What is it? Zhangwen, the Minister of Rights, replied respectfully. Jian signifies the establishment of achievements, when denotes brilliance akin to brocade. Zhangwen symbolizes your Majesty's foundation of illustrious accomplishments. In truth, there is one more point he did not mention. The decision to adopt the era name of Zhangwen was also to signify to the noble families that the age of civil officials had arrived. Zhu Yuanzhang was quite fond of this era name. Firstly, it contained a homophonic character from his own name, and secondly, lacking the foundation of noble martial lineage. It was indeed the most fitting choice for him. Very well, a commendable decision. A satisfied smile graced Zhu Yuanzhang's lips, but he soon recalled his grandfather's admonition. An emperor should conceal his anger and maintain a countenance devoid of emotion. Thus, he swiftly repressed his smile and inquired, Are there any edicts from the esteemed ministers? I have a decree to propose, spoke the Vice Minister of Rights, stepping forward. Your Majesty's ascension to the throne is in accordance with the will of the people. However, the succession of the throne should follow the principle of father to son. in accordance with the rites and laws. The late Prince Yuan was a man of great virtue and wisdom. I earnestly beseech your majesty to posthumously confer upon him the title of emperor and transfer his spirit tablet to the ancestral hall's main chamber. I second this proposal. I too lend my support. We all concur. The ministers knelt in unison, for the suggestion from the civil officials held merit. The principle of succession from father to son was indeed the rightful inheritance and would best serve the populace. After all, if your father were not the emperor, how could you claim legitimacy? Historically, Yang Tingyi compelled Jiajing to acknowledge Hongzhi as his biological father, which may seem absurd. Yet it was ultimately to conform to the rites and uphold the legitimacy of succession. Zhu Yuanzhang exhibited no hesitation, promptly assenting to the proposal for posthumous titles and temple names for his father. The ministers exclaimed in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." Zhu Yuanzhang struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips. "Are there any further edicts from the esteemed ministers?" "Your Majesty, I have a decree to propose," announced the Minister of Revenue, stepping forward. "Your Majesty has graciously reduced the taxes of the capital's citizens by 30%, demonstrating your profound benevolence. However, our great Ming encompasses more than just the capital. The subjects of the entire realm are your Majesty's people, and I implore you not to show favoritism, lest the hearts of the populace grow cold." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, acknowledging the minister's wise words. Indeed, it would be unjust to favor one group over another. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Then let us implement a reduction for all, for a duration of 2 years. Your Majesty is wise." With each proclamation of Your Majesty is wise, Zhu Yuanzhang's lips began to betray their restraint, curving upwards uncontrollably. After the court assembly concluded, Li Qing was summoned to the imperial study, accompanied by Li Jinglong and Qi Tai. The three of them shook out their sleeves, declaring, "We are but humble ministers. No need for formalities." Zhu Yuanzhang replied gently, "This is not the court. There is no need for such ceremoniousness. Please, be seated. Attendants, serve tea to these gentlemen." Qi Tai was nearly moved to tears by the emperor's respectful treatment of his officials. How could the great Ming not flourish under such a ruler? After expressing their gratitude and taking their seats, 2 individuals emerged from behind the screen, bowing in greeting. "Students Huang Ziqing and Fang Xiaoru have come to pay their respects to the esteemed lords." Chapter 2. The struggle for power reduction. Li Qing felt perplexed, as the name Fang Xiaoru seemed familiar, yet he could not recall why at that moment. After a few pleasantries, the group settled back into their seats. Li Qing pondered deeply until he finally remembered that after Zhu Di's successful usurpation, he had executed the entire Fang clan. However, some accounts suggested only 3 generations were punished, though the narrative of the 10 clans was more widely circulated. After exchanging a few cordial remarks, silence enveloped the grand hall as all eyes turned toward Zhu Yuanzhang. Aware that his gathering of so many individuals must herald a significant announcement, Zhu Yuanzhang too was observing these individuals, the very ones his grandfather had left for him. And in his usual state of insecurity, he felt a rare sense of stability. These individuals are indeed trustworthy. A faint smile graced his lips, only to swiftly vanish, replaced by a furrowed brow and a countenance steeped in sorrow. Noticing this, Qi Tai inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Sighing, Zhu Yuanzhang merely offered a bittersweet smile, remaining silent. Qi Tai continued, "It is the duty of a minister to share the burdens of the sovereign. I implore you to enlighten us." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Fang Xiaoru respectfully added, "the ruler's concerns are the subject's disgrace. If the sovereign remains silent, how are we to navigate our positions?" Huang Ziqing, with a glint of determination in his eyes, respectfully interjected, "I dare to speculate, Your Majesty, that you are troubled by the overwhelming power of the vassal kings, fearing it may one day become unwieldy and threaten the very foundation of our realm." Sighing once more, Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, "They are all my uncles. How can I simply disregard them?" Li Qing felt a tightening in his chest. With the remains of the late emperor still unburied, was the young Zhu truly contemplating the reduction of their fiefdoms? He had considered the possibility, but never imagined the urgency behind it. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Fang Xiaoru preemptively spoke. As the sage has said, the people are paramount. The state follows, and the ruler is least. In the presence of the populace and the state, even kings must yield, let alone mere vassal kings. The vassal kings, emboldened by their power, often acted unlawfully, and each held military command. inevitably leading to a situation where they could become a threat to the throne. I second that. Huang Ziqing quickly added, Your Majesty is the sovereign of the realm. How can you prioritize familial ties over the welfare of your subjects and the stability of the state? Unable to remain silent, Li Qing interjected, With the late emperor's remains still fresh, Your Majesty's actions are misguided. This is for the sake of the Ming dynasty's very foundations. Qi Tai interrupted, asserting, The late emperor, watching from above, would surely find solace in your decisions. If the late emperor were to return, he would surely take you to task, Li Qing retorted. Qi Tai found himself vexed by Li Qing's choice of address, for he referred to titles of nobility rather than official ranks. Nobility and official titles are distinct. A marquis, or even an earl, would command respect from a mere minister like Qi Tai. Although it is true that the power of civil officials had grown significantly in later periods, at present, officials could not compare to the nobility. Qi Tai muttered, What insights do you have, Duke Yongqing? Li Qing disregarded him, turning directly to Zhu Yuanzhang with a grave expression. Your Majesty, the current situation beyond the borders is precarious. The vassal kings bear the responsibility of defending the frontiers, and now is not the time to act against them. That statement is erroneous, Qi Tai retorted again. Li Qing ignored him, yet Qi Tai felt compelled to address him. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure the internal. It is precisely because of the instability beyond the borders that the court must swiftly quell any potential calamity. Fang Xiaoru respectfully echoed, I concur. I too express my agreement. Huang Ziqing swiftly followed suit. The civil officials harbored disdain for the nobility, and likewise, they were averse to the vassal kings. During the reign of the late emperor, they clamored for him to cease granting fiefs and diminish the power of the vassal kings. Now that he was gone, their inhibitions were all but erased. Li Jinglong was quite considerate, aligning himself with Li Qing. Your Majesty, the situation beyond the borders is urgent. Now is not the time to diminish the fiefs. I beseech you to ponder this carefully. With 3 in agreement and 2 opposed, yet the 2 dissenters held greater weight. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself in a quandary. In truth, he harbored a desire to diminish the fiefs, for those uncles of his instilled in him an overwhelming sense of insecurity. From a young age, he was a person devoid of security, being a mere illegitimate child and not the eldest son. He understood early on that even if he were granted a fief, it would not be a favorable one. However, with the untimely death of the legitimate eldest grandson, his father's premature demise, and the youth of the legitimate second grandson, compounded by the overwhelming influence of maternal relatives detrimental to the throne, it ultimately fell upon him. In truth, even to this day, Zhu Yuanwen harbors a sense of insecurity. Although the ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty clearly state that he is the legitimate eldest grandson, his mother is but a secondary wife, not the primary consort. He often wonders what the sentiments of the world may be, deep down. He himself does not believe he is the legitimate grandson, with so many of his royal uncles deprived of the throne while he, an illegitimate grandson, occupies it. How could he not feel a sense of unease? Furthermore, with numerous uncles wielding military power, his inherent lack of security is exacerbated, leaving him restless and anxious. Oh, Minister Li, I believe that the opinions of Ministers Qi, Fang, and Huang hold merit, Zhu Yuanwen remarked, his expression somewhat awkward. To quell external threats, one must first secure the internal front. Though I am the legitimate grandson, there remains a generational gap between me and my uncles. They must harbor resentment in their hearts. What if they turn against me during military campaigns against external foes? Li Qing, filled with helplessness, understood Zhu Yuanwen's feelings. Indeed, concerning the reduction of fiefs, there was no fault in his reasoning. However, the issue at hand was far too complex for someone as inexperienced as young Zhu to navigate. With a sigh, Li Qing said, Your Majesty, are you aware of the 7 kingdoms of Han and the chaos of the 8 kings of Jin? Your words are misguided, Lord Qi. Interjected the ever-disagreeable Qi Tai. Li Qing, wishing to silence him, gritted his teeth and queried, What insights do you possess, Minister Qi? With a self-satisfied smile, Qi Tai replied, The chaos of the 8 kings was not caused by the reduction of fiefs, but rather by the interference from the imperial harem. Conversely, the rebellion of the 7 kings in the Han dynasty was indeed a consequence of fief reduction. Yet, the fief lords of the Han bear no comparison to those of our Ming dynasty, do they? Caught off guard by the depth of historical analysis, Li Qing found himself at a loss, for he did not possess a profound understanding of history. Observing Li Qing's discomfort, Li Jinglong elaborated. The fief lords of the Han dynasty wielded immense power, possessing almost all administrative and military authority within their domains, essentially governing their own nations. This is why even the formidable Emperor Wu of Han could only resort to the decree of granting favors. In our Ming dynasty, the fief lords have administrative oversight through the provincial government. Militarily, the forces at their disposal are controlled by the court itself. The only private military force they possess is a mere 3 guards. How much impact can such a small force truly have? What Lord Chao said is indeed accurate. Agreed Qi, Fong, and Huang with knowing smiles. Left speechless by Li Jinglong's assertions, Li Qing suddenly perceived that the fief lords of the Ming dynasty might indeed be rather weak, and upon further reflection, he realized this to be true. At last, he comprehended why Zhu Yuanzhang felt bold enough to consider reducing fiefs from the outset. After all, what grounds do the fief lords have to prevail? Li Qing pondered, then clasped his hands and suggested, why not emulate Emperor Wu of Han, subtly and imperceptibly diminishing the power of the fief lords? Seeing that he was no longer met with vehement opposition, Zhu Yuanzhang relaxed, even forgetting to maintain his pretense. Was it truly necessary? Absolutely not. Qi, Fong, and Huang provided supportive commentary. Li Qing, feeling utterly helpless, cast a pointed glance at Feng Xiaoru, thinking to himself, your execution of 10 clans was not without justification. Your Majesty, I still believe it unwise to diminish the fiefs. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, inquiring about the rationale. Do you know, Your Majesty, that the Prince of Qin wed the sister of the former Yuan General Wang Baobao? The Prince of Jin married the daughter of the Yongping Marquis. And both the Prince of Yin and the Prince of Dai took daughters of the Duke of Wei, while the Prince of Shu espoused the daughter of Lan Yu. Zhu Yuanzhang's brow knitted tighter, and the smiles of Qi, Fong, and Huang gradually faded. Among the sons of the old Zhu, none have married daughters of civil officials. They are all wed to noble families. Even Zhu Yuanzhang's father, Zhu Biao, took the daughter of the renowned General Chang Yechen. The reason behind the old Zhu's actions was to learn from the Song dynasty, where the harem was dominated by Confucian scholars, which is why he refrained from alliances with civil officials. The only exception was Li Shanchong, who married a princess rather than a royal consort. While a princess is undoubtedly of high status, once married, their offspring bear the surname of their husband's family, thus regarded as outsiders. Conversely, marrying a royal consort, although the daughter of a noble, still ensures that their sons are of the Zhu lineage, belonging to the royal family. This distinction is of utmost importance. In truth, the old Zhu had another motive, to allow the nobility and the feudal lords to maintain a balance of power, preventing them from engaging in internal strife. History has proven the efficacy of his approach. There indeed exists a mutual equilibrium and peaceful coexistence between the nobility and the feudal lords. However, should he choose to diminish the fiefs, it would inevitably lead to a coalition between the two sides. Admittedly, the feudal lords of the Ming dynasty are not comparable to those of the Han dynasty, yet should matters spiral out of control, the situation may not differ much from the chaos of the Seven Kings Rebellion. The Yongqing Marquis speaks wisely. Qi Tai nodded in agreement. Feng Xiaoru and Huang Ziqing echoed this sentiment, rising to offer a deep bow in gratitude for the wisdom shared. Li Qing, smiling and clasping his fists in return, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Little did he know, just as his smile began to blossom, Feng Xiaoru remarked, in this light, it would be prudent not to target the Prince of Yin or the Prince of Ning first, but rather to begin with the lesser fief lords, particularly those whose royal consorts hail from weaker families. Li Qing. Oh, Chapter 3. The diminution of the fiefs. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed intently at Li Qing, contemplating, truly, this individual is esteemed by the emperor, displaying a remarkable intellect worthy of greater trust in the future. With this thought, he cheerfully remarked, the tea has grown cold. Gentlemen, please have a sip. Brotherly, Li Jinglong tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, speaking softly, the emperor's intent is unmistakable. Do not be obstinate. Even if you wish to offer counsel, it should not be at this critical juncture, especially not in front of these gentlemen, lest you put him in a difficult position. Li Qing smiled wryly, nodding, feeling overwhelmed with helplessness. Following the earlier discourse, Qi, Feng, and Huang's perception of Li Qing had shifted significantly. Their discourse was no longer confrontational, but rather amiable. Yet, Li Qing could not find joy in this development. He did not wish for Zhu Yuanzhang to diminish the fiefs. He had already witnessed the brutalities of war, particularly the horror of brothers turning against one another. Moreover, the situation beyond the borders continued to deteriorate. Initiating conflict now would only grant the Yuan an opportunity to strengthen their position. If war were to be waged, it should be against the Yuan, not among ourselves. What folly is this? Li Qing and Zhu Di had frequent interactions, and he understood that Zhu Di harbored ambitions, yet did not desire to usurp the throne. Rather, he aspired to inherit the title of emperor through legitimate means, rather than through rebellion. As long as Zhu Yuanzhang did not diminish the fiefdoms, Zhu Di would not revolt. A quarter of an hour later, Huang Ziqing was the first to engage, filled with enthusiasm, stating, "Your Majesty, I propose we begin with the Prince of Zhou." He elucidated that the Prince of Zhou was the half-brother of the Prince of Yan, and by dealing with him, it would effectively neutralize the Prince of Yan's support, especially since he was rather easy to manipulate, despite his considerable influence. Very well, let us proceed. Zhu Yuanzhang almost instantly concurred, not allowing others the opportunity to voice their opinions. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Previously, he had been tasked with monitoring the various princes, and among them, the Prince of Zhou, Zhu Yuan, had the most favorable reputation, known for his benevolence and for collaborating with renowned physicians to author medical texts. Although he had not achieved significant military accolades, he was indeed a commendable prince. Was it truly just because he lacked a formidable army that they would target him first? Observing Qi Feng Wang, Li Qing suddenly felt a wave of disdain. Actions driven solely by self-interest, regardless of right or wrong, rendered loyalty to the emperor meaningless. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Li Jinglong, unable to remain silent, pointed out that they were family, and he too did not wish for Zhu Yuanzhang to diminish the fiefdoms. As the Prince of Zhou had always been wise. Your Excellency, do be mindful of your words, Qi Tai interjected, his brow furrowing. Can we truly refer to the princes as wise? You, Li Jinglong, would not tolerate his insolence. What justification do you have for targeting the Prince of Zhou? If we investigate, a reason will surely present itself. Huang Ziqing chimed in. Among the princes, how many can truly be called law-abiding? Zhu Yuanzhang, sensing an impending quarrel between the two, rose and declared, "Enough. My decision is made. We shall commence with the Prince of Zhou." Noting that Li Jinglong seemed poised to argue further, he added, "Let us conclude this matter for today. Everyone may disperse. We take our leave, Your Majesty." Li Qing's expression was somber, and Li Jinglong appeared equally displeased. As Li Qing exited the palace, he intended to return home when Li Jinglong urged him to stay. "What is it? Let us counsel the emperor once more." "It would be futile," Li Qing replied with a bitter smile. "Neither of us can persuade him. He will only heed advice that aligns with his desires." Li Jinglong, unwilling to relent, lamented, "Shall we merely stand by and watch?" After a moment of silence, Li Qing uttered a phrase that Li Jinglong could not comprehend. "History shall inevitably repeat itself. Why cling so tightly? Very well, let us return to enjoying life." With that, he said no more and strode away. The following day, Li Qing fell ill. After court, Zhu Yuanzhang personally visited, accompanied by the imperial physician to treat Li Qing. However, after much examination, the physician could not determine the cause of his ailment, simply stating, "Marquis Yongqing suffers from a complex illness and requires rest." Zhu Yuanzhang felt some skepticism. Yet seeing Li Qing's pallid complexion, he could not help but believe the physician, and thus felt compelled not to insist on Li Qing attending court. He offered some comforting words before taking his leave. In the days that followed, Li Qing remained on sick leave. A few days later, Li Jinglong paid a visit. His expression grim. "Brotherly, are you feeling any better? The physicians could not diagnose me. How could I possibly improve?" Li Qing appeared frail. "Your complexion does not seem well either." Li Jinglong remained silent. "I intend to apprehend the Prince of Zhou." Li Qing nodded gently. "Safe travels." "Brotherly." Li Jinglong uttered no more, only concernedly remarked, "You are a physician. It should not pose a problem for you, right? A healer often struggles to heal themselves." Li Qing smiled faintly, yet he believed that death was unlikely. Observing his ability to jest despite the circumstances, Li Jinglong felt a profound bitterness within. After lingering for a while, he rose to take his leave. A month and a half later, the Wang family of Zhou was escorted to the capital. As no tangible crime could be established, they were charged with treason. This accusation was not entirely baseless, as it stemmed from the denunciation of Zhou Wang's 10-year-old second son. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, refrained from executing severe punishment. Instead, he expressed heartfelt reproach towards his uncle and, in a display of mercy, spared him from death, relegating him to commoner status and ordering his relocation to Yunnan. The demotion of Zhou Wang's title sparked considerable unrest, as his reputation for benevolence and goodwill made the court's accusations difficult to accept. After all, Zhou Wang wielded relatively little power, commanding merely over 10,000 troops, and it was implausible that he would conspire against the throne. Ironically, the accuser was merely a child, and it was apparent to all that the charges were fabricated. Although the nobility might lack the cunning of the civil officials, they were not fools. If Zhou Wang could be punished, how could the other princes expect to remain unscathed? The increasing audacity of the civil officials was intolerable to the nobility, whose delicate balance of power was now in jeopardy. The day following Zhou Wang's relocation to Yunnan, prominent families such as the Chang, Su, and Lan gathered at court to plead for Zhou Wang, simultaneously denouncing Qi, Feng, and Huang. Zhu Yuanzhang sought to placate them, but ultimately dismissed their petitions. However, he soon learned the repercussions of antagonizing the princes. He had underestimated the influence of the nobility, leading to rising tensions both among the civil officials and within the military ranks. A month later, the princes of Liao, Yin, Ning, Gu Dai, and Qing all submitted petitions demanding a thorough investigation into Zhou Wang's case, and also called for the punishment of Qi, Feng, and Huang. Compared to the nobility, they were far more assertive, directly demanding Zhu Yuanzhang execute the three men. Having never encountered such boldness, Zhu Yuanzhang was intimidated, yet his grandfather had granted him limited authority, and he was reluctant to execute three individuals at once. Thus, he issued a self-reproachful edict, though he did not declare Zhou Wang innocent. Instead, he claimed the punishment had been overly harsh. He then sent envoys to Yunnan to provide Zhou Wang with a residence, and that was the extent of his action. Externally calm, Zhu Yuanzhang was internally fraught with anxiety, as his already scant sense of security dwindled further. Simultaneously, he became resolute in his intention to curtail the powers of the princes. Before long, winter faded into spring. In April of the first year of Zhangwen, the long-silent Zhu Yuanzhang struck again, demonstrating unprecedented decisiveness. Within a month, he deposed three princes, Qi, Xiang, and Dai, all of whom were relegated to commoner status, causing an uproar across the court and the realm. Among them, Prince Xiang, Zhu Bai, faced the most tragic fate. Accused of plotting treason, counterfeiting currency, and committing murder, he found himself without a defense. With a fiery temperament, he chose self-immolation. Prince Xiang, his consort, and all their household, including the servants of the royal residence, perished in the flames. This act truly ruptured the heavens. How could Zhu Yuanzhang bear the weight of having a nephew slay his uncle? Yet, the die was cast. And what could he do? At the suggestion of Qi Fenghuang, in order to maintain the dignity of the court, it was declared that the Prince of Xiang had committed suicide out of guilt. Simultaneously, to demonstrate the political correctness of the court, he was posthumously branded with a vile epithet. Li Qing sighed inwardly, aware that Zhu Di was poised to rebel. Had he been in Zhu Di's position, he too would have taken that path. Zhu Yuanzhang offered no mercy. However, the death of Zhu Bai brought immense suffering to Zhu Yuanzhang, a stain of bloodshed against kin that he could never wash away. On this day, with bloodshot eyes, Zhu Yuanzhang arrived at the residence of the Duke of Yongqing. He wasted no time, stating bluntly, "It has been over half a year. Any ailment should have healed by now." Li Qing smiled faintly and inquired, "Your Majesty, if the late Emperor Taizu were aware, how do you think he would react?" Zhu Yuanzhang's face paled as he stubbornly replied, "My grandfather said that to be an emperor one must be ruthless, for the sake of the eternal glory of the Ming. He dared to bear the infamy of slaying loyal ministers, and I too can bear the weight of such deeds." Yet, he was somewhat weak in spirit and coldly retorted, "I act solely for the stability of the Ming dynasty. And how many tangible results have you achieved for the Ming?" Li Qing asked. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "Since my ascension, I have not dared to slacken my efforts, reviewing memorials until the dead of night, attending morning and afternoon court sessions without fail. And I have reduced taxes for the common people twice. Surely that is sufficient?" Li Qing remarked, "Is reducing taxes the hallmark of a wise ruler? Diligence does not equate to effectiveness. I believe your Majesty aspires to be a good emperor and has worked diligently towards that end. But do you truly believe you have succeeded?" Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively wanted to affirm his success, yet he struggled to identify any notable achievements, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment. Li Qing took a deep breath and further inquired, "Do you find joy in being an emperor?" After a prolonged silence, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. I do not know how to proceed, Li Qing. I know you possess great ability. Would you assist me? Chapter 4. The Scholar's Folly. Li Qing gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang, observing this young monarch in his 20s, filled with a sense of helplessness. Undeniably, Zhu Yuanzhang yearned to be a sagacious ruler, a commendable emperor, and he had indeed made earnest efforts in that direction. In terms of diligence, tax reduction, and benevolent governance, he was no less ambitious than his father Zhu Biao or his grandfather Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet, the aspiration to be a good emperor and the capability to achieve that are entirely different matters. If it were merely a lack of ability on his part, it would be one thing. However, the individuals he favored were equally lacking in competence. Even more absurd was his tendency to rely on such individuals. Li Qing truly grasped the meaning of a scholar misguiding the nation. Chi Tai may have been the deputy minister of war, but he was merely an academic, having ascended to his position only in the 28th year of Hongwu, a mere 3 or 4 years ago, and he had yet to fully comprehend the depths of court intrigue. He dared to confront the nobility and princely vassals with bravado, which was nothing short of ludicrous. If the nobility and vassals could be easily swayed, the astute and seasoned civil ministers would not have been so constrained. As for Huang Ziqing and Feng Xiaoru, they were even more irrelevant. Neither held official positions. One served as a reader in the Eastern Palace, while the other was not even present in the capital, functioning merely as a local educator. To assign an idealistic teacher to undertake the tasks that even the most cunning court officials would hesitate to tackle was sheer folly. While these three were indeed sincerely loyal, the distinction between a loyal minister and an effective one is significant. The convergence of 4 idealists has led to this perplexing situation, which is not difficult to comprehend. I beseech you, esteemed sir, to impart your wisdom. Zhu Yuanzhang offered a deep bow, even altering his self-reference. Li Qing felt a bitter pang within. The situation had escalated to near chaos, and what more could he do? When the emperor disregards the counsel of his subjects, how can they guide him? I am listening, Zhu Yuanzhang vowed earnestly. Please, do enlighten me. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing spoke. First, immediately halt the dismantling of the princely fiefs. Second, dismiss Chi Tai, Huang Ziqing, and Feng Xiaoru, allowing them to depart. Third, appease the princes and nobles. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow deeply. The first and third suggestions I shall consider with discretion, but regarding the second, sir, my grandfather has entrusted me with these few as confidants, and this I cannot concede. Li Qing placed a hand to his forehead, struggling to comprehend how the sagacious Emperor Zhu could have bequeathed such individuals to his grandson. It defied reason. At that moment, Xiao Gizi hurriedly arrived, reporting, Your Majesty, the Prince of Yan has arrived. The Prince of Yan? Zhu Yuanzhang's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling. Where has he made his entrance? Xiao Gizi paused, stammering. This servant does not grasp your meaning, Your Majesty. The Prince of Yan has settled in the royal palace and wishes to pay his respects. I see. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression shifted awkwardly, seemingly embarrassed by his previous display. He coldly commanded, Have him come to see me at once. Yes, your servant obeys. Xiao Gizi hurriedly bowed and retreated, only to stop and turn back, asking, Your Majesty, where shall the prince meet you? Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a glance with Li Qing. At the residence of the Yongqing Marquis, he harbored a natural trepidation towards his fourth uncle and, feeling guilty, was reluctant to face him alone, thus requiring Li Qing's support. Li Qing was also taken aback, not because Zhu Yuanzhang intended to meet the prince at his residence, but due to his bewilderment that Zhu Di would dare to come to the capital at such a critical juncture. Was he not afraid that Zhu Yuanzhang might seize him? Was this not akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog? Regardless of Li Qing's thoughts, Zhu Di had already arrived. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Di strode into the Marquis's residence with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. His imposing stature, coupled with nearly 40 years of life and the rigors of battle, rendered him increasingly mature and composed. In stark contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang appeared as a mere youth. At that moment, the aura exuded by Zhu Di was reminiscent of Li Qing's first encounter with Lan Yu. Li Qing even felt a fleeting impression that Zhu Di might draw his sword against Zhu Yuanzhang in the next instant. Not only did he sense this, but Zhu Yuanzhang was also taken aback, retreating a few steps from his uncle's formidable presence, prompting the surrounding guards to advance, drawing their blades to a mere 3 inches from their sheaths. Zhu Di halted, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply. Prince of Yan, Zhu Di, pays his respects to your majesty, Long live the emperor. Rise. Zhu Yuanwen gradually composed himself, responding with a warm demeanor. Why did you not inform me of your visit in advance, dear uncle? Zhu Di clasped his hands, acknowledging, it was my presumption. I am at fault. Oh, I merely mentioned it. I harbor no intentions of reproaching my uncle. Zhu Yuanwen began to summon someone for tea, only to realize this was not the palace, and there were no attendants present, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Li Qing stood and said, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall arrange for tea. In the pavilion, Zhu Di and Zhu Yuanwen sat facing each other, with Li Qing accompanying them, the atmosphere barely managing to be cordial. Uncle C, what brings you to the capital this time? Zhu Yuanwen took a sip of tea, pondering that there were still over 2 months until the anniversary of the late emperor's passing. Surely, you do not intend to stay here for such an extended period? Zhu Di set down his teacup and replied with a smile, I have come with a request for His Majesty. Oh, Zhu Yuanwen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, We are family. Uncle C, there is no need for formality. Speak freely. I assure you, I shall not deny you. Zhu Di, with a fierce demeanor, declared, Qi Tai, Fang Xiaoru, and Huang Zicheng have spread vile rumors, sowing discord within our royal family and leading to the tragic bloodshed among kin. I beseech your Majesty to punish these 3 for their treachery against the emperor with the full weight of the law. Zhu Yuanwen's smile faltered, and after a long pause, he slowly replied, Uncle C, the king of Xiang and the king of Zhou have indeed committed grave offenses. The court has not wronged them. After a moment's reflection, he added, Had they conducted themselves as you do, in accordance with the law and with repeated military achievements, would I have acted thus? Li Qing secretly smiled wryly. Such words might sway a child, but to sway your Uncle C is quite a feat, your Majesty. I earnestly implore you to deal with the 3. Zhu Di reiterated his request. Li Qing felt a stirring within, inexplicably sensing that this was Zhu Di's final chance for Zhu Yuanwen. If Zhu Yuanwen were to execute the 3, all would be well. With this thought in mind, he hastily set down his teacup and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, urging, Your Majesty, please do not prolong this matter. Zhu Yuanwen's expression turned chilly as he replied evenly, Uncle C, you are a vassal prince tasked with guarding the frontier. To speak so recklessly about court affairs is indeed overstepping. Given your familial concern, I shall overlook it this time. However, I ask that you maintain your dignity. Zhu Di's eyes narrowed slightly, his fists clenched tightly beneath the table. After a long moment, he forced a smile and clasped his hands in apology. My apologies for my indiscretion. Well, Uncle C, you have traveled far. Please return to the palace to rest. On another occasion, I shall show you the beauty of Jinling in April. I shall obey. Zhu Di rose and performed a deep bow, then nodded respectfully to Li Qing, who returned the gesture. Following the brief exchange of courtesies, Zhu Di turned and departed. As Zhu Di exited, Zhu Yuanwen's expression brightened, and he sincerely said, Sir, please accompany me back to the palace. I am in need of your counsel. Li Qing, exasperated by the situation, replied, Your Majesty, I will amend my ways and heed your wise counsel. Zhu Yuanwen, with heartfelt sincerity, implored, I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Truth be told, this is indeed Zhu Yuanwen's nature. Had it been the former emperor, regardless of your state of health, you would have been compelled to comply. It is truly remarkable for an emperor to so graciously honor those of merit. Seeing Zhu Yuanwen's earnestness, Li Qing thought, Very well, for the sake of the late emperor, I shall grant him one final opportunity. The 2 arrived at the imperial study, where Qi Tai, Fang Xiaoru, and Huang Zicheng were busily reviewing memorials, making notes and suggestions, thoroughly engaged in their work. Upon noticing the 2 newcomers, the 3 promptly rose to pay their respects. Li Qing sidestepped the formalities and exchanged a few pleasantries. After the customary greetings, everyone took their seats. Zhu Yuanwen smiled at Li Qing and said, The 3 gentlemen are quite learned. However, their experience in governance is somewhat lacking. I would be grateful if you could review their work once more and identify any inconsistencies. Qi, Fang, and Huang displayed commendable composure, showing no sign of discontent, and humbly invited Li Qing to reassess their work, adopting an attitude of respect and eagerness to learn. It must be said that in terms of character, the 3 individuals indeed deserve the title of gentlemen. Li Qing, not one to be courteous, casually selected a memorial from the documents reviewed by the trio and soon furrowed his brow. Fang Xiaoru stretched his neck to take a glance. Recognizing it as his own review, and respectfully stated, If my suggestions contain any shortcomings, I implore Duke Yongqing to enlighten me. Indeed, there were flaws. Li Qing unfolded the petition for disaster relief, noting that while there were merely 5,000 victims, a staggering 1,000 share of grain had been allocated, which was far too excessive. 200 share would suffice. Disaster relief serves merely to alleviate immediate suffering, not to establish a perpetual support system from the court. The remaining 800 share could be utilized to repair a segment of road or construct a bridge, thereby aiding the victims while simultaneously fostering local development. Furthermore, local authorities could be encouraged to prioritize employment for these disaster-stricken individuals. Although the grain supply to other citizens would diminish, it would not lead them to starvation. Moreover, if such a large quantity of grain were sanctioned for relief, local officials would have considerable leeway for misappropriation, resulting in a significant reduction of food that would reach the hands of the victims. Fang Xiaoru contemplated Li Qing's words, and after a moment, he nodded in agreement. Though he expressed his concern, during my tenure as a professor, I have indeed heard of the phenomenon of officials misappropriating resources. If only 200 share were allocated, it amounts to approximately 7 jin of grain per person. What if officials were to divert even that? It could lead to the starvation of victims, and local officials would surely face punishment. They are well aware of the distinction between a morsel of grain and their official status. Li Qing replied with a smile. Moreover, local officials tend to exaggerate when reporting, particularly in matters of disaster relief. The actual number of victims is far less than claimed. Oh dear, Fang Xiaoru said. Rising to perform a deep bow, I humbly accept your teachings. Li Qing rubbed his nose and resumed reading, though his expression grew increasingly exasperated. At first glance, the suggestions seemed equitable, yet they were extravagantly wasteful. Tax reductions and monetary allocations abounded. Fortunately, the national treasury was currently abundant, so the impact was not dire. However, if this trend were to persist, even a mountain of gold would eventually be depleted. Li Qing felt a profound weariness. These three should be engaged in writing articles at the Hamlin Academy, authoring books, or compiling histories. If not, they could serve as impassioned officials, which would still be preferable, for they were certainly not suited for governance. Chapter 5. Stubbornness. The three observed Li Qing's furrowed brow and shaking head, their expressions growing grim. Yet they were aware of their own shortcomings, maintaining their composure and decorum. Zhu Yuanzhang, sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere and fearing resentment among the trio, spoke on Li Qing's behalf. During the reign of my grandfather, he often praised Mr. Li as a capable minister for governance, worthy of great responsibility. He then elaborated on the reforms proposed by Li Qing, which left the three in awe, exclaiming their feasibility. Huang Zicheng was the first to advocate. Your Majesty, Duke Yongqing's national policy is truly a panacea for governance and should be implemented without delay. I second this. Fang Xiaoru quickly followed. The sooner it is enacted, the sooner the people shall benefit. In matters of statecraft, prompt action is preferable. Chi Tai frowned slightly, but, after a moment's reflection, agreed that it would be wise to implement it as soon as possible. I too support this, he added. Li Qing felt genuinely grateful, but questioned the current circumstances. Given the present situation, can this truly be enacted? Noticing Zhu Yuanzhang's increasing agitation, he realized he could not dissuade him, and thus remarked, Your Majesty, have you forgotten the words of Emperor Taizu? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, I recall my grandfather stating that once my foundation is solid and the people united, we shall proceed. His face flushed as he awkwardly added, Gentlemen, please remain calm. The current situation is unstable, and it is not an opportune time for governance. He was a man of indecision, yet lack of resolve did not equate to foolishness. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang genuinely found Li Qing to be far more reliable than Chi Tai and his companions, and also considerably more useful. Moreover, Li Qing was the only individual his grandfather had entrusted to him, someone he could both trust and employ judiciously. He did not wish to disappoint Li Qing. Thus he declared, I hereby announce the complete cessation of the feudal reduction plan and shall additionally pacify the noble families and princes. Only through unity between the ruler and his ministers can we implement national policies and ensure a better life for the people of the Ming. Your Majesty is wise, they exclaimed. However, Qi, Fang, and Huang were taken aback. Huang Zicheng protested, Your Majesty, if you halt now, not only will previous efforts be in vain, but it will also imply to the world that your prior actions were erroneous. The death of the Prince of Xiang was a consequence of your own actions. Please reconsider. Your Majesty must not indulge in misplaced compassion. If the princes are not curtailed, they will undoubtedly become a calamity for the Ming in the future. Feng Xiaoru boldly interjected. Forgive my audacity, but if the princes are left unchecked, can your Majesty truly rest assured that the throne will be passed on to your descendants for generations to come? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened, for Feng Xiaoru's words struck deeply at his heart. If he did not eliminate these increasingly powerful princes, would his son be able to secure the throne a century hence? He could scarcely maintain his own position now, if this continued for several more decades. What chaos might ensue? Yet, having spoken, he found it difficult to retract his words and instead modified his stance. Mr. Li's concerns hold some validity. The current extensive feudal reduction has indeed led to public unrest and created adverse effects. With a mere sentence, he transformed his previously unwavering decree into Li Qing's suggestion. It must be said that the young Zhu still possessed some acumen, albeit limited. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Li Qing's heart was swiftly extinguished. He replied coolly, "It is not merely an adverse effect. The situation has escalated to a critical level. Should your Majesty persist in this solitary path, within 3 months, the realm will surely rebel." Such words are alarmist, Chitai retorted. Who would dare to rebel? Li Qing scoffed. If the princes are left with no means of survival, how could they not rise against you? Feng Xiaoru countered, what defines legitimacy? The emperor himself embodies legitimacy. The prince of Xiang, fearing punishment, did not dare to rebel, which speaks volumes. Such reckless words may lead to national ruin. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Qing erupted in fury. You 3 troublemakers have turned a promising situation into a tangled mess. Should your families be eradicated in the future, you shall bear no blame but your own. For the sake of the state, even the eradication of 10 families is a small price to pay. Feng Xiaoru insisted, arguing that chaos would not ensue, and that the princes would not dare to rebel. Li Qing laughed in disbelief. If they cannot even survive, do you think they would refrain from rebellion? They would still be condemned posthumously. Do you think they would not resist? Princes would not dare to rebel, Chitai interjected, offering an inappropriate example. In ancient Qin, had the 6 states united, how could Qin have achieved unification? To put it succinctly, each party harbors ulterior motives. The 6 states each seek to exploit their neighbors for their own gain, prioritizing self-preservation even at the last moment, and there is no genuine collaboration among them. Even the prodigious Su Qin's efforts to unify the 6 states through alliance were short-lived, leading to inevitable disintegration. The minister of Qi has indeed mastered the art of history, Li Qing remarked through gritted teeth. I am unworthy of such praise. Chitai responded with politeness, asserting firmly, the 6 states could not conquer Qin because they are incapable of sincere cooperation. Their only possibility of unification lies in being conquered by Qin and unified under its rule. Similarly, the princes of the Ming dynasty find themselves in a comparable predicament, yet they pale in comparison to the 6 states, for at that time, the king of Qin was merely a king, whereas today's emperor is an emperor, the singular sovereign of the Ming dynasty. Who would dare to rebel? Chitai declared with conviction, if Qin Shi Huang could eradicate the 6 states, could not the emperor do the same with the princes? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of passion, lightly flicking his sleeve. If the first emperor could achieve such a feat, why can't I? Li Qing chose not to respond further. His last glimmer of hope for the young Zhu had extinguished. It is indeed astonishing to contemplate that less than a year after old Zhu's passing, the promising situation had devolved into such chaos. Among the 16 emperors of the Ming, one could scarcely find another like the young Zhu. Even the playful Zhengde, the immortal-seeking Jiajing, the reclusive Wanli, and the carpentry-inclined Tianxi could not have brought about such disarray. Truly, it is not the reckless heir that poses a threat, but rather the one who strives for accomplishment. When a ruler is inept, so too are his ministers. Given the current circumstances, the Ming dynasty must undergo a painful transformation to rectify the situation, otherwise, it risks collapse under Zhu Yuanzhang's rule. He is powerless to effect change. Even if he were to eliminate the young Zhu, it would avail him nothing. With the emperor's demise, chaos would only deepen. Li Qing exhaled a breath of frustration, dejectedly stating, stir as you will, do as you please. With that, he turned to leave. In this scenario, even Zhuge Liang himself would find it impossible to effect a turnaround. The sovereign outright dismisses wise counsel. What value is there in offering sage advice? It is often said that Liu Shan was incompetent, yet at least he knew how to employ capable individuals, whereas Zhu Yuanwen. Li Qing strode forward, utterly disheartened, indifferent to Zhu Yuanwen's attempts to retain him. What use is there in remaining if one does not heed advice? In the imperial study, the four officials wore grim expressions. Huang Ziqing, infuriated, struck the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. The Earl of Yongqing, so arrogant in his talents, shows utter disregard for his sovereign. I implore your majesty to punish him." "Calm yourself, esteemed gentleman." Zhu Yuanwen, maintaining a remarkably good temper, did not take offense at Li Qing's departure. Of course, his equanimity stemmed not only from his disposition, but also from his sense of guilt. Firstly, he had made promises to heed counsel, yet had failed to uphold them. Secondly, he recognized Li Qing's capabilities and the sincerity of his intentions. Furthermore, this individual had been highlighted by his late grandfather as a crucial talent, and thus he would not impose severe punishment upon Li Qing. Zhu Yuanwen sighed, acknowledging, "I have let him down. It is only natural for him to harbor resentment. Gentlemen, let us discuss the matter of reducing the power of the princes. Your Majesty's humility is commendable. I hold you in the highest esteem." Feng Xiaoru replied earnestly, bowing slightly. "In my humble opinion, it is time to take action against the Prince of Yan." "The Prince of Yan?" Zhu Yuanwen was taken aback, a playful expression suddenly crossing his face. "Now, it is better to act sooner rather than later," Qitai remarked. "The situation has become clear. 3 kings have been stripped of their titles this month. The Prince of Yan is not a fool. Even if he dares not resist, he will certainly take defensive measures. We must act swiftly." Zhu Yuanwen replied. "He is currently in the capital." "What? The Prince of Yan is in the capital?" The three were startled, then filled with joy. "Where is he?" "He is residing in the royal mansion," Zhu Yuanwen stated. "Capture him," Qitai exclaimed, invigorated. "He must not escape. Your Majesty, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity." Zhu Yuanwen hesitated. "What about the charges?" Huang Ziqing interjected. "First, subdue him. The charges can be investigated later." Seeing Zhu Yuanwen still wavering, Huang Ziqing continued, "Your Majesty, opportunities like this are fleeting. If we miss this chance, the Prince of Yan might fortify his position, and the court would expend untold resources." Feng Xiaoru urged as well. "Your Majesty, do not hesitate any longer." With 3 voices echoing in unison, Zhu Yuanwen finally made his decision. "Bring him." Li Qing had just exited the palace gates and had not ventured far when he saw nearly 100 guards charging towards the royal mansion with fierce intent. He paused momentarily, then understood that Zhu Di was in grave danger. The so-called prevailing trend is not the manipulation of a divine entity, but rather the inherent essence of events unfolding. Zhu Yuanzhang's decision to establish his grandson, Zhu Yuanwen, was not dictated by divine will. It was a strategic consideration for the greater good. Even Zhu Yuanwen's measures against the feudal lords stemmed from his own insecurity rather than external pressure. Since Li Qing arrived at the court, he had, to some extent, influenced those around him. If Zhu Di were to be captured now, the legendary Yongle Emperor would never come to be. At this juncture, Li Qing understood that a great conflict was inevitable. Even if the Prince of Yan did not rebel, other feudal lords would. And it might be better to let Zhu Di rise against them, leading to a successful Jingnan campaign, following the course of history. However, if Zhu Di were captured, all would be lost. Considering Zhu Yuanwen's fervor, it was likely he would not even retire. He might bring the Ming dynasty to its end. With this in mind, Li Qing hastily followed. Chapter 6. Seizing the moment at the entrance to the royal mansion, the guards burst in, only to quickly retreat, their leader's face grim. Upon realizing that Zhu Di had not been captured, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Fourth brother is indeed quite clever." Fortunately, he had the foresight to flee in advance. Upon returning home, Li Qing sat beneath a fruit tree, completely immersed in his thoughts. Wanling brought him chilled sour plum soup, watermelon, and herbal tea. Noticing that he remained motionless, she understood he was contemplating something of great importance and quietly withdrew. She was not mistaken. Li Qing was indeed pondering a significant matter, the fate of the Ming dynasty. The current trend was set. The rebellion of the feudal lords was a foregone conclusion. Even if 3 prominent figures were eliminated, Zhu Yuanwen would simply find others to replace them. For Zhu Yuanwen, the desire to diminish the power of the feudal lords was stronger than anyone else's, and he would only heed voices that supported this agenda. Li Qing had seen through this clearly. He quietly calculated, since a great conflict was unavoidable, let us allow fourth brother to emerge victorious with greater ease. Li Qing understood that Zhu Yunwen was not suited to be an emperor. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was known for his humility and good temperament, and did not impose harsh penalties. How could one evaluate a ruler solely based on personal virtues when he bears the weight of millions of subjects? Old Zhu was not a virtuous man, and indeed, he could be deemed a scoundrel. Yet, one cannot deny that he was a competent emperor. Similarly, although the fourth prince was no paragon of virtue, he, too, was an exemplary ruler. An emperor's influence extends over a nation and resonates through the ages, rendering personal morality comparatively insignificant. Li Qing sighed deeply, pondering whether the legacy entrusted to him by old Zhu was that of the Ming dynasty or of Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Confounded, he resolved to embrace both responsibilities. At that moment of clarity, Li Qing felt a sense of enlightenment. This time, he decided against resistance and prepared to acquiesce. Aiming to mitigate impending calamities to the greatest extent possible, Li Qing held no allegiance to the emperor. After all, they were all descendants of the Zhu lineage. What difference did it make who ascended the throne? When discussing Zhu Di's usurpation, one cannot overlook a pivotal figure, the first great warrior of the Ming dynasty, Li Jinglong. Before arriving in the Ming court, he regarded Li Jinglong as a mere fool, only to discover his initial assessment was indeed correct. However, despite his perceived ineptitude, Li Qing was convinced that historically, Li Jinglong had deliberately allowed Zhu Di to prevail. With an army of 500,000 besieging a mere city of Beiping, as long as one's shoulders bore a head and not a tumor, defeat was inconceivable. Having experienced the battlefield, he understood that a commander's strategy was crucial. Yet, when faced with forces that vastly outnumbered his own, even the most skilled could not prevail. Not to mention Zhu Di, even the likes of Lan Yu or Bai would inevitably falter. Li Qing rose, adjusting his attire, and called out, "My dear, I shall step out for a while. Dinner will not be at home." Upon reaching the residence of the Duke of Chao, he found Li Jinglong drinking alone, visibly troubled. "Brother Li has arrived." Li Jinglong dismissed his attendants, inquiring, "Are you feeling better?" "Somewhat improved," Li Qing smiled. "Why drink alone?" "My heart feels heavy," Li Jinglong replied. "That injury on your face, did you clash with Lan Yu again?" "It's not that I couldn't defeat him. Rather, I chose not to retaliate," he retorted stubbornly. Taking another sip and lamenting, "Lan Yu calls me a traitor among the nobility, and he is not wrong. I am indeed a traitor, but that was not my intention. It was the emperor, the great ancestor, who compelled me to act thus." His face contorted with frustration, he continued, "Now I find myself estranged from the nobility, caught between two worlds, neither a scholar nor a warrior, a pariah in both realms. Captured were the princes of Zhou, Dai, Qi, and Xiang." He sighed despondently. "Life feels meaningless. I dare not die, not from cowardice, but from shame in facing my father and the great ancestor. Had I known his ruthlessness, I would never have allied myself with him." Li Qing mused silently. No wonder Li Jinglong had allowed Zhu Di to succeed during the usurpation. The crux of the matter lay here. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "If the Yan king were to rebel and the emperor commanded you to quell the uprising, what would you do?" "Shoo, keep your voice down," Li Jinglong cautioned, his eyes wide with alarm. "I was merely using it as a hypothetical. You nearly frightened me to death." Li Jinglong shot a resentful glare at him, declaring that he would not go, and if anyone wished to, they could do so without him. "What if the emperor insists that you attend?" Li Jinglong furrowed his brow and suddenly turned to Li Qing, questioning, "Brother Li, have you just come from the palace?" "No, from home," was the reply. Confounded by Li Qing's intentions, Li Jinglong candidly remarked, "Brother, I regard you as my kin. Do not stab me in the back." "Am I that sort of person?" Li Qing chuckled. "I merely thought to ease your troubled heart with some banter. What leaves your lips enters my ears, and once you step out of this door, let it be as though nothing transpired." Li Jinglong stared intently at Li Qing, who met his gaze with a calm and unwavering demeanor. After a lengthy silence, Li Jinglong nodded gently, stating, "If I were to quell the rebellion, I fear I could not best the Prince of Yan. What if you had 200,000 troops? Still, I would not prevail. I lack the capability." Li Jinglong shook his head. "What about 500,000? "No, absolutely not," he reiterated, shaking his head once more. Both were men of stature. Speaking too plainly drained the conversation of its intrigue. Li Qing comprehended Li Jinglong's implications and chose not to press further. Whereas Li Jinglong remained somewhat oblivious to Li Qing's intentions, though he harbored a vague suspicion, considering Li Qing's frequent visits to Beiping over the years. The two shifted away from the topic, indulging in drink after drink until the gathering drew to a close. It was only then that Li Jinglong hinted, "Brother, your heart seems rather wild." Li Qing recognized Li Jinglong's probing but understood he must lay some groundwork, thus replied, "A lackadaisical approach lacks interest. Embracing a bit of wildness can be quite refreshing." Li Jinglong squinted slightly, probing further, "Is it as I suspect?" As he spoke, he dipped his drink and inscribed a character for north on the table. Li Qing answered directly, "Indeed, it is as you suspect." At that moment, Li Jinglong's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired quietly, "For what purpose?" Li Qing dipped his drink again and inscribed the characterate. Upon returning home, Li Qing feigned illness, avoiding court, and spent his days idly playing the guqin, savoring tea, and exploring the mysteries of life. He awaited a visitor, and fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Merely 5 days passed before Li Jinglong arrived. The two met in a pavilion, where a maidservant presented them with cool tea before withdrawing. They then engaged in a game of charades. "Brother, I have been pondering deeply these past few days, and find it exceedingly difficult. Truly daunting." "What makes it so?" Li Qing inquired. "There is no way to lose. It is utterly impossible." Li Jinglong shook his head emphatically. Li Qing took a sip of tea, teasing, "You seem quite confident." "Naturally," Li Jinglong retorted with a glare. "Do you think I am ignorant of warfare?" Li Qing retrieved an empty cup from the tea tray, filled it twice, paused, and continued pouring until it overflowed. Li Jinglong stared in astonishment for a long moment before grasping Li Qing's meaning, frowning. "Brother, you are being overly idealistic. The tea at the back is yellow." "Is that so?" Li Qing replied lightly. "Think carefully. Are all those standing in that hall clad in yellow?" Li Jinglong fell silent, unable to retort. Zhu Yuanzhang's suppression of the feudal lords had driven the noble families to a dead end, and the civil officials grew increasingly arrogant. Within a year, the situation had escalated to one where they were practically riding on the necks of the nobility. Moreover, with the presence of noble families and princely lords, the intricate web of relationships became apparent, awakening his contemplative spirit. However, being a family man and a duke, he quickly regained his composure and stated softly, "I shall not betray you. When necessary, I will offer my assistance, but I will not take the forefront in your endeavors." Pausing momentarily, he retrieved an envelope from his bosom, perused its contents, and then incinerated it, declaring, "I was never here today." Without allowing Li Qing to see him off, he turned and departed. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Qing secured the door and slowly opened the envelope that Li Jinglong had provided. At the top of the letter, two names stood out prominently, Duke Gung Bingwen of Chongqing and Duke Guiying of Wuding. Among the founding generals, only these two remained alive. Their influence within the military immeasurable. Li Qing felt a surge of determination as he continued reading. Duke Gung Bingwen was once a subordinate of Su Da. The Yanzhao king was Su Da's son-in-law, and they often referred to each other as uncle and nephew within the military. Duke Guiying's sister married the founding emperor, and his eldest son wed Princess Yongjia. Thus, Guiying was not only the emperor's brother-in-law, but also a close family ally. Although Guiying held the title of marquis, his authority and influence within the military surpassed even that of a duke, making him the preeminent figure of the time. Chapter 7: A Grand Strategy. It must be said that the intelligence provided by Li Jinglong was of paramount importance. To this day, among the founding generals, only Gung Bingwen and Guiying remain alive, and their potential impact is indeed considerable. Although Lan Yu was also granted a marquisate and later elevated to Duke of Liang, it is crucial to note that Lan Yu was not a renowned general of the founding era. He only began to shine later in life. After the likes of Su Da and Li Wenzhong had paved the way, Lan Yu was not among the original 6 dukes and 28 marquises. The military influence was predominantly hereditary, with intricate relationships at play. Should these two individuals choose to lend their support, any ensuing display of power would undoubtedly be spectacular. Previously, when Li Qing had persuaded Zhu Di to surrender, the fourth prince often spoke fondly of Gung Bingwen, indicating a genuine camaraderie between them. Given Zhu Yuanzhang's estrangement from the nobility, persuading Gung Bingwen seemed quite feasible. However, the situation with Guiying was markedly different. He had no ties to Zhu Di, and according to Li Jinglong's account, Guiying's influence was unparalleled, while Gung Bingwen was not to be underestimated. Li Qing sighed. This poses quite a dilemma. Just as he was about to ignite the envelope, he suddenly discovered another piece of paper within and hastily withdrew it for inspection. In the 31st year of Hongwu, in July, the Zhou king was deposed. At that time, Gui Ying's eldest son, Guizhen, was departing the capital alongside me. However, while I was tasked with apprehending the Zhou king, he was heading to Liaodong for a border inspection. Interestingly, shortly after departing the capital, Guizhen fell gravely ill and never reached Liaodong, returning to the capital instead. The new emperor dispatched imperial physicians for treatment, but Guizhen died that very night. Notably, Guizhen's border inspection was recommended to the new emperor by Minister Qi Tai. After absorbing all the contents, a chill coursed through Li Qing's body. He had not anticipated that, with the demise of the elder Zhu, the civil officials would swiftly reach out toward the military. Reflecting on the Ming dynasty, it became clear that since the second generation of war heroes, governance had almost entirely favored civil authority over military might, sending shivers down his spine. At last, he comprehended the reasons behind old Zhu's relentless suppression of the civil officials, chopping down one batch after another, executing wave upon wave. Now it became evident that old Zhu's actions were not without justification. Their avarice was far more terrifying than that of the military generals. However, they were overly impatient. They resorted to the most simplistic and brutal methods, and it was no surprise that the aristocrats were incensed. Reflecting on Zhu Yunwen's words about the fickleness of the military's morale, he could not help but find it somewhat amusing. This was not mere fickleness but akin to dry tinder soaked in oil. Of course, the rampant behavior of the civil officials was inextricably linked to Zhu Yunwen's stance. The current emperor clearly sided with the scholars, thus providing them ample reason to act with impunity. As the parchment ignited, it cast a deeper crimson hue upon Li Qing's face. After a considerable pause, he exhaled slowly, murmuring, "The perils of court life rival those of a battlefield filled with 1,000 troops." Until now, Li Qing had relied on the emperor's favor to navigate the court's treachery, largely avoiding the political machinations. Yet, from the simplicity of Li Jinglong's intelligence, the extent of danger became evident. Li Qing could not help but recall the words uttered by Chongzhen as he hung from the coal mountain. "The ministers have betrayed me. All civil officials are fit for slaughter." He exhaled a breath of frustration, chuckling softly, secretly thinking, "In terms of sheer brutality, you scholars cannot compare to the battlefield's executioners. Taking advantage of other strengths to compete. How clever you are." In truth, Li Qing felt a sense of relief, grateful for the civil officials' impatience. Had their infiltration been gradual, even with his capabilities, he would have been powerless to alter the circumstances. But the situation had changed. The aristocrats had been driven to a dead end by the civil officials, and with Zhu Yunwen foolishly siding with them, winning over the aristocrats would not prove difficult. 3 days later, at the Longxing Marquisate, Li Qing and Geng Bingwen sat facing each other, as a servant presented tea before discreetly departing, leaving the two men to gaze at one another. Geng Bingwen exhibited remarkable composure, yet Li Qing demonstrated even greater restraint. It was as if two martial experts were engaged in a silent duel. After a lengthy silence, Geng Bingwen was the first to falter, not because Li Qing was steadier, but because Li Qing possessed a clear purpose, while Geng Bingwen could not discern his intentions. "What brings the Marquis of Yongqing to visit?" Geng Bingwen queried bluntly. "I have no particular rapport with you." Li Qing remained unperturbed, still smiling. Though Geng Bingwen's words were quite hurtful, the reputation of the Grand General echoed in his ears, evoking admiration. Thus the civil official's posturing was unwarranted. Geng Bingwen remained unyielding, urging him to speak if he had something to say, or to leave if he did not. Li Qing smacked his lips thoughtfully, then spoke earnestly. "General Geng, I stood with the aristocrats during the air dispute. Do not forget, I attained my marquisate through military merit." Geng Bingwen was not easily deceived like Li Jinglong, and their lack of camaraderie was evident. Li Qing understood that without demonstrating sincerity, further conversation would be impossible. Indeed, upon hearing Li Qing's words, Geng Bingwen's expression softened considerably. Nevertheless, he maintained his vigilance. Did the Marquis of Yongqing not fear offending the new emperor or the civil officials? I have already offended them. I have not graced the court in over half a year. Li Qing struggled to suppress his anger, remarking, "It is not that I do not wish to, but rather the meddling of those three troublemakers, Qi, Feng, and Huang." Li Qing once again displayed his sincerity, and Geng Bingwen's expression softened further. However, he remained vigilant, and even turned the tables on Li Qing. Does the Yongqing Marquis not fear losing his standing by saying such things? Li Qing replied with a smile. If the old general wishes to please the civil officials with this, he may do so. At worst, I shall renounce my title and live as a commoner. Gung Bingwen fell silent, his brow furrowed tightly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Li Qing too ceased speaking, aware that Gung Bingwen was weighing the pros and cons. Understanding that one cannot rush matters, without Gung Bingwen showing a modicum of sincerity, further discussions would be futile. After a quarter of an hour, Gung Bingwen dipped his brush in tea and wrote down a 4, paused, and then inscribed a 17. Li Qing's eyes brightened as he swiftly erased the 17. Gung Bingwen's demeanor relaxed once more, evidently favoring the 4. After a while, he slowly remarked, "It is indeed quite difficult. Too difficult to lose." When Li Jinglong said this, Li Qing merely felt amusement, yet when Gung Bingwen uttered these words, he found them profoundly resonant. Had the old Gung led an army of 500,000 to Beiping, or even just 200,000, an uncharacteristic performance would not necessarily mean defeat. Li Qing pondered for a moment before deciding to give Li Jinglong a nudge, subtly drawing their relationship closer. Who? Li Qing dipped his brush in tea and wrote down the character for Li. The revelation of the war god card instantly reassured the old Gung. He did not doubt it, knowing full well that Li Qing, lacking anything else, would never dare such reckless actions. Li Qing was not pushing Li Jinglong into a pit of fire. Rather, he was confident that Gung Bingwen would not sever ties with the aristocracy. Individuals of Gung Bingwen's stature were backed by numerous staunch supporters. Should he turn against the civil officials, those loyal followers could easily dismantle him. Why is the Yongqing Marquis like this? Upon hearing Gung Bingwen's inquiry, Li Qing secretly sighed in relief and uttered a falsehood, dissatisfied with the current state. Truth be told, Gung Bingwen would not believe it, and thus Li Qing had to speak untruths. As expected, Gung Bingwen laughed, his laughter growing louder, and after a moment, he rose, opened the door, and bellowed outside, "Bring wine." 10 days later, at the residence of the Wooding Marquis, Li Qing mournfully offered 3 sticks of incense for Guiying's eldest son, Guizhen, shedding tears profusely. Ginger is truly effective. After this display, the two engaged in conversation, their barriers significantly reduced. In their dialogue, Li Qing shifted the blame for Guizhen's death squarely onto Qi Tai, who Guiying already believed was responsible, and with Li Qing's instigation, his conviction grew even stronger. In truth, even without Li Qing's prompting, Guiying could not absolve Qi Tai. His son, Guizhen, had left the capital in good health, only to return lifeless, with Qi Tai, who had recommended him for border patrol, being the prime suspect. The only reason he had held back from acting was that his son had perished under the care of the imperial physician, reflecting the emperor's stance. Although Guiying held great prestige, he dared not openly rebel. However, the situation had changed. Li Qing had successively revealed the cards of Li Jinglong and Gung Bingwen, indicating that the fourth side was also prepared to continue. Moreover, they were not urging him to rebel, merely suggesting that during wartime, he could be set free. Guiying, after all, remained a loyal subject. Indeed, Guiying was held in high regard, in addition to his close ties with the old Zhu. His brother Guixing was also a marquis. Although Zhu had eliminated him, Guiying had inherited his brother's legacy, making him quite formidable. With the presence of Guiying, Gung Bingwen, and Li Qing, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. Originally, he contemplated enlisting Lan Yu's support, but upon further reflection, he relinquished the idea. Though Lan Yu stood in opposition to Zhu Yuanzhang, he would not wholeheartedly align with the fourth prince, as his affections were firmly directed towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang would never employ Lan Yu, particularly in matters of internal military affairs, due to his trepidation. To this day, King Wu, Zhu Yuanzhang, has yet to receive his fief, not from a lack of desire on his part, but rather from Zhu Yuanzhang's refusal. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang's denial has prevented the nobility from rallying behind Zhu Yuanzhang, for a youthful sovereign is indeed the most desirable choice. Everything was in readiness, awaiting only the favorable winds. Such winds soon arrived. As soon as Prince Yan, Zhu Di, returned home, he fell gravely ill. Upon this news reaching the capital, Zhu Yuanzhang expressed profound concern for his uncle's well-being, fearing the worst, and promptly appointed Li Qing as a special envoy, accompanied by a multitude of imperial physicians, to visit on behalf of the emperor. Chapter 8. Your Highness, are you truly losing your mind? In late May, the special envoy Li Qing, leading a cadre of court physicians, arrived in Beiping. It must be noted that young Zhu placed immense trust in Li Qing, openly revealing his plans. The intention was to ensure that Prince Yan met his demise. In essence, this required the physicians to administer poison, albeit not too potent, as young Zhu still needed to maintain a semblance of respectability. Currently, Zhu Di's military power had been significantly curtailed, with only 3 guards remaining loyal to him. And the governor of Beiping had been replaced, leaving him far from his former glory. Li Qing was unaware of how the 4th prince historically managed to turn the tide. Yet he understood it was an arduous endeavor. If the difficulty of Li Shimin's Xuanwu Gate incident was rated 3 stars, then Zhu Di's Jingnan campaign would undoubtedly be a full constellation of challenges. It was no wonder he harbored ambitions. Yet it was only under dire circumstances that he dared to rebel. Li Qing, with the physicians, entered the royal residence to deliver the edict. Met only by Su Miaoyun and her 3 sons, with Zhu Di remaining conspicuously absent. However, one must perform with full conviction, and Li Qing insisted on meeting Zhu Di with the physicians. It is so cold. Despite the summer heat, Li Qing found his special envoy attire stifling, while Zhu Di, swathed in quilts, was drenched in sweat, yet shivering uncontrollably. "Your Highness, are you unwell? I fear my time is short," Zhu Di lamented. The physicians instantly sprang into action, eager to take his pulse, yet Zhu Di dared not allow them, aware that such an examination would reveal the ruse. "I have succumbed to a grave illness. There is no need for the physicians." Zhu Di realized that allowing an examination would either expose his deception or lead the physicians to err grievously, potentially administering poison. He was well aware of his nephew's limited capabilities. "Your Highness's health is paramount. Should anything happen, how could we face His Majesty?" implored the physicians. Zhu Di resisted their attempts, but they insisted on proceeding. Li Qing found it difficult to thwart the physicians, for he needed to return to the capital and continue preparations for the greater plan. Though he could not assist Zhu Di in his rebellion, he could be of significant aid from the capital. Moreover, he needed to convey to Zhu Di that he was aligned with him, albeit without explicit declaration. Directly stating such would be met with skepticism. It required demonstration. This is indeed a challenging predicament. In a moment of contemplation, Li Qing could devise no better strategy than to place his hopes in the clever Su Miaoyun. Casting a meaningful glance towards her, he acknowledged her astuteness. Although she did not fully grasp Li Qing's intentions, she swiftly conceived a solution to their dilemma. "Your Highness has been taking medicine, and just before the imperial envoy's arrival, he finished his dose." The court physician suggested waiting until the effects of the medicine have passed before proceeding with the examination. After a brief pause, he turned to Sanbao and instructed him to prepare some local specialties from Beiping for the envoy, emphasizing the need for authentic products. Su Miaoyun felt anxious and could only place her hopes on Haodar. Fortunately, Haodar did not disappoint her. In less than a quarter of an hour, Sanbao returned, dragging a large platter of golden ingots. The sight of the resplendent gold made the physicians' eyes gleam, yet in the presence of the imperial envoy, they dared not accept and fervently declined. Li Qing merely glanced at the tray and quickly averted his gaze, muttering to himself, "So, the local specialty of Beiping is peanuts. I wonder what I expected." The physicians, seasoned officials, instantly grasped the envoy's intent upon hearing this remark, internally exclaiming, "Duke Yongqing is quite generous. He deserves his title." Knowing that one is at the mercy of others, they found it difficult to refuse the offered benefit. Of course, the emperor had not instructed them to poison Zhu Di outright, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, they were to prescribe medication contrary to the patient's condition or administer slow-acting poisons. Ultimately, Zhu Di must perish, but the process should not be immediate. As several court physicians pocketed the ingots, Li Qing seized the opportunity to press against Zhu Di's wrist. Zhu Di attempted to resist, but found himself unable. Anxiously gazing at Li Qing, with a furrowed brow, Li Qing sternly remarked, "If not treated promptly, I fear it may affect your mental state." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "Your Highness, you seem to be on the brink of madness." Su Miaoyun, who had been taken aback, quickly echoed, "Indeed. Your Highness has been speaking nonsensically these past few days." Zhu Di, bewildered, exclaimed, "Am I going mad? What are you looking at?" Pointing at the dazed Zhu Di, Su Miaoyun warned, "Li Qing, esteemed physicians, when His Highness loses his senses, he may resort to violence. It would be wise for you to step back." Though Zhu Di struggled to comprehend the situation, he trusted his wife's intentions were benign. He complied by tossing aside his blanket and reaching for a knife. Li Qing secretly sighed in relief, having successfully completed the act. It was indeed exhausting. Given the treasonous implications, no amount of eloquence would convince Zhu Di. Actions were necessary, and they must be subtle to appear authentic. However, Li Qing was uncertain whether Zhu Di would discern the ruse. While Zhu Di was undoubtedly a formidable strategist in battle, he seemed rather unsophisticated in matters of subterfuge. Li Qing could only hope for the cleverness of the chubby fellow's mother, as she was indeed astute. The group hurriedly exited the room, led by Sanbao to a guest house in a secluded courtyard. As the imperial envoy, Li Qing enjoyed better accommodations, with each person assigned their own room while the other physicians shared two. Once everyone had distanced themselves, Su Miaoyan closed the door, her expression grave. Zhu Di, returning to normalcy, set down the knife and furrowed his brow, saying, "Miaoyan, why do I feel that Li Qing is actually helping me? He is indeed assisting you." Su Miaoyan replied, her delicate brows nodding in confusion as she pondered. "But why would he want to help you?" Zhu Di pondered, "Could it be because of cheer? That is impossible." Su Miaoyan resolutely shook her head. Before the allure of power and wealth, even if Cheer were his own son, he would, cough. "I am merely using an analogy." Zhu Di darkened his expression and retorted, "I find your analogy quite distasteful. Enough of this frivolity. What time is it?" Su Miaoyan furrowed her brow and suggested, "Should we not test him?" Zhu Di shook his head cautiously. "We cannot dismiss the possibility that he may be deliberately saying this to ensnare me." Su Miaoyan supported her forehead in exasperation. "Can't you think for a moment? If he intended to poison you, why would he claim you were ill, instead of saying you were mad?" Zhu Di queried in confusion. "Isn't madness a form of illness?" Su Miaoyan replied, "But a madman does not adhere to logic. You could simply cause a ruckus. If the imperial physician insists on treating you, just strike him. After all, they cannot prove you are not mad." Hiss. Zhu Di suddenly realized, indeed. Does this mean Li Qing is genuinely assisting me? It must be so. Su Miaoyan nodded, yet I still failed to comprehend why he would help. Before she could finish, the wardrobe beside them was abruptly kicked open. Bang! As the wardrobe doors swung wide, a venerable monk, over 50 years of age, tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. "I can't take it anymore. I'm suffocating." Dao Yin wheezed. "Lady Tiger. Cough. Your Highness, do not act impulsively. The situation is clear. They have already come to your door. If the prince does not act soon, he will face the same fate as the other queens. A knife is at his throat, so do not hesitate." Dao Yin was truly exasperated. Prior to this, he would never have imagined that the greatest obstacle to their venture was not Zhang Wen, but rather Su Miaoyan. What infuriated him further was that every time he believed he had swayed Zhu Di, the next morning, Zhu Di would utter, "Master, do not rush. This matter requires careful deliberation." When pressed, Zhu Di would even say, "I heed my wife's counsel," were it not for the inability to overpower her. Dao Yin would have certainly employed the great compassionate palm to silence her. This time, however, Su Miaoyan did not become angry, but rather asked, "Venerable monk, why do you assist His Highness? What do you seek?" "I seek nothing. I do not believe you. I go to you, Ba." Dao Yin, incensed, exclaimed, "Only women and villains are difficult to nurture. Distance breeds resentment, while proximity invites disrespect. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Your Highness, you indulge her too much. The grand ambitions of 1,000 years should not falter for the sake of a single woman. As the saying goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage." Yet Dao Yin could not spare a thought for that. Risking decades of merit to ensure the 4th prince dismisses this woman. The 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues dictate, the sovereign must guide the minister. The father must guide the son, the husband must guide the wife. If the husband's authority falters, how can he be called a man? Dao Yin earnestly advised, "In the realm of tender affection lies the grave of heroes. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the source of calamity. There are countless beauties in the harem." Dao Yin resolutely declared his position. "4th prince, today, it is either me or her. You must choose." Zhu Di's face flushed with indignation as he muttered, "Silence. How could I be swayed by a mere woman? It is I who am unwilling, not her. Your Highness, you too should be silent." Zhu Di, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "I seek tranquility." The principles of womanly virtue dictate that despite Su Miaoyan's usual haughty demeanor, she trembled in fear when Zhu Di was enraged. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his heart felt as if it were being fried in oil, with two inner voices clashing incessantly in his mind. After a quarter of an hour, the voice advocating rebellion emerged victorious. Zhu Di muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. That little brat Zhang Wen is too overbearing. I shall rebel indeed. Your Highness is wise. Dao Yin was on the verge of tears, lamenting that the fourth prince had truly returned to form this time. Your Highness, may I offer a word? Su Miaoyun inquired. Dao Yin froze, wishing he could silence Su Miaoyun with a mere gesture. Your Highness, please, do not. Master, please remain calm. Zhu Di waved his hand. Miaoyun, you may speak. We cannot rebel openly. Otherwise, we lack justification, Su Miaoyun stated. The ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty assert that when there are no loyal ministers in court and traitors within, the feudal lords must raise troops to eliminate the treacherous and purify the court. While this was indeed established by Zhu Yuanzhang, the clause regarding purifying the court was restrictive. The emperor must first summon the feudal lords before they could mobilize, and once the traitors were eradicated, the feudal lords were expected to return immediately. Indeed. The princess speaks wisely. Dao Yin quickly adopted a different demeanor, praising her as a paragon of valor among women, a heroine who does not yield to men. Enough, Su Miaoyun said, slightly annoyed with him, yet she recognized that the old monk was indeed capable. Master, please share some truly useful insights. Dao Yin nodded, suggesting that they raise troops under the pretext of purifying the court and restoring national peace. Your Highness often mentions that the Duoyan 3 guards of the Ning King possess extraordinary combat prowess. Although the Ning King has been stripped of his military authority and confined to the royal residence, the 3 guards remain intact. Your Highness could reclaim them in the name of rescuing the Ning King. This would not only strengthen your own position, but also win the hearts of the Ming vassal lords. Given how ruthlessly Zhang Wen has diminished their power, they are likely to harbor resentment, albeit too fearful to rebel. Should your Highness muster troops to rescue the Ning King, they would not obstruct you, and might even assist you in secret. The Duoyan 3 guards. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with determination. His interest in the Ning King's Duoyan 3 guards was not a recent development. Zhu Di exhaled deeply, pondering. The greatest concern now is whether Li Qing is truly on our side. If he is a pawn of Zhang Wen's, as soon as I lead the army out, the court will likely dispatch troops to Beiping, and my home will be raided. What use would that be? Su Miaoyun contemplated for a moment and suggested. I shall test him tonight. Chapter 9. The Thespian. The long night stretched on, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and before he knew it, midnight had arrived. Li Qing remained awake, waiting, not entirely certain that someone would indeed come, given the sensitivity of his identity. A rational mind would not conspire with an imperial envoy representing the emperor. Will you come tonight? I have waited so long that the flowers have withered, Li Qing sighed, gazing skyward. Suddenly, he heard a series of faint footsteps. Although they were light, Li Qing discerned them clearly. They've arrived. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he quietly opened the window wider. Moments later, San Bao's fair countenance appeared at the window, softly stating, "The prince's illness has recurred. I implore you, Li Qing, to attend to him." Li Qing was taken aback, astonished by the trust the Yin family placed in San Bao. He nodded slightly. I shall go at once. Instead of using the front door, he opted for the window. The night was silent, and the Wangfu was enveloped in stillness as Li Qing followed San Bao to the loft where they had previously enjoyed hot pot. Inside, the prince awaited, and Li Qing was invited in. Noticing that San Bao had no intention of entering, Li Qing felt a sense of understanding and gently pushed the door open. Upon stepping into the room, he was momentarily taken aback. The Prince of Yin was absent, leaving only the Yin princess. However, he refrained from inquiring and naturally closed the door behind him, approaching with measured steps. Please, take a seat, he offered. Li Qing nodded and sat down in silence. Neither he nor Su Miaoyun spoke, and they sat quietly together. After a quarter of an hour, Su Miaoyun felt a semblance of reassurance, for throughout their encounter, Li Qing had not once mentioned Zhu Di. This indicated that he was not there to seek treatment for Zhu Di, yet his presence spoke volumes. In the realm of subtlety and wit, sometimes communication is unnecessary. With a sigh, Su Miaoyun broke the silence. What is it that you seek? Such a significant matter requires a compelling motive to be credible. Dissatisfaction with the status quo, he replied. You speak falsely, Su Miaoyun countered, her brows furrowing. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Who does not desire advancement? Li Qing retorted. Su Miaoyun fell silent, her expression betraying her skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing mused that time reveals one's true character. The princess was astute. Regardless of his words, she would remain unconvinced. It would be more effective to let facts speak for themselves. Su Miaoyun, undeterred, pressed on. I merely wish to understand your intentions. I seek nothing, Li Qing replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Do you believe me? Su Miaoyun was taken aback, recalling the old monk who had expressed similar sentiments, leaving her momentarily speechless. Li Qing continued with candor. Princess, you are being overly concerned. Given the current situation, do you truly believe the court would engage in such actions? To be frank, the court's next strike will be directed at Beiping. Su Miaoyun found herself at a loss for words. She was an intelligent woman. Yet there is nothing more frustrating for a clever mind than being left in the dark, unable to discern Li Qing's motives, which left her feeling unsettled. Nonetheless, she acknowledged the veracity of his statement. The court had no reason to act so rashly. Changing her approach, Su Miaoyun inquired, if you succeed, what do you desire? Li Qing sighed, recognizing her obstinacy, and replied, I seek merely an opportunity to realize my ambitions. And what else? There is nothing more. Another silence ensued. And after some time, Su Miaoyun, no longer entangled in her doubts, expressed her sincerity first. When the time comes, Zheng Shou will undoubtedly lend his assistance. What about Su Huizhou? He will not. Su Miaoyun shook her head. That one tea suffice. Li Qing was at a loss for words. After all this, they had made no preparations whatsoever. Su Miaoyun, a touch vexed, replied, that was because we had no such intentions before, nor any opportunity. Pausing, she declared with pride, setting aside the Prince of Yan. I can still achieve a comprehensive defensive strategy. Why set him aside? Li Qing scratched his head, confused. What does comprehensive defense entail? Su Miaoyun stared at him in disbelief, as if regarding a fool, and after a while, she explained, it means fortifying our defenses and eliminating provisions, houses, and gathering the populace within the city, thus preventing the enemy from sourcing supplies and conscripting laborers, rendering them unable to sustain a prolonged conflict. It deprives the enemy of resources and facilities. Li Qing, enlightened, questioned. The governor of Beiping has already been replaced. Can you control that? He is better off being killed directly, controlled or not, Su Miaoyun remarked disdainfully. Zhang Wen, in his excessive caution, feared that His Highness would take control after a prolonged period. Hence he moved the army 5 days ago, which, paradoxically, works to our advantage. As for the 2,000 imperial guards sent by Zhang Wen, they pose little threat. One could say this is the most opportune moment. After a pause, she expressed her concern. However, time is running out. I can assist with that, Li Qing said. As long as the prince goes mad, I shall ensure the imperial physicians are rendered ineffective. Su Miaoyun smiled bitterly. It seems you have forgotten something. What? The anniversary of Emperor Taizu is merely half a month away. If His Highness fails to pay homage, it would be a severe betrayal of our ancestors. Zhang Wen would undoubtedly condemn him for unfilial conduct, and it aligns with propriety, so the world would not speak ill of it. He will certainly act accordingly. At this, Li Qing furrowed his brows and pondered. If I were to return and declare that the prince has gone mad, that would be futile, Su Miaoyun interjected. He would certainly take them back for treatment. This is a fatal move. If His Highness goes, he shall never return, yet if he does not, Zhang Wen will surely dispatch troops. Is there no alternative? There is, but... Li Qing chuckled. Just moments ago, the princess displayed a decisive demeanor worthy of any man. Why now, at this crucial juncture, do you waver? Su Miaoyun's expression turned grim. If His Highness does not go, the only way to assure Zhang Wen's peace of mind is to send all 3 of my sons. Not one can be absent. Li Qing's smile faltered, and he fell silent. Su Miaoyun sighed deeply, reining in her emotions, and said, that is essentially my position. Now, please share yours. During wartime, Marquis Gung Bingwen, Marquis Guiying, and Duke Li Jinglong will mediate, Li Qing replied. Really? Su Miaoyun exclaimed, her surprise nearly overwhelming her composure. You managed to persuade them? How did you achieve that? Li Qing wore an enigmatic expression, proudly declaring, having flourished at court for so long, would I lack any skills? You underestimate me too much, princess. After a moment, he added, of course, my ability to do this is largely due to the current emperor's discord with the nobility. With your talents, I have every confidence, Su Miaoyun replied. subtly altering her address. After a while, her excitement gradually subsided, and after weighing her thoughts, she rose and bowed. I ask you, Mr. Li, for one more favor. Should His Highness achieve great success in the future, just speak. Li Qing interrupted. I detest vague requests. Su Mianyun, undeterred, said earnestly, I implore you, Mr. Li, to escort my 3 sons back to the capital to pay homage to Emperor Taizu and ensure their safety. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback and sighed. Princess, you truly harbor no illusions. To regard others as fools is the greatest folly. Su Mianyun replied bitterly. I entrust their lives to you, sir. Li Qing nodded. I shall do my utmost to safeguard them. Early the next morning, Li Qing was awakened by a commotion. Upon opening the door, he found Zhu Di shouting in the courtyard, his hair disheveled, and his dragon robe soiled, resembling a madman. One cannot help but remark on how dramatic the ancients were. Moments later, the imperial physicians arrived in succession, all rendered speechless by the sight before them. A royal physician hurriedly returned to the room to fetch his needle case, exclaiming his intent to treat the princess' ailment. However, as he approached, he was unceremoniously kicked away by Zhu Di, who writhed on the ground in agony. Unable to rise, with hands on his hips, Zhu Di let out a maniacal laugh, declaring, I am the Prince of Yan. Who dares to kill me? He then stormed out with a defiant neck thrust. The court physicians exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, while Li Qing, after a brief moment of contemplation, decided to join them. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, Zhu Di leaned back, hammering his chest with his fists like a great gorilla, shouting, I am the Prince of Yan. I am the Prince of Yan. The guards stationed outside were taken aback, yet, respecting his determination to push through, they stood in front of him, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, please do not impose on us. With a series of powerful blows, Zhu Di showed no mercy, swiftly knocking down more than 10 guards, all the while proclaiming his royal title, as if the world needed constant reminder of his status. The guards dared not retaliate, and given Zhu Di's ferocity, it wasn't long before he dashed past them, exuberantly racing into the streets. His intention was clear, to make the citizens of the capital aware of his madness. In a fit of abandon, he sprinted to the market, overturning stalls and seizing goods, ultimately clutching a raw piece of pork, which he began to gnaw on. His elaborate robe lay in tatters, the crown long discarded, leaving him disheveled and wild. Squatting on the ground as he devoured the raw meat, still shouting that he was the Prince of Yan. No words of reason could sway him. Anyone who attempted to pull him away was met with his fierce blows. Shortly thereafter, Sanbao arrived with a carriage drawn by 4 horses, his usual cheerful demeanor overshadowed by a sense of gloom. The imperial envoy, the heir, and the 2nd and 3rd princes wish to return to the capital with you to pay respects to the founding emperor. Li Qing sighed, inquiring, where are they? In the carriage, came the reply. Li Qing nodded, briefly instructing the physician before lifting the curtain and boarding the carriage. The 3 brothers gathered together, peering through a corner of the carriage curtain to observe the scene outside, turning their heads at the commotion, their eyes red and streaked with tears. Li Qing let out a quiet sigh as he settled by the window, lifting the curtain to take a glance at Zhu Di. With a strip of pork dangling from his mouth, Zhu Di laughed uproariously, yet his fierce eyes were bloodshot, filled with desperation. Suddenly, like a furious beast, he upended the meat seller's stall and bellowed, disappearing into the throng. Li Qing lowered the curtain and said calmly, Sanbao, let us be on our way. With a flick of his whip, Sanbao urged the horses forward, the carriage accelerating as it departed. The spacious carriage was laden with an abundance of food, fruits, flatbreads, and jerky, yet time was of the essence. They needed to reach Jinling from Beiping in half a month, traveling both day and night. The 3 sons of the Zhu family remained silent until the carriage exited the city gates of Beiping, at which point they addressed Li Qing with a respectful bow. Sir, they said, their tone laden with reverence. Prior to their departure, they had been briefed. Their mother had instructed them that Li Qing was a person of absolute trust. Indeed, Li Qing replied after a moment of contemplation. When we arrive, conduct yourselves as necessary. Do not be overly reserved. A touch of audacity is acceptable, but do not be excessively brazen. The 3 brothers nodded in agreement. A line of 5 people, with Sanbao being completely trustworthy, the conversation among them gradually increased. Xiao Pang, I heard you've become a father? Yes, Zhu Gaoqi replied, his previously restrained demeanor revealing a hint of a smile, gesturing with 2 thick fingers. It's only been this long. The child is still in swaddling. Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. Is that how you describe it? Is the name Zhangji? How do you know? Qingge? Xiao Peng exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Li Qing scratched his head. Is there any particular reason for the naming conventions among the royal family? Zhu Gaoqi nodded, explaining. The Taizu assigned generational titles to each prince. For the Yanwang line, it goes Gao, Zhan, Qi, Jian, Yu, Ho, Zai, Yi, Chong, Yu, Ci, He, Yi, Bo, Zhong, Jian, Jing, Di, Xian, Yu. The second character indicates the generation, and the third must reflect the 5 elements. I see. Li Qing nodded, pondering. No wonder the Ming dynasty emperors all have 3 character names, each more peculiar than the last. Old Zhu must have a headache over this. One can only imagine how challenging it will be for future generations to name their children. With the first 2 characters predetermined and the third needing to encompass the 5 elements, there simply aren't enough Chinese characters for the numerous members of the Zhu family. They can't share names either. They must create new ones. On the 3rd day, upon reaching the town, Sanbao replaced their 4 horses and purchased several bundles of fodder before continuing their journey. The group traveled day and night, stopping only when their horses could no longer run. Li Qing frequently took turns with Sanbao, navigating the road with much difficulty, and finally, just before the day of the Old Zhu's festival, they arrived in Jinling. It was afternoon upon reaching the imperial city, and according to custom, Li Qing led the 3 into the palace to meet the emperor. Inside the grand hall of the palace, the 3 brothers of the Zhu family performed the customary bow of subjects to their sovereign. Zhu Yuanzhang, with a warm demeanor, exchanged pleasantries before sending the 3 to the royal residence to await the ancestral rites. Once the trio departed, the smile on Zhu Yuanzhang's face gradually faded. Dismissing those around him, he quietly inquired, Sir, how is the health of the Yanwang? He has gone mad, replied Li Qing. Mad? Zhu Yuanzhang appeared bewildered. Wasn't it an illness? Li Qing stated dryly, madness is indeed a form of illness. After a pause, he elaborated, it is likely due to overwhelming mental stress, resulting in a nervous breakdown. He then detailed Zhu Di's state of madness. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow deeply, appearing momentarily indecisive, and called out, Bring someone. Shortly after, Xiao Gizi hurried in, summoned the 3 gentlemen, Qi Tai, Fang Xiaoru, and Huang Ziqing. As you command, the servant replied. After a brief interval, the 3 arrived in succession. Upon hearing of Zhu Di's madness, Qi Tai was the first to express his opinion. It's a ruse. He is surely feigning it. Fang Xiaoru and Huang Ziqing wore skeptical expressions as well. Your Majesty, there must be something amiss here. The 3 gentlemen pondered. Should we act swiftly? Zhu Yuanzhang felt anxious. He had not reduced the fiefs in nearly 2 months and was eager for decisive action. Huang Ziqing shook his head. Your Majesty, the atmosphere in the court has not been favorable lately. It would be wise to hold off for the time being. Furthermore, all 3 sons of the Yanwang have come, indicating he harbors no rebellious intent. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened at the mention of the court's atmosphere, and he gently nodded. I have indeed been a bit hasty. At this juncture, Fang Xiaoru, who had remained silent, spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe it is better to take the initiative. We should mobilize our forces soon to diminish the Yanwang and Ningwang. Absolutely not. Huang Ziqing hastily interjected, reminding them that their initial strategy was to weaken their opponents gradually, and that recklessly attacking the strong would be detrimental to the larger picture. Li Qing instinctively refrained from speaking up for Zhu Di, realizing that it was unnecessary. With these 3 troublemakers present, how could the 4th brother possibly fail? Who, indeed, was the true mole among them? Fang Xiaoru was about to retort when Qi Tai preempted him. War is a weapon of peril. Those who engage in battle contravene virtue, and contention is merely the end of affairs. Conspiring against virtue, wielding dangerous implements, and testing the limits of what is permissible is prohibited by heaven. And those who act thus are bound to face misfortune. As the esteemed Minister of War, Qi Tai's words carried significant weight. He argued that aggression was a betrayal of virtue, and that resorting to arms was the lowest form of conflict, which would inevitably invoke divine wrath. Such actions were decidedly unwise. Li Qing smacked his lips, contemplating that perhaps remaining silent would be prudent, for these 3 companions were indeed formidable. Fang Xiaoru, incensed, declared that the current situation was clear. If they did not act promptly against the Prince of Yin and the Prince of Ning, would they wait for them to prepare before striking? Scholar Fang, Qi Tai's expression darkened. Do you think I am ignorant of military matters? Li Qing, though typically stoic, almost couldn't suppress a laugh. Although Li Jinglong was a fool, he had experienced the battlefield and had been influenced by his father from a young age. His words were, at least, somewhat reasonable. What was Qi Tai, after all? He lacked even the qualifications to engage in theoretical discussions about warfare. Fang Xiaoru's face flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless by the title of scholar. Indeed, Fang Xiaoru held no official rank. He was merely a teacher. Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng, both of whom were Jinshe graduates, inherently looked down upon Fang Xiaoru. While they might agree in ordinary matters, when it came to choosing sides, he was quickly marginalized. This was not to say that Fang Xiaoru lacked their knowledge. Rather, the rigid style of examination essays in the Ming dynasty was quite absurd, and many talented individuals found themselves stymied by it. Fang Xiaoru, suppressing his anger, questioned whether they would simply stand by and do nothing against the Prince of Yan. Did I ever suggest an action? Qi Tai retorted coldly. We could detain the 3 sons of the Prince of Yan in the capital. Thus, regardless of whether he is truly mad, there would be no cause for alarm. Fang Xiaoru was momentarily taken aback, indignantly flicking his sleeves and falling silent. Li Qing felt a weight in his heart and spoke up. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Huang Zicheng interjected. If we detain the 3 princes, would it not be an outright declaration of intent against the Prince of Yan? The immediate priority is to keep him in a state of complacency while we address the other princely states. Li Qing rubbed his nose, utterly convinced. They had already weakened so many princely states, yet the notion of complacency persisted. It was indeed a perplexing situation. There was no need for him. These 3 were the true moles. Zhu Yuanzhang, lacking decisiveness to begin with, was further agitated by their quarrel, helplessly stating, I am weary. Gentlemen, please withdraw. This humble minister takes his leave. Li Qing did not return home, but instead headed to the residence of the Duke of Wei. Having cured Su De of a chronic ailment, he maintained a close relationship with the Duke of Wei's household and enjoyed good rapport with several of Su's sons. Su De's eldest son, Su Huizhu, had inherited his father's title and, like Li Jinglong, was among the new generation of dukes. Li Qing hoped to cultivate a connection with him, as he was of the same rank as Li Jinglong, and given his ties to the 4th brother, he felt optimistic about the prospects. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, as the servants took their leave, Li Qing began to probe into the arrival of the Crown Prince of Yan, as well as the 2nd and 3rd princes, who had come to the capital and were temporarily residing at the royal mansion. It was not a matter of secrecy, for by the day after tomorrow's ancestral worship, it would be common knowledge. Li Qing saw no reason to conceal this information. Has the Prince of Yan not arrived? Su Huizhu furrowed his brow. The Prince of Yan has gone mad. Mad. Su Huizhu's frown deepened, and he pondered aloud. I fear it may merely be a ruse. However, with the arrival of the 3 sons of the Prince of Yan, the situation is not entirely dire. We could hold them as hostages, and the Prince of Yan would certainly not dare to retaliate. Li Qing was taken aback. Was this truly the sort of thing an uncle ought to say? Remembering Su Miaoyun's words, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, one's kin knows them best, and Su Huizhu was resolutely unyielding. Li Qing ceased his probing and shifted the conversation to trivial matters before excusing himself. At present, with the military absent from Beiping, it was an opportune moment for the 4th prince to stir trouble. If too much time passed, and should the minor Zhu recall the garrison, the 4th prince would find himself in a precarious situation. The immediate priority was to ensure that after the ancestral worship, the trio of chubby individuals were sent back. Although the number he sought was small, they were of considerable significance. Geng Bingwen, Guo Ying, and Li Jinglong. As long as the minor Zhu dispatched troops, he could not bypass these 3. The reality was that the minor Zhu had few capable generals at his disposal. The elder Zhu had eliminated too many, leaving the younger Zhu with limited options. 2 days later, the grand ancestral worship ceremony commenced. Zhu Yuanwen organized a splendid affair, with royal family members and civil and military officials in attendance. Merely the accompanying imperial guards numbered nearly 10,000, all making their way toward the Shaoling mausoleum in a grand procession. The spectacle was truly lively. The ancestral worship was a lengthy and intricate affair, and by the time it concluded, the afternoon had already arrived. The procession had started in an orderly fashion, but as they returned, chaos ensued. This was primarily due to the minor Zhu, who, having completed the rites, departed in his dragon carriage, causing the cohesion of the group to diminish sharply. Furthermore, given that the attendees were all high officials, the imperial guards hesitated to impose order. Everyone was eager to return home, resulting in an increasingly disordered procession. Li Qing scanned the crowd, filled with heads, and could not locate the trio of chubby brothers, causing him great distress. After searching for some time without success, he stumbled upon Zhu Gaozai, the third son of Zhu Di. It was evident that the three brothers had been separated in the throng. Zhu Gaozai, perceptive as ever, refrained from speaking to Li Qing, maintaining a parallel stance instead. Observing his surroundings, Li Qing seized a moment to discreetly slip his hand into Zhu Gaozai's sleeve. Their contact was but a fleeting instant. Having delivered what he needed, Li Qing pressed forward, creating distance between them. Chapter 11. The three brothers disrupt the court in the royal palace. The three brothers huddled together. Zhu Gaoqi inquired, "What exactly did the teacher give you, little brother?" "Yes, little brother," Zhu Gaoxiu interjected. "Spare us the mystery, will you?" Zhu Gaoqi, anxious, pleaded, "I beseech you, second brother." "Little brother?" Zhu Gaozai's expression turned sour as he crossed his legs. "Is this how you two approach me for assistance?" Upon witnessing Zhu Gaozai's arrogance, Zhu Gaoxiu rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by the eldest brother. "Now is not the time for such behavior," Zhu Gaoqi gently admonished. "What, pray tell, did the teacher bestow upon you, little brother? Now that is a more acceptable attitude." Zhu Gaozai crossed his legs and glanced at his second brother. Zhu Gaoxiu, suppressing his anger, forced a smile and said, "My apologies, second brother, for my earlier rudeness. Please, do not take it to heart." "Well, I forgive you." Zhu Gaozai replied imperiously, "Second brother, go keep watch." "If you call me second brother once more," Zhu Gaozi retorted, "you ought to consider the burden on our thoughtful third brother." Zhu Gaoqi, embodying the authority of the eldest, asserted, "What is the harm in yielding to our third brother?" Zhu Gaoziu, feeling helpless, recognized the necessity of sibling unity and conceded to the still rebellious Zhu Gaozai. "What on earth is it?" Zhu Gaoqi urged, "Hurry and reveal it." Zhu Gaozai produced 3 small packages, stating, "This is it. I haven't opened them." Zhu Gaoqi quickly seized one package and opened it, revealing an unknown grayish-brown powder. "This," Zhu Gaoqi murmured, his chubby face wrinkling. "Could it be poison?" "What?" Zhu Gaozai exclaimed, bewildered. "Surely not. Mother has assured us that Mr. Li is utterly trustworthy. He would not poison us. Even if he were to do so, it would not be so brazen." After repacking the substance, Zhu Gaoqi pondered for a moment and concluded, "It must indeed be poison, but not lethal. The teacher likely intends for us to use a ruse to apply pressure on Jiang Wen and extricate ourselves." At that moment, Zhu Gaoziu approached, inquiring, "What are you two whispering about?" "What is it?" Zhu Gaozai retorted, "Second brother, weren't you told to keep watch?" Sanbao is observing. Zhu Gaoziu, disregarding his irritation, urged, "Quickly, tell me." Zhu Gaoqi succinctly explained the situation, prompting Zhu Gaoziu to exclaim, "Damn it, let us do it. The sooner we return, the sooner our parents can rest easy." "No, merely doing that is insufficient." Zhu Gaoqi frowned. "There must be a rationale behind it. Eldest brother, you may hesitate, but I will not." Zhu Gaoziu, being impulsive, immediately grabbed a packet of the powder and prepared to swallow it. "You fool." Zhu Gaoqi snatched it away, insisting, "Our poisoning must be pinned on Jiang Wen. If we cannot implicate him, our suffering will be in vain." "Ah, that does seem logical." Zhu Gaoziu scratched his head. "Eldest brother, your mind is sharp. What should we do?" "Quite simple. We shall create a commotion with Jiang Wen." Zhu Gaoqi replied with a subtle smile. Then, he patted the shoulder of the third brother, adding with significance, "Third brother, it is time to unleash your audacity." Zhu Gaozai nodded. "Eldest brother, how should I perform?" "Just temper it a little." The following day, during the noon audience, the 3 brothers entered the palace under the pretense of an audience, with the eldest walking steadily at the forefront, while the second and third followed closely, presenting an appearance of unity. As they drew nearer to the Fengdiang Hall, anxiety began to creep into the hearts of the younger brothers. The third brother nudged the second, who hesitated and then quickly pulled at the eldest. Zhu Gaoqi turned, whispering, "What is it?" Zhu Gaozai swallowed hard and murmured, "Eldest brother, is it too much to cause a scene in court? What if he orders us executed?" "Fear not, brother. I have it under control. No matter how outrageous we are, he wouldn't dare to kill us outright." Jiang Wen lacks the courage to brazenly slay his own cousins. To bolster his brother's spirits, Zhu Gaoqi boasted, "Third brother, Perform without restraint. When has the eldest ever led you astray? Zhu Gaozai nodded earnestly. Eldest brother, I shall heed your guidance. Zhu Yuanwen sat upon the dragon throne, his brow furrowed as he listened to the reports from his ministers below. He increasingly realized that being an emperor was far from a delightful affair. Each day was filled with unending political matters to address, and the temporary suspension of the feudal land reforms only added to his distress. The Minister of Works presented his case. Your Majesty, the tax burden is excessive, and the people of Jiangnan are struggling to make ends meet. I beseech your Majesty to implement benevolent governance and lighten the taxation for the populace, so that they may thrive. Hasn't it been reduced already? Zhu Yuanwen replied, perplexed. Though your Majesty has enacted benevolent policies, the common folk still suffer greatly. I implore you to reconsider. The Minister of Rights added in agreement. Zhu Yuanwen frowned and turned to Li Qing, asking, what are your thoughts, Minister Li? Li Qing responded, I believe there should be no reduction. What do you mean by that, Minister Li? The Minister of Works retorted, his face hardening. Are we to ignore the plight of the people and allow them to starve? Li Qing scoffed. If the people of Jiangnan are struggling to survive, what of those in other regions? I recall that you hail from Jiangnan yourself. The Minister of Works felt a pang of anxiety, retorting defensively, indeed, I am from Jiangnan, but I am also a servant of the Ming dynasty. Spare me this line of argument. Li Qing coldly replied, Jiangnan is the wealthiest region of Ming, filled with gentry and landlords aplenty. This suggestion, though ostensibly for the welfare of the people, is rather insincere. Li Qing understood that by voicing this, he was likely severing ties with the civil officials, as a significant portion of them hailed from Jiangnan. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to speak out, especially with the imminent actions planned by the fourth prince. In order to reassure Geng Bingwen and Guoying, he had to confront the civil officials. As anticipated, following Li Qing's remarks, the eyes of the nobles softened towards him, while the civil officials seethed with indignation. The court was soon engulfed in chaos. The military officials, though not eloquent, were overshadowed by the civil officials, whose words flew like arrows, belittling Li Qing's stance. What a fallacious argument. He knows nothing of the people suffering. His heart deserves to be condemned. Li Qing felt a throbbing headache from their tirade. Enough. The usually mild-mannered Zhu Yuanwen erupted in anger. The matter of tax reduction in Jiangnan shall be discussed another time. Are there any other matters for discussion? Upon witnessing Zhu's outburst, the officials who had been clamoring for Li Qing's punishment immediately fell silent, leaving the court in an uneasy quiet. Zhu Yuanwen took a deep breath, preparing to dismiss the assembly when the general at the gate entered to report, the sons of the Prince of Yin, the second prince, and the third prince request an audience. The court was struck with bewilderment, wondering if the three sons of the Prince of Yin had lost their senses to come before the court at such a critical moment. However, regardless of their presence, it was ultimately the emperor's decision whether to receive them, and they would not interfere, as this was a matter of royal family affairs. Zhu Yuanwen had not anticipated their arrival, especially after having seen them the previous day. He felt compelled to maintain his composure before the assembled officials and nodded, saying, let them in. Moments later, the three chubby brothers entered the grand hall, traversing the ranks of officials to bow before the emperor. Your humble subjects, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Gaoxiu, and Zhu Gaosui, pay their respects to your Majesty. Rise, Zhu Yuanwen commanded, his mood lightening somewhat at their presence. What brings you here at this moment? Your Majesty, I have a matter to present, Zhu Gaoqi responded. The officials exchanged glances, rendered speechless. It was utterly absurd for a prince to present a petition. Zhu Yuanwen, equally perplexed, nodded and said, granted. May I inquire, your Majesty, what crime has the Prince of Yin committed? The Prince of Yin, Zhu Yuanwen, felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered. When did I ever declare that my uncle, the Prince of Yin, is guilty? Zhu Gaoxiu interjected. If he is innocent, why then has he been confined to his home, and even stripped of the military power needed to guard the borders? Preposterous. Huang Ziqing, recently promoted to the Minister of Rights, was visibly enraged. How dare you address the emperor in such a manner? This is utterly outrageous. Arrogance. Zhu Gaoxiu bellowed. We are discussing family matters. What right do you have to intervene in the emperor's affairs? Are you tired of living? Huang Ziqing trembled with fury, exclaiming, this is an affront to decorum. Is this how the Prince of Yin raises his son? Name yourself, scoundrel. Zhu Gaoxiu's arrogance had reached its peak, declaring, I shall not strike down nameless cowards. Huang Ziqing, with a flourish of his sleeve, proclaimed, I am Huang Ziqing, Minister of Rights. By heavens, you are Huang Ziqing, Zhu Gaoshu shouted, charging forward and landing a punch that caused blood to gush from Huang Ziqing's nose. It was all so sudden. From the moment the three brothers entered the court to Huang Ziqing's nosebleed, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Such an event was unprecedented in the court's history. Not only was Zhu Yuanzhang, lacking in decisiveness, left stunned, but even the previously formidable nobles had never displayed such audacity. The court, filled with officials, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This time, the three brothers had indeed imparted a lesson to the entire assembly. The court was not merely a place for disputes, but also one for brawls. In the 12th chapter, Zhu Yuanzhang was seized by fury. As the saying goes, brothers may quarrel, but on the battlefield, they stand united. The second brother, witnessing his siblings' fervor, wasted no time in joining the fray. Huang Ziqing, a mere scholar, was no match for the brawl and quickly found himself overwhelmed, with several nearby officials also caught in the chaos. The civil officials, terrified by the tumult, scrambled to retreat while the martial nobles relished the spectacle and made no attempt to intervene. The only one capable of interceding and possibly calming the situation was Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet he stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered. Zhu Gaoqi grew anxious, realizing he had underestimated his third brother's audacity. This was chaos beyond what he had anticipated. As the fight escalated, it threatened to become deadly, prompting Zhu Gaoqi to rush to separate the two brothers. Caught up in his exuberance, Zhu Gaoshu instinctively swung a fist at the one who attempted to restrain him. The stout Zhu Gaoqi, despite his imposing physique, was no fighter, caught off guard. He stumbled back and fell to the ground, dazed. Ignoring his own pain, he shouted, "Second brother, third brother, cease this madness." The two immediately halted, not out of obedience, but because they could no longer reach one another. At that moment, Zhu Gaoqi realized something was amiss. The floor of the Hall of Supreme Harmony felt unusually soft. Looking down, he discovered that he was seated upon Huang Ziqing's midsection, who lay there, eyes rolled back and tongue protruding. The second and third brothers' fracas paled in comparison to the weight of the eldest brother's dissent. Oh dear, this has escalated dramatically. Zhu Gaoqi felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and hastily rose, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I take my leave." He exchanged furtive glances with his brothers. Observing Huang Ziqing's despondent demeanor, the brothers felt a twinge of trepidation. The act of executing officials before the emperor bore a striking resemblance to rebellion. Heaven forbid. Should the feigned madness of Zhu Di discover his son's premature insurrection, particularly in front of Jiang Wen, he would surely be driven to genuine insanity. Zhu Yuanzhang remained entranced, staring blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of life. Seizing the opportunity, the three brothers attempted to slip away quietly. However, the civil officials were unyielding, forming a line to obstruct their escape. Chi Tai, with indignation, proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the son of the Prince of Yan displays such arrogance. I implore you to administer justice in accordance with the law." The officials echoed his plea in unison. The noble families remained silent, internally reveling in the spectacle. Amidst the uproar, Zhu Yuanzhang finally regained his senses, noticing his confidant sprawled motionless on the ground, tongue protruding. Fury surged within him. Guards, imprison these three. Shortly thereafter, the palace guards burst in and escorted the trio away. The once tranquil court erupted into chaos, more boisterous than a bustling marketplace, the noise reverberating in their ears. Zhu Yuanzhang, both furious and fatigued, felt his temper flare as the officials continued their clamor. With a fierce motion, he slammed a jade paperweight from the imperial desk onto the ground. The exquisite jade shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. This display effectively silenced the raucous hall. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, "Dismiss the court." The assembly had devolved into such disorder that even the usually amiable Zhu Yuanzhang was pushed to the brink of losing composure. The officials exited the hall. Yet Li Qing remained, determined to save Huang Ziqing. Without him, Zhu Di's campaign would only become more arduous. With Li Qing present, the three instigators had to remain intact. Losing even one was not an option. Thus, he urged, "Your Majesty, our immediate priority must be to rescue Minister Huang. Otherwise, indeed, you speak wisely," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, hastily descending the jade steps. "Sir, you must ensure Huang is saved." Li Qing bowed respectfully, approached Huang Ziqing, pried open his mouth, and replaced his tongue before commencing chest compressions. After a prolonged effort, Huang Zicheng's body convulsed sharply, and faint breaths began to emerge. The forceful weight of the little one had nearly suffocated him. Though breath returned, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Zhu Yuanzhang, noticing signs of life, felt a slight relief. "Sir, will he be all right? Have him carried to a bed. It should not pose a significant issue." "Oh, splendid." Zhu Yuanzhang promptly instructed the guards to transport Huang Zicheng to the imperial study, then added, "Sir, you too shall accompany me." Li Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the deep loyalty Zhu displayed towards his subordinates. In the imperial study, Li Qing administered acupuncture to Huang Zicheng, stabilizing his condition, and then advised, "Your Majesty, the 3 sons of the Prince of Yin must not be executed. Otherwise, your reign will forever bear the stain of having harmed your own kin." "I understand." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and reassured, "Rest assured, esteemed sir, such a simple principle is not lost on me. However, the upbringing of the Prince of Yin leaves much to be desired." His lingering anger was palpable, a situation utterly intolerable. Li Qing, observing that the youthful Zhu had not succumbed to rage, clasped his hands and remarked, "Lord Huang is no longer in peril. He shall awaken by evening at the latest. I take my leave." "Do not depart just yet," Zhu Yuanzhang urged, his sincerity shining through. "Stay and converse with me, for my heart is laden with vexation." "Very well." Li Qing acquiesced, accompanying Zhu Yuanzhang to sit at the writing desk. "I increasingly realize that being an emperor brings no joy. Each day is filled with unending tasks and relentless worries." Zhu Yuanzhang lamented bitterly. Occupying such a lofty position, a single misstep could spell disaster for the common folk. "Your Majesty's sentiments reflect a heart that truly cares for the people," Li Qing praised earnestly. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had yet to achieve notable accomplishments, his desire to be a good emperor was genuine. In truth, an emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang, if blessed with wise counsel, could indeed lead the Ming dynasty to greater heights. The crux of the issue lies in the unfortunate coincidence of an incapable sovereign paired with equally inept ministers, resulting in the current predicament. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled faintly, yet unease lingered. "Sir, do the people of Jiangnan truly lead fulfilling lives?" "Surely, they do not reach the heights of your Majesty's expectations," Li Qing replied with a smile. "But their conditions are significantly better than those in other regions." Zhu Yuanzhang pondered Li Qing's words, nodding gently. After a moment, he suddenly grasped Li Qing's hand. "Sir, assist me. Let us, as sovereign and minister, unite to improve the Ming dynasty. Will you?" "Do not speak thus. I fear the 4th prince may misunderstand," Li Qing replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Your Majesty, I serve the Ming dynasty and shall naturally work for its betterment." "Then why, since the beginning of your self-imposed exile, have you refrained from aiding me in governance?" Zhu Yuanzhang questioned with a hint of melancholy. "I am aware that you are not truly unwell." Li Qing felt a twinge of guilt, for Zhu Yuanzhang had treated him with genuine kindness. He vowed, "I shall frequent the imperial study to alleviate your Majesty's burdens." "Come daily," Zhu Yuanzhang insisted. "I recognize your capabilities surpass those of the 3 other gentlemen, though they are commendable in their own right. They assisted in the implementation of state policies during your convalescence." Li Qing's heart tightened. "They executed state policies?" "Indeed. What policies?" Li Qing inquired, his excitement mounting. The likelihood of those 3 meddlesome figures successfully implementing sound policies was slimmer than winning a lottery. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Yuanzhang interpreted it as jealousy and reassured him, "Surely, they cannot compare to your grand strategies." After a pause, he continued, "The policy proposed by Mr. Fong is to replace the imperial examination system with a recommendation system. Officials of the 5th rank and above shall recommend virtuous talents, whom I will appoint as deemed appropriate. The rigid 8-legged essays have excluded countless capable individuals. I too believe that recognized talents are far more valuable than a mere examination paper." Li Qing was taken aback, speechless for a time before exclaiming, "Is this not akin to the recommendation system of the Song dynasty?" "Yes, quite similar." Li Qing could not help but laugh in exasperation. "Your Majesty, the Song dynasty was ultimately ruined by the literati. Should this occur, it would not be long before the gentry gains control over the Ming." He inwardly cursed. That scoundrel Fong Xiaoru must be bitter for not passing the examinations, leading him to propose such foolishness. Undoubtedly, the 8-legged essay has its numerous shortcomings. However, it at least maintains a semblance of fairness, unlike the recommendation system, which is fundamentally reliant on monetary influence. Should this continue unabated, within a few decades, the The realm shall be dominated by the gentry. Contemplating this, he hurriedly inquired, has it already been implemented? Indeed, it has been over 6 months. Zhu Yuanzhang stammered. Is it truly that severe? Li Qing pressed his forehead and swiftly responded. What are the national policies of Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng? Qi Tai's policy elevates the ministers of the 6 ministries to the rank of first class, the governors to second class, while also establishing additional supervisory officials and left and right attendants. Zhu Yuanzhang explained, after all, the realm has been conquered, and governance necessitates civil officials. An increase in numbers will facilitate better handling of state affairs. Li Qing, suppressing his indignation, asked, is there anything more? Nothing further, Zhu Yuanzhang replied. Merely an increase in officials and salaries. It should not be a matter of concern, should it? Li Qing forced a smile. Your Majesty, if you trust your minister, you must swiftly abolish these 2 decrees. The arbitrary creation of such numerous positions over decades has rendered military generals voiceless. The principle of military dominance over civil authority, established by the old Zhu, has been entirely inverted under the new Zhu. Should civil officials be allowed to run amok, it would result in catastrophic consequences. The example of the Song dynasty is glaringly evident. Li Qing was thoroughly convinced. These 3 individuals are intent on elevating the civil officials to a status that renders military generals merely spectators. Though they may be loyal, they harbor their own ulterior motives. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. However, before he could form a coherent thought, Xiao Gizi rushed in, breathless and trembling, proclaiming, Your Majesty, grave news. The Crown Prince of Yan and his 2 brothers, after serving their prison sentence, have succumbed to poisoning and lie unconscious. What? Zhu Yuanzhang snapped back to reality. Panic-stricken, he roared. Who? Who administered the poison? Chapter 13. My lord, awaken. The princess has already rebelled. Zhu Yuanzhang was engulfed in fury and concern. Both for personal and political reasons, he could not afford for the 3 brothers to come to harm. If the 3 of them were to perish in the capital, he would be unable to cleanse himself of the ensuing blame. Coughing, Huang Zicheng regained consciousness, weakly asking, what has transpired? Zhu Yuanzhang, momentarily disregarding him, urgently shouted, quickly summon the imperial physician to treat them. If the crown prince and his brothers cannot be saved, then they need not live at all. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of the prison food. Move swiftly. Yes, yes, I shall obey. Xiao Gizi nodded repeatedly, hastily gathering his robes as he exited. In that moment, the young Zhu exhibited a hint of the old Zhu's demeanor. Your Majesty, who has been poisoned? Zhu Yuanzhang suppressed his fury, replying with a grim expression, the 3 brothers of the crown prince of Yan. What? Huang Zicheng exclaimed in shock. Your Majesty, how could you allow this? It was not I? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted vehemently. Would I ever commit such an act? Then, recalling his prior instructions to the physician regarding the poisoning of the crown prince, he felt a flush of heat rise to his face. They must not perish. Huang Zicheng, struggling to sit up, was immediately beset by unbearable abdominal pain and fell back down, anxiously stating, the urgent matter is to awaken them quickly and return them. Your Majesty, we must act with caution. I comprehend. Zhu Yuanzhang sat by the bedside, deeply moved by Mr. Huang's selflessness for the greater good, disregarding personal grievances. Rest well, dear sir, for I require your assistance. I am unharmed, my lord. Huang Zicheng's face flushed with emotion as he realized the emperor held him in such high regard. He thought to himself, with the sovereign and subjects united in purpose, what great endeavor could fail? Zhu Yuanzhang, momentarily relieved to see him unharmed, remarked, Mr. Li and Mr. Fang believe that the national policies you have implemented may be flawed. What is your opinion? Huang Zicheng cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, opting not to respond directly. Instead, he stated, I too have a strategy. Li Qing, feeling a sudden chill, quickly interjected, Lord Huang, you need to rest. He stepped forward under the pretense of providing treatment and administered a few needles to him. Huang Zicheng felt drowsiness wash over him, his head tilted, and he fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Yuanzhang, startled, exclaimed, Sir, he is merely asleep. Li Qing interrupted, Your Majesty, the immediate priority is to rescue the 3 brothers of the Yin Wang. Yes, indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded vigorously. Sir, your medical expertise is unparalleled. Please accompany me to assess the situation. I shall obey, Huang Zicheng replied. In the prison, the 3 brothers lay upon hay, encircled by a group of imperial physicians, all appearing tense and apprehensive. Old Wang, you are the master of detoxification. What poison is this? Old Liu, do not implicate me. When have I been skilled in detoxification? Old Wang's face turned pale as he deflected the blame. Everyone knows that Old Zhang is the true expert in detoxification at the Imperial Medical Institute. Old Zhang, speak up. Old Wang, spare me your complaints. Old Zhang retorted angrily. You are clearly the foremost detoxification expert. Your Majesty, I bow before you. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened with rage. This group of physicians only knew how to shift blame, with none taking the matter seriously. What a bunch of fools. Zhu Yuanzhang ground his teeth. What poison have they been afflicted with? The physicians trembled in fear, stammering, Your Majesty. The princes have been poisoned with a mixed toxin. If you know it is a mixed toxin, why not cure it? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice turned icy. Your Majesty, mixed toxins are incurable. Zhu Yuanzhang seethed with frustration. Though he may lack certain abilities, he was not devoid of intellect. With such a group of physicians, would he not be doomed to suffer if he ever fell ill? Bring forth the crown from their heads, strip them of their official garb, and expel them from the palace. Your Majesty, spare us. Please have mercy. Upon hearing their positions were at stake, the physicians panicked and bowed repeatedly. Li Qing sighed inwardly. Only someone as naive as little Zhu would handle matters this way. Were it old Zhu, the consequences would be far graver. The accompanying guards entered and, without hesitation, stripped the group down to their undergarments, herding them out like cattle. Li Qing approached, carefully examining the condition of the three brothers, his expression growing grave. Zhu Yuanzhang anxiously inquired, Sir, can the poison be cured? What a question to ask. The poison is one I administered. Of course, I can resolve it, Li Qing replied, furrowing his brow. However, the pressing matter is to transport them back to the royal residence. The conditions here are deplorable. Very well, as long as it can be cured. Zhu Yuanzhang stated earnestly, Sir, please do not allow me to bear the infamy of having harmed my cousins. I shall certainly awaken them, Li Qing affirmed solemnly. At the royal residence, the three brothers gradually regained consciousness. Noticing the presence of Li Qing and a eunuch, they immediately feigned weakness. In the presence of Xiao Gizi, Li Qing found it difficult to articulate certain truths but feared that delay could lead to unforeseen complications. He reassured them, Your Highnesses, do not be concerned. The Emperor does not seek to harm you. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaosui, lacking discernment, failed to grasp the underlying implications of the conversation, merely nodding in response. At a critical moment, it was the plump figure who, with an expression of alarm, exclaimed, The Emperor intends to execute us. The Emperor intends to execute us. You misheard, my lord. I merely expressed a sigh, Li Qing interjected anxiously, turning to the others. We must not let their spirits be further agitated. Quickly, summon the Emperor to calm them, or the consequences will be dire. Xiao Gizi nodded in agreement and hastily departed. After a short while, Zhu Yuanzhang arrived in haste to reassure them. However, despite his earnest assurances, the three brothers remained unconvinced, appearing paralyzed with fear and pleading for mercy, as if they were certain of Zhu Yuanzhang's intent to harm them. Young Zhu felt utterly exhausted, akin to a misfortune that had befallen him unexpectedly. It was understandable. Entering the prison only to be poisoned moments later was indeed a perplexing situation. Li Qing, gravely concerned, remarked, Your Majesty, the young masters are in a weakened state. We cannot afford to further agitate their emotions. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded weakly and, with a gentle demeanor, offered, What is it that you desire? I shall grant your wishes. To return home, the three brothers lamented. But you have yet to recover. Zhu Yuanzhang replied softly. Once you are well, I shall ensure your safe return. Zhu Gaosui, feeling wronged, protested, If the sovereign wishes for our demise, he need only say so. Why the elaborate charade? Furious, Zhu Yuanzhang felt faint and turned to Li Qing, asking, In their current state, is it safe for them to return? If I were to oversee their journey, it would not pose a significant issue, Li Qing cautiously suggested. Very well, I grant this, Zhu Yuanzhang conceded. Pray, assist them in their return. With that, he dramatically swept his robes and departed. Thank you for your benevolence, Your Majesty. Once the Emperor had distanced himself, the three brothers wiped away their tears, invigorated and filled with renewed hope, their eyes sparkling as they focused intently on Li Qing. We must act swiftly, let us depart. Li Qing decisively called, Sanbao, come quickly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the five of them set forth in a horse-drawn carriage. By evening, they had exited the imperial city. Shortly after leaving, Sanbao urged the horses onward, causing them to neigh frantically as they nearly took flight with the carriage. A day later, they exchanged their weary steeds for fresh ones, acquiring ample provisions and fodder, filling the spacious carriage to the brim. Sanbao rode ahead on his own horse towards Beiping, while Li Qing drove the carriage with the three brothers, journeying day and night. 9 days later, Sanbao arrived at the Wang residence ahead of the others. "Where's the princess? Where's the prince?" he inquired, still in a frenzy. "Do not concern yourself with him," Su Miaoyan replied urgently. "What of Gao Qi and the others?" Sanbao responded. "They should return within 3 days at the latest. The young masters are under the protection of Mr. Li, so there is no need for worry." "Very well," Su Miaoyan said, her eyes sparkling with determination. "You must deliver invitations to the newly appointed governor and commander of Beiping, stating that the Yan Wang residence is hosting a grand banquet." After a moment's pause, she produced a key, saying, "This is the key to the inner treasury. Ensure they receive an ample supply of local specialties." "Understood, Princess," Sanbao replied, taking the key. He then asked, "What about the 2,000 imperial guards stationed outside?" "Leave that to me," Su Miaoyan replied with a cold smile. "The prince has earned significant military merits. The residence is not lacking in resources." The following morning arrived. The servants of the Wang residence commenced their errands to procure fresh fruits and vegetables, while outside, the imperial guards received generous red envelopes. The prolonged madness of Prince Yan had dulled their vigilance. Given the celebratory banquet, the monetary incentive rendered them less inclined to be unyielding. Consequently, surveillance had significantly relaxed. Su Miaoyan took charge at the Wang residence, while Dao Yan, bearing the imperial seal of Zhu Di, went forth to inform loyal generals such as Zhu Ning and Zhang Yu. Sanbao, with local specialties in hand, set out to invite the Minister of Revenue and the commander. Uninformed servants of the Wang household busily prepared for the feast. Almost everyone in the Yan Wangfu was mobilized. Meanwhile, the true protagonist, Zhu Di, remained oblivious to the unfolding rebellion, lost in his own delirium. As noon approached, Dao Yan returned hastily, reporting to the princess that time was of the essence. Generals Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng had managed to assemble 5,000 troops, currently awaiting at the Qingshou Temple. "That is sufficient," Su Miaoyan stated. "Master, you previously mentioned that the former Minister of Revenue in Beiping was persuaded by you. Where is he now?" "At Qingshou Temple," Dao Yan replied. "Please, Master, wait there. Once I signal, come swiftly." Dao Yan nodded, expressing concern. "What if they act in desperation before our arrival?" "Rest assured, the 800 imperial guards are concealed within the Wang residence," Su Miaoyan replied confidently. "We will hold out until your arrival." Dao Yan, impressed, acknowledged her foresight. Previously filled with disdain for Su Miaoyan, he now found himself captivated by her brilliance. What an admirable princess she was. No sooner had Dao Yan departed than Sanbao returned, reporting, "Princess, the Minister of Revenue and the commander have arrived, and the banquet is prepared. It is time to commence." Su Miaoyan chuckled lightly. "Please fetch His Highness." "Yes." Sanbao understood the gravity of the matter. Only Prince Yan could preside over the occasion, and he hurriedly left the residence to search for Zhu Di, who had not returned for the night. In a foul-smelling corner of the market, where discarded vegetable leaves lay strewn about, Zhu Di squatted, grinning foolishly and intermittently exclaiming, "I am Prince Yan." Sanbao searched diligently until he finally located him, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please return to the residence." Zhu Di cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Can't you see I'm feigning madness? Have some discernment." Ignoring Sanbao, he picked up a rotten leaf and began to gnaw on it, laughing all the while. Sanbao, in a state of urgency, leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, awaken. The princess has already initiated a rebellion." Chapter 14. The Jingnan campaign begins upon Zhu Di's arrival at the Wang residence. The banquet was in full swing, with the guards responsible for monitoring also present. The atmosphere was lively as everyone indulged in food and drink. As he entered, the crowd promptly set down their cups and rose to pay their respects. Despite Prince Yan's madness, no one dared to breach decorum in public, and given the hospitality they were enjoying, courtesy was expected. Unexpectedly, the typically deranged Zhu Di displayed an unusual seriousness, smiling as he returned the gesture. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of the assembly, he ascended the steps. Zhu Di glanced at Su Miaoyan, who nodded in affirmation. "Your Highness, all is prepared." He then instructed, "Sanbao, go relay the message from the pavilion." "Yes, Princess," Sanbao replied. When everything was in order, Zhu Di felt a profound sense of relief and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I must announce that I am not mad." His face contorted with indignation as he spoke of treacherous ministers who had bewitched the emperor and ruthlessly harmed his blood relatives. He cited the ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty, in a court devoid of loyal ministers, rife with treachery. It is the duty of the princes to rise in arms and purge the court to safeguard the sovereign. Zhu Di fervently declared, "Will you join me in cleansing the court and restoring the nation's honor?" The assembly fell into stunned silence, their minds grasping the gravity of his words. The Grand Secretary, a member of the civil faction, stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Prince Yan Zhu Di seeks rebellion. Do not indulge him." Zhu Di's voice boomed with authority. "I see you as one of those treacherous ministers. Seize him." Moments later, the royal guards burst into the hall, surrounding the attendees. Furious, the Grand Secretary retorted, "Zhu Di, are you truly intent on rebellion?" Zhu Di sneered, "Execute him." The Imperial Guard, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, received their orders and swiftly dragged the Grand Secretary from the table, beheading him with a single stroke. What began as a festive banquet had devolved into an unexpected conspiracy, and the guests finally comprehended the true nature of the gathering. Zhu Di's cold laughter echoed in the room. "Consider your choices carefully. Will you join me in restoring order and securing your families, or follow the path of those treacherous ministers?" A commander of the Imperial Guard, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Zhu Di has rebelled. Summon reinforcements." With a swift, lethal strike, the commander met his end, leaving the others in a state of fearful silence. Zhu Di coldly inquired, "Is there anyone else?" The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They were paralyzed by the fear of openly supporting Zhu Di's uprising, yet equally terrified of opposition, for who did not wish to survive? The situation unfolded even more favorably than anticipated. With the deaths of merely 2 men, the atmosphere stabilized. Although the Imperial Guard outside had heard some commotion, their superiors had not summoned them, and none dared to intrude upon the royal residence. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng arrived with thousands, fully taking control of the Imperial Guard, thereby granting Zhu Di complete command. He did not mince words, presenting 2 paths, either align with him or face annihilation. Confronted with the stark choice between life and death, the majority opted for the former. When Li Qing and the stout trio arrived, Zhu Di had already assembled the 3 guards and begun mobilizing forces. The former Grand Secretary of Beiping resumed his duties, releasing any prisoners willing to join the campaign against tyranny and integrating them into the ranks of the rebel army. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyun and Daoyan busied themselves fortifying their defenses, efficiently gathering civilians into Beiping, collecting provisions, igniting buildings, and destroying all resources that could benefit the enemy. Upon seeing his 3 sons return safely, Zhu Di felt invigorated. With no lingering concerns, time was of the essence. He refrained from unnecessary pleasantries with Li Qing and directly inquired, "What news from Jinling?" Li Qing replied, "The Marquis of Chongqing and the Marquis of Wuding are fully prepared. Everything is in place. We simply await the favorable winds." He paused, acknowledging the magnitude of the situation. Such a significant matter cannot remain concealed. Within half a month, it will undoubtedly reach the capital. It would be prudent for me to carry the news back to prepare for our subsequent strategies. Su Miaoyun replied, "What you say, sir, is indeed correct. We cannot allow Jiang Wen to harbor any suspicions about you. From the moment the court receives the news to the dispatch of the army, and then the army's arrival, at least a month and a half would pass. In such a span, much can be accomplished." Li Qing frowned. "Can the entire North Ping be thoroughly fortified and cleared in just over a month?" "I think not." Su Miaoyun shook her head in agreement. "No matter. Since Uncle Bingwen is willing to assist, we shall engage the battlefield just outside of North Ping." Zhu Di pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Li, you should inform Uncle Bingwen. We will rendezvous in Jinding when the time comes." After a pause, Zhu Di, still uneasy, asked, "Jiang Wen will not send Lan Yu to battle, will he?" "Absolutely not." Li Qing chuckled. "He dares not let Lan Yu lead troops." "That is reassuring." Zhu Di sighed in relief. Li Qing contemplated and inquired, "How many troops can you gather by that time?" "Perhaps 50 to 60,000, came the reply. "No more?" Zhu Di grimaced. "Time does not permit. This is already the utmost limit." Li Qing remained silent, casting a glance at the banner of the Feng Tianjing Nan before mounting his horse and returning to Jinling. In early July, battered and bruised, Li Qing returned to the capital and informed the young Zhu of Zhu Di's rebellion. The Prince of Yan has truly revolted? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in shock, immediately shouting. Summon the civil and military officials. Convene a grand court meeting. Chitai fixed his gaze upon Li Qing, articulating deliberately, since the Prince of Yan has revolted, how is it that the Duke of Yongqing has returned? I returned under the cover of night, having stolen a horse. Do you not see my injuries? Li Qing retorted angrily. Do you wish for me to perish in North Ping before you find satisfaction? Chitai was momentarily speechless, grunting in response. The Duke of Yongqing indeed possesses remarkable skills. Let us refrain from quarreling. With great peril at hand, we must stand united, Zhu Yuanzhang declared sternly, stressing the urgency of quelling the insurrection. The emperor speaks wisely. Huang Zicheng, filled with gratitude towards Li Qing, interjected. Does Minister Qi not consider that if the Duke of Yongqing had treacherous intentions, he would not have returned to report to His Majesty? Chitai fell silent, taken aback. Zhu Yuanzhang, feeling anxious, commanded, several gentlemen, please accompany me. We must devise a strategy in the court meeting. After some time, civil and military officials gathered, and upon learning of the Prince of Yan's rebellion, they were all astounded. The civilian officials, filled with fervor, clamored to suppress the rebellion, while the military officials remained silent, observing the civilians' performance. Warfare brings death, and these civilians would not step onto the battlefield to risk their lives. Thus, they felt no fear. However, the military officials were acutely aware of the battlefield's brutality. Zhu Yuanzhang's greatest fear was his fourth uncle, now that he had risen in revolt. The young emperor's heart raced with trepidation, leaving him devoid of a steady foundation. My esteemed ministers, the Prince of Yan has rebelled. Do you have any sound strategies? Do not worry, Your Majesty, Fang Xiaoru replied with a bow. With our Ming dynasty's million-strong army, a mere Prince of Yan is but a trifling matter. Indeed, Huang Zicheng concurred. Once the royal army arrives, the Prince of Yan will surely surrender. After a brief pause, a minister recommended Duke Li Jinglong to serve as the Grand General for suppressing the enemy, to swiftly eradicate the turmoil. I second that, the Deputy Minister of Works echoed. Duke Li triumphed over the Northern Yuan court at the Battle of Biao'er. With his involvement, the Prince of Yan will surely be captured. Lan Yu remained unfazed, his eyes closed in repose, indifferent to the affairs outside. Li Jinglong shot a glance at Lan Yu, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks, and coughed lightly, saying, the victory at Biao'er was not solely my achievement. Why should Duke Chao be modest? Who else could possibly fill the esteemed position of General of the Conquering Forces? The Minister of Rights declared that to quell the rebellion of the Prince of Yan, none other than Duke Chao is fit for the task. Your Majesty, I concur. The reason the civil officials fervently support Li Jinglong is that during the initial struggle for legitimacy, Li stood with them, thus considered one of their own. Moreover, a more significant motive underpins their support. They aspire to indirectly influence and even control the military through Li Jinglong. Li Qing, with a sense of trepidation, realized that after navigating the court for so long, he could not be oblivious to the intentions of these officials. Indeed, their greed is astonishing. Drawing a deep breath, Li Qing was about to propose the foremost candidate from the script when Chitai interjected, stating, Your Majesty, I believe Duke Chao is indeed a remarkable talent. However, he is not the most suitable choice. Who do you think is more fitting? Zhu Yuanzhang had entirely lost his resolve. In my view, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Chongqing, Gung Bingwen, is the most appropriate. The mention of the Marquis of Chongqing brightened Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, nodding vigorously. Among the founding 6 dukes and 28 marquises, only Gung Bingwen and Gua Ying remain alive. Both have emerged as formidable generals in tumultuous times, possessing combat experience that even Zhu Di cannot rival. While he entrusted Li Jinglong, he felt that his relative lacked practical experience, offering far less reassurance than the seasoned Gung Bingwen. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, My dear Gung. The old minister stepped forward, seemingly in a trance. I grant you an army of 300,000. You must decisively annihilate the rebellious forces of the Prince of Yan. What? Gung Bingwen was taken aback. The court officials shared a look of bewilderment. Was it truly necessary to deploy 300,000 troops against a rebellious prince? Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Fang Xiaoru interjected. It is unnecessary. 100,000 troops would suffice. I second that, Chitai added. Once the imperial army arrives, the Prince of Yan shall surely be defeated. Deploying such a vast force is merely wasteful. Better to reduce taxes for the people. I also support that. Huang Zicheng quickly followed suit. With their assertions, the civil officials unanimously echoed the sentiment, now representing the voice of the literati. Observing this, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to feel that perhaps they were indeed overreacting, but still thought that 100,000 was a bit too few. Thus he declared, "Then let it be 130,000. My dear Geng, heed my command." The old minister acknowledges the decree. Geng Bingwen felt a slight relief. With 300,000 troops, it would be exceedingly difficult to lose, while 130,000 would allow for a more favorable outcome. "I appoint you as general of the conquering forces, fully responsible for quelling the rebellion. You shall appoint the vice-general and the vanguard. Do not disappoint my expectations." The old minister will obey. "Li, my dear minister, I am here," Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed. "I appoint you as the military supervisor, to assist my dear Geng in swiftly quelling the rebellion of the Prince of Yan." Li Qing clasped his fists. "I shall comply." Secretly, he relaxed. Thus far, everything was unfolding according to his envisioned script. The next step was to observe how Geng Bingwen would perform. Chapter 15. Uncle Bingwen truly delivers in the residence of the Marquis of Changxing. Li Qing and Geng Bingwen sat across from one another, foregoing any pleasantries. Li Qing immediately addressed the matter at hand. "General Geng, have you selected the candidates? Though it may be merely a performance match, a contingent of over 100,000 individuals, if not meticulously organized in advance, could very well transform a feigned skirmish into a genuine conflict." Geng Bingwen pondered. "I have finalized the roster. The deputy commander will be Li Jian, the Duke's guard. He was once a subordinate of the late Duke Wei and shares a close camaraderie with the Prince of Yan, who is also his brother-in-law. The commanders include Pan Zhong, Gu Cheng, and the forward commander Yang Song, along with Lu Sui. When the Prince of Yan trained under the late Duke, he often associated with these individuals, forming strong bonds of friendship." Li Qing nodded gently. "Are they aware of the details?" "To some extent," Geng Bingwen replied. "Certain matters cannot be overtly articulated. Yet they are not fools. They are seasoned veterans of the battlefield. As long as I make a slight arrangement on the battlefield, they will grasp the underlying implications." He sipped his tea and continued, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in military affairs. Given the current emperor's temperament, does he dare to dismiss all these seasoned generals for a single battle? If he were to do so, it might very well alter the heavens of the Ming dynasty." Li Qing felt a chill in his heart, increasingly convinced that this young Zhu was ill-suited for the throne. Not only did he indulge the civil officials, but the military leaders also resisted authority. It was no surprise. In just a year, civil officials had begun to rise above the noble families, provoking the ire of the military leaders. Li Qing pondered for a moment before asking, "As we are all on the same side, I believe we should strive to minimize casualties. What does General Geng think?" "That is indeed the case," Geng Bingwen responded with an air of confidence. "I have already made clear arrangements. We can afford to have a few individuals go missing." "Missing, you say?" Li Qing scratched his head, soon realizing that this was a strategy to discreetly disperse a portion of the soldiers within the confines of permissible regulations to achieve a reduction in numbers. Although he was unsure of the specific execution, he knew that for the seasoned General Geng, this would certainly not pose a challenge. It is indeed the old generals who maintain such a level of sophistication even in defeat. The two deliberated throughout the afternoon, and by the following day, they commenced the mobilization of military supplies. Conducting internal military affairs proved exceedingly convenient. Despite their unhurried demeanor, they completed the preparations for war in just over 10 days. On the day of departure, Zhu Yuanzhang led the civil and military officials to escort the grand army beyond the city gates, a display of remarkable grandeur. "Esteemed Minister Geng, Honorable Minister Li, the task of quelling the rebellion is entrusted entirely to you," Zhu Yuanzhang declared solemnly. "Do not let me down. We shall abide by your command." Both men responded in unison, bowing deeply. "We are determined to exert our utmost efforts, not to betray your Majesty's trust." Seeing their resolute confidence, Zhu Yuanzhang felt greatly reassured and added, "After all, the Prince of Yan is my uncle. The battlefield is fraught with peril. I implore you both to exercise caution, lest I bear the burden of having slain my own uncle. The last time, I could claim that the King of Xiang took his own life out of fear. It was not my doing. However, if the Prince of Yan were to fall by the sword in a true conflict, I would find myself incapable of offering any defense." The young Zhu ultimately lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Geng Bingwen was momentarily taken aback. Before regaining his composure, "I shall comply with your command." With an army of 13,000, though claimed to be 30,000, they departed from the capital. By late August, they arrived at Jinding. After setting up camp, Gung Bingwen dispatched a small squad to gather intelligence. Upon learning that the Prince of Yin was prepared, he promptly summoned the forward commander. In the command tent, Gung Bingwen gazed contemplatively at the sand table, and with a grandiose tone remarked, "The Prince of Yin favors a strategy of feints and realities. Though our numbers are considerable, we must not be complacent. Yang Song, take 9,000 cavalrymen and scout his position." Yang Song, somewhat despondently, replied, "My lord, is 9,000 cavalrymen not a bit insufficient?" "Oh, not at all," Gung Bingwen chuckled, shaking his head. He then solemnly instructed, "On the battlefield, swords and knives are merciless. We must not harm the Prince of Yin. This is the Emperor's directive. Furthermore, I do not wish for any harm to befall you. Do you understand?" Yang Song was momentarily taken aback, and just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted. Gung Bingwen clapped him on the shoulder and insisted, "Do you comprehend?" "I understand, my lord," Yang Song nodded, though still somewhat apprehensive. "But, my lord, might this not contravene the Ming laws, which state that those acting under orders are not to be held accountable?" Gung Bingwen replied, "Proceed with your orders." Yang Song felt reassured and clasped his fists, saying, "I shall obey." As he departed, Li Qing could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "My lord, does General Yang truly grasp the deeper implications?" "Rest assured," Gung Bingwen smiled. "Do not assume that only scholars possess cunning. Our generals are not fools. Just wait and see. Yang Song will not disappoint us." Li Qing nodded in silence. With 130,000 troops, only 9,000 were dispatched into battle, while the remainder remained stationed, inactive. Gung Bingwen, a seasoned general, indeed demonstrated remarkable caution. On the third day, several of Yang Song's personal soldiers returned, looking distraught, and mournfully reported, "My lord, grave news. The Prince of Yin launched a nocturnal assault, and our losses are severe." "How severe?" Gung Bingwen inquired, his expression somber. "Over 8,000 cavalrymen." "No, it was over 8,000 horses captured," the soldier stammered. "They were seasoned veterans, adept in the art of rhetoric." "Foolishness!" Gung Bingwen erupted in anger. "Where is Yang Song?" "He too was captured," the personal soldier lamented. "My lord, we were ambushed. We scarcely had the chance to fight back. The Prince of Yin was too insidious." "Useless wretches." Gung Bingwen kicked over a chair, shouting, "Get out. Leave at once." "Yes, yes." The soldiers fled as if granted a reprieve. Gung Bingwen paced back and forth, then called out, "Bring me someone." His personal soldier entered the tent, bowing respectfully. "What are your orders, my lord?" "Summon Commander Pan Zhong." "Yes." The soldier bowed again and departed. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Pan Zhong arrived to pay his respects. "What are your orders, my lord?" "Yang Song has been captured. Take 30,000 brothers and rescue him. Remember, do not harm the Prince of Yin." Gung Bingwen instructed, "If you cannot bring him back, do not return yourself." Go quickly." "I shall obey." Pan Zhong, bracing himself, acknowledged the command. 5 days later, Pan Zhong's personal soldiers returned, reporting the outcome: 30,000 troops, 27,000 captured, and Pan Zhong himself taken prisoner. Li Qing silently admired. No wonder the fourth prince refers to him as Uncle Bingwen. This Bingwen truly delivers. Old Gung seems to be eagerly sending troops to aid the fourth prince, even dispatching the commanders along with them. Such exemplary service is akin to a VIP experience, one even I cannot enjoy. However, it must be noted that the fourth prince possesses remarkable skill. He managed to completely absorb the provisions that old Gung provided. Now that's a technical feat. Gung Bingwen, his beard bristling with anger, scolded, "Useless fool. Why are you still standing there? Get out." Pan Zhong's personal guard timidly reported, "The Yin King has issued a challenge." "Oh." Gung Bingwen paused, then commanded, "Bring it to me." The guard quickly retrieved the letter, presenting it with both hands before retreating. Gung Bingwen tore open the envelope, and Li Qing leaned in closer. The challenge was straightforward, consisting of a single line: "Decisive battle at the Hutua River." Below, 3 torches were sketched. Li Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this a code from the military?" "No," Gung Bingwen replied. "It likely indicates a night battle." He then shook his head, adding, "But it must mean more than that. Why draw 3? At over 60 years of age, he felt it was absurd to be playing guessing games. Li Qing chuckled dryly, saying, "As the saying goes, 1 warning suffices, 2 warnings are acceptable, but 3 is excessive." Perhaps the Yin King fears the general's return might lead to complications. He too was puzzled. While the fourth brother was adept in battle, he was not one to engage in trickery. What was the purpose of this riddle? After contemplating the torches for a while, Li Qing suddenly had a revelation. General, I believe I understand. What is it? Gung Bingwen asked. 3 signifies the multitude. The Yan King's intention is to light numerous torches at night, akin to a feigned retreat. We merely need to fall into the trap and then retreat in haste. Li Qing elucidated. In the chaos of a night retreat, it would be natural to have a few deserters. The Yan King is considering our predicament, aligning perfectly with the general's earlier directive for a manageable number of absentees. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Gung Bingwen asserted firmly. The fourth brother is not so cunning. Indeed, it is entirely plausible. Li Qing countered. The Yan King may lack guile, but that does not imply his advisors are similarly deficient. For some reason, Li Qing's thoughts wandered to the old monk. Chapter 16. The advantage is mine, master. Is this truly feasible? Zhu Di expressed concern. Uncle Bingwen is already 65. He lacks such cunning, and I believe he will not discern the deeper implications. Dao Yin smiled faintly. But there is also the military supervisor, Li Qing, is there not? Zhu Di frowned. Li Qing is also in a precarious position. If I were in his shoes, I would not perceive the profound significance behind 3 torches. Dao Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Your Highness, if Li Qing lacked true capability, could he orchestrate such a grand scheme? After a pause, he continued. The outcome of this battle is predetermined. Once the court learns of the defeat, it will take at least 3 months to assign blame, convene, select a commander, and mobilize the army to Beiping. Given the abilities of the princess, that time is ample for fortifying the defenses and clearing the fields. Thus, after this battle, Your Highness should promptly lead the army to Daming, under the pretense of rescuing the Prince of Ning, to seize control of the Duoyin 3 guards. From there, Beiping will serve as our base to directly govern Hebei. Beiping is too small to support a confrontation between 2 armies. Zhu Di nodded gently. I share the same thoughts. However, Daming has already undergone a troop rotation. To rescue the Prince of Ning, a significant portion of the army must be deployed, lest we risk being caught off guard by Jiang Wen. Dao Yin contemplated briefly and advised, Your Highness should hasten, aiming to reach Beiping within 3 months. He urged, Beiping is not the remote Juyong Pass, small and dilapidated. Next time, the Jiang Wen faction will mobilize an army of at least 300,000, making it impossible to maintain a prolonged defense. Even if we could hold our ground, our supplies would be insufficient to sustain us. If we use Beiping as our base, it would be exceedingly difficult for Li Qing and his men to retreat unscathed. Once the situation becomes irretrievable, they might resort to treachery to serve their own interests. We must strike decisively. Dao Yin pondered, realizing that the next commander would certainly not be Gung Bingwen. A change in leadership could lead to a more obstinate opponent. We cannot make their task overly difficult. Zhu Di nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the master's words. Let it be so. Once this battle concludes, I shall lead our forces to Daming and strive to seize Hebei swiftly. He gazed at the troops preparing torches, feeling a sense of assurance. For torches were mounted on a wooden frame. In the pitch darkness, one person could appear to be 4, truly intimidating. Meanwhile, Li Qing and Gung Bingwen were also diligently preparing, directing their army towards the Huituo River. Days passed, and at last, the army reached the river. Gung Bingwen ordered the troops to set up camp and await Zhu Di's arrival. After 3 days of waiting, on the 4th night, Zhu Di's forces finally arrived, albeit late. Gung Bingwen received the news and immediately positioned his army, ready to confront Zhu Di. On horseback, Li Qing gazed into the distance, observing the sparse flickers of firelight, and felt a heaviness in his heart. Have I miscalculated? Gung Bingwen's expression was grim. With 90,000 soldiers present, they could hardly appear to show leniency. Soon, the 2 armies were only a few miles apart, and his demeanor darkened further. He whispered, Li Qing, you are clever. What shall we do now? Li Qing felt overwhelmed as well. Based on the number of torches, their forces were significantly outnumbered, yet the current stance suggested a decisive battle. If they engaged, Zhu Di might not prevail, but even if he did, it would leave them severely weakened. Conversely, not engaging was simply not an option, with so many witnesses. The 90,000 mouths could not be silenced. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden blaze erupted ahead, with countless fire points merging into a vast sea of flames. The torches were remarkably orderly, resembling a formation, at first glance. It appeared there were over 200,000 troops. Had he not been aware of Zhu Di's true strength, he too would have believed that Zhu Di had indeed brought an army of more than 200,000 to confront them. This unexpected turn of events stirred the 90,000 soldiers into a frenzy. It was undeniably terrifying. The immense psychological disparity caused the soldiers' morale to plummet. At that moment, Bingwen Shushu immediately began to stabilize their spirits, shouting in a deep voice, "Do not be afraid. 90,000 against 300,000. We hold the advantage." Li Qing understood the cue and promptly channeled his inner energy, calling out, "Steady. We can win. Do not flee. Fight well. We can prevail. Do not run." Initially, the soldiers were merely frightened, with no intention of fleeing, but Li Qing's exhortation sparked a different thought. In the pitch darkness, running became all the more convenient. Moreover, the commanding officers were hastily dispatched to the front lines, leaving no one to oversee the situation. At this critical juncture, if one does not flee, then when? One soldier glanced around, cautiously laid down his weapon, stepped away from the ranks, and then took off at a run. Observing this, the soldiers around him quickly followed suit. Within a mere quarter of an hour, what began as a stealthy escape transformed into a full-blown rout, with countless soldiers shedding their armor and fleeing in chaos. In this tumult, Gung Bingwen grew anxious and shouted for everyone to return. Li Qing was equally taken aback. If the entire army of 90,000 were to flee, how could he possibly explain it to the minor official Zhu? However, on the battlefield, once a sense of defeat took hold, rectifying the situation was far from simple. Although the soldiers may have been simple-minded, they were not foolish. Facing a force of 300,000 with an ample opportunity to escape, what were they waiting for? Death. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, Li Qing disregarded Gung Bingwen and promptly declared a retreat to defend Jinding City, urging everyone to return quickly. Gung Bingwen swiftly issued commands for the various generals to regroup and withdraw. The battle was irretrievably lost. The extent of the rout left Gung uneasy. How would he justify this upon returning? Fortunately, the fourth general had shown restraint and refrained from launching a full assault, instead proceeding cautiously across the river. After a short while, the army finally stabilized, with a rough estimate revealing that only around 30,000 of the original 90,000 remained. Having engaged in no significant battle against the 130,000 enemy troops, losing a staggering 100,000 was simply unacceptable. Gung Bingwen, incensed, berated Li Qing. "Who told you to shout recklessly? You have ruined my plans. Calm down. I never anticipated it would turn out this way." Li Qing stammered, profusely apologizing. He too realized that things had gone awry. Once the news reached the capital, even the most temperate Zhu would surely erupt in anger. With the battle resulting in such a debacle, Gung Bingwen's predicament was dire. "Our immediate priority is to return to Jinding City." He sighed heavily and began to rally the troops for the retreat. During the withdrawal of the southern forces, Zhu Di's northern army followed at a leisurely pace, neither engaging nor pressing too closely. For 5 days, the army returned safely to Jinding City, assuming a defensive posture. Simultaneously, the northern forces arrived at the city's gates, and both sides commenced what appeared to be an intense struggle for dominance. After 5 days of stalemate, Zhu Di arrived at the city gates on horseback, exasperated, and demanded, "Gung Bingwen, open the gates at once, and I shall not hold past grievances against you." "Do not be so presumptuous," Gung Bingwen retorted fiercely. "Years ago, when Zhang Shiqing besieged Chongqing, I steadfastly defended it for over a decade, never allowing him to set foot within the city. Have you ever pondered why I was bestowed the title of Marquis of Chongqing?" Gung Bingwen proclaimed proudly. "If you possess the capability, then try it, and see whether your spear is sharper than my shield is sturdy." "You," Zhu Di, infuriated, declared, "Let us see." 7 days later, having observed enough of the spectacle, Zhu Di conceded, "You are indeed formidable," and led his army away. The soldiers rejoiced, yet their commanders wore grim expressions, particularly Gung Bingwen. He initially intended to incur a loss of around 50,000, followed by a strategic withdrawal. At worst, he would face a reprimand and a reduction in his salary. However, now that he had lost a staggering 100,000, such a situation was utterly unacceptable. Even as a seasoned veteran in the military, he felt it would be difficult to justify his actions. "It's all your fault," Gung Bingwen berated Li Qing. Li Qing, feeling guilty, refrained from retorting. Once Gung had vented his anger, he cautiously suggested, "Commander, the Prince of Yin has truly retreated. Should we not return?" "Return?" Gung Bingwen snapped. Is it possible to go back now? Shall we simply remain here and wait? After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, You write a battle report. The Prince of Yan is exceedingly cunning, repeatedly launching surprise attacks on our vulnerable points. Our army fought valiantly, but suffered heavy losses, with nearly 100,000 missing or slain. Nonetheless, the Prince of Yan did not gain significant advantage, as I, with merely 30,000 troops, managed to hold the small city of Zhending against his forces, preventing him from advancing further and compelling his retreat. As an experienced general, his battle report was indeed of high caliber, and Li Qing felt a deep respect for him. However, the dismal results of this campaign were too severe to be concealed. And no matter how artfully the report was crafted, it could not disguise the grim reality of the obliteration of 10,000 troops. I will refine the report artistically, he expressed with concern, but it will be challenging to deceive the court. There is no need for excessive worry, Geng Bingwen replied. Having navigated the military for so many years, my connections are not lacking. With the current dominance of civil officials, the military will surely exonerate me. The emperor will not dare to punish me under such pressure. You may write freely. Li Qing nodded but voiced his unease. Perhaps I should return to assist you. The emperor still has considerable trust in me. The army does not retreat. You, as the supervising officer, cannot leave, Geng Bingwen firmly declined. Precisely because the emperor trusts you. You must remain here in order to advocate for me upon your return to court. Very well. Li Qing, exhausted, emulated the civil official style and composed a splendid battle report, which was sent back to the capital. Upon its arrival, the court erupted into chaos. Ultimately, regardless of how eloquently the report was crafted, it could not obscure the undeniable fact of the loss of 100,000 troops. Public sentiment surged, and civil officials relentlessly impeached Geng Bingwen, even suggesting severe consequences. This provoked the military officials, who could no longer tolerate such treatment. Defeat is a common occurrence in warfare, although General Geng had indeed performed poorly this time. The punishment he faced seemed excessively harsh. How could one face annihilation simply for suffering a defeat? In the court, Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed the tumultuous assembly, his mood further deteriorating. He was filled with immense anger, but more so, a sense of panic. The realization that even the seasoned General Geng Bingwen was unable to contend with the situation caught him off guard. Observing the ministers embroiled in heated debate, he could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, "Silence!" The cacophony of the court fell abruptly silent, all eyes turning towards Zhu Yuanzhang. After unleashing his ire, he was soon engulfed by worry. His mind was in disarray, and he lacked any clear direction. Thus, he inquired, "What are your opinions, esteemed ministers?" Chitai stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe we should immediately detain the Marquis of Chongqing for questioning. Such a significant loss, if overlooked, will dissuade anyone from engaging earnestly in battle in the future." How absurd! The typically reticent Lan Yu interjected. If one is to be held accountable for every defeat, who would dare to lead troops? The Duke of Liang speaks wisely. Su Zingshou spoke in agreement, and Vice Minister Qi displayed cunning tactics, truly believing that others were oblivious to his ulterior motives, which were merely to undermine the military officials. After a brief pause, he clasped his hands and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, let us adopt the words of Minister Qi and hold the Marquis of Chongqing accountable, thereby aligning with Minister Qi's intentions and completely transferring military power to the civil officials. After all, military leaders are no match for their scholarly counterparts. Should they face the Prince of Yan, they would surely surrender." Another military official stepped forward, stating, "I am of advanced age and no longer able to lead troops. I humbly request your Majesty to allow me to return home and retire." "I concur," echoed another. "I support this." In unison, the military officials knelt, collectively laying down their arms. The civil officials, emboldened by their dominance, found themselves confronted with the pent-up frustrations of the military, which erupted uncontrollably. Witnessing this tumult, the civil officials were momentarily taken aback. They aimed to control the army, not by leading charges on the battlefield, but through the manipulation of the military leaders. Upon realizing the military's refusal to comply, Zhu Yuanzhang grew increasingly anxious. In such a scenario, he dared not permit the military officials to depart and quickly reassured, "Loyal ministers, please remain calm. The setbacks faced by the Marquis of Chongqing are solely due to the cunning of the Prince of Yan. Moreover, the Marquis managed to hold Zhending with 30,000 men, preventing the prince from advancing further. This is a significant achievement, rendering rewards and punishments unnecessary. After a moment's pause, he continued to soothe. Civil governance and military stability are both essential. As Confucius said, if one is too rigid, neither civil nor martial can thrive. If too lax, neither can achieve their goals. A balance of both is the path to success, and the notion expressed by Su, "Dear Minister," is indeed a grave error. The military officials found the emperor's words somewhat comforting, their fury gradually subsiding. The civil officials, realizing their hasty actions, fell silent. Once Su Zhengshou deemed the uproar sufficient, he promptly offered his apologies. The lenient Zhu merely remarked, "A man of character is true to his nature," and let the matter pass. With the situation finally under control, Zhu let out a sigh of relief, refraining from further discussions regarding the punishment of Gung Bingwen. "My esteemed ministers, the most pressing matter at hand is to quell the threat posed by the Prince of Yan. Who among you is willing to take up arms?" "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the campaign against the Prince of Yan," Su Zhengshou proclaimed. Chi Tai, knitting his brows, followed suit. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. I believe Duke Chao would be more suitable." The notion of a brother-in-law confronting a brother-in-law raised unease not only in Chi Tai, but also in Zhu Yuanzhang, who promptly concurred with Chi Tai's proposal. Furthermore, Li Jinglong was a trusted relative. He could hardly betray him, could he? Zhu Yuanzhang cleared his throat and declared, "Li, I bestow upon you the title." "I am at your service," responded Li Jinglong, stepping forward. "I appoint you to succeed Gung Bingwen as the general of the campaign, commanding an army of 500,000 to subdue the Prince of Yan. You are to gather the troops immediately and hasten to northern Ping to quell the rebellion." After a moment, he added, "Li Qing will remain as military supervisor. You will work alongside him." "I obey." Chi Tai furrowed his brow and interjected, "Your Majesty, military mobilization should not be rushed. It requires careful consideration, selection of personnel, and strategic planning. Moreover, 500,000 troops are unnecessary." "I concur," Huang Zicheng chimed in. 20,000 would suffice to deal with such a minor figure as the Prince of Yan. "I have made my decision. I implore you all to refrain from further persuasion." Zhu Yuanzhang, in a state of agitation, commanded, "Li Aiqing, I decree that you must set forth within 10 days, with an army of 500,000 unyielding soldiers, to decisively capture the Prince of Yan." To which Li Jinglong responded respectfully, "I shall obey your command." The court erupted in astonishment. None could have anticipated that the usually indecisive emperor would display such resoluteness this time, neglecting the issue of potential defeat and refusing to recall the soldiers, instead opting to dispatch them forthwith. A deployment of 500,000 was already audacious enough, yet the insistence on departure within 10 days bordered on recklessness. Little did they know that the anxious Zhu had succumbed to panic. Following the devastating defeat of the veteran General Gung Bingwen, his sense of security waned further. Until the Prince of Yan was subdued, he would find no solace in sleep or sustenance. Clenching his fists, Zhu Yuanzhang resolved that with 500,000 troops, even a mere nibble could dismantle the modest city of Beiping. His confidence soared. This time, he would not encounter any unforeseen setbacks. However, Li Jinglong faced a formidable challenge. 500,000. How could one possibly lose? If it were not for Gung Bingwen's favorable reputation, he might have faced severe repercussions for his loss of 13,000. While he commanded 500,000, such a vast army required no tactical formations. A straightforward assault would render defeat inconceivable. Even if Zhu Di were to fortify Jiyong Pass before the city, there was no way to halt their advance, let alone breach the fragile defenses of Beiping. This was outrageous. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Yuanzhang had issued a resolute directive, and he had no choice but to comply. What further distressed Li Jinglong was the extraordinary cooperation from the Ministry of War, with even the Ministry of Works lending their assistance, expediting military logistics at an astonishing pace. There was no alternative. The civil officials treated him as one of their own. Zhu Yuanzhang incessantly urged, leaving Li Jinglong no opportunity for complacency. 10 days later, as the army was fully prepared, on the day of their departure, Zhu Yuanzhang, to demonstrate his earnestness, personally escorted the troops out of the capital, even helping Li Jinglong with the chariots. A sovereign willingly serving as a charioteer for his general was an unprecedented display of honor throughout history. Even during the initial campaigns led by Lan Yu against the northern Yuan court, he had not received such treatment. Li Jinglong was profoundly moved, though he also felt a heavy weight upon his heart. The general of the expeditionary forces, Li Jinglong, set forth with 500,000 soldiers, carrying with him the entirety of Zhu Yunwan's hopes. In early September, Li Jinglong arrived in Zhending, where he met with Li Qing and Geng Bingwen. Both men were taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the formidable mass of 500,000 troops, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. Even if you were to rub your eyes out, 500,000 remains 500,000, Li Jinglong remarked irately. This is not your 13,000 masquerading as 30,000. This is a true 500,000, fully equipped with artillery. Good heavens, Li Qing gulped, his voice strained. Has the emperor acted with such swiftness? Geng Bingwen also wore a grim expression, pondering. The Prince of Yin is in grave peril. 500,000 attacking Beiping. With artillery, one could win with a mere dog on a leash. Sighing deeply, Bingwen inquired, Nephew, what arrangements has the emperor made for me? The emperor has commanded your return. Li Jinglong replied. Geng Bingwen nodded. Let us depart, Li Qing, we must return. You shall return alone, Li Jinglong stated. Brotherly, you are to be my military overseer. What? With the prospect of being left behind, Bingwen could hardly contain himself. This is unacceptable. Li Qing, you must accompany me back. I apologize, old Geng. But you must bear this alone, said Li Qing with a solemn expression, for I am the military supervisor. Li Qing, you rascal. Geng Bingwen felt an urge to strike. Li Jinglong remarked, Uncle Bingwen, do not be alarmed. The military officials in the court are collectively applying pressure, and the emperor has promised not to hold you accountable. Just return and rest easy. In that case, all is well. Geng Bingwen's demeanor changed dramatically, instantly adopting a relaxed expression. Very well, my mission is accomplished. Now, let us observe your performance. With that, Geng Bingwen summoned his personal guards, abandoning his duties without a care for the 30,000 troops within the city. He may have found relief, but Li Qing and Li Jinglong faced a predicament. Li Qing truly wished to inquire, O God of War, how did you ensure Zhu Di's victory throughout history? Undoubtedly, the historical Li Jinglong must have intentionally allowed the enemy to prevail. Yet the specifics of his tactics remained unknown even to Li Qing. What troubled Li Qing further was that the present Li Jinglong was equally oblivious. Given the state of Beiping City, how could it possibly withstand an assault from 500,000 troops, not to mention the cannon fire? Brotherly, what shall we do now? Li Jinglong's expression darkened. Even 500,000 bonds would surely suffocate the Prince of Yin. Moreover, how should we manage the 30,000 troops within the city? Li Qing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After some contemplation, he responded, We cannot afford to increase our numbers. The emperor has ordered you to lead 50,000 troops, not a soul more. They shall remain encamped in place. Very well. Li Jinglong nodded. Let us depart. The emperor has decreed that we must reach Beiping by October and initiate the offensive, concluding the battle before the year's end. Regardless of the outcome, we must arrive on schedule. As for the conclusion, that lies with fate. Li Qing nodded reluctantly, acutely aware of the overwhelming circumstances. While he had used Geng Bingwen to ease the pressure on the fourth, he inadvertently brought complications upon himself, having overlooked a crucial factor. The impetuous Zhu would surely become agitated. With 500,000 troops and artillery support, it mattered not whether the commander was Li Jinglong or three troublemakers. Defeat was not a foregone conclusion. Should the siege continue in waves, it would be an affront to our intelligence. We could not allow ourselves to be so easily deceived. By heavens, how did the historical Li Jinglong facilitate Zhu Di's victory? Chapter 18. Does this general not understand warfare? Li Qing gazed at the troubled visage of Li Jinglong, feeling an immense weight on his shoulders, especially since Li Jinglong lacked the unparalleled charisma that Geng Bingwen possessed within the army. Though he held a higher rank than the Marquis of Chongqing, when in the presence of old Geng, he addressed him as Uncle Bingwen, showcasing the profound influence he wielded. With 500,000 troops, Li Jinglong could not command them with the same effortless authority as Geng Bingwen. O God of War, no, dear brotherly, Li Qing said with difficulty, do you possess any clever strategies? Few in the army are familiar with you. You might feign illness and secretly travel to Beiping to confer with the Prince of Yin, Li Jinglong pondered. Winning against 500,000 troops requires a nuanced approach. He too must make ample preparations on his end. Li Qing nodded. You must be vigilant. Do not allow anyone to discover your intentions. Fear not. This is within my capabilities. Under the cover of night, Li Qing set forth, traveling day and night, and after 3 days, he reached Beiping. The present Beiping was desolate. Evidently, the Prince of Yan had completed his scorched earth strategy. The city of Beiping was under martial law and under the pretense of seeking refuge with relatives. Along with a small bribe of 2 taels of silver, Li Qing was granted entry. Upon entering the city, he made his way directly to the Prince of Yan's residence. Arriving just as dusk settled, upon learning of his arrival, Zhu Yan personally welcomed him into the residence. Once in the guest hall, she inquired, "Mr. Li, what brings you here? Where is Prince Yan? Whatever you wish to convey can be communicated to me just as well." Li Qing, anxious, urged, "Your Highness, please summon Prince Yan. There is a grave matter at hand." "What has transpired?" Zhu Yan, noticing his distressed expression, immediately felt a surge of concern. His Highness is not in Beiping. He has led a large army to Daming to rescue Prince Ning. "What?" Li Qing exclaimed, his face paling in shock. "How many troops are currently stationed in Beiping?" "Less than 20,000. "Precisely how many?" 13,000. Li Qing fell silent, pondering for a considerable time before asking, "When will Prince Yan return?" Zhu Yan reflected briefly, then replied, "At the earliest, he will return by November." Being an astute individual, she refrained from unnecessary chatter and directly inquired, "How many soldiers has the court dispatched?" Li Qing despondently responded, 500,000, along with cannons. "The war is set to commence by early October." Zhu Yan's complexion paled as she retorted, "Jiangwen truly underestimates us. An insignificant city like Beiping has mobilized 500,000 troops." Panic enveloped her as she realized that the time remaining was far too brief for a round trip. Unless Zhu Di was willing to abandon his army. However, if Zhu Di did not return with his forces, there would be little point in his return. "Can't we delay the army?" Zhu Yan asked. Li Qing offered a bitter smile. 500,000 troops arrived in Zhending days ago. At this rate, reaching by October is already a sluggish pace. It is less than 1,000 miles, and even at the best speed, it cannot be traversed in less than 2 months. Furthermore, the emperor has issued a strict decree that the city must be attacked in October. Zhu Yan's face turned pale as she mentally calculated the implications of the court's 500,000 troops. Even if Zhu Di returned, victory seemed improbable. She despondently declared, "Let Gao Ji and the others head to Daming. I will hold the fort here." Li Qing cast her a surprised glance. Evidently recognizing that Zhu Yan was prepared to risk her life for Zhu Di's chance of survival. "There is no need for such pessimism," he reassured her. "We will strategically manage our efforts. You must do your utmost here, and we will strive to delay until Prince Yan returns. At that point, our options will be significantly expanded." "Who is the commander?" Zhu Yan inquired. "Li Jinglong. Is it truly him?" Zhu Yan felt a flicker of hope, but soon shook her head. "Li Jinglong is even less capable than Bing Guan. His experience is lacking, and he cannot control the army. If they charge en masse, how can we defend ourselves?" Li Qing, somewhat frustrated, responded, "If you lack confidence, our efforts will be in vain. If all else fails, you may as well surrender. The worst that can happen is being reduced to commoners and exiled. The emperor would never execute you." Zhu Yan paused, apologetically stating, "You speak rightly, sir. I will hold my ground until the end, standing with Beiping in life and death." After a moment's thought, she added, "However, just in case, I must trouble you to escort Gao Ji and the others to Daming." "I cannot spare the time," Li Qing replied. "I am the military supervisor. It is already a challenge to have slipped away, and I must return swiftly." At that moment, the 3 chubby brothers arrived, and upon learning of the situation, their expressions turned grave. Zhu Gaoji declared, "Eldest and third brothers, you must go to Daming to find father. I will remain." "What can you do with that physique of yours?" Zhu Gaoshi retorted, glaring. "I will stay. The eldest is wise in strategy, and the second excels in battle. Both of you can assist father." Zhu Gaozai lamented his own inadequacy, declaring his commitment to safeguarding the empress. Zhu Yan interjected sharply, urging everyone to cease their prattle and depart. "I cannot leave," Zhu Gaoqi asserted earnestly. "Mother, in your opinion, who possesses greater potential to stabilize the hearts of the military and the populace, the Princess of Yan or the heir of Yan?" He pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. "I am of the Zhu clan." Zhu Yan was momentarily rendered speechless by her eldest son's resolute assertion. Zhu Gaoqi then turned to his 2 younger brothers, stating calmly, "As the eldest son of our family, I implore you both not to advance further. Should father succeed in his grand endeavor, I shall be the crown prince. If he falters, I shall bear the brunt of the consequences. I shall enjoy the blessings, but I shall also shoulder the burdens. You two may step aside." The brothers exchanged glances, resignedly nodding in agreement. Li Qing cautioned, "A formidable army of 500,000 is not a matter to be trifled with. Prepare diligently. If you can reinforce the city walls, do so." The decisive battle is set for early October. 3 days later, Li Qing returned to the military encampment. Li Jinglong inquired, "Brother Li, how fares the situation?" "The circumstances are far worse than anticipated," Li Qing replied, his expression grim. "With the king of Yan absent, there are only 13,000 troops in Beiping." "Brother Li, surely you jest. Are you not omitting a zero?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, exasperated. "At this juncture, do you think I would jest? This is quite the predicament." Li Jinglong exclaimed in frustration. "What folly drives the king of Yan to flee? His intentions are to bolster the army," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "Though I did not foresee the emperor acting with such urgency." After a brief tirade, Li Jinglong exited the command tent to procure 2 jars of wine. "Brother Li, I feel an overwhelming sense of unease. Let us drink." "Very well," Li Qing nodded, but cautioned, "Do not succumb to despair. Rest assured, I am well aware of my course," Li Jinglong reassured him. In early October, the unwieldy army of 500,000 finally descended upon the gates of Beiping. The forces spread out, encircling the city's 9 gates, awaiting battle orders. As the sun rose, Li Jinglong softly commanded, "Commence the assault." 15 minutes later, the military orders were dispatched, and the vast army initiated their siege. Li Qing, anxious, murmured, "Brother, this approach is untenable for defense." "Have no fear. I know what I am doing," Li Jinglong replied, his countenance not betraying his inner turmoil, yet his tone remained resolute. Li Qing was puzzled by his brother's confidence, but as a military supervisor, he held no authority in command. Even if he attempted to assert control, it would likely be ignored. The thunderous roar of cannons echoed incessantly. Although they were still at a distance, Li Qing felt a chill of trepidation. This was not the Jiyong Pass. Could the city gates withstand such an intense siege? Indeed, scarcely 2 hours had passed when a messenger galloped in, reporting, "General, Commander Chu and his 2 sons have breached the Zhangye Gate and led over 1,000 cavalry into the city." Li Qing's heart raced with alarm. Calamity was imminent. Yet at that moment, Li Jinglong issued an astonishing command, simple yet effective in addressing the crisis. "Recall them immediately. There shall be no delays." The messenger, bewildered, stammered, "General, we have taken the city. Did you not hear me? Bring them back." Li Jinglong barked. "The king of Yan is the most cunning. Such an easy breach of the city must harbor an ambush. Should there be any losses from further delays, I shall have your head." "Yes, yes." The messenger, now acutely aware of the consequences, hurriedly complied. A short while later, the father and son Chu Nung were forcibly summoned back by Li Jinglong. Concurrently, Li Jinglong issued a second command: cease the siege and return for a meal. Li Qing was taken aback. He never anticipated that Li Jinglong would employ such a method to assist Zhu Di. It was indeed a straightforward, albeit crude, approach, yet remarkably effective. However, this also unveiled complications, particularly the wrath of the Chu Ning duo. They had already penetrated the city, with military merit within grasp, yet were abruptly pulled back. On the battlefield, military orders are as immutable as mountains. Defiance could lead to dire consequences, and although they dared not disobey, their fury simmered beneath the surface. Li Jinglong paid them no heed, retorting, "Does this commander not understand warfare?" which elicited exasperated eye rolls from the Chu Ning pair. Once the troops had dined, Li Jinglong issued another military directive. The ease with which the city gates were breached must be suspect. The army was to withdraw 15 miles and form a defensive line to guard against a potential ambush from the Prince of Yan. After retreating 15 miles, darkness enveloped the battlefield, and once more the Chu Ning father and son sought to engage in a night assault on the city. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jinglong rejected their plea, chiding them. "If you can conceive of such a strategy, do you think the Prince of Yan cannot? With 500,000 troops before us, would they dare to be lax?" He continued, shaking his head. "In warfare, one must be cunning. Thus, one can feign inability while demonstrating capability, appear distant when near, and seem near when far." In the Ningguang residence of Daning, Zhu Di and Zhu Quan sat across from one another, a table laden with fine wines and exquisite dishes, yet neither possessed any appetite for feasting. 17th brother, Zhu Di expressed earnestly, his voice tinged with indignation. Jiang Wen has gone too far. Fourth brother has come to rescue you. So come with me. Zhu Quan, with a serious demeanor, replied, while I appreciate your fraternal sentiment, I shall treat your words as though I have not heard them. But should you utter any more treasonous sentiments, do not blame me for being unyielding. Zhu Quan was reluctant to rebel. Firstly, the cost of insurrection was exorbitant, and secondly, the chances of success were minuscule. Even though he was presently restrained, he remained the Prince of Ning, and the 3 guards were still at his disposal. Zhu Quan believed that if he weathered this storm, he would soon regain his former glory. However, Zhu Di, filled with frustration, exclaimed, 17th brother, how can you still not comprehend? Jiang Wen will not spare us. Come with 4th brother. We? Zhu Quan scoffed. Who do you think you are dragging into your rebellion? You, Zhu Di, have taken up arms against the throne and expect me to join your treachery? In desperation, Zhu Di shifted his strategy, appealing to their shared emotions. 17th brother, when have I ever led you astray? On the 15th year of Hongwu, at our father's birthday feast, you forced me to drink. When the Empress Dowager fell gravely ill, you lured me to the Wang residence under the pretense of amusement, only to have me play in the mud while you relieved yourself. Enough, enough, Zhu Di said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Just tell me, did you enjoy yourself during that time? Zhu Quan bellowed, get lost. Look at you. Why are you getting angry with 4th brother? Zhu Di cautiously attempted to soothe him. There was no other recourse. With his army stationed outside, he was compelled to submit. Zhu Di's actions were not born of arrogance. Rather, he understood that if he alone entered, Zhu Quan would immediately rally the 3 guards against him. 17th brother, we are brothers. Zhu Di's brotherly affection was unmistakably evident, as he expressed his disdain for the treatment of the Zhou and Dai princes, particularly the Prince of Xiang, who had been so egregiously mistreated by Jiang Wen. How could he simply stand by? Zhu Quan remained silent. Since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao had been the crown prince, and there had been no disputes over interests. The relationships among the princes had remained cordial. Yet, seeing his brothers in such dire straits stirred his heart. However, what could he do? With a family to care for, he could not recklessly jeopardize their well-being by engaging in a battle that was surely unwinnable. 4th brother, Zhu Quan found it difficult to reveal his true feelings. He listened to his younger brother's advice, to cease the turmoil and submit to the court. Jiang Wen would never dare to take his life. Zhu Di would rather perish than live in dishonor. With eyes ablaze, Zhu Di grasped Zhu Quan's hand and declared, brother, once I ascend the throne, I shall share the world with you. Zhu Quan was momentarily taken aback, his blood surging with fervor, but he quickly regained his composure. 4th brother, you cannot win. Whether I win or lose, you stand to lose nothing, Zhu Di replied. I will raise an army of the 3 guards. Jiang Wen will undoubtedly fear that you might follow suit. It is only a matter of time before your 3 guards are disbanded, rather than let Jiang Wen benefit. It is better to support you. Zhu Quan shook his head. What if the court finds out? How can I emerge unscathed? Do you think 4th brother would put you in a difficult position? Zhu Di laughed. I have already devised a plan. Tomorrow, brother, you shall escort me to the outskirts. And then, his tone turned serious. The treacherous Yan Wang has taken the Prince of Ning hostage to control the 3 guards. After a pause, he continued. At that moment, you must present a report to the court, severely denouncing 4th brother. With you stripped of the 3 guards, the court will find no reason to act against you. The hypocritical Jiang Wen will certainly not touch you. This is 4th brother's way of helping you. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Zhu Quan's eyes as he began to weigh the pros and cons. He understood that Zhu Di spoke the truth among the princes. The Prince of Ning was the most formidable with the 3 guards. While the 3 guards were destined to be lost, it would be wiser to make an investment. Although there was a 90% chance it would be in vain, not investing would lead to confiscation. He also harbored resentment towards Jiang Wen, but had been too fearful to act. Now, with someone willing to undermine Jiang Wen without repercussions to himself, why not seize the opportunity? The proximity of brotherhood versus that of nephew was self-evident. The following day, the cunning Prince of Ning, having been moved to tears by the valorous Yan Wang, repeatedly confessed his errors and vowed to disband his army upon returning, seeking forgiveness from the court. The 2 brothers displayed a facade of camaraderie that moved onlookers to tears. Fearing the Yan Wang might act rashly, the Prince of Ning offered reassurances all the way to the outskirts. Unexpectedly, the battle-hardened Yan Wang suddenly turned the tables, taking the cunning Prince of Ning hostage and seizing control of the 3 guards. Henceforth, The once wise prince of Ning became a figure of ridicule, his reputation shattered. When news reached the capital, young Zhu was infuriated, exclaiming, "Fool! Buffoon!" Of course, that was merely a precursor to events that followed. Once Zhu Di secured control of the three guards, he promptly led his troops to aid Beiping. After 3 days of travel, he encountered Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaosui, who delivered grave tidings succinctly. "Father, dire news. The court has dispatched 500,000 troops to besiege Beiping." "What?" Zhu Di exclaimed in alarm. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Second brother, you take charge of the infantry. I will lead the cavalry to rush to Beiping's aid." Feeling a sense of unease, he gently patted Zhu Gaoxiu, adopting a paternal expression. "You resemble me the most, my second son. The heir's health is poor. He tires after just a few steps. You must exert yourself more. The greatest praise a father can bestow upon a son is to declare his likeness to him." Adding the phrase, "The heir's health is poor. You must strive harder." Even Zhu Gaoxiu, with his straightforward nature, could not fail to discern the underlying significance. Zhu Gaoxiu's blood surged with fervor. "Rest assured, father, I shall not let you down." "Excellent." Zhu Di laughed heartily and proclaimed, "Zhang Yu, Zhu Nong, Qiu Fu, accompany me to support Beiping." Outside the city of Beiping, Li Jinglong gazed at the sky, stretched lazily, and called for his brothers to rest, announcing that it was time for lunch. Li Qing echoed, "Man is iron, food is steel. One meal skipped leaves one feeling anxious." The messenger, wearing a perplexed expression, dared not question the commander and promptly complied. After a short while, the army returned, their faces radiant with joy, savoring the aroma of food. Such a battle was indeed a pleasure. 1 hour in the morning and half an hour in the afternoon, followed by a retreat of 15 miles to rest. This campaign was delightfully agreeable. While the soldiers were elated, the commanders bore less favorable expressions. Under the steadfast defense of the Princess of Yin and the heir, the city of Beiping proved difficult to breach, yet that did not imply it was impenetrable. With such a vast army, coupled with artillery, a relentless assault could conquer Beiping within a day and night. However, they had only engaged for a mere hour and a half. At this rate, they might as well wait until the new year to breach the city. Chu Ning's 2 sons were perplexed and indignant. "Father, Li Jinglong is excessively overbearing. We had already breached the Zhanya gate, yet he summoned us back. Otherwise, this would have been concluded long ago. Indeed, it is clear he fears us and is a despicable coward." "Enough." Chu Nung admonished his sons, letting out a deep sigh. He was the commander. The 2 sons remained furious. "The commander is indeed formidable, but father, you must hold him accountable upon our return." Chu Nung offered a wry smile and reiterated, "He is the commander." Seeing his son's continued lack of understanding, Chu Nung pointed out, "If we breach the city and win the battle, who will receive the greatest credit? If we conquer the city, will he not be jealous? How absurd. Does he expect to fight himself and enter the city with a sword? He is not targeting us. If another had breached the city, they would have been called back as well." The 2 sons were momentarily stunned, then their expressions shifted dramatically. "Father, are you suggesting?" "Speak cautiously." Chu Nung interjected, calmly stating, "We shall follow the commander's orders." After a pause, he patted his sons on the shoulder, conveying a deeper meaning. "Those scribes are excessively arrogant. Perhaps this is not without merit." The sons appeared contemplative, their anger gradually dissipating. In the command camp, Li Qing whispered, "Brother, your actions are likely to lead to an impeachment upon your return. It is too conspicuous." He genuinely worried for the god of war. The troops dispatched were elite, and the commanding officers could not possibly remain oblivious. "Do not fret. The situation is well within our control," Li Jinglong replied confidently. "The martial generals are not fools. Their frustration, yet continued cooperation, speaks volumes." Li Qing's heart stirred, astonished as he asked, "Did you plan this from the very beginning? What other course was there?" Li Jinglong rolled his eyes. "Do you genuinely believe I am a fool?" "Otherwise," Li Qing chuckled lightly, "not at all. My dear brother, you are indeed quite impressive." Li Jinglong retorted with irritation, "All right, I concede. In terms of warfare, Lan Yu surpasses me by leaps and bounds. As for the Yin King and the Ning King, I am hardly a match for them. However, I was raised under my father's influence, and I am not completely ignorant of leading troops in a battle." Li Qing nodded earnestly, recognizing that while Li Jinglong may not possess the qualities of a brilliant commander, he was certainly not as inept as historical records depict. After all, the historical Li Jinglong was portrayed as utterly incompetent, almost akin to a fool. This thought led Li Qing to recall Gung Bingwen. He remembered the historical accounts claimed Gung Bingwen's defeat was due to his defensive prowess overshadowing his offensive capabilities. At the time, he was swayed by biased opinions. But after experiencing the battlefield firsthand, he understood that this assertion was fundamentally flawed. While there is a distinction between offensive and defensive commanders, it does not imply that a defender cannot also attack. In reality, the outcome of a battle is determined primarily by strategy, with a significant portion reliant on the strength of the forces involved. Moreover, on the battlefield, most strategies are overt. Achieving victory through cunning and deceit is only plausible when there is a stark disparity in the commander's abilities. Gung Bingwen was a seasoned veteran who emerged from the fires of war. How could he possibly lose to Zhu Di, who commanded less than half his forces? Zhu Di was indeed formidable, yet he was not a divine being. Li Qing sighed quietly, pondering that perhaps, in the historical Jingnan campaign, these military leaders had somewhat held back, merely hastening the process due to his own involvement. Reflecting on the historical Li Jinglong, who initially displayed leniency and later surrendered, he seemed to grasp the full picture. Li Jinglong was neither a fool nor a traitor. Throughout, he had always been aligned with Zhu Di. Ultimately, it was Zhu Di who basked in the glory, while Li Jinglong was labeled the god of war. Li Qing exhaled deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Li Jinglong's shoulder. Lamenting, "You have suffered greatly." However, the Jingnan campaign, particularly in its later stages, was characterized by a subtle contest between civil and military officials. The Ming Shirlu, Taizong Shirlu, and Guike all provide ample evidence of this. It is even documented that in the 4th year of Jiang Wen sent Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing to recruit soldiers. How could a court with a million-strong army, still possessing cities to defend, be decimated by Zhu Di in just a few short years? The fundamental reason was that the troops were inclined towards Zhu Di, engaging in a lackadaisical manner, while only a few generals like Ping An, Tai Xian, and Sheng Yong were genuinely committed to Zhu Yunwen's cause. For example, in Guike, in August of the 1st year of Jiang Wen, the Yan commoners reached Jinding, where Zhu Neng led over 20 riders to charge into the ravine. The Yan commoners followed suit, causing the southern army to suffer a loss of 90,000 men and over 20,000 horses. Additionally, in the 4th year of Jiang Wen, as the Yan forces advanced southward, the Minister of War Qi Tai dispatched 100,000 Liao soldiers to cut off Zhu Di's rear, leading to the army's disintegration without any resistance. There are countless such instances, far too numerous to recount. Even more astonishing is that the Jingnan campaign rarely records the number of Zhu Di's troops, focusing instead on the southern army's strength. Most peculiarly, during the Battle of Biao'er River, strong winds frequently favored Zhu Di, even managing to snap the flagpole of Li Jinglong's standard. Viewing the Ming history through a lens of debate reveals many peculiarities that can be easily unraveled. Furthermore, one must ponder, why did the army not directly rebel? There is no necessity for rebellion, as there is clearly an escape route, regardless of who emerges victorious. No one truly faces defeat. After the Jingnan campaign, among the military generals, Zhu Di spared not only Tai Xian but even the likes of Ping An and Sheng Yong, who chose to take their own lives. Zhu Di did not lay a hand on the generals. Had the generals truly been ruthless with Zhu Di's character, would he have exhibited such leniency after seizing power? The written word cannot encapsulate all. Xinghong does not wish to deceive the readers, but aims to convey the authentic grandeur of the Ming dynasty and the true brilliance of the Yongle emperor, rather than indulge in mindless flattery. Chapter 20. The old fellow delivers. As November approached, the weather in Beiping grew increasingly frigid, with nightly temperatures plummeting to below -10 or even 20 degrees, leaving the soldiers in dire discomfort. Fortunately, the commander was benevolent and considerate, which maintained the morale of the troops. However, the harsh winter posed significant challenges for the army's siege efforts. The Crown Prince of Yan ordered his men to douse the city walls with water at night, which froze and rendered the walls exceedingly slippery, greatly increasing the difficulty of scaling them. Coupled with the prolonged siege, the Ming army had grown weary, and they adhered to a strict schedule for meals and rest, even causing the defenders atop the walls to feel a twinge of embarrassment. The old fellow truly delivered. Zhu Gaoqi and his mother maintained a commendable defense, yet more critically, the court's army did not fight with desperation. In truth, after so many encounters, the 500,000-strong army had suffered minimal losses. Had they truly pressed the assault, breaching the defenses would have been a simple task. As midday approached, the army withdrew, and smoke rose as they began to prepare their meals. Li Jinglong rubbed his hands together, exhaled visibly in the cold, and cursed, "It's damn freezing. Where's the Yin Wang? Damn it. Now there's no reason to retreat." Li Qing, equally exasperated, muttered, "The fourth prince is truly audacious. Does he not care for his wife and children?" At that moment, Zhu Di was en route back. Nearing Beiping, as evening fell, he ordered the soldiers to encamp and gazed at the now clearly visible city, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "Zhang Yu, relay the command. The army shall rest for a full day and night, and tomorrow night we shall launch a surprise attack on the southern forces." "Understood," Zhang Yu replied, bowing before departing to convey the message. At this juncture, Zhu Neng rode forward, frowning as he spoke. "Your Highness, after all this time, while our forces have increased, our provisions are dwindling. We have enough supplies for no more than 10 days. Zhu Di felt a pang of concern. Soldiers differ from common folk. As long as they have enough to stave off starvation, they can endure, but they must be well fed to fight fiercely. After all, this was not the era of the old Zhu, and furthermore, he was in rebellion against the court. The concept of Jingnan was merely a slogan. The reality was understood by all. If he did not adequately care for these men, how could he expect them to serve him loyally? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Di stated, "The southern army numbers at least 500,000, and their supplies must be plentiful. Zhu Neng, tonight I will lead the main army to raid their camp. You take 5,000 troops and seek an opportunity to seize their provisions. Take as much as you can, but do not force it if the chance does not arise." "I shall obey," Zhu Neng replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Zhu Di arranged this because Zhu Neng, unlike Zhang Yu and the other generals, possessed a boldness that was almost reckless. Charging 5,000 troops into the midst of 50,000 adversaries did not intimidate him in the least. "Qiu Fu," Zhu Di called, taking a deep breath. "Go inform the princess and the heir within the city to gather all available forces for an assault tomorrow night." The following evening, Zhu Di personally led an army of 40,000 cavalry, while Zhu Neng prepared to command 5,000 elite troops, poised for action. Simultaneously, Li Jinglong received news of Zhu Di's reinforcements and promptly dispatched the main commander, Chen Hui, with 10,000 men to ascertain Zhu Di's precise movements. Chen Hui was reluctant to go, having witnessed the fate of Yang Song and his 9,000 cavalry. It was evident that to proceed would be akin to throwing oneself to the wolves. "Commander, we need only to array our forces and await his arrival," Chen Hui suggested. "Regardless of what schemes the Prince of Yin employs, with our multitude, he cannot prevail against us." "Impudence," Li Jinglong thundered. "Am I the commander, or are you? I recognize your intentions, but they do not concern me." Chen Hui felt on the verge of tears. Was he not clearly being sent to his doom? In the darkness, if conflict erupted, swords have no eyes, and he would likely meet his end. Li Jinglong replied coolly, "I do not accept your well-meaning counsel. I ask you, will you go or not?" Chen Hui, exasperated yet unwilling to defy orders, begrudgingly acquiesced, "I will obey." "Ah, now we are in agreement." Li Jinglong's mood lifted as he patted the old commander's shoulder. His tone softened. "Do not harm the Prince of Yin, and take care of yourself. This is also my command." Li Qing added with a smile, "Be sure to safeguard yourself." A flicker of reassurance washed over Chen Hui, as he clasped his fists and replied, "I shall follow orders." "Very well, off you go." Thus, Chen Hui set forth with his 10,000 troops. Both sides were cavalry, and the distance was not great. Within the hour, Chen Hui spotted Zhu Di's forces, faced with 1,000 against 40,000, and the imperative to ensure the Prince of Yin remained unharmed. Chen Hui dared not charge forward. Not only he, but the officers and soldiers under his command felt a chill of trepidation. At that moment, Chen Hui decisively ordered, "Extinguish the torches and continue searching for the Prince of Yan's whereabouts." The intent was clear, even though they had already located him. Yet, none among the 10,000 dared to speak up, for no one wished to court death. Zhu Di also noticed Chen Hui's forces, but chose to ignore them, for Zhu Neng was close behind. Any pause would squander the golden opportunity for a night raid. Thus, Chen Hui and Zhu Di narrowly brushed past one another. Chen Hui felt a surge of relief and planned to take a detour to hasten back with news. Yet before he could implement this, he encountered the poised Zhu Neng. Both were taken aback. Chen Hui had extinguished his torch, and Zhu Neng, fearing exposure, had done the same. Uncertain of each other's numbers, it was a contest of courage. Clearly, in terms of valor, Chun Hui fell short of Zhu Nan. Charge! In an instant, the sound of hooves thundered as Zhu Nan, with his mere 5,000 cavalry, charged at Chun Hui's 10,000. Before any clash could ensue, Chun Hui was overtaken by fear, compounded by the commander's strict orders to protect oneself. Not good. We've fallen into an ambush. Retreat. Chun Hui bellowed, the first to flee. There was no choice. The commander had instructed that one must prioritize their safety while away from home. However, he did not forget his mission. He must relay the military intelligence back. Whether to engage or how to fight was the commander's prerogative, but if he delayed the information, it would be his responsibility. Chun Hui spurred his horse, nearly exhausting it in his haste, and finally returned to the main camp ahead of schedule. "General, this is dire news. The king of Yan is approaching," exclaimed Li Jinglong, his eyes lighting up. "How many men do they have?" Chun Hui replied succinctly, "There are 2 divisions of cavalry, one led by the king of Yan, numbering over 40,000, and the other, under an unnamed commander, remains uncertain in strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. Li Jinglong's mind raced, and he promptly issued orders. "Have Chu Nung and his son mobilize our troops to hold them off. The rest must prepare to face the enemy at once." Li Qing's expression turned grave, fully aware that this time, the stakes were real. He stayed close to Li Jinglong, understanding that amidst the chaos, the god of war could very well perish on the battlefield. The pretense of sparing each other was known only to the highest echelons. Zhu Di could not possibly relay the message effectively. The principle of capturing the leader was universally understood, and both personally and publicly. He did not wish for the god of war's demise. Zhu Di advanced swiftly, closing in within moments, showing no restraint as he charged directly into the camp. Kill! The northern army surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, crashing into the southern forces. The southern army was caught unprepared, their ranks thrown into disarray as Zhu Di bellowed, "I am the king of Yan. Who dares to strike me?" With a decree of immunity, the various commanders felt unable to retaliate fiercely. They hesitated, while Zhu Di, disregarding martial ethics, led the Duoyan 3 guards with an overwhelming presence. Half an hour later, Su Miaoyun and Zhu Gaoqi summoned a contingent of able-bodied citizens, mustering 20,000 to provide support. The scene grew even more chaotic. Li Jinglong was incensed. The 4th prince's blatant disregard for martial decorum left him feeling cornered. "Damn it! Let us retreat." Li Qing interjected, frowning. "The king of Yan has wagered everything. Continuing this fight would result in losses for all." Zhu Di, having dispatched another foe, turned his horse slightly, not launching an immediate counterattack, but instead gazing intently at the distant camp. At that moment, Sambao rode up. "Your Highness, the southern army's Achilles' heel lies within their center, where their supplies are kept." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's spirits soared. He turned back to issue instructions. "Ensure the southern commander and the supervisory general remain unharmed. Follow me into battle." Meanwhile, upon realizing Zhu Di's main force was targeting the center, Li Qing and Li Jinglong immediately deduced it was for the supplies. This confrontation was genuine, and it was becoming increasingly clear. Li Jinglong took a deep breath and decisively commanded, "Abandon unnecessary provisions. The army must retreat." The morale of the southern forces had already faltered, and upon receiving the retreat order, they complied instantly. The northern army did not pursue relentlessly, following only for a few dozen miles before gradually halting. Zhu Di, while not wanting to overexert himself, was also cautious. With less than 50,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry, he knew that if Li Jinglong became desperate, even a single formation could spell disaster for him. In this battle, the southern army suffered nearly 50,000 casualties, with a significant number missing due to the hasty withdrawal of the commanders, which left the troops uncontrollable in the darkness. Fleeing was all too easy. Once they had evaded the northern forces, Li Jinglong made an unexpected decision, much to everyone's astonishment, including Li Qing. No one anticipated that this retreat would push them all the way from Zhengba village to Dezhou, an astonishing 600 miles, retreating from Hebei to Shandong. This effectively surrendered all of Hebei to Zhu Di. Li Jinglong's reasoning was rather straightforward, to prevent the Prince of Yan from marching towards the capital. If the prince refrained from launching an assault on the capital, they could simply resume the battle in the spring of the following year. Upon receiving this news in the capital, the court erupted once more into chaos. The gentle and cultured Zhu, for the first time, unleashed a torrent of invective towards his mother. In Chapter 21, Li Qing returns to the capital, Zhu Yuanwen could no longer maintain his composure. The loss of 500,000 troops was simply unbearable for him. Qi Feng and Huang, along with others, were equally furious. They had come to the realization that Li Jinglong was nothing but a traitor. The notion that 500,000 soldiers could not achieve victory was utterly unacceptable. Consequently, the three of them jointly advised, "Your Majesty, it is imperative that we immediately apprehend Li Jinglong and hold him accountable for his crimes." This time, even the military officials fell silent. If Geng Bingwen's achievements could be deemed lackluster, then Li Jinglong's performance was abysmal, truly shameful. Enraged, Zhu Yuanwen ordered that Li Jinglong be summoned back at once. Upon receiving the message in Dezhou, Li Jinglong once again astonished Li Qing with his defiance. His reasoning for resisting the imperial command was simple. One must not heed the emperor's orders while engaged in battle, and moreover, there was a strong possibility that Zhu Di would lead a large army southward, directly threatening the capital. The consequences of changing commanders at such a critical juncture were dire. Ultimately, he retorted to the young Zhu with a piercing remark, "Your Majesty, should you replace me, who would assume the role of commander?" Upon receiving this reply, Zhu Yuanwen was nearly apoplectic with rage, yet the harsh reality was undeniable. He could scarcely identify a suitable replacement. Compounded by Li Jinglong's warning that Zhu Di might soon advance on the capital, he hesitated to make any hasty changes. At this juncture, the previously composed Qi Feng and Huang were thrown into disarray, as what had initially seemed a straightforward task had spiraled into an unforeseen predicament. The civil officials were in utter turmoil, while the military leaders, typically reticent, remained uncharacteristically silent, further exacerbating Zhu Yuanwen's agitation. After the court session concluded, he seethed with frustration, returning to his study to vent his wrath through destructive outbursts. What to do? What can I possibly do? Zhu Yuanwen muttered to himself, on the brink of despair. In that moment, Qi Tai arrived in haste with a suggestion. "Your Majesty, since the commander cannot be changed, let us change the supervisory general." Change the supervisory general? Zhu Yuanwen furrowed his brow, but soon acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of recalling Li Qing. He truly felt at a loss for capable individuals, and it vexed him that the strategies proposed by Qi Feng and Huang, though seemingly sound, had repeatedly led to failure. They were nowhere near as reassuring as Li Qing. Upon receiving the news in Dezhou, Li Qing found himself in a predicament as well. However, unlike Li Jinglong, he could not refuse orders. And with the court having appointed a new supervisory general, it would be unreasonable not to comply. "Brother, what do you intend to do next?" Li Qing inquired. Li Jinglong pondered for a moment. "We still have 420,000 troops, which is rather excessive. I will send away 120,000, leaving us with 300,000. Are you serious?" Li Qing expressed concern for his brother's safety. "Are you truly not afraid that the emperor will have your head for this?" Li Jinglong replied with an air of dignity. "The Prince of Yan may launch an attack on the capital at any moment. It is only logical for me to deploy the army to secure the strategic passes along the way. I am acting in the best interest of the emperor." After a brief pause, he reassured, "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. However, the current military supervisor is the Vice Minister of Rights, which may complicate matters in the future." Li Qing replied earnestly, "Upon returning, I will endeavor to assist you." "Very well," Li Jinglong nodded gently and added, "Brotherly. Will you cease to call me a traitor among the noble class?" "You are not a traitor of the noble class." Li Qing smiled lightly and said sincerely, "Though the world may not understand you, I do." Li Jinglong did not grasp the latter part of the statement, and Li Qing, in haste, mounted his horse and departed for the capital. Upon returning to Jinling, it was just before the new year. The first order of business upon his return to the capital was, of course, to report to the palace. Li Qing arrived at the imperial palace and recounted his prepared remarks to Zhu Yuanwen. He clearly detailed how Geng Bingwen lost and how Li Jinglong suffered defeat, ensuring to cast aspersions on the fourth prince. Although the narrative was coherent, the young Zhu felt no joy. The two consecutive significant defeats, especially Li Jinglong's recent loss, were difficult for Zhu Yuanwen to accept. "Sir, do you think if I do not reduce the fiefs, will the Prince of Yan rebel?" Li Qing paused momentarily, offering a wry smile. "Your Majesty already possesses the answer in your heart. Why inquire further?" Zhu Yuanwen fell silent for a long while, eventually sighing. "I truly regret my decisions. I should have heeded your counsel from the beginning. Is it too late now?" Li Qing, with a firm resolve, responded. Your Majesty knows that I am not a military strategist. In truth, Li Qing felt a profound guilt. Zhu Yuanwen had been earnest toward him, yet he felt he had failed Zhu. Nevertheless, he vowed to repay Zhu in another manner, such as safeguarding his life. Zhu Yuanwen appeared like a lost child, sir. Do not serve as a military supervisor anymore. Remain in the capital to accompany me, for my heart is in turmoil. Li Qing nodded in agreement. At this juncture, events had aligned perfectly with the course of history. Whether he accompanied the army or not had become inconsequential. The two rulers conversed for a considerable time until dusk approached, and Zhu Yuanwen's spirit stabilized before he took his leave. At the Yongqing Marquette, as soon as Li Qing arrived home, 3 young ladies greeted him, their faces illuminated with joy. However, unlike in the past, they exhibited restraint. Even Wanling refrained from throwing herself into his embrace. After this new year, Hongxiu would turn 40, Lianxiang 39, and the youngest, Wanling, 33. They were no longer youthful. Despite their opulent attire and proper care, the passage of time had left its mark. Wanling fared better. Yet both Hongxiu and Lianxiang bore the faintest wrinkles at the corners of their eyes. Li Qing opened his arms with a smile. Come to your teacher. The 3 young ladies sniffled, their eyes reddened as they approached. Li Qing enveloped them in his embrace, inhaling their faint fragrance, and softly declared, in my eyes, you shall forever retain the appearance of our first meeting. I have never found you wanting. With a quivering voice, Hongxiu replied, but teacher, I truly have aged. Not at all, Li Qing gently reassured her. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and to me, you remain as you were. Though he sought to console, it was undeniable that they had indeed aged. Yet, apart from some minor wrinkles, the changes were not drastic. In both mind and body, they still evoked his admiration. After much coaxing, he finally managed to soothe the 3 young ladies. In the evening, Li Qing immersed himself in the steaming bathwater, shedding the facade from his face and returning to his original form, resembling a flawless jade with eyes akin to bright stars. The rising steam rendered his handsome visage even more flushed, revealing the youthful countenance of a young gentleman on the cusp of manhood. The 3 women gazed at him, suddenly overcome with an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. He remained the same gentleman, yet they were no longer as they once were. Hongxiu gently washed his lustrous, thick hair and softly inquired, Sir, why not take a few concubines? No more concubines, Li Qing replied, shaking his head slightly. In the future, I shall not take any. You are both the beginning and the end. How can that be? Wanling exclaimed in haste. How lonely one can be over the long years. Lianxiang nodded in agreement. Sir, you must not only take concubines, but also marry a wife. Li Qing chuckled. Wives and concubines are merely terms. Are we not already akin to a married couple? With that, he stood and pulled Hongxiu into the bath. Come, let me indulge a little first. The peony blossoms, with their fragrant essence, seemed to hide intentionally under the verdant leaves. The pure moonlight shone down, and sweat fell like rain as it peeked through the doorway onto the crimson walls. The new year approached, yet the festive holidays had not yet begun. The officials continued to attend court, and Li Qing adhered to his schedule, attending the afternoon assembly. For he could not rise in time for the morning gathering. In the afternoon, he assisted the young Zhu in handling certain affairs of state. Though his attention remained fixed on Beiping, Zhu Di was swift in his actions, having rapidly taken control of the entire Hebei region. He led his army out through the Zijing Pass and advanced into Shaanxi, his ambitions undeniably vast. His audacity stemmed primarily from the support of Su Miaoyun and Zhu Gaoqi. He focused solely on warfare, while his wife and son not only defended their territory, but also managed its affairs. Dao Yan was tasked with orchestrating Zhu Di's strategies. Although Zhu Gaosu was somewhat straightforward, he could command the regular troops on behalf of his father. Zhu Gaosu, though less capable than his brothers, had never faltered in his role of intelligence transmission. Zhu Di, accompanied by his elite cavalry and supported by the Duoyan 3 guards from the Prince of Ning, began to expand his dominion with fervor. While others busied themselves with New Year celebrations, the 4th prince's family was even busier. On the first day of the new year, Li Qing joyously celebrated in Jinling, while Zhu Di diligently pursued his ambitions in Shaanxi. Li Jinglong, as the commander of hundreds of thousands of troops, understood the principle of being cautious, hence he remained inactive, observing the unfolding events. In the 2nd month, Zhu Di's rapid movements led to the recapture of Yanmen Pass, Datong, and Weizhou. In February, he reclaimed Yunzhou, Daizhou, Tianqing, and Yanghe, nearly encompassing all of Shaanxi within his grasp. Such a thunderous pace left many astounded. Li Jinglong maintained his composure, refraining from action and merely watching the spectacle unfold. However, Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer remain passive. My uncle is truly formidable, he thought, growing increasingly anxious. In the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, what shall we do?" What could Li Qing offer in terms of solutions? He could only offer reassurance. "Your Majesty, please remain calm. This matter requires careful consideration. It cannot be delayed any longer." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head, speaking solemnly, "I must dispatch troops." Chi Tai furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, the issue is that Li Jinglong has taken 50,000 troops out. It will be difficult to quickly mobilize forces. What then shall we do?" Zhu Yuanzhang, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "We cannot simply stand by and watch as the Prince of Yin grows in power. I have a proposal," Huang Ziqing interjected. "Among the military generals, apart from General Geng Bingwen, there is another seasoned veteran whose influence in the army is unparalleled." "Who is it?" Chi Tai's eyes lit up as he eagerly responded. "It is Duke Guiying." Upon hearing Guiying's name, Li Qing felt a sense of relief, knowing that events were unfolding as he had anticipated. He understood that with Guiying's involvement, the fourth prince would decisively shift the tide from defense to offense. Zhu Yuanzhang's face brightened, but he quickly recalled something that deepened his concern. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, there is no concrete evidence regarding that matter. Guiying will harbor no suspicions. Moreover, with Your Majesty's immense trust, he will undoubtedly feel grateful," Chi Tai reassured him. Although Chi Tai did not explicitly state it, Li Qing surmised that it likely pertained to the death of Guiying's eldest son, Guizhen. To demand loyalty from someone after having caused the death of their child was indeed absurd. Li Qing had investigated and discovered that Guiying had only fathered his firstborn, Guizhen, at the age of 37, truly a late blessing. Ultimately, after being sent to patrol the borders, Guizhen had left in good health, only to return no more. It was already a considerable concession that Guiying did not rebel. Would he still offer his loyalty? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Guiying had little connection with Zhu Di, he had far more reason to support him than Li Jinglong or Geng Bingwen. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. He had no other options available, and only Guiying had the capability to swiftly mobilize troops. At that moment, Xiao Gizi hurriedly entered, presenting a letter. "Your Majesty, a letter from the Prince of Yin has arrived." The group was startled, and Zhu Yuanzhang quickly snatched it away, opening it to read. In a short time, he was infuriated, tearing the letter into shreds and shouting, "Zhu Di, you are exceedingly arrogant." Addressing Zhu Di by name, without the honorific of prince, Zhu Yuanzhang felt compelled to denounce him as if he were not of royal blood. "Your Majesty, what does the letter say?" Fang Xiaoru inquired, filled with curiosity. Not only he, but Li Qing was also intrigued. Zhu Yuanzhang ignored their questions and strode out, commanding, "To the Duke Guiying's residence." The four exchanged glances, and Fang Xiaoru picked up the torn fragments of paper, painstakingly piecing them together until he managed to reconstruct the message. Li Qing leaned in to glance at it, finally understanding the source of Zhu Yuanzhang's fury. The letter, though courteous in tone, was decidedly impertinent, essentially conveying, "Dear nephew, since you cannot win, it would be best not to fight. You govern the south, and I will assist you in managing the north. Let us unite as uncle and nephew." Outrageous. Qi, Fang, and Huang fumed in indignation, exclaiming about the Prince of Yan's audacity. Li Qing secretly scoffed, then gracefully departed. As spring arrived, temperatures gradually rose, and the fruit trees in the courtyard began to sprout tender buds, brimming with vitality. Although the nation was embroiled in conflict, the impact was minimal, particularly in the south, which remained largely unaffected, while the capital thrived as ever. Upon returning home, Li Qing took 3 young ladies on a leisurely shopping excursion, purchasing an array of jewelry, cosmetics, and other items that delighted women. They were overjoyed, chattering animatedly upon returning, discussing who looked the best. As usual, Li Qing reclined in a chair with a book in hand, listening to their lively banter, feeling a warm sense of contentment. The letter from Zhu Di incited a profound fury within Zhu Yuanzhang, driving him to the brink of madness. He commanded the Marquis of Wuding, Guiying, to mobilize 300,000 troops to advance toward Jinding, while instructing Li Jinglong to prepare for an assault. The influence of Guiying was formidable. Within just over a month, he had gathered 300,000 soldiers, and set forth towards Jinding. Upon hearing of this mobilization, Zhu Di promptly abandoned Jinding, conceding ground to Guoying, for he had no desire to defend a position he could not hold. Despite his recent efforts to bolster his forces, he commanded no more than 200,000 troops, a figure he publicly inflated to 300,000, though the true number was merely 150,000. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, even with Li Jinglong remaining passive, victory would be elusive. Zhu Yunwen had wagered everything, fearing that Zhu Di would somehow escape demise. Thus, he cast aside pretense and unilaterally removed Zhu Di from the royal family genealogy, forsaking the construction of a memorial arch and disregarding the infamy of fratricide. Moreover, anxious about unforeseen developments, he issued an imperial decree for Su Huizhu to gather tens of thousands of troops to provide rear support. Unfortunately, Su Huizhu fell gravely ill, and Su Xingshou took his brother's place in the campaign. By early April, Guoying arrived at Jinding. Zhu Yunwen, upon receiving word, urgently dispatched orders for Guoying to launch an offensive and simultaneously instructed Li Jinglong to initiate a full-scale assault on Beiping. Two armies, each comprising 300,000 soldiers, along with Su Xingshou's contingent, amassed a total of 650,000 troops. The call for 1 million. This time, Zhu Yunwen intended to obliterate Zhu Di completely. On the other hand, upon receiving this news, Zhu Di was rendered speechless. The difference between 1 million and 650,000 was negligible, as he could not contend with either, especially with the court dispatching numerous civil officials to oversee military operations, complicating matters further. He understood that the marshal generals who covertly supported him did so out of disdain for the arrogance of civil officials, their allegiance to Zhu Di being tenuous at best. They would not assist him in outright rebellion. Should they show leniency, the consequences could be dire. Contemplating the imminent threat of 650,000 troops at his gates left Zhu Di feeling a sense of dread. After much deliberation, he decided to invoke the ancient tradition of the Huaxia. When faced with uncertainty, convene a grand assembly. In the guest hall of the Yin King's residence, Zhu Di was joined by his family, Su Miaoyan, Zhu Gaoshi, and others including Dao Yan, Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, and Xiu Fu. All present were individuals in whom Zhu Di placed unwavering trust. The gravity of the situation surpassed all previous crises, silencing even the audacious Zhu Neng. The hall was enveloped in a chilling silence until Zhu Gaoshi broke it. "Father, I believe we cannot remain on the defensive. We must strike out. With 650,000 troops at our doorstep, we cannot hold the fort, and Beiping is too small for our forces to maneuver effectively." The heir's words resonated with truth. Dao Yan added a comforting note. "Out of calamity comes fortune, and from fortune, calamity may arise. If we can withstand this great trial, our path ahead will be smoother." Zhu Di furrowed his brow, aware that despairing words were ill-timed, yet the thought of 650,000 troops still dampened his spirit. He could only declare, "A decisive battle is unavoidable. Everyone must prepare. Rest for a day, and we shall march forth tomorrow." The assembly responded with solemn agreement, fully aware that this time, they were indeed entering a true conflict. Li Jinglong, leading an army of 300,000, was the first to arrive at the Baigo River. However, instead of pressing forward, he chose to establish a camp and await the arrival of the Northern Army. The previous devastating defeat had sown seeds of doubt in Zhu Yunwen regarding his capabilities. Thus, several generals were replaced in addition to the supervision of military affairs. Li Jinglong, already unable to command with precision, found himself constrained, unable to effectively manage the vast numbers under his command. Moreover, the presence of Guoying and the rearguard Su Xingshou compounded the situation. Assisting Zhu Di was an unspoken agreement among a select few generals, while the majority of the officers harbored mere suspicions without full knowledge of the intricacies involved. The numerous civilian officials overseeing the military rendered any pretense futile. By late April, Guoying arrived at the battlefield to join forces with Li Jinglong. With 150,000 facing 600,000, even Zhu Di could not claim superiority. On the 24th, Zhu Di reached Sujiakio, where he encountered the vanguard of the Southern Army. The vanguard commander, Pingyuan, along with General Chu Nong, led their troops in a fierce assault against the northern forces. The Southern Army, poised and prepared, capitalized on the Northern Army's lack of readiness, launching a relentless offensive that swiftly disordered the northern ranks. Chu Neng's sons, eager to follow their father's charge, whispered, "Father, Did you not say that this moment is different from the last? The momentum of the Yan king has waned. There is no hope of preservation. Chu Ning, brimming with urgency, retorted, I shall fight alongside my father to claim victory. With that, he surged into battle against the northern forces. Though the southern vanguard was outnumbered, they held the advantage of surprise and were merciless in their assault, with Ping proving to be an unstoppable force. The northern army, still in disarray and unable to form a cohesive line, found their morale plummeting, especially when considering that the court still had 500,000 to 600,000 troops in reserve. Furious, Zhu Di vented his anger, yet he found himself powerless. The immediate priority was to regroup and conserve his strength. As the northern army retreated while engaging in combat, Ping relentlessly pursued them, displaying a ferocity reminiscent of the legendary Chang Yechen. Infuriated by Ping's obstinacy, Zhu Di, in a fit of rage, contemplated drawing on the Duoyan 3 guards for a desperate showdown. Your Highness, remain calm, Daoyan advised. We cannot become entangled in battle. The morale is already wavering, and there are still tens of thousands of troops behind us. We must not fall for Ping's ruse. With a heavy heart, Zhu Di struck his chest and cried out, Ping, I will not spare you. The first clash between the two armies concluded with a resounding victory for the southern forces, forcing the northern army to retreat. Fortunately, Ping, sensing the distance from his main force, decided to withdraw his troops. As evening fell and the army settled, Zhu Di gradually regained his composure and began to contemplate his strategy. Both Li Jinglong and Guo Ying commanded 30,000 troops each, presenting a formidable challenge. Yet, Zhu Di had no choice but to select one as his adversary. After a brief deliberation, he resolved to launch an offensive against Li Jinglong. He dispatched Xiu Fu to attack Li Jinglong's central forces, while also sending Zhu Ning and Zhang Yu, each leading 10,000 cavalry, to exploit the vulnerabilities on Li Jinglong's flanks. Zhu Di entrusted the infantry to Zhu Gaoxiu, while he himself led nearly 50,000 elite cavalry, leveraging their mobility to engage in guerrilla tactics against Li Jinglong. Zhu Di's strategy appeared commendable, and indeed it was, yet he ultimately overlooked one crucial aspect, Guo Ying. Guo Ying was notoriously difficult to handle, and he inwardly cursed, Fourth brother, at least send some troops. How can I provide support under these circumstances? In truth, Zhu Di had fallen into a significant misconception regarding the distinction between Guo Ying and Li Jinglong. While Li Jinglong was far inferior to Guo Ying in warfare, when it came to actual combat, Guo Ying was considerably more manageable. Due to the change of military supervisors and generals, Li Jinglong was no longer capable of offering leniency, whereas Guo Ying had complete control over his formidable force of 300,000. Although Qi Tai had dispatched officials from the Ministry of War to supervise the military, Guo Ying was no ordinary figure. He bore a deep-seated enmity with the Ministry of War, and several supervisors had succumbed to illness before even reaching Jinding. It can be said that Guo Ying could command his 300,000 troops to march eastward without a single soldier straying westward. As one of the last remaining founding generals and the maternal uncle of the founding emperor, Guo Ying's influence within the military was akin to a lightning rod atop Mount Everest. Regrettably, Zhu Di was blinded by his own perspective and failed to anticipate this layer of complexity. Chapter 23. Chaos unleashed. Guo Ying felt helpless. The battle had already commenced, and he could not remain indifferent. At this juncture, a simple command from him to initiate an offensive could swiftly dismantle the northern army. However, Guo Ying was evidently not inclined to take such action. Yet inaction was also not an option. The burden weighed heavily on this over 60-year-old veteran. Nevertheless, a seasoned general is a seasoned general. After only a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a solution. The entire army would maneuver around to launch a pincer attack with General Li. Guo Ying's strategy held no flaws, and even if it reached the court, no one could fault him. Yet, his detour was indeed lengthy, leading him further away from the battlefield and essentially ceding control of the conflict to Zhu Di and Li Jinglong. Li Jinglong, filled with rage and sorrow, found himself powerless amidst the chaos of battle. This was not merely due to the oversight of military supervisors, but also because he could not rein in the various generals. The primary issue lay in Guo Ying's arrival, which sent a clear signal to all commanding officers: fight with all your might and eliminate Zhu Di. The situation had completely spiraled beyond Li Jinglong's control, and at that moment, both flanks were simultaneously under assault by the northern army. What had begun as a mere performance had escalated into a matter of life and death. Li Jinglong did not blame Zhu Di, for he could act, while Zhu Di could not afford to play the role. Frankly speaking, Zhu Di lacked the standing to perform in such a manner. At this point, the imperial army was not the inept force of the later Ming dynasty. The southern army, though numerous, was not merely a gathering of troops. They were nearly all seasoned soldiers. The nighttime ambush inflicted heavy losses on the southern army, yet it also ignited their fighting spirit. The northern army had overstepped their bounds. All commanding officers promptly rallied their troops and prepared for a desperate defense. This time, the northern army had the upper hand, launching a nighttime cavalry assault from the flanks, advancing with great momentum. Although the southern army suffered significant losses, their numbers still provided them with an advantage. Consequently, overall, Zhu Di did not hold the advantage. And this was without Guo Ying even entering the fray. Report. The messenger, covered in dust, hurried back to the command tent. General, the Yin troops are charging at our center. Before Li Jinglong could respond, several military supervisors jumped in alarm, with the Minister of Rights tremblingly urging, block them. Quickly block them. Form a square formation. The urgency of their cries filled the air. Silence, boomed Guo Ying, asserting control over the chaos. Li Jinglong, in a fit of irritation, declared that once the battle commenced, he held absolute authority. Anyone who dared to create chaos would face dire consequences. The Deputy Minister of Rights scoffed, reminding him that the Emperor had granted permission and the supervising generals also possessed a voice in the matter. This was not a dictatorship. Li Jinglong narrowed his eyes at the obstinate official, ultimately conceding with reluctance. Form ranks. Deep within, a murderous intent had begun to brew within Li Jinglong. He understood that unless he eliminated these supervising generals, he would be unable to command the army effectively. In truth, he had overestimated his own power. Even if he were to dispose of a few generals, he would still lack control. The generals believed that harsh measures were necessary, and unlike Guo Ying, Li Jinglong was not equipped to handle the chaos that erupted among the troops. The situation had descended into utter disarray. Kill! Zhu Di bellowed, brandishing his large sword as he pressed on with fervor. His target was the rear flank of the enemy forces, aiming to sever the southern army's connection and disrupt their coordination. He understood that victory was unattainable through direct confrontation. Only by attacking the flanks and employing guerrilla tactics could he deplete the southern forces. This strategy proved remarkably effective, inflicting substantial losses on the enemy. However, while Zhu Di advanced triumphantly, trouble was brewing for Qiu Fu. The Central Army, comprising 300,000 soldiers, was not easily penetrable. Their formation significantly hampered Qiu Fu's progress. Soon, the right flank of the southern army encircled them in a formation resembling a flying wedge. This was not a result of Li Jinglong's orders, for he lacked such tactical acumen. Rather, it was the result of the commander's collective understanding of warfare. Faced with desperation, Qiu Fu had no choice but to make a reckless attempt to break through, disregarding casualties. Upon receiving this news, Zhu Di cursed under his breath and immediately led his troops to provide support. Unbeknownst to him, a grave crisis awaited him. In moments of extreme agitation, one's mind cannot think clearly. Zhu Di had repeatedly employed flank and rear assaults. But did the southern army not learn from his tactics? Zhu Laoyu's method of attack was soon emulated by Ping Laolu. Though Ping commanded only a modest force of around 10,000 cavalry, they effectively ambushed Zhu Di's rear. Zhu Di, leading his elite cavalry in a fierce charge, soon heard the sound of galloping hooves behind him. Chaos ensued. Indeed, while cavalry possessed unparalleled advantages, they also had disadvantages, such as difficulty in turning once engaged in a charge. Zhu Di's elite forces found their backs exposed to Ping Yan, who wasted no time in launching a relentless assault. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Zhu Di could no longer concern himself with Qiu Fu. He swiftly altered his attack direction, breaking through the weak point of the southern army's center. Zhu Di, dare you face me in battle? Ping Yan's roar echoed faintly, causing Zhu Di to grit his teeth in frustration. However, he dared not linger. Should Ping Yan seize the opportunity, his army would surely suffer a grievous defeat. Zhu Di's heart ached. This cavalry was composed of his finest troops. As he fled, he could not afford to look back, nor was he able to, as Ping Yan pursued him like a hound after its prey, narrowly escaping arrows that threatened to unseat him. He changed horses thrice before finally arriving at Zhu Gaoshu's main camp. Upon seeing his father nearly meet his demise, Zhu Gaoshu's anger flared, and he promptly led his infantry in a phalanx formation to meet the threat. As Ping watched Zhu Di depart with a long sigh, he lamented that it was a pity he was so close to defeating Zhu Di. Unable to vanquish him, he lost the will to continue the fight and hurriedly led his cavalry back to the main camp. Zhu Di exhaled deeply, gazing at the disarrayed ranks of his cavalry. Nearly overcome with tears, he had lost nearly half of his elite forces. It could be said that after this battle, he not only failed to gain but suffered a loss. The Southern Army, with its ample resources, could afford such losses, but he could not. At that moment, Yao Guanxiao, having heard the news, rushed over. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Zhu Di looked up at the sky, his expression bitter as he replied, "My power has waned." Your Highness must not lose your fighting spirit," Yao Guanxiao urged. Zhu Di managed a wry smile as he observed the calm and confident old monk, now in his 60s, and began to suspect that perhaps the monk was somewhat eccentric. Indeed, there was likely a touch of eccentricity. He helplessly inquired, "Master, do enlighten me about where our hopes for a turnaround lie." Zhu Yan furrowed his brow in thought and said, "Your Highness, our immediate priority is to retreat behind the riverbank, and thereafter use the empty city ploy to intimidate the southern forces." How naive. Zhu Di dismissed. "No, Your Highness, you are mistaken," Zhu Yan replied earnestly. "Retreating is not only to conserve strength, but also crucial for allowing Li Jinglong to reorganize the army." He elaborated that in the current chaos, Li Jinglong could barely control his troops, but in a face-off between the two armies, his role as commander would be significantly enhanced. Whether the Southern Army believed it or not, it was enough that their commander did. Zhu Di's eyes brightened with understanding as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I had forgotten about that. Your Highness has not only overlooked this matter, but others as well." "What else?" "The Marquis of Wooding, Guoying." Zhu Yan's gaze was intense. "His contingent also consists of 300,000 men." Zhu Di's expression faltered, and he nodded slowly. "Yes, it truly is difficult to endure this time." "No, Your Highness, you are mistaken again," Zhu Yan countered. "We can incite chaos within the Southern Army." Zhu Di, taken aback, stammered, "Are you foolish, or am I?" Zhu Yan smiled slightly. "I have been observing the celestial phenomena at night. The unique sandstorms of Beiping are about to arrive. Once that occurs, the battlefield will descend into chaos with hundreds of thousands of troops, and as long as the southern banners are broken, we will have ample opportunity." "You are being overly optimistic. Sandstorms do not break flagpoles, and moreover, when the sandstorm arises, our vision will be equally obstructed." Zhu Di shook his head. Zhu Yan chuckled. "Your Highness, you have fallen into a misconception. Both Marquis Guoying and Duke Li Jinglong are willing to assist you. Otherwise, we would not have lasted this long. Guoying refrains from attacking us merely to buy time, but we must provide them with a reason for defeat, such as I have mentioned, severing the flags." Zhu Yan stated seriously. "When the sandstorm strikes, without banners or orders, the morale and formation of the troops will plummet, rendering them unable to pose a threat to us." Zhu Di frowned. "I find that rather juvenile." "Juvenile?" Zhu Yan laughed. "Is it not juvenile that 500,000 southern troops have been unable to breach the defenses of Beiping, where only 13,000 guards stand? Is it not juvenile that 13,000 southern soldiers face tens of thousands from the north, with a loss of 100,000? They wish to aid Your Highness, but Your Highness must provide them with a reason to assist you." Zhu Yan spoke earnestly, stating that if my predictions hold true, following the Battle of Biao'er River, the tides of war would shift, transforming the situation from a rebellion quelled by the court to a conflict initiated by Prince Yan. His weathered eyes sparkled with intensity. At that point, the roles would be reversed, and we would take the offensive. Noting Zhu Di's silence, Zhu Yan continued, "With 600,000 troops from the south, we stand no chance. Should we retreat to Beiping, all our prior efforts would be in vain. Moreover, this is our final opportunity. Generals Li Jinglong and Guoying are willing to lend us their support. If we let this chance slip away, the next time the court replaces their commanders, they may not be so accommodating. Should they become serious, we would be utterly unable to withstand it." Zhu Di felt a stirring within, yet hesitated. Guoying's willingness to assist stemmed from his son's demise at the hands of Jiang Wen, his intent being revenge. "We lack any prior rapport, and I fear," Zhu Yan interjected with a smile, suggesting, "Why not forge a bond? For instance, by establishing a marriage alliance, pledging that when Your Highness ascends to the throne, the heir will wed his granddaughter." This would undoubtedly solidify the Guo family's standing. Zhu Di nodded lightly, saying, however, I shall choose the candidate. Zhu Yan, brimming with confidence, declared, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission. Chapter 24. The Winds of Change. A momentous decision after a night of fierce battle, both sides began to regroup their forces, with Zhu Di's speed outpacing that of Li Jinglong. This was primarily due to his superior capabilities compared to Li Jinglong, as well as his fewer troops. Zhu Yan, accompanied by several cavalrymen, sought out Guo Ying's encampment. The moment Zhu Di's army retreated to the riverbank, he boldly positioned his troops along it, while simultaneously dispatching Sanbao to Li Jinglong's command post. Within the command tent, Li Jinglong summoned his generals and presented them with the challenge letter for their review. General, let us engage, they urged him. Indeed, let us, echoed the others, including Ping and Chu Neng, all advocating for battle. However, the cautious Li Jinglong remained indecisive, especially Ping, who was nearly pulling Li Jinglong to issue the command. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jinglong turned to the supervising generals led by the Vice Minister of Rights, asking, what are your thoughts, generals? The unexpected courtesy from the general of the expedition surprised the supervising officials. The Vice Minister of Rights cleared his throat, since the generals share a unanimous stance. Let us proceed to battle. Li Jinglong, however, shook his head slightly, expressing a differing opinion. Due to his politeness, the Vice Minister of Rights refrained from immediate opposition and inquired, what is your perspective? Ignoring Ping, Li Jinglong began to analyze the pros and cons for the supervising generals. Generals, Prince Yan has nearly secured Shaanxi and Hebei. Would his forces not be formidable? Furthermore, why would they opt for a nighttime ambush instead of confronting us in daylight? It is because they cannot face us head-on. Ping interjected, General, the situation is so clear, what are you hesitating for? Li Jinglong shot Ping in a fierce glare but continued to disregard him, addressing the Vice Minister of Rights. Consider carefully, generals, if the Yan army truly cannot confront us directly, why are they so eager to challenge us with a letter of war? Why indeed? The Vice Minister of Rights appeared perplexed. He may have been adept at maneuvering through political intricacies, yet in matters of warfare, he was genuinely out of his depth. Li Jinglong scoffed, asserting that it was undoubtedly a tactic to consume us before the troops of the Marquis of Wooding could encircle him, allowing him to dismantle us one by one. Commander, Ping could scarcely endure the discourse, interjecting once more, the Prince of Yan lacks the strength. He cannot even manage one army, let alone two. Ping, you are being insubordinate. Li Jinglong seethed with anger. I am discussing strategy with the supervising generals. Your input is unwelcome here. Ping Yan's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself powerless. As a mere vanguard officer, he indeed had no standing to interfere with the commander's strategies. After chastising Ping Yan, Li Jinglong turned once more to the supervising generals, stating, we possess an army of 600,000. Regardless of the Prince of Yan's schemes, as long as our two armies encircle him, victory is inevitable. Warfare is a game of deception. The more he desires battle, the less we must allow him to succeed. Concluding, Li Jinglong added, the Emperor has granted the supervising generals the authority to deliberate on military affairs, yet this also implies a duty of accountability. None among you wish to return with heavy losses only to face the Emperor's wrath, do you? The Minister of Rights shuddered internally, contemplating Li Jinglong's words, and nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, Commander, no matter the Prince of Yan's conspiracies, our 600,000 troops encircling him will ensure his certain defeat. I concur. We must not allow our eagerness for victory to lead us into his trap. Precisely. Who knows if the Prince of Yan feigned weakness last night to lure our forces deeper? The commander speaks wisely. The supervising generals unified in their support of Li Jinglong, igniting a firestorm of frustration within Ping Yan, yet he remained powerless against Li Jinglong's authority. The expressions of the other commanders soured as they too did not wish to see their military achievements siphoned away by Guo Ying's faction. Thus it is settled. Li Jinglong commanded with authority. No one shall act recklessly before the Marquis of Wooding has encircled the enemy. Those who disobey will face military law. He surveyed the room, lingering his gaze on Ping and for a moment before stating coolly, to prevent any individual general from seeking personal glory and acting rashly. All must surrender their military flags forthwith. No delays will be tolerated. Zhu Di continued to perform tirelessly until Sanbao returned, at which point he descended from the embankment. Sanbao, what news? Your Highness, General Li has agreed, Sanbao replied. He has devised a method to destroy the flagpole, planning to saw it down to 70% and then cover the end with the flag. Even with a slight breeze, or in the absence of wind, vigorous waving will surely cause it to break. Excellent. Zhu Di's spirit soared. Without the military flags to relay commands on the battlefield, the army would become like headless flies, allowing him to maneuver as he pleased. His only concern now lay with Guo Ying's side. Fortunately, Zhu Yan did not keep him waiting long. Within 2 days, he returned, confirming that Guo Ying had agreed to encircle the enemy in 3 days, proceeding as planned. Zhu Di felt reassured, yet unease lingered. Master, will the sandstorm arrive? I am well versed in the arts of yin and yang, discerning the winds with ease. Zhu Yan asserted confidently. Prior to this, I had foreseen a decisive battle in this region. Thus, I have observed the environment here for several consecutive years. The sandstorms in Beiping peak around mid-April, and here they arrive slightly later. We are certainly approaching May. It is imminent. Zhu Di nodded, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. For who could truly dictate the will of heaven? Nevertheless, as long as the Southern Army lacked their battle flag, it would be significantly easier to engage them. Even in defeat, annihilation of his entire force was unlikely. Time swiftly passed, and after 3 days, the ink-stained Guo Ying finally arrived at the battlefield. The decisive confrontation was upon them. The anticipated sandstorm, which Zhu Di had eagerly awaited, had yet to materialize, though the winds had begun to rise, growing increasingly fierce. Within the command tent, Zhu Di issued a series of military orders, and his generals, Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, Xiu Fu, and others, each took their commands. Although Zhu Gaoxiu was young and somewhat naive, his prowess in battle was undeniable, and Zhu Di entrusted him with 30,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, Li Jinglong could no longer suppress his generals. Even the military overseer ardently urged for battle. The arrival of Guo Ying had left no room for hesitation. After much deliberation, Li Jinglong finally issued the order to attack. The great conflict reignited, with Zhu Di, now thoroughly prepared, launching the first offensive, having successfully maneuvered his elite forces around the Southern Army's flank. In an instant, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and battle cries filled the air. As both armies clashed, Ping, opting to avoid direct confrontation, sought to outflank Zhu Di with his cavalry after the battle commenced. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the chaos. Instinctively, Ping glanced back, his expression shifting in alarm. The battle flag had been severed, without warning. With no time to ponder the cause, Ping immediately commanded his troops to press onward. One by one, the signal flag snapped, and although commands had been issued, they were now rendered futile. Ping had never envisioned encountering such a predicament. Even with his adept leadership, he found himself at a loss. Yet, with the cavalry charging ahead, he could not issue new orders. Amidst the cacophony of galloping steeds, his voice was drowned out, leaving him no choice but to continue the advance toward the descendants of the Yan King. Simultaneously, other commanding generals faced similar dilemmas. Without the battle flags, no operational directives could be conveyed, and more critically, with the military standards severed, the soldiers were left bewildered, unsure of whom to follow. Over 200,000 troops were engulfed in confusion. While the southern forces floundered, the northern army remained resolute. Generals like Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng had clear battle plans and issued precise commands, cutting through the enemy lines with unyielding force. As the battle raged into the afternoon, the winds and sands intensified, obscuring visibility. Without their flags, the southern troops were utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Guo Ying's 30,000 soldiers joined the fray, yet faced the same conundrum. However, Guo Ying chose not to press deep into the battlefield, citing visibility issues as a reason to linger on the periphery, engaging Zhu Gaoxiu in a slow war of attrition. As the fighting ebbed and flowed into the evening, Zhu Di seized an opportunity, leading the Duoyan 3 guards directly towards Li Jinglong's central encampment, igniting his supplies. The flames, fanned by the wind, quickly grew into a raging inferno. Within the camp, several military overseers, led by the Vice Minister of Rights, were struck with terror. Upon catching the acrid scent of smoke, their hearts sank further. They may not have understood the art of war, but it was clear to them that the northern army was upon them. The cacophony of battle cries from outside instilled a profound fear in these scholars, who were utterly powerless. "Commander, we must withdraw," stammered the Vice Minister of Rights. "If we do not retreat now, we shall have no chance left." "Indeed, Commander, as long as we preserve our strength, We need not worry about future resources. In this moment of life and death, the refined self-interest of the civil officials became glaringly apparent. They were not warriors and possessed none of the valor of those who die on the battlefield. Li Jinglong had been waiting for such sentiments. Upon hearing them, he feigned hesitation for a moment before reluctantly acquiescing. Li Jinglong ordered a retreat. Yet he did not muster the bulk of his forces. He lacked the capability to do so, and nearly abandoned his entire army of 300,000. More ruthlessly, he disregarded several supervising generals, casting them aside as he gallantly made his way towards Dezhou. The battlefield descended into chaos. Despite Ping'an's desperate fighting, it proved futile. Chu, his advisor, urged him to withdraw, yet Ping'an resolutely refused. My father is the adopted son of the great ancestor, and our family has benefited from the grace of the nation. The current emperor is the designated heir of the great ancestor. How can I allow Zhu Di to succeed? Ping'an thundered. Do not forget, Commander Chu, that you too were promoted by the great ancestor. Can you forsake your country and family? Chu replied helplessly. Had it not been for Li Jinglong's treachery, I would have already captured Beiping, but our momentum has waned. There is still a chance, Ping'an asserted earnestly. We are both cavalry commanders. If we unite our strength, defeating Zhu Di is not impossible. He paused. Of course, the likelihood of dying in battle is far greater. How you choose to proceed is your decision, but I ask that you do not interfere with my course. After a moment of silence, Chu nodded. I shall hold the rear for you, to create an opportunity. Excellent. Ping'an's spirits lifted. Take care. Chu took a deep breath and looked at his two sons. You must find a way to break through. Father, we have sons, you have grandsons. Our family has a future. Both sons spoke simultaneously. The finest fate for a warrior is to die on the battlefield. Chu bitterly nodded, praying in his heart. May the current emperor one day recognize the valor of warriors. Chu and his sons sacrificed themselves to buy time for Ping'an, who, undeterred, led over 2,000 cavalrymen, resolved to charge into Zhu Di's rear. As fierce combat raged ahead, Zhu Di was taken aback by the sudden disarray in his rear ranks and promptly ordered the recently arrived Zhu Neng to intercept. Zhu Neng was swift. Yet Ping'an was swifter, for he had no intention of surviving. Ultimately, Zhu Neng managed to intercept only 800 cavalrymen. Charge! Ping'an's eyes blazed with fury as he surged forward, like a celestial being descending upon the earth, unstoppable. Zhu Di had not anticipated Ping'an's audacity. By the time he reacted, Ping'an had already reached him. Though outnumbered, Ping'an's force swept through with unmatched vigor, striking from the rear, leaving Zhu Di's cavalry unable to withstand the onslaught. Clang! The elite cavalry of Zhu Di was thus scattered, and at last, Ping'an achieved his long-awaited goal, confronting Zhu Di directly. Prince Yan, prepare to meet your fate. Ping'an roared, thrusting his spear with tremendous force, imbued with the momentum of his charge, weighing several hundred pounds. Zhu Di dared not meet the blow head-on. He hastily raised his sword to deflect the spear. Even after dissipating much of its power, he still felt a numbing sensation in his hands. What a bitter hatred! As the saying goes, the reckless fear the fearless, and the fearless fear those willing to risk everything. Ping'an was indeed fearless, while Zhu Di had no desire to perish. Amidst the chaos of war, the life of the Prince of Yan was no more significant than that of a mere soldier. A few transparent wounds could lead to a swift demise. Thus, Zhu Di chose to abandon his post, allowing his trusted aides to shield him as he retreated. By the time Ping'an broke through the encirclement, Zhu Di had vanished without a trace, engulfed by the swirling sands that obscured any sign of him. Eager for another confrontation, Ping'an was restrained by two of his loyal guards. General, they implored, we cannot locate the Prince of Yan. Even if we did, our remaining forces stand no chance. Our immediate priority is to retreat to Shandong and prevent the prince from pursuing us. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Ping'an lamented. We were so close. Yet he understood that Li Jinglong was likely withdrawing to Shandong as well. Should he fail to follow, unforeseen complications could arise. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to retreat. Meanwhile, Guiying observed the escalating situation and also called for a withdrawal. In this battle, out of an army of 600,000, 200,000 had perished and 100,000 had surrendered. The news reached the capital, causing even the usually composed Qi Fenghuang to panic. Chapter 25. The civil officials lose control. Engaging in intrigue, Zhu Yuanzhang stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for this outcome, one he could scarcely accept. With an army of 600,000 besieging the enemy, They had astonishingly lost and suffered a devastating defeat at that. However, the pressing issue at hand was not merely the loss of a single battle. Geng Bingwen had sustained losses of 100,000, and Li Jinglong had incurred tens of thousands in his assault on the city, with this recent army suffering a loss of half its strength. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the capacity or the courage to quell the rebellion. Consequently, he hastily summoned Su Zhengshou, who had been dragging his feet, back to the fold. By now, Zhu Yunwen had come to realize that his cousin Li Jinglong had been undermining him. Without waiting for the council of the civil officials, he issued a decree, summoning Li Jinglong back to the capital, ensuring that this man would not be allowed to lead any longer. On the day of Li Jinglong's return, Zhu Yunwen placed him under house arrest. Were it not for Li Qing's intercession, even the valiant general would have faced dire consequences, perhaps even demotion to a commoner, given the disgrace of his defeat. In contrast, Guiying had fared considerably better. His contingent had suffered minimal losses, and his popularity made Zhu Yunwen hesitant to take action against him. In the imperial study, Zhu Yunwen convened another meeting. This time, the traditionally arrogant Qi Fenghuang and his companions fell silent, as the situation had spiraled beyond their expectations. With the trio rendered mute, Zhu Yunwen sought the counsel of Li Qing. "Sir, do you possess any viable solutions?" Li Qing shook his head slightly. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Yan's momentum has become unstoppable, and the court lacks the means to restrain him." Zhu Yunwen's countenance darkened as he murmured, "How could this happen?" He struggled to comprehend how a promising situation had deteriorated within a mere 2 years, leaving him bewildered. "Sir, you must have a solution," Zhu Yunwen implored. "Speak, and I shall comply." With a sense of resignation, Li Qing pondered for a moment before articulating, "The Prince of Yan's opposition is not directed against the emperor himself, but rather against their misguided reforms." He glanced at Qi Tai, Feng Xiaoru, and Huang Zicheng. "If your Majesty could fully restore the ancestral systems, it might be possible to negotiate with the Prince of Yan." Li Qing understood that at this juncture, Zhu Di would not abandon his pursuit, and his suggestion aimed to urgently halt the reckless policies instigated by the trio. The rapid ascendance of the civil officials poses a grave threat, if allowed to continue unchecked. In merely 2 decades, the Ming dynasty may mirror the Song dynasty. Zhu Yunwen resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall enact this change during the noon court assembly." "Your Majesty, please reconsider," interjected Feng Xiaoru, the first to speak out. "How can you compromise for the sake of a mere prince? And do you possess a method to thwart the Prince of Yan?" Zhu Yunwen thundered. Rendered speechless, Feng Xiaoru shifted his stance, stating, "Your Majesty, the route from Beiping to the capital is fraught with countless fortifications. The Prince of Yan cannot breach our defenses, provided we remain united." "Enough of this prattle," Zhu Yunwen retorted, his resolve unyielding. "My decision is made. Refrain from further counsel." This time, apart from Li Qing, he heeded no other voices. With a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "The time for the noon assembly approaches. Accompany me." In the hall of heavenly purity, the 5 officials arrived. Yet the multitude of ministers had yet to gather. This was the inaugural court session where the emperor arrived before his ministers. After a quarter of an hour, the officials gradually assembled, and upon witnessing the emperor's demeanor, they sensed that something grave was afoot. Soon, the distressing news of the 60,000-strong army's devastating defeat reached them, inciting a tumultuous uproar, and some began to feel an ominous foreboding. Zhu Yunwen, wearied by the commotion, cast a weary gaze upon the ministers, and unable to endure their incessant clamor, bellowed, "Silence!" The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes turning towards him. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yunwen stated calmly, "Since my ascension to the throne, I have implemented numerous national policies. Upon reflection, the detriments outweigh the benefits. Henceforth, I have resolved to fully restore the ancestral system. Your Majesty, please think this through," implored the Minister of Personnel, the first to kneel, followed closely by the Ministers of Rights, Works, and Justice, until all civil officials prostrated themselves in opposition. The civil officials unanimously expressed their dissent. Zhu Yunwen's naivety was evident, and Li Qing too had underestimated the challenges of reverting to the previous system. Once power and interests are granted, reclaiming them proves exceedingly arduous. Observing the opposition from all civil officials, Zhu Yunwen felt a twinge of panic. Yet, recalling Zhu Di, he steeled his resolve, insisting, "Gentlemen, do not counsel me further. My mind is set. The emperor, the sovereign of all, cannot be so fickle. protested the Minister of Rights vehemently. Other ministers swiftly joined the tide of dissent, denying Zhu Yuanwen any opportunity to speak. It dawned on Zhu Yuanzhang that his words as emperor seemed to carry little weight. In a fit of rage, he declared, "Whoever dares to oppose shall receive 20 strokes of the staff." The civil officials remained undeterred, not only opposing him, but also denouncing Zhu Yuanzhang for yielding to a prince, a breach of imperial dignity. Their rhetoric grew increasingly fierce, nearly resorting to outright insults. "Seize them and administer punishment," Zhu Yuanzhang shouted in fury. Soon, several of the most vociferous dissenters were dragged away. However, rather than instilling fear, the threat of punishment emboldened the officials further. The 6 departments' officials and the censors openly hurled insults. Indeed, they were brazen in their criticisms. While under the reign of the previous emperor, such criticisms were met with relative restraint. Zhu Yuanzhang, in a fit of anger, imprisoned a number of dissenters and executed a few censors who labeled him a tyrant leading the nation astray, managing to suppress the uproar, if only temporarily. Yet, his attempts to restore the ancestral system were met with outright refusal. The Hanlin Academy would not draft documents, and the Ministry of Rights declined to issue decrees. Observing this disarray, Li Qing could not help but sigh. The civil officials had spiraled out of control, and the authority of young Zhu had all but vanished. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. He never anticipated that those courtiers, who routinely proclaimed his wisdom, would one day confront him in such a manner. However, he was soon to witness an even more astonishing scene. The ministers of the 6 departments, along with the vice ministers and the chief censor, all tendered their resignations. This included his most trusted 3 advisors, all of whom expressed their unwillingness to serve any longer. Of course, their intention was not to abandon their posts, but to compel Zhu Yuanzhang to compromise. Ultimately, they succeeded. Faced with such a predicament, Zhu Yuanzhang dared not dismiss so many officials. The hearts of the military commanders had already grown cold, with the civil officials also resigning. He could hardly bear the weight of such a crisis. As the courtiers dispersed, Zhu Yuanzhang sat despondently upon the dragon throne, gazing at the empty grand hall. Rendered speechless for a long time, he lowered his gaze to the 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his robes, finding it glaringly ironic. While the court was in disarray, Zhu Di's situation was markedly favorable. He ordered Zhu Gaoxiu to oversee a portion of the surrendered troops, while he himself led a significant force to counterattack. The tides of fortune had shifted. This time, it was Zhu Di who was on the offensive. In May, he captured Dezhou, forcing the southern army to retreat towards Jinan. And in June, he launched an assault on Jinan. The Zhu Di of today was no longer the same as a month prior. He had gathered numerous remnants of defeated troops along his journey, and after offering titles and promises, his ranks swelled ever larger. Zhu Di raised his eyes to the city of Jinan, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As he contemplated a masterful strategy to win without a fight, he penned a letter urging the garrison to surrender, believing that with his formidable army at their gates, victory would be easily attained. Soon, a response arrived from within the city. Upon opening it, Zhu Di nearly lost his composure. The reply was courteous, yet its underlying message was anything but. Essentially, it implored Zhu Di to emulate the Duke of Zhou, who loyally assisted his nephew in governing the realm, and to return to Beiping to guard the borders for the greater good of all. Seeing his attempts at persuasion thwarted, Zhu Di ceased his pretense and ordered an assault on the city. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. He had assumed that after suffering several defeats, the morale of the garrison would be low, yet under the leadership of Sheng Yong and Tai Xian, the defenders stood united, resolutely holding their ground. After nearly 3 months of relentless assaults, he still could not breach the city walls. Enraged, Zhu Di brought forth the artillery intended for the assault on the capital. But as he fired a few rounds, the garrison displayed the spirit tablet of his father, Zhu Yuanzhang. At that moment, Zhu Di was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, Tai Xian emerged, standing defiantly at the battlements where the spirit tablet hung, hurling insults at Zhu Di, labeling him an unfilial son who betrayed his ancestral temple. Drawing the ire of the masses, the scathing words left Zhu Di feeling utterly humiliated. He was filled with profound anger. Since the Jingnan campaign, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Accepting defeat was one thing, but to lose in such a manner was intolerable. In that instant, Tai Xian supplanted Pinyin, becoming Zhu Di's most despised adversary. Yet, despite his fury, he dared not touch his father's spirit tablet. realizing that a stalemate was not a viable solution. He reluctantly lowered his banners and retreated. Upon receiving the battle report, Zhu Yuanwen was elated and promptly promoted Tai Xian to the position of governor of Shandong, while simultaneously appointing Sheng Yong as the commander to lead the campaign against King Yan. The two did not disappoint him. They recruited valiant warriors and relentlessly pursued Zhu Di, successfully reclaiming several territories occupied by him. On the surface, the situation for the southern forces appeared to be thriving. However, in reality, Zhu Di's losses were not substantial. In December, Zhu Di rallied his forces once more, this time learning from past mistakes by attacking Dongchang. Unexpectedly, under the cunning machinations of Sheng Yong, Ping An, and Tai Xian, he suffered even greater losses, with his general Zhang Yu falling in battle. Observing Zhu Di's prolonged struggle, Li Qing began to devise a strategy of his own. He advised the young Zhu to capitalize on their momentum, entrusting his troops to Ping An and Sheng Yong to simultaneously assault Zhu Di and advance on Beiping. Zhu Yuanwen, buoyed by consecutive victories, readily embraced this counsel. The southern army mobilized en masse, and many believed Zhu Di's downfall was imminent. Yet, they overlooked a critical factor. The capital was left vulnerable. Li Qing was confident that Zhu Di would recognize this vulnerability. Even if he did not, Dao Yan certainly would. Chapter 26. A desperate gamble. The reason no one perceived the danger was not due to ignorance, but rather a shared understanding. Warfare cannot bypass fortified cities. This truth held firm. Once one circumvents the strongholds, they become susceptible to attacks from all sides, their supply lines severed, and most crucially, they lose their avenue of retreat. Even the most valiant lone soldier, when deep within enemy territory and besieged on all fronts, has little chance of victory. Particularly in the context of Jiang Wen's rule, where the populace was loyal, such considerations went unexamined. Qi Fang Huang's chaotic reforms clouded the court's atmosphere, yet they were not without effect. While the landowners and gentry reaped significant benefits, the common folk also enjoyed some relief due to tax reductions. Consequently, the populace continued to support the Jiang Wen emperor, or else Sheng Yong and Tai Xian would not have been able to rally a militia. However, they overlooked a vital aspect: Zhu Di's identity. They perceived him merely as a rebel, neglecting to recognize that he was also a princely lord, and on a smaller scale. The Jingnan campaign was merely a family affair for the Zhu clan. Should Zhu Di take a desperate gamble and successfully seize the crystal, the game would conclude without the need for a protracted siege. Zhu Di's understanding of the Ming dynasty surpassed that of an ordinary rebel, and his elite cavalry was renowned for their swiftness. After Zhu Yuanwen issued the edict, Li Qing visited Gungbin Guan, Guaying, and the retired Li Jinglong in succession. All three were staunch supporters of Zhu Di, and Li Qing did not conceal his intentions, candidly revealing his plans. Upon learning of his strategy, the trio was invigorated, declaring it feasible. Having navigated the intricacies of the court for many years, they understood the dynamics at play. For the courtiers who ascended to the throne made little difference, as most were primarily concerned with their own interests. Moreover, Zhu Di shared the surname Zhu and was a son of the founding emperor. In terms of bloodlines, Zhu Yuanwen was, in fact, less closely related. The three wielded considerable influence within the military and thus began to collaborate, leveraging their power to infiltrate the capital's garrison. Meanwhile, upon hearing news of the Southern Army's full mobilization, Zhu Di felt a chill of dread wash over him. This time, it is not Li Jinglong or Guaying leading the troops, but Sheng Yong and Ping An, who will show no mercy. More importantly, after such prolonged warfare, the two are thoroughly acquainted with his tactics, which has left the fourth prince in a state of despair. However, Dao Yan is invigorated, exclaiming, "Your Highness, our opportunity has arrived. If we capture Jinling, our grand objectives will be secured." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's eyes sparkled, only to dim again as he pondered the implications. No, if we proceed in such a manner, our supply line will be severed. Moreover, Jinling is not like other cities. Breaching its defenses will not be a simple task. Let us not forget that Jiangwen still possesses the Imperial Guard. Li Qing, Li Jinglong, Gungbin Guan, and Guaying are all in the capital. If they were to open the gates, our forces could enter unimpeded, ensuring our success. As for the supply lines, let them be damned. Once we enter Nanjing, we will have everything we need. Seeing Zhu Di still hesitating, Dao Yan urged, "Your Highness, do you not see? This is the trap set by Li Qing and the others." Zhu Di cast a glance toward the northern direction, where his wife and children resided. A miscalculated decision could lead to their ruin, yet at this moment, he found himself with no other options. Zhu Yuanzhang may have controlled the realm, but despite the prolonged conflict, he was still unable to best Zhu Di in open battle. After much internal struggle, Zhu Di cursed, "Damn it, let's go for broke." He ordered Sanbao to seek out Zhu Gaoxiu, instructing him to distract the advancing forces towards Beiping at all costs, and reminded Sanbao to deliver a large promise. "The heir is frail, you must encourage him." Simultaneously, Zhu Di drafted a similar promise for his eldest son: "Guard Beiping well. Once I ascend the throne, you shall be the crown prince." With two large promises in hand, Sanbao set off, followed closely by Zhu Di, who issued a similar promise to all the soldiers. Subsequently, he led his cavalry on a roundabout route, advancing directly towards Jinling. This time, he had no path of retreat. Failure meant death. The soldiers, motivated by the promises of titles and rewards, became increasingly valorous, charging forward with unwavering resolve. They commenced their journey in the first month, encountered Ping and in the second month, and the northern army surged forth, breaking through the encirclement and advancing boldly. Although Ping pursued, he could not catch up. In March, they conquered the 4 continents, and in April, they breached Yangzhou. By this point, Zhu Di's ambitions were known to all. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with dread, dispatched Princess Qingcheng, Zhu Di's cousin, to seek peace, even suggesting a willingness to cede territory. But who was Zhu Di? He was no stranger to deceit, having frequently engaged in such tactics himself. Would he fall for Jiang Wen's ploy to buy time? After a brief exchange, he sent his cousin away. Zhu Di's swiftness and ferocity exuded an aura of invincibility. In June, Chen Xian, the commander of the river defense, surrendered with his naval forces. Zhu Di seized the opportunity to cross the river, capturing Zhenjiang and pressing onward toward Nanjing. Zhu Yuanzhang was thrown into a state of panic, urgently commanding Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng to rally troops for the defense of the crown, but it was too late. Zhu Di was already at their doorstep. Meanwhile, the idle Li Jinglong found the Duke of Gu, Zhu Sui, while Guo Ying and Geng Bingwen had quietly positioned many loyalists within the capital's imperial guard, simultaneously sending trusted confidants to establish contact with Zhu Di. All was in place, awaiting the east wind. Li Qing had genuinely altered the course of history. Zhu Di's ascension would occur a year earlier than anticipated. Though only a year, this prospect invigorated him, for the implications of governance could vary greatly from one year to the next, especially amidst the current turmoil caused by the civil servants' chaotic reforms. Li Qing had been closely monitoring the military reports, and upon learning that Zhu Di was hastening to the capital from Zhenjiang, he realized that significant events were unfolding. Within 10 days, Zhu Di would undoubtedly arrive at the gates of Nanjing. This time, there would be no room for unexpected developments. Li Qing exhaled deeply, and that evening, after indulging in a warm bath and a night of revelry with several enchanting maidens, he began to contemplate how to arrange matters for Zhu Yuanzhang. As midnight approached and Li Qing prepared for bed, he was suddenly stirred by sounds from the courtyard. Rushing outside to investigate, he encountered the person he had longed to see. "Disciple, we must flee at once," Zhang Lada exclaimed, his demeanor unusually solemn. "Before the Prince of Yin enters the capital, we must make our escape." "Master, I cannot leave just yet," Li Qing replied. "Your ambitions will soon be realized." "You fool," Zhang Lada scolded. "A new emperor brings new courtiers. Why are you still clinging to delusions? Is it because of your concubines? Fear not, Master will help you take them with you." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "In truth, I am allied with the Prince of Yin." "What?" Zhang Lada was taken aback, stammering, "Disciple, have you become a traitor?" Li Qing rolled his eyes and briefly explained his predicament, which gradually eased Zhang Lada's concerns. "So, when the Prince of Yin arrives in the capital, it will not affect you?" Zhang Lada nodded. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Wait, there is something else." Li Qing suddenly thought of a better plan regarding young Zhu. He guided his master to a fruit tree and had him recline on a lounge chair while he massaged his legs. "Master, may I propose an idea?" Zhang Lada, enjoying the attention, replied, "Speak on. Help me save someone." "Who?" "The current emperor." "Get out of here," Zhang Lada retorted. "You truly overestimate your master." Li Qing replied earnestly. "Few know him, and the Prince of Yin would not dare to search overtly. With your abilities, you could easily accomplish this." "I can, but I dread the trouble," Zhang Lada candidly confessed. "I am accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to carry a burden." Li Qing nodded helplessly. "Very well. but do stay in the capital for a while longer. It has been years since we last met. Zhang Lada pondered for a moment before agreeing. Once the storm has passed, I shall seek you out. With that, he vanished into the night without heeding Li Qing's attempts to retain him. In the days that followed, Li Qing made 2 attempts to persuade Zhu Yuanzhang, but the latter was utterly unyielding. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang resembled a desperate gambler, unwilling to concede until the final card was revealed. Li Qing understood this and ceased his efforts. 5 days later, Zhu Di arrived in Jinling and promptly made his way to Jinchuan Gate. Upon reaching the city gate, Zhu Di bellowed, "I am the Prince of Yan. Open the gates immediately." Li Jinglong, who had been waiting atop the walls, swiftly ordered the gates to be opened. With a creak, the heavy gates swung wide. And even Zhu Di, accustomed to life and death, felt his blood surge with excitement. Finally, victory was within his grasp. In that moment, Zhu Di seemed to transcend his very being. Chapter 27. Youngster, why do you come? I am here to assist the nation. Zhu Di took a deep breath, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions, and proclaimed loudly, "Enter the city." "Yes, Your Highness." Zhu Neng, Qiu Fu, and others responded with reverence. Their hearts filled with fervor as the prospect of securing their families' futures lay before them, an exhilarating sensation that was inescapable. The grand army advanced towards the Golden River Gate, drawing ever closer to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Yan prince's entry into Nanjing, the officials sprang into action, particularly the civil servants, whose enthusiasm rivaled that of the military officers. Each prepared to switch allegiances, with some scholars racking their brains to draft a proclamation for Zhu Di's ascension to the throne. Even the eunuchs were mobilized, transforming the usually somber palace into a bustling hive of activity. Zhu Di acted swiftly, penetrating the palace within a mere half-hour. At the Fengtian Hall, he reined in his horse, gazing at the majestic structure before him, his face flushed yet resolute, hesitating to advance further. He was providing Zhu Yuanzhang with an opportunity, a dignified chance, indeed. Of course, should Zhu Yuanzhang refuse to embrace dignity, Zhu Di was more than willing to assist him in that regard. Zhu Neng and Qiu Fu encircled the palace as Zhu Di instructed his soldiers to remain composed and restrained. The 2 men nodded in agreement, turning their horses and withdrawing. Zhu Di cast one last lingering glance at the Fengtian Hall. Though he yearned to rush in and claim the exalted throne, reason prevailed, reminding him that there were more pressing matters at hand. His banner bore the inscription Feng Tianjing Nan, denoting a mission of restoration rather than rebellion. While all were aware of the insurrection, he could not acknowledge it. As long as he remained silent, none would dare to speak openly of it. Just as Zhu Di was about to pay homage at the Shaoling tomb, a throng of officials, clad in court robes, hurried toward him, each competing to reach him with haste. Observing this commotion, Daoyan chuckled softly, suggesting to the prince that it would be prudent to accept the new official's homage before proceeding to the ancestral rites, as a moment's delay would not matter. Zhu Di nodded in agreement. He sought recognition and preferred not to offend all the officials right from the outset. Indeed, a new ruler brings new ministers. But a process must be observed. As he was not an heir by right of primogeniture, he required the acknowledgement of the Jiangwen ministers to legitimize his claim. At least, in the current absence of a solid foundation, he must tread carefully. Offending all could lead to untold chaos. Before long, a multitude of officials approached. Led by Minister of War Ru Yi, the 6 ministers and vice ministers bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Long live the Yan prince." Among them were numerous military officers, yet they lacked the audacity to speak, merely offering their respects. Among the officials, Ru Yi exhibited the greatest enthusiasm, almost prostrating himself in supplication for Zhu Di to ascend as emperor. However, not all civil servants were lacking in stature. For instance, Hanlin editor Yang Rong refrained from urging Zhu Di to assume the throne and instead lauded his righteous campaign to restore order. Following this, he recommended that Zhu Di perform the ancestral rites at the Shaoling tomb to appease the spirit of the great ancestor. The civil officials spoke eloquently, their flattery both overt and subtle, a symphony of praise that bordered on the poetic. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang sat in solitude, the vast hall echoing only with his presence, the distant cries of "Long live the Yan prince," faintly reaching his ears, eliciting a bittersweet smile upon his lips. Straightening his attire, Zhu Yuanzhang approached a red lacquered pillar, retrieving the imperial sword and regarding it for a moment before drawing it with a sudden flourish. Clang! A slender blade emerged with a swift elegance, and Zhu Yuanzhang, resolute, positioned the sword before his neck, poised to take his own life. Suddenly, a jarring sensation coursed through his grip, causing the sword to slip from his fingers and clatter to the ground. Turning abruptly, he beheld Li Qing approaching with deliberate steps. "Mr. Li, why must it come to this?" Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes glistened with a hint of defiance. "I cannot allow him to underestimate me." Li Qing let out a sigh and inquired, "If given the chance to choose again, would you still desire the throne?" "No," Zhu Yuanzhang replied with unwavering conviction. "Then now that you have a choice, why would you forsake it?" Li Qing pressed. Zhu Yuanzhang responded softly, "If I do not perish, chaos shall continue to reign in this realm. Perhaps this is the sole contribution I can make to the Ming dynasty." He gazed at Li Qing, mustering a faint smile. "Thank you for remaining by my side until now." After a brief pause, he asked, "Did you intentionally leave the capital vulnerable to allow the Prince of Yan to enter?" Li Qing nodded affirmatively. "I wish to end the internal strife within the Ming." "Indeed, you have done nothing wrong," Zhu Yuanzhang said with unexpected calmness. "You are disappointed in me, are you not?" Li Qing did not respond but remarked, "The Prince of Yan has gone to pay respects to his ancestors. There remains an opportunity for choice. You must understand, his intentions are solely directed at you." Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply. "I comprehend, yet if I live, he shall find no peace. Very well, let him be at ease as the emperor." With that, he retrieved the sword from the ground, once again positioning it at his neck. This time, Li Qing did not intervene, yet the blade failed to pierce Zhu Yuanzhang's throat. After having confronted death once, it is a formidable challenge to summon the courage to face it again. Zhu Yuanzhang's face flushed, veins protruding on his forehead, yet he could not bring himself to proceed. "Assist me this once," Zhu Yuanzhang implored. "Are you unwilling to help?" Li Qing, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I made a promise to Emperor Taizu to protect you. I do not wish to break my word." "Grandfather," Zhu Yuanzhang said bitterly, "he entrusted you to safeguard not me, but the Ming." "Perhaps," Li Qing sighed, "but within my capacity, I still wish to seek a path to survival for you. Of course, should you insist on taking your own life, I shall not hinder you. The choice of life or death is yours alone." Zhu Yuanzhang's courage had waned, akin to one who, after being pulled back from the brink of a ledge, could no longer muster the resolve to leap again. "The capital is under martial law. Do you think I can escape?" "I possess a means." Li Qing produced a document from his bosom. "This is a pass issued by Empress Xiaozi. With it, you can go anywhere." Zhu Yuanzhang, with reddened eyes, accepted the document and examined it for a moment. "But I cannot leave the palace. I will assist you. Your help is worthless." Li Qing turned abruptly to see Zhang Lada approaching with a composed expression. "Master, you," Li Qing exclaimed, "why are you dressed in the attire of the little ginkgo?" "Mind your own business," Zhang Lada shot back, then addressed Zhu Yuanzhang. "Young man, do you wish to accompany the old man?" Zhu Yuanzhang's face was a tapestry of conflict. "Go," Li Qing encouraged, patting his shoulder. "Forget everything and embark on a new journey." After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. At the Shaoling tomb, Zhu Di knelt before the spirit of Zhu Yuanzhang, whispering, "Father, your son has returned." His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was one of desolation. His son had turned into a traitor, a criminal, a sinner. Great tears cascaded down his cheeks. Zhu Di had never contemplated rebellion. He aspired to be an emperor, yet he had never imagined such treachery. "Father, will you ever forgive me?" Zhu Di understood that from the moment he entered the capital, the stain of his crimes could never be erased. Regardless of his deeds, the historians would never record him as the rightful heir. No matter how many justifications he possessed, they could not alter the undeniable fact of his usurpation. Even he struggled to convince himself, ultimately vowing, "Father, watch closely. I shall elevate the Ming dynasty to unprecedented heights, forging an era of prosperity that will endure for millennia." At that moment, Zhu Yan approached cautiously, refraining from entering the main hall of worship. He called out softly from the entrance, "Your Highness, there is an incident at the palace." Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, then bowed respectfully, offering several deep bows before slowly retreating from the ancestral hall. "What has happened?" "The Hall of Supreme Harmony is on fire," Zhu Yan whispered. "Is anyone attempting to extinguish it?" "No one." Zhu Di nodded. "Let us go." On the journey back, Zhu Di maintained a measured pace, arriving at the palace just as dusk began to fall, only to find the Hall of Supreme Harmony nearly unrecognizable in the flames. He rushed forward, shouting urgently, "Extinguish the fire, quickly, For heaven's sake, extinguish it. The soldiers, officials, and eunuchs sprang into action, hastily fetching water to combat the blaze. The grand palace blazed uncontrollably, and despite their efforts, it was nearly impossible to quell the flames. Seeing the futility of their efforts, Zhu Di broke down in tears, lamenting, "My dear nephew, why must you suffer so? I have come to aid you." His cries resonated, prompting all present to kneel and join in his wailing. Yang Rong, a Hamlin editor, wept as he scribbled notes, exclaiming, "The Yanwang Palace is engulfed in flames, and we are unable to render assistance. Why, young one, did I come to support the nation?" Zhu Di covered his face with his sleeve, casting a glance at Yang Rong before continuing his mournful lament. Outside the imperial city, Zhu Yuanwen turned back one final time, gazing at the roaring inferno, softly murmuring, "It is over, it is all over." At that moment, he felt an unexpected calm, an unprecedented sense of relief. Chapter 1. Ascension to the throne. The fire raged until the following day before gradually subsiding. Zhu Di stood amidst the ruins, sorrow etched on his face, remaining silent for an extended period. Zhu Neng, Qiu Fu, and others, aware that his grief was feigned, nonetheless felt compelled to offer their insincere condolences. Alas, Zhu Di sighed deeply, instructing, "Ensure all the bodies are recovered, so my nephew may find peace in the afterlife." With the dead accounted for, Zhu Di would no longer dwell on the losses. After all, Zhu Yuanwen had once been emperor, and providing him with a proper burial was both politically prudent and necessary. "Yes, your highness," Qiu Fu responded with a bow. Zhu Di sighed again, inquiring, "Have Zhu Neng and the Marquis of Chongqing departed?" "Yes, they set out last night." Zhu Neng replied, "By now, they should have reached Zhenjiang. Duke Chao has also departed. He will surely bring back the stubborn ones, such as Ping In and Sheng Yong." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di felt a weight lift from his heart, and as he gazed at the vast palace, his emotions began to swell. However, before he could revel in his newfound hope, he received a shocking piece of news. Jiang Wen was gone. Not deceased, but vanished. More precisely, he was missing. Zhu Di wore a dazed expression, and soon, in a fit of frenzy, exclaimed, "Search for him. We must find him, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." At this moment, he was genuinely alarmed. Having already rebelled, he did not mind shouldering the additional blame for the demise of his nephew, but the absence of the latter was causing him considerable distress. If he ascended the throne while Zhu Yuanwen rallied the world to restore order, the consequences would be dire. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Di insisted, "We must locate him. Your Highness, please reconsider." Dao Yin interjected hastily. "The immediate priority is to announce to the realm that Jiang Wen has perished. Otherwise, there may still be those who waver in their loyalty." He advised, "Whether Jiang Wen is truly dead or not is of little consequence. What matters is that the court declares him deceased. Even if he were to return one day, the populace would not believe it." Zhu Di's face twitched, and ultimately, he nodded in resignation. Zhu Neng immediately summoned trusted aides to investigate all individuals who left the city yesterday and today. "Do not mention the search for Jiang Wen." "I understand," Zhu Neng replied, clasping his fist in respect and hurriedly departing. "Master, do you think it is possible that Jiang Wen has been reduced to ashes?" Zhu Di inquired. "It must be so." Dao Yin provided the answer Zhu Di yearned to hear. Zhu Di nodded bitterly, yet his heart was restless. After all, his claim to the throne was far from legitimate, leaving him feeling profoundly uneasy. Observing this, Dao Yin reassured him, "Your Highness need not worry about this. You have many matters to attend to. Ascend the throne swiftly, provide an explanation for this rebellion, and then reward those who aided in it to stabilize the situation. Once the larger picture is secured, even if Jiang Wen were to return, it would be of no consequence." "Your words ring true." Zhu Di gradually regained his composure and called out, "Bring forth the commanders. Your servant is here." Zheng Heng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "What are your commands, Your Highness?" "Go. Capture Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing," Zhu Di commanded with fierce determination. At once, Zheng Heng clasped his hands in acknowledgement and asked, "What of Ping In and Sheng Yong?" Dao Yin quickly replied, "Your Highness, it would be prudent not to act against them. Firstly, it would showcase your magnanimity. Secondly, they wield military power and should." Zhu Di nodded slowly, stating, "They are merely executing orders. According to the laws of the Ming, their actions fall under public offenses which should not be pursued." Pausing, he added through clenched teeth, "But that Tai Xian must be apprehended. How dare he privately hang the spirit tablet of the great ancestor emperor? I shall not spare him. Zhou Yan opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment, understanding that a few significant figures must meet their end to quell those loyal to Zhang Wen. After Zheng Heng departed with his orders, Zhu Di summoned San Bao and instructed him to seek out Zhu Yuanzhang's mother, the current Empress Dowager, in the rear palace. He then sent for his family to be brought from Beiping. Once all matters were arranged, Zhu Di rose and said, "Master, accompany me." Zhou Yan nodded, smiling as he asked, "Are we headed to the residence of the Duke of Yongqing?" Zhu Di returned the smile, softly replying, "He has been of great assistance to me." At the Duke of Yongqing's residence, Li Qing sat before a bronze mirror, while Wan Ling styled his hair, and Hong Xiu and Lian Xiang applied his makeup, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. "Sir, you should also learn to paint. It will be useful in the future," Hong Xiu gently suggested, placing her brush down. "We cannot remain by your side forever." Li Qing gazed into the mirror and chuckled softly. "Let us not discuss that now. We should expect guests today. Wan Ling, please go and open the door." "Very well." The door swung open, allowing sunlight to pour in, and Li Qing felt that everything was remarkably beautiful. It was yet another brand new day. He had no habit of rising early. It was already past noon, and breakfast was out of the question. Li Qing merely sipped a cup of clear tea, seated beneath the fruit trees, awaiting visitors. He did not wait long, only a quarter of an hour, when a maid hurried in with news. "My lord, the Prince of Yin has arrived." Li Qing nodded, rising to make his way to the front courtyard, where he saw Zhou Yan was also present, stirring a deep sense of reflection within him. "Let us proceed to the reception hall," he suggested. "Very well," Zhu Di replied with a smile, following suit. The three men entered the reception hall, where a servant brought forth hot tea and discreetly exited. Zhu Di took the initiative to speak. "Li Jinglong has informed me that during this Jingnan campaign, had it not been for your involvement, the prince would undoubtedly have succeeded." Li Qing chuckled. Zhu Di smiled in return, declaring, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am inclined to reward you generously. Speak freely. What is it that you desire? I shall grant it." Zhu Di, though yet to formally ascend the throne, possessed an undeniable authority, as the tides of fate had already been set. Li Qing contemplated for a moment, expressing his hope that the prince would exercise restraint in matters of life and death, and that, should any executions be deemed necessary, they would not extend to his family. Zhu Di pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall keep my word, even for Qi Feng and Huang San, as long as they are sensible. I shall not implicate their families. However, should they remain obstinate, I cannot be held accountable." "Your humility is commendable, Your Highness," Li Qing praised sincerely. He understood that Zhu Di was indeed resolved to take lives. Reaching this compromise was a significant concession, having navigated the political arena for so long. Li Qing had long shed his initial naivety. Zhu Di, with a smile, inquired, "What else do you wish for?" "Nothing more," Li Qing replied, shaking his head. The foremost priority was to stabilize the situation. Matters of governance could wait until the following year, and discussing them now seemed futile. "That simply will not do," Zhu Di asserted with a chuckle. "You must receive a title. Choose one for yourself." After a pause, he added, "I recognize you as a person of true merit, and I hope you will assist me in fostering the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. To serve the ruler and alleviate his burdens is my duty, Your Highness. Though you do not mention it, I shall fulfill my responsibilities." Li Qing took a sip of tea, adding, "As for fame and fortune, I am indifferent. Among the contributors to the Jingnan campaign, who could rival Master? Your modesty is admirable," Yongqing Ho, Zhou Yan humbly remarked. "And I must express my gratitude to you for sparing my life." "You too," Zhu Di said, astonished. "When did a rift arise between you?" Zhou Yan chuckled. "We bear no grievances. Any discord is solely due to Your Highness." "Due to me?" Zhu Di queried, perplexed. "Why is that?" Zhou Yan refrained from elaborating, instead sighing softly. "I have devoted decades to Buddhist practice, yet I am no match for Yongqing Ho." He understood the entire sequence of events, and, reflecting on it now, he comprehended why Li Qing had acted as he did in the past. Zhu Di remained in the dark, yet he was not inclined to delve into matters unrelated to the grander scheme. He raised his cup, declaring, regardless of any past disagreements, "Let us drink this tea and dissolve all animosities." The two men lifted their cups, and the three shared a drink. Once the tea was finished, Zhu Di, still smiling, asked, "Old monk, what is it that you desire?" In a swift turn of phrase, Zhu Yan found himself branded as old monk, and he bitterly smiled. At my age, what use is there for wealth and glory? I only wish for a life of simplicity with the quiet of a lamp and the Buddha. Neither of the two shall be rewarded, which left Zhu Di feeling quite embarrassed. Had it been someone else, he would have deemed it mere pretentiousness. However, he was well aware that these two genuinely did not care. Zhu Yan sought to showcase the knowledge he had acquired, while Li Qing's sole ambition was the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. Suddenly, Zhu Di felt that both individuals possessed an admirable stature. Damn it, a monk and a Taoist have managed to eclipse me, he thought with irritation. Am I, the king, to be ungrateful? I shall reward those deserving. Yet both of you must contribute. None shall be allowed to be idle. The three engaged in conversation for quite a while, until evening fell and they parted ways, their spirits lifted. The following morning, early at dawn, Li Qing arrived at the square of the Fengtian Hall. The ministers knelt in unison, fervently beseeching Zhu Di to ascend the throne as emperor. Minister of War Ru Hu, weeping profusely, cried out repeatedly, "A nation cannot endure a day without a ruler. A heart full of loyalty, moving heaven and earth." Yet, Zhu Di steadfastly refused, emphasizing, "I am merely seeking to restore the nation and clear the throne of traitors. I have no intention of becoming an emperor." The ministers continued to persuade, while Zhu Di countered each argument. After several exchanges, he appeared deeply conflicted and ultimately conceded. "Very well, let us seek the Empress Dowager's decision." Before long, Sanbao summoned Zhu Yuanzhang's mother, Lady Lu. Zhu Di lamented, "Sister-in-law, my unfortunate nephew is too soft-hearted, easily manipulated, and has heeded the slanders of his advisors Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng, plunging the Ming dynasty into chaos. I, as his uncle, have dispatched troops to defend the throne for our family's sake. Yet alas, my foolish nephew is too naive to comprehend my good intentions, and it is regrettable that I cannot save him in time." Handling compiler Yang Rong promptly took out paper and brush, shaking his head as he recorded. "Upon seeing the smoke rise from the palace, I urgently dispatched envoys for rescue, but it was too late. I cried out, 'Is he truly so foolish? I come to support you, yet you fail to understand and hasten to this end?'" The change in titles from Yen to Shang was self-evident in its intent. Lady Lu forced a smile. "Uncle, you strive to avert disaster, a loyal minister to the nation. Jiang Wen's inability to discern loyalty from treachery has resulted in national turmoil and suffering, yet the deceased are beyond reclaim. A nation cannot endure a day without a ruler. I implore you, uncle, do not disappoint the minister's pleas and uphold the Ming dynasty's legacy." "Sister-in-law, you too?" Zhu Di replied with a face of helplessness. "My brother never contemplated this. Long live our emperor." Ru Hu shouted with fervor, veins protruding. "Long live our emperor." The ministers responded in unison. "Oh, you people." Zhu Di sighed in resignation. "Very well, my young nephew, for the sake of the Ming dynasty, I shall reluctantly assume the role of regent." The ministers erupted in cheers. "Your Majesty is wise." Ru Hu immediately produced the edict for ascension he had penned through the night, reading it with impassioned fervor. Chapter 2. Restoration of the Ancestor System. The first decree following Zhu Di's ascension was to bestow a grand burial for Jiang Wen, and then to suspend court for 3 days as a sign of mourning. Naturally, he did not remain idle. He summoned the old monk to discuss the grand conferral of the Jingnan contributors. Initially, he had invited Li Qing, but Li Qing graciously declined, for he was unacquainted with the Jingnan generals. After deliberation, the following titles were conferred. Zhu Neng was granted the title of Duke of Cheng, a hereditary peerage. Xiao Fu was bestowed the title of Duke of Qi, a hereditary peerage. Zhang Yu was posthumously honored as Duke of Rome, with the posthumous name of Loyal and Distinguished. Chun Heng was posthumously honored as Duke of Jing, with the posthumous name of Cautious and Astute. Zheng Heng was elevated to the rank of Marquis of Wuhan, a hereditary peerage. Geng Bingwen and Guoying did not receive titles, but were granted increased stipends, particularly Li Jinglong. Zhu Di understood the difficulty of capturing Beiping with merely 500,000 troops. Thus he allocated the highest salary to him, simultaneously considering political correctness. Zhu Di also conferred a title upon the Minister of War. He bestowed upon Ru Qi the title of Loyal Earl, albeit not a hereditary peerage. It remained a title nonetheless. Despite Zhu Di's disdain for Ru Qi, he recognized the necessity of individuals like him. The realm required effective governance to stabilize the situation swiftly. which would ultimately benefit both him and the Ming dynasty. Seizing the opportunity to reward the contributors to the Jingnan campaign, Zhu Di initiated a reorganization of the capital's defenses, replacing the original imperial guards with his own loyal followers from the Jingnan campaign. 10 days later, the entire garrison of the capital was swapped. Thus, Zhu Di's hold on the throne was finally secured. Following the rewards came the punishments. The first order of business upon Zhu Di's ascent was not to deliberate state affairs, but to summon all officials to the square of the Fengtian Palace for a display of authority, to make an example of the disobedient. The moment Zhu Di entered the capital, Feng Xiaoru was apprehended and thrown into a prison cell. After days of incarceration, the once robust Feng had withered significantly, his former self now a distant memory. Zhu Di, seated high above, addressed him coldly. Feng Xiaoru, do you acknowledge your crimes? What crimes have I committed? Feng retorted with a sneer. It is you who have transgressed. He pointed accusingly at the gathered officials, denouncing them as accomplices of tyranny and traitors. Then, he directed his vitriol at Zhu Di, declaring, unfilial son Zhu Di, plotting treason for the throne, you shall be reviled for eternity. Your descendants shall bear the shame, and they will meet untimely ends. Bang! Qiu Fu struck him down to the ground, blood streaming from Feng's mouth and nose. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing his tirade. Li Qing observed calmly, unmoved by the spectacle. A mere pedant, Zhu Di, filled with disappointment, had once heard of Feng's great reputation, expecting him to possess merit, yet now saw him as insignificant. After a pause, he coldly commanded, take him away and execute him, annihilate his entire lineage. 2 guards stepped forward, seizing Feng Xiaoru and dragging him away. Feng continued to shout defiantly, even if you slice me 1,000 times, what of it? Unfilial son Zhu Di, my students and friends will remember your misdeeds, await your inevitable downfall. His voice faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing, yet Zhu Di's expression grew increasingly grim. Feng Xiaoru's words struck deep, piercing his heart. Zhu Di's gaze darkened, and he inquired, Ru Qi, do you know where his students and friends are? Ru Qi immediately responded respectfully, Your Majesty, I was just about to advise you on this matter. The treacherous Feng Xiaoru has transformed the imperial examination system into a system of patronage, enriching himself while harming the public interest, extensively securing positions for his students and friends. The Hanlin Academy, the Censorate, and the National University are filled with no fewer than 500 of his followers. Ru Qi's face displayed a fervent disdain. Feng Xiaoru is merely a teacher, lacking any notable achievements, relying solely on his fleeting fame. Years ago, someone had recommended him to Emperor Taizu, who, with keen insight, recognized his inadequacy and sent him to teach in Bashu. Had it not been for Feng Xiaoru's machinations, our Ming dynasty would not have reached such a state. Feng Xiaoru, lacking any official title and not even having achieved the status of a scholar, found himself in a precarious situation. When he held power, the civil officials flocked to him like moths to a flame. Now that he had fallen from grace, these scholars, who had toiled in obscurity, seized the opportunity to strike him when he was down. The court officials promptly rallied together to vehemently accuse Feng Xiaoru. Ru Qin, seemingly prepared for this moment, produced a list from his sleeve and presented it to the emperor, declaring, Your Majesty, this is the list of those Feng Xiaoru recommended. Among these hundreds, there is not a single jinshi, only 5 jiren and 12 shouzai, with the rest bearing no official title whatsoever. Zhu Di, upon glancing at the list, was taken aback, and Li Qing's expression also soured, as the extent of corruption within the court exceeded his expectations. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, revealing a palpable aura of menace. The emperor detested the formation of factions. Should they all resemble Feng Xiaoru, the emperor would merely be a figurehead. The founding emperor had stipulated that those who passed the jinshi examination could enter officialdom, while jiren would be assigned positions based on their circumstances. Yet there was no mention of shouzai being eligible for office. With a cold demeanor, Zhu Di continued, Let it be known. All officials recommended by Feng Xiaoru who hold positions below jiren shall be executed, while those above shall be exiled. The court officials gasped in astonishment. No one anticipated the new emperor to be so decisive in his bloodletting. Even Yang Rong, taken aback, muttered to himself, This is not merely punishing 3 clans. It is akin to annihilating 9 clans, extending even to 10. Before the officials could respond, Zhu Di proclaimed, I have decided that, effective immediately, we shall restore the ancestral system. All national policies implemented during the reign of Jiangwen shall be abolished. Concurrently, the era name of Jiangwen shall be discarded. And this year shall be designated as the 34th year of Hongwu. He spoke with fierce determination. What do you all think? The military officials were elated, while the civil officials lamented their misfortune. It could be said that the chaotic alterations initiated by Qi Fenghuang had sent the civil officials spiraling, and Zhu Di's declaration to restore the ancestral system brought them back to their original state. The old Zhu regarded the civil officials with disdain. With a single statement, he had completely reversed the roles of civil and military officials, leaving the former in despair. Your Majesty is wise, regardless of their internal thoughts. The military officials were genuinely pleased. Zhu Di turned to Ru Qin with a smile, asking, "What is your opinion, my dear minister?" Ru Qin quickly replied, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Zhu Di nodded and then turned to the next minister of the 6 ministries, still smiling. "What is your view, my esteemed minister?" "Your Majesty is wise." Soon, all the ministers of the 6 ministries expressed their agreement, and the others dared not voice any opposition. When Zhu Yunwen attempted to revert policies initially, the civil officials resisted vehemently. Now that Zhu Di sought to restore them, they did not dare to utter a word. The difference was clear. Zhu Yunwen was easily intimidated, while Zhu Di, with the example of Feng Xiaoru fresh in their minds, made it evident that any dissent could lead to dire consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood the precariousness of their positions. Li Qing sighed inwardly, recognizing that a firm and ruthless approach was essential. Though Zhu Di's methods were somewhat severe, they were remarkably effective, representing the most optimal solution. The chaotic legacy left by the young Zhu would have taken another 2 or 3 years for anyone else to rectify, requiring some compromise. Yet, with just one decisive command, Zhu Di transformed the situation from decay to brilliance. Undoubtedly, as emperor, his actions were entirely justified in the interest of the nation. Even Li Qing could not have anticipated that the abolition of the Jiangwen policies would unfold so effortlessly. Zhu Di chuckled heartily, his countenance radiating warmth. "All ministers, please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The civil and military officials stood, some rejoicing while others wore expressions of despair. A moment later, Qi Tai was brought forth, bound hand and foot. Without waiting for Zhu Di to speak, Ru Hin sternly questioned, "Qi Tai, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Qi Tai, displaying a rugged demeanor, retorted, "If you wish to kill or punish me, speak plainly. There's no need for all this noise." Indeed, Zhu Di cast a surprised glance at Qi Tai, finding him far superior to Feng Xiaoru, and decided to grant him a swift end, sparing his family from repercussions. Upon hearing that his loved ones would remain unscathed, Qi Tai was almost incredulous. Despite his discontent with Zhu Di, a flicker of gratitude crossed his face. Subsequently, Huang Zicheng was brought forward. The elder Huang, determined to maintain his dignity even in death, directed a tirade of insults at Zhu Di before meeting his fate of death by 1,000 cuts, along with the annihilation of his clan. Thus concluded the fates of Qi, Feng, and Huang. Finally, Tai Xian was escorted in. Zhu Di felt a tumult of emotions towards Tai Xian, resentment for his earlier actions that nearly thwarted his ambitions, and a certain admiration for his abilities and loyalty. Stepping forward, Zhu Di personally untied him, explaining his predicament as an act of respect. However, Tai Xian remained unmoved and refused to acknowledge Zhu Di's legitimacy. Sensing Zhu Di's murderous intent, Li Qing approached discreetly, suggesting, "Your Majesty, allow me to reason with him. Tai Xian is a loyal minister and worthy of great responsibility. And now is a crucial time for your court." Zhu Di nodded thoughtfully, gesturing for Tai Xian to be taken to the dungeons. "Court is dismissed," he declared, sweeping out with a flourish. "Long live our emperor." The ministers performed their ceremonial bows, a mixture of sorrow and joy permeating the air. Chapter 3. Resolve in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Tai Xian, clad in prison garb and shackled, sat composed and unafraid, exuding an air of tranquility. Opposite him, Li Qing, his lips frothing with fervor, found Tai Xian utterly unyielding. With a sigh of resignation, Li Qing remarked, "You are a minister of Jiangwen, yet above all, you are an official of the Ming. Why subject yourself to this?" After a pause, he continued, "During Jiangwen's reign, the court was rife with corruption, and the nation's strength waned. Surely you are aware that His Majesty seeks to emulate the great Taizu to restore prosperity to the Ming. There is no need for further words. I shall never submit to a usurper," Tai Xian replied coolly. While the late emperor's governance had its shortcomings, as a minister, one ought to counsel rather than betray for personal gain. Li Qing could only force a bitter smile. Do you think I did not counsel him? Alas, he would not listen. Those are mere excuses. Taixin scoffed. The late emperor was the rightful heir designated by Taizu. He was legitimate. The Prince of Yan is merely a feudal lord. What right has he to claim the throne? Even after the late emperor's demise, he left behind a son, and failing that, there is still the Prince of Wu. The principle of succession belongs to the son after the father's death, the brother after the brother's passing. It cannot possibly fall to the Prince of Yan. Taixin's righteousness echoed clearly. Zhu Di, in his treachery and ambition, how could I possibly acquiesce? Li Qing was rendered speechless, yet a profound respect welled within him. The integrity of a scholar shines through in such moments. Unlike Qi, Feng, and Huang, who, despite their loyalty, acted for personal gain and disrupted the court, Taixin remained a figure of principle, deserving of respect. While Taixin devoted himself wholeheartedly to serving the Ming dynasty, it cannot be said that his loyalty was misplaced. Rather, he was let down by Zhu Yuanzhang. To be fair, Li Qing still hoped to rescue this old friend, for Taixin possessed genuine talent, and such individuals were indeed needed by the Ming. With a sigh, Li Qing remarked, "The people are of utmost importance, the state comes next, and the ruler is of least significance. Can the well-being of the populace and the stability of the realm truly be overshadowed by a feeble monarch?" Taixin turned his back, his stance unmistakably clear. Faced with such a person, Li Qing felt powerless, and with a light sigh, he rose to depart. Meanwhile, after seizing control of the Five Armies Command, Zhu Di began to rectify the court's affairs, reappointing and promoting a substantial number of young officials. Minister Jian Yi was elevated to the position of minister. Minister Xia Yuanji was likewise promoted to minister. Hamlin Academy's attendant Xie Jin became a reader, and the compiler Yang Ron was appointed as editor, with the official Jin Yuzi taking on the role of reviewer. These were all relatively young officials who had been overlooked during the Zhengwen reign. Zhu Di wielded his authority firmly but tempered it with rewards. None dared voice dissent against those who had been displaced, for the true reckoning was about to commence. Zhu Di summoned Chen Ying, the inspector of Beiping, and promoted him to deputy minister of the censorate, instructing him to rigorously investigate the Zhengwen faction. In an instant, a sense of trepidation enveloped the court. Observing the escalating turmoil, Li Qing felt compelled to interject. "Your Majesty, it suffices to establish a couple of examples. It is unwise to involve too many." Dao Yan echoed the sentiment. The more one suppresses, the stronger the backlash, while the realm seemingly enjoys peace. We cannot overlook the potential for hidden conspiracies. They are advancing while we engage in internal strife. After considerable discussion, the two succeeded in persuading Zhu Di. The investigation into the Zhengwen faction was thus shifted to a thorough examination of Feng Xiaoru, with the heavy hand dealt and rewards granted. And having secured control over the military, Zhu Di, in just 1 month, had cleared all obstacles. Logically, his claim to the throne should have been firmly established. Yet he still felt the need to address a significant matter: the fate of the Zhengwen family. The following day, during the afternoon court session, Ru Qin presented a petition. "Your Majesty, I have something to express that weighs heavily on my heart." "Speak freely, my dear minister," Ru Qin continued. "Emperor Taizu originally intended for the throne to be passed to you, but was thwarted by Zhengwen's manipulation of the edict. I dare to implore your Majesty to remove Zhengwen from the ancestral temple." Zhu Di furrowed his brow, troubled. "Do you possess evidence?" "Indeed," Ru Qin replied, promptly producing the evidence and presenting it with both hands. Zhu Di feigned a cursory examination before erupting in fury. That wretched Zhengwen! How dastardly to have removed his spirit tablet from the grand ancestral temple and erased it from the family tree. The act of expunging from the family tree was one Zhu Yuanwen had also committed, and now Zhu Di was repeating the transgression. The ministers, perceptive as they were, understood the implications immediately and bowed in agreement. "Your Majesty is wise." Jin Yuzi drew a further parallel. Crown Prince Yuan, who never ascended the throne, was posthumously granted the temple name and title by Zhengwen. This practice is utterly absurd. I beseech your Majesty to rescind the temple name of Yuan and the posthumous title of Emperor Shaokong, restoring it simply to Crown Prince Yuan. Before Zhu Di could respond, the ministers had already fallen to their knees in a chorus of agreement. "We concur." After a moment of internal conflict, Zhu Di reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. The ministers erupted in exclamations. Your Majesty is wise. Subsequently, the matter of Zhu Yunwen's biological mother was brought up. Since Zhu Biao's imperial identity was nullified, naturally, the status of Empress Lu would also be revoked. Zhu Di, ever accommodating, demoted Lu to the position of consort Iweng and, in a gesture of remembrance for his elder brother, dispatched her to tend to Zhu Biao's grave. Concurrently, Zhu Biao's eldest daughter, the Princess of Jiangdu, was downgraded to the status of a Lady of Jiangdu. Prince Wu, Zhu Yuanzhang, was rebranded as Prince of Guangzhou, and Zhu Yunxi was relegated from Prince of Heng to Prince of Huaiyan. Li Qing's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. Aware that the fourth prince would likely harbor murderous intentions towards these nephews in the future. Thus, after the court session, he seized the opportunity to offer counsel to Zhu Di. The consort Iweng has devoted herself to the nation, now that your Majesty has ascended the throne. It is a reflection of the people's will. Li Qing understood Zhu Di's insecurities, for his own sake and that of future generations. Zhu Di would certainly seek an opportunity to act decisively. Yet, it was unnecessary. Your Majesty, the hearts of the people possess a scale. Winning their favor is the ultimate strategy. Zhu Di remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, saying, "Follow me." As they arrived at the Qinqing Palace, which was undergoing repairs, they entered the central hall. Once seated, Zhu Di dismissed those around them and spoke. "Jiangwen is not dead." Li Qing was taken aback, but quickly added, "That is inconsequential. What matters is that the world believes he is dead. Moreover, should your Majesty govern with diligence, what harm would it be if Jiangwen were to stand before Nanjing one day?" Zhu Di gazed intently at Li Qing, who remained composed. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Di diverted his gaze, stating, "Upon investigation, it appears that on that night, a young man followed a disheveled Taoist out of the city. If I recall correctly, your master is Zhang the Disheveled, is he not? What relevance does that have?" Li Qing maintained his calm demeanor, though unease began to creep in, thinking to himself, "Could it be? How could you make such a connection? It's utterly preposterous. I fear a repeat of the Jingnan rebellion, plunging the nation into chaos once more." Zhu Di expressed with evident distress, "Until Jiangwen is found, I shall find no peace." "Your Majesty is overreacting," Li Qing reassured him. "Jiangwen lacks the support of a foundation. Military generals do not back him, nor do the civil officials, as you have observed. The trend is set." Pausing, he added, "Now that the situation is relatively stable, governing the Ming is of utmost importance." Zhu Di nodded. Yet deep-seated anxiety lingered in his eyes. "I shall use the pretext of restoring ancestral systems to abolish all of Jiangwen's new policies. Let us proceed as usual this year and implement the new policies next year. By the way, do you have any good strategies?" "I have one." Li Qing did not hesitate, promptly detailing a strategy to reform the household registration system. After listening, Zhu Di nodded in agreement. Indeed, for the nation to thrive, the people must have hope. However, prosperity fundamentally relies on wealth. During Jiangwen's reign, vast sums were squandered, while my ambitions demand considerable resources. Li Qing felt a heaviness in his heart and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, paper currency must not be recklessly printed. It is merely a medium of exchange, not wealth." "I am well aware," Zhu Di retorted with an irritated glare, then continued, "What do you think of maritime commerce?" Opening the seas, Li Qing's eyes brightened. "Excellent. The Song dynasty amassed wealth through maritime trade. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious." He had not anticipated that Zhu Di would grasp the concept before he could articulate it. To achieve rapid development, opening up maritime trade is undoubtedly the most prudent strategy. The silk, porcelain, and tea of the Ming dynasty can fetch prices overseas that are at least tenfold, if not several tens of times higher, resulting in immense profits. Li Qing mused to himself, "The fourth brother is indeed extraordinary. His audacity surpasses even that of Zhu." Undoubtedly, the benefits of maritime trade are manifold. Yet there are also drawbacks. Firstly, establishing a formidable navy is imperative for maritime endeavors. As ships traverse the oceans, there is a risk of creating an unwieldy force over time. Moreover, the gentry and wealthy merchants may seize the opportunity to amass power, potentially challenging imperial authority. The Song dynasty serves as a cautionary tale, where the overbearing influence of the scholar officials ultimately undermined the monarchy, leading to the kingdom's demise. This was precisely Zhu's rationale for prohibiting maritime trade. Furthermore, once trade is opened, the disparity between the rich and poor is likely to widen. Wealthy landowners may convert rice fields to mulberry trees for profit, leaving the common folk to suffer from hunger. However, when weighed against these disadvantages, the advantages of opening trade are far greater. It would catalyze rapid economic growth, broaden perspectives, foster mutual learning, and facilitate international exchanges. The necessity for an open nation is paramount. Your Majesty, to initiate maritime commerce, the first step is to resolve the shipping issue, Li Qing declared with enthusiasm, and then sought ways to curtail the power of the wealthy, such as preventing them from converting rice fields for profit. Zhu Di nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head. The treasure ships are not the issue. Are you not aware of Qin Yuliang? Qin Yuliang? Li Qing replied hesitantly. What does that have to do with him? Indeed, years ago, my father fought him in the Battle of Poyang Lake. Had it not been for his iron chains linking the boats, the outcome could have been uncertain. Zhu Di chuckled. That fellow may not have been a great military strategist, but he was an excellent shipbuilder. He made significant contributions to our Ming Navy, and constructing treasure ships is hardly a challenge. Pausing briefly, he added, there is no need to restrict the gentry and landowners. Zhu Di stated nonchalantly, the enterprise of maritime trade can only be executed by the court. I would not grant them the opportunity to grow powerful and follow in the footsteps of the Song dynasty. His gaze was intense. What I intend to achieve is a nation rich enough to uplift the populace, rather than allowing the wealthy gentry to drive the prosperity of the people, for they are incapable of such an endeavor. Chapter 4. A sudden clarity. Li Qing furrowed his brow and remarked, Your Majesty, are you proposing a monopoly? What is a monopoly? Zhu Di scratched his head. It refers to the concentration of profits in a single hand. Zhu Di nodded with a smile. Precisely, the wealth must accrue to the emperor and the state. Those affluent gentry already live comfortably, and their further enrichment would not benefit the people, but rather lead to increased exploitation of the common folk. Li Qing shook his head. Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider. Such actions may prove unwise. What is unwise? Blocking the pathways to wealth is akin to killing one's parents. Li Qing argued that monopolizing profits could likely incite unrest. Zhu Di appeared to find this notion amusing. Am I, as an emperor, to be apprehensive of mere landowners and wealthy merchants? Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Di's arguments were irrefutable. While the gentry may possess wealth, it pales in comparison to that of the state. However, does your Majesty have a contingency plan? A few, Zhu Di replied. I intend to establish a grand textile bureau, managed by the court. All tea will be under imperial control, much like salt, transformed into official tea. The scale of mulberry cultivation by wealthy landowners will be curtailed to make way for the court. As for porcelain, we shall construct official kilns. Li Qing swallowed hard. Zhu Di's plans were already beyond mere obstruction of wealth. The gentry's avenues for profit were thoroughly severed by Zhu Di, and even without rebellion, turmoil was inevitable. Having spent considerable time in the Ming dynasty, Li Qing had come to a profound understanding of this era. Emperors were not the omnipotent figures that later generations often imagined, capable of summoning winds and rain at will. Even an emperor must navigate numerous constraints, often leading to necessary compromises. After all, an emperor is still human, merely elevated to a divine status. It is not as later generations believe, where every national policy is enacted with unanimous support and unwavering obedience. Zhu Di exhibited remarkable resolve, yet also displayed a reckless audacity. Li Qing genuinely feared that such actions would lead to disaster, even if Zhu Di could maintain order. Future rulers might not possess the same ability. The ban on maritime trade by old Zhu could be seen as obstructing the financial pathways of the wealthy, while the fourth prince's opening of the seas was far more drastic, directly extracting wealth from the gentry. However, in that moment, Li Qing struggled to find the right words to counter Zhu Di's stance, for his actions appeared to benefit the nation and its people. Yet, Li Qing pondered, was it not recorded in history that Zheng He's maritime voyages were immensely costly, draining the resources of the Ming dynasty and deemed a losing investment? Yet, according to Zhu Di's assertions, these ventures would yield vast profits, never resulting in losses. He then recalled Zhu Di's remarkable achievements, the construction of the Grand Canal, the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the 5 campaigns against the northern deserts, the relocation of the capital to Beijing, and the 6 voyages to the western seas. Each of these endeavors required substantial funding. It could be said that no ancient emperor was as extravagant as Zhu Di. Nevertheless, despite this lavish expenditure, the Ming dynasty did not collapse. Instead, it was celebrated as a flourishing era, which seemed utterly illogical. The only plausible explanation was that historical records had tarnished the accomplishments of the maritime expeditions, providing a pretext for the ban on sea trade. In other words, if these voyages were indeed financially detrimental, how could Zhu Di have amassed the wealth necessary to undertake so many grand projects? After 22 years of reign and revenue, excluding essential infrastructure, disaster relief, palace expenditures, royal family costs, and official salaries, there would hardly be enough left to accomplish such a multitude of endeavors. The Ming taxes were not exorbitant. In prosperous years, they collected over 30 million sure, and in lean years, around 26 to 27 million sure. After expenses, the remainder was scant. If Zhu Di were truly pursuing glory at the expense of the common people's livelihoods, they would undoubtedly revolt, and the notion of a flourishing era would become nonsensical. Furthermore, Li Qing found it hard to believe that Zhu Di would naively send Zheng He to scatter wealth across the globe. Such a course of action would be utterly irrational. It would be akin to throwing money away. Even if it were the lesser Zhu, he would not act in such a manner. Then who was Zheng He? Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation, and a vision of a handsome man with a perpetual smile graced his mind. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. As if a veil had been lifted, Zheng He was a eunuch, devoid of heirs, and thus lacked any ambition for territorial dominion. Moreover, being Zhu Di's trusted confidant, he was the only logical choice for these expeditions. The voyages were not merely extravagant expenditures that drained the Ming's resources. They were, in fact, foundational to Zhu Di's illustrious achievements. They were genuinely profitable, yielding significant wealth. Regrettably, Zhu Di's accomplishments had been sullied by the scholarly accounts. It is no wonder, then, that the fourth prince's actions were indeed unscrupulous, obstructing others' paths to wealth and further exploiting them. Zhu Di is ruthless, but the fourth is even more so. The gentry is truly unfortunate to encounter these two. After presenting his vision, Zhu Di turned to Li Qing and inquired, "What do you think? Your Majesty is wise." Li Qing felt a twinge of discomfort about the proposal, yet recognizing its potential benefit to the nation and its people, he found no grounds for opposition. "Your Majesty, regarding the Bureau of Weaving?" Zhu Di frowned in contemplation for a moment before stating, "I wish for the eunuchs to oversee it. Firstly, they are not accepted by society. Once they are castrated, their families erase them from their genealogies. Even if they are greedy, they cannot compare to the officials who have families to support. Secondly, should we allow the civil officials to take charge, they would inevitably grow too swiftly. After all, in just a few years since the reign of Jiang Wen, the Ming dynasty has already begun to reflect the shadows of the Song dynasty." Li Qing nodded. "Your Majesty is indeed wise." To be candid, his impression of the civil officials was not favorable. It is not that there are no good individuals among them, but rather that the group as a whole is rather unappealing. People often believe that military generals pose a greater threat to imperial authority. In truth, military leaders are far easier to manage. Conversely, civil officials are far more cunning, and they are backed by the gentry, wielding significantly greater influence than the military. In this era, most who can pass the imperial examinations and become officials are wealthy, for the impoverished cannot afford education. Furthermore, through centuries of evolution, the gentry and bureaucrats have become inextricably intertwined. While there are rare instances of the poor rising above their station, they are exceedingly few. Zhu Di chuckled. "In maritime trade, silk is of paramount importance. I wish for you to oversee the Bureau of Weaving." "What?" Li Qing felt a chill and quickly waved his hands. "This is inappropriate. Entirely inappropriate. Do not be alarmed. I do not intend to castrate you, but rather to place you in charge first," Zhu Di said with amusement. "Once you have perfected it, I shall transfer management to the eunuchs." Li Qing, sheepishly, replied, "I shall obey your command." Zhu Di stretched and sighed. "There are too many matters I wish to attend to, and I am uncertain which to prioritize. The Bureau of Weaving can wait. First, handle another task for me." Li Qing suddenly felt that the fourth was just like Zhu Di. Both were relentless in delegating work, treating him as if he were less than human. "And what of my salary?" "You do not even mention it." Li Qing touched his nose. "Your Majesty, please proceed." "Establish the Jinui," Zhu Di smiled. "The Jinui effectively suppresses the civil officials and even the military. How could I possibly forego its use?" Li Qing nodded gently but expressed confusion. "Your Majesty, in truth, establishing the Jinui is not difficult and does not require my assistance." "I am well aware," Zhu Di replied earnestly. I merely wish for you to connect with the Jinui. My intentions are sincere. Why do you not comprehend? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then bitterly smiled. Indeed, Zhu Di's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. I have reconsidered and shall not grant you an official title. You are quite well as you are. Zhu Di patted his chest. Rest assured, with me protecting you, you shall be well. Both the fourth and Zhu Di seemed intent on making him a lonely minister. In truth, Zhu Di's eventual decision to elevate him to a position of power was driven by his own decline. Had he been in robust health, he would never have allowed such a thing. Alas, before his journey to power could even commence, he was preempted by three meddlesome individuals. Li Qing pondered to himself, truly, he is indeed the offspring of the venerable Zhu. This behavior is strikingly similar. However, he was indifferent to this, having spent many years as a loyal minister and accustomed to such things. Li Qing even mused that perhaps future generations, when examining the Ming history, would largely perceive him as a formidable antagonist. The two discussed matters such as maritime expansion and the reform of the household registration system, conducting a brief planning session. As evening approached, Li Qing rose to take his leave. Wait a moment, Zhu Di called out to the departing Li Qing. What of Tai Xian? Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. Tai Xian is rather obstinate. I shall contemplate further means. Zhu Di furrowed his brow. No need for that. He is unwilling to submit, and persuasion is futile. Let him remain confined. I wish him to witness firsthand the difference in strength between myself and Jiang Wen. Your Majesty's humility is greatly admired, Li Qing flattered, secretly relieved that Zhu Di had no intention of executing Tai Xian, indicating that he did not plan to impose severe penalties on those associated with Jiang Wen, but rather sought to demonstrate his superiority through actions. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Zhu Di indeed held such intentions. He aimed to win the hearts and minds of all. However, while he could spare those connected to Jiang Wen, the prince himself was an entirely different matter. He would not be spared under any circumstances. The absence of his nephew, both alive and deceased, would render him restless. Zhu Di pondered deeply and finally devised a reasonably feasible plan. He proclaimed, "Summon Hu Lu." Upon entering the hall, the young attendant bowed respectfully upon hearing the imperial command and hurried away. 15 minutes later, Hu Lu arrived. I pay my respects. No need for formalities. Sit. Zhu Di said warmly. Hu Lu swallowed nervously and cautiously took his seat. What is your command, Your Majesty? I have a task for you. Should you succeed, promotion and reward shall follow. Zhu Di tapped his fingers rhythmically on the imperial desk. I shall provide you with a contingent of men to seek the immortal Zhang Lada. Your servant. I have not finished yet. Zhu Di interjected, continuing, the quest for the immortal is merely a pretext. Your true mission is to locate Jiang Wen. Chapter 5. A clash of powers. The following day, during the morning court session, Zhu Di issued his first edict since ascending the throne. He mandated that temples and Taoist shrines throughout the realm implement the monk and Taoist registration decree, requiring all monks and Taoists nationwide who had previously obtained registration to re-register. This effectively initiated a census of all monks and Taoists across the empire. Everyone was bewildered, unable to comprehend the emperor's motives. However, as it was the new sovereign's inaugural decree, respect must be shown, and none dared to provoke misfortune. Execution began promptly. Li Qing, feeling somewhat lethargic, chose to skip the morning court, learning of the news only by afternoon. Yet, he was untroubled, having been a seasoned rogue for over a century. How could he be easily perturbed? With the situation having stabilized, Li Qing found tranquility, reclining beneath the fruit trees, listening to Wan Ling play the zither, savoring life. Hong Xiu peeled a segment of tangerine and delicately offered it to his lips, whispering, Sir, did you not say the emperor has assigned you numerous tasks? Since no one has come to seek my execution of them, and the emperor is not anxious, why should I be? Li Qing replied, holding the tangerine segment. He cupped Hong Xiu's cheek and shared half with her, asking, Is it sweet? I want some too. Lian Xiang brought a grape to her lips, pouting playfully. Li Qing, naturally welcoming her advances, pulled her onto his lap, indulging in the sweetness of the fruits. Soon, Lian Xiang skillfully retrieved a flute and began to play, while Li Qing reclined further back, immersing himself in the melodious notes. The melodies of the zither resonated gracefully, while the flute's notes danced in the air. Once the performance concluded, Li Qing felt utterly at ease, yet he had also missed the morning court session. Lian Xiang, realizing the gravity of the situation, bit her lip and timidly inquired, Sir, is this a problem? Not at all, Li Qing replied nonchalantly, I hold no official position. Whether I attend court is inconsequential. That's a relief, Lian Xiang sighed, and then added, by the way, our servant's shift is up. Should we change them? After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing responded, yes. Let us replace them and grant them an additional 3 months' wages. After all, they have committed no wrongdoing. Lian Xiang nodded, grinning cheerfully. Then I'll trouble Hongxiu with that. Look at you. So capable. You've won over the sir, so you handle it yourself. Hongxiu retorted with a roll of her eyes, swaying her hips as she departed to the side room. Lian Xiang, feeling anxious, hurried after Hongxiu, softly apologizing. Li Qing watched the two women leave with a smile and called to the young girl Wanling, come here. Wanling gracefully perched herself on his lap and whispered, did Lian Xiang not just say that it is broad daylight? Perhaps we should refrain. Amused, Li Qing nodded. In a couple of days, I shall likely be busy. While we have leisure, let us venture out this afternoon. He gently pinched her nose and planted a kiss on her cheek, asking, so, where would you like to go? Pouting, Wanling pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about the Buddhist temple? I've heard that the new emperor has renovated the Jiming temple and invited numerous statues of the Buddha. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly bemused, for he was a Taoist. However, he acknowledged that the Taoist temples in the capital were few and rather desolate, lacking the vibrancy of the Buddhist temples. Is that agreeable? Wanling nestled against him, playfully. Li Qing acquiesced, very well, we shall visit Jiming temple this afternoon. Now, come here for another kiss. Just as he was indulging in flirtation, he caught sight of Sanbao entering, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. Wanling quickly straightened her attire and performed a respectful bow, saying, I greet the esteemed imperial envoy. Remembering Li Qing's instructions, Wanling promptly adjusted her address. Lady, no need for such formality. Sanbao replied with a gentle smile before turning to Li Qing, I greet the Duke of Yongqing. The princes have arrived. After a brief pause, he added, all 3 princes are here. Very well, I shall join them, Li Qing said, rising with a smile. In the future, there is no need for such formality. I am merely a few years your senior. Call me Qinggu, or just sir. We are well acquainted now, so let us forego the titles of duke. Sanbao paused in surprise before nodding with a smile. As they entered the front courtyard, before Li Qing could speak, the 3 brothers bowed in unison. Li Qing returned the gesture with a smile, saying, let us converse in the guest hall. Now that Zhu Di was the emperor, there was no longer any hesitation in reminiscing with the little chubby one. Once settled in the guest hall, Wanling followed in with a fine selection of tea, gracefully retreating afterward. When did you arrive? Li Qing inquired. Last night, Zhu Gaoqi replied. We arrived last night, Zhu Gaoxiu echoed. Li Qing rubbed his nose, sensing something amiss. You weren't ambushed by the peaceful serenity, were you? Not at all. No, we were not, the 2 brothers replied, each speaking separately. Li Qing grew more perplexed and shot an inquisitive glance at the usually silent 3rd brother. Zhu Gaoshui set down his teacup and chuckled, Sir, did you not notice that they are competing against each other? Li Qing was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned upon him, understanding that the 2 brothers were likely contending for the position of crown prince. He wondered, was there truly a need for such rivalry? The little chubby one had no reason to be defeated. Li Qing was utterly perplexed by Zhu Gaoxiu's audacity in claiming the position of heir, being merely the 2nd son. What was there to be so fervent about? After all, they were brothers. There was no need for such theatrics. Blood relations should be clear and fair in dealings. Zhu Gaoxiu, with a defiant expression, then turned to Zhu Gaoqi, saying, Elder brother, your health is not well. This burden is too heavy. Allow your brother to assist you. Zhu Gaoqi, rendered speechless, replied, I came here to reminisce. As for the position of crown prince, if our father consents to your claim, I have no objections. It would be wiser for you to approach father directly. Zhu Gaoxiu, skeptical, thought, is he not trying to send me away on purpose to align with the teacher? Zhu Gaoqi, feeling helpless, responded, very well, you may converse with the teacher. I shall return another day. Zhu Gaoxiu insisted, you wish for the teacher to constrain me, so you can go back and court the ministers, do you not? Zhu Gaoqi's face flushed with anger. He was tempted to give this simpleton a resounding slap, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, if it came to blows, he knew he would not prevail. Observing the escalating tension, Zhu Gaozai, the 3rd brother, suggested, why not settle this with a duel? Whoever wins shall be crown prince. Being the 3rd son, he had little to gain and merely sought amusement from the spectacle. Li Qing, exasperated, thought, I am not your father. Why come to me? Go to your own parent. Yet, the fact that the second son exhibited such determination hinted at some underlying confidence. However, Li Qing could not fathom the source of this assurance. He bluntly stated, "If you are here to vie for the position of heir, it would be best for you to leave. I cannot offer you any assistance." "Ah, Brother Qing, I truly came just to reminisce," Zhu Gaoqi replied, appearing defeated. Zhu Gaoqi mocked. "Oh, now you call him brother, and yet you claim no intent to win him over?" Zhu Gaoqi felt the urge to retort, but as they were blood brothers, he found himself at a loss for words, his frustration boiling over. In a moment of impulse, he delivered a resounding slap to the second son. With a sharp sound, the slap left Zhu Gaoqi momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he exclaimed in anger, "Third brother, Master Li, Sanbao, you all witnessed this. First and foremost, I did not lay a finger on him." With that, he stormed off in indignation. Sanbao, shaking his head with a wry smile, clasped his hands and said, "Master, I must take my leave." "Indeed, do take care," Li Qing replied. Once Sanbao had departed, he turned to Zhu Gaozai and inquired, "Is there truly a need for contention?" Zhu Gaozai shrugged. "Who knows what spell our father has cast upon the second brother? I cannot fathom where his confidence stems from." He paused, reflecting. However, it is undeniable that father favors him far more than the eldest. Alas, the second son remains just that. Zhu Gaozai sighed. The position of crown prince, the future emperor. Who wouldn't wish to contend for such a title? Li Qing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you too harbor ambitions?" Zhu Gaozai responded candidly, "Indeed, I would like to, but I lack the capability. It is clear that I will not be in contention. I shall keep my head down and strive for a commendable fiefdom in the future to enjoy a comfortable life." Li Qing chuckled and nodded, appreciating his clarity. After conversing for a while, noticing that Zhu Gaozai showed no intention of leaving, he asked, "Do you have matters to attend to?" "Yes, I do," Zhu Gaozai replied. Zhu Gaoqiao, unreserved in his demeanor, remarked, "Isn't it my father, the emperor, who wishes to revive the illustrious Jinyue? Such a formidable institution. I too aspire to bask in its grandeur. Then why not approach your father?" "I am not Li Qing," he replied with a wry smile. "Go seek the emperor. He has already consented." Zhu Gaoqiao countered, "I have come seeking your wisdom, after all." "I see," Li Qing nodded, proceeding to share insights regarding the internal workings of the Jinyue. Zhu Gaoqiao absorbed this information as if it were sacred scripture, departing with a sense of fulfillment. Li Qing sipped his tea and muttered, "It seems the fourth prince has spun a grand illusion for his second son. This father truly knows no bounds, even to the detriment of his own child." Chapter 6. Setting aside the eldest son after lunch, the three ladies adorned themselves with a touch of makeup, while Li Qing donned the attire of a wealthy gentleman, making his way leisurely to Jiming Temple. The temple was not far, situated in a prime location within Jinling City. In just a quarter of an hour, the family arrived at its entrance. Despite the afternoon hour, the temple was bustling with worshippers seeking blessings. The air thick with the scent of incense and candles, unpleasant yet not overwhelming. The temple was undergoing expansion, with only the central area available for devotees to offer incense and pray, while craftsmen toiled diligently around them. Li Qing surveyed the surroundings and said, "Let us proceed to the main hall." The three ladies nodded, each purchasing 3 sticks of incense, following Li Qing toward the main hall. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by 2 burly men. "Halt!" A brash voice boomed before Li Qing could speak. "Impudent." At that moment, Zhu Gaoqiao emerged with a grin. "What a coincidence. Please, enter, sir." Li Qing inclined his head in acknowledgement, concealing his identity. He wished to keep the atmosphere lighthearted for the 3 ladies. Upon entering the temple, he spotted the remaining chubby boy and the simpleton. The 2 brothers were idly pacing back and forth, and as they noticed Li Qing's arrival, the simpleton attempted to engage him, but was stopped by the chubby one. The presence of all 3 brothers indicated that the 4th prince was also in attendance. Yet Li Qing had no desire to see Zhu Di. Unexpectedly, while he sought to avoid the 4th prince, Zhu Di sought him out. Sanbao approached, inviting him to a side hall for a private conversation. The 3 ladies, recognizing the significance of Sanbao's presence, courteously said, "Sir, please attend to your matters. We shall explore the surroundings." With a reluctant nod and a few words of caution, Li Qing proceeded to meet Zhu Di. Seated on cushions in the hall, Zhu Di and Dao Yin faced each other, while a gilded Buddha statue occupied the center of the room, where a subtle fragrance of incense permeated the tranquil atmosphere. Li Qing rubbed his nose, pondering, could it be that the fourth prince genuinely believes in Buddhism? Approaching the two, he forewent any formal greeting, accepting the cushioned sambao offered, and sat down with a commanding presence. It was rare for Zhu Di to don common attire for a private visit. So Li Qing chose not to reveal his identity and asked, "Have you come seeking something?" Zhu Di rolled his eyes and instructed Sambao, "Send those 3 rascals away. No one is to enter this room." Sambao bowed in acknowledgement and departed. With only the 3 of them, along with the silent Buddha statue, the atmosphere grew quiet. All 3 maintained their composure. Li Qing entered a meditative state, while Dao Yin engaged in Zen practice. Ultimately, Zhu Di, unable to contain himself, broke the silence first. "Li Qing, those 3 rascals came seeking you today, did they not?" Li Qing nodded in response. "What are your thoughts on them? They are truly exceptional individuals." Zhu Di was evidently dissatisfied with the answer. "Old monk, what do you think?" Dao Yin plagiarized Li Qing's idea, a true dragon among men. Zhu Di, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Is it so difficult to hear an honest opinion? A father knows his son best." Li Qing chuckled. "Are you not aware of your own thoughts?" Zhu Di paused, sighed, and said, "Last night they entered the palace, and today during the morning court. The ministers began clamoring for an heir. Who do you think is more suitable for the position of crown prince?" Li Qing and Dao Yin exchanged bewildered glances. Did they really need to deliberate? Setting aside the eldest son, who among them was more appropriate? Zhu Di added conditions. The 2 fell silent. Could they truly set aside their considerations? "Are you looking for trouble?" Zhu Di exclaimed, visibly displeased and somewhat exasperated. The 2 resigned. Dao Yin pondered for a moment and said, "I believe the second prince is more fitting." Zhu Di's face brightened as he turned to Li Qing. "What do you think?" Li Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while, weighing various assessments and making a comprehensive comparison of the 2 brothers, and ultimately, he reluctantly stated, "The second prince is indeed more suitable. The second son may not match the elder in every aspect, but he possesses one quality that the elder can never attain, which is the heart of a military leader. Should Zhu Gaosu ascend the throne in the future, he could continue the strategy of governing through military might, while the younger one would struggle to command the generals." Zhu Di, only 40 years old, still had ample time to cultivate Zhu Gaosu. It was not impossible to nurture him well. Therefore, do you believe in establishing the legitimate heir? The 2 responded without hesitation, in unison. Zhu Di sighed and continued. "Just after this morning's court, the 3rd prince requested an official position from me, which shows his intentions are not pure. It's no surprise. Considering his father has transformed from a prince into an emperor, it is only natural for him to want to assert his authority. As for the second son, he did not request a position, but we are well aware of his thoughts. Yet, the eldest son, upon my ascension, seems utterly unperturbed. The second and third sons were restless all night with excitement, while he slept like a dead pig. Is that reasonable?" Zhu Di shook his head, saying, "After being his father for over 20 years, I suddenly find him inscrutable. Is it possible that he is simply himself, and you are overthinking?" Li Qing countered. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Zhu Di declared firmly. "No one can be indifferent to the throne." Li Qing pondered for a moment and asked, "What are you worried about?" Zhu Di frowned. "If I cannot discern his character, how can I trust him to be the crown prince and inherit the great legacy?" "Then observe him more closely," Dao Yin suggested with a smile. "There is ample time. Establishing an heir is not an urgent matter. I believe the second prince should be the legitimate heir." The 2 spoke simultaneously. Zhu Di shrugged off his sleeves and stood, striding away. Li Qing glanced at Dao Yin and playfully inquired, "Master, who do you think he will choose?" "The legitimate heir," Dao Yin replied with a smile. "No matter how much he favors the second prince, he can only select the eldest." After a pause, he continued, "The emperor has allowed me to return to secular life and participate in governance. I have taken a secular name for myself, Yao Guangxiao." Li Qing's expression became complex, feeling a weight of exhaustion. "Why choose this name?" he asked. "Looking back now, it seems you intended to kill me from the outset. I am merely acting in accordance with the circumstances." "Acting in accordance with the circumstances," Li Qing remarked with a bitter smile, sighed, and asked, "What led you to be so confident that the Prince of Yan would succeed?" Dao Yin remained silent for a considerable time before he finally spoke. "I trust him, and even more so, I trust myself." When Li Qing emerged, the 3 women had already completed their prayers and exited the main temple. Driven by curiosity, he perused their written wishes. There was but a single phrase. May you, sir, enjoy peace and happiness in your remaining years. Li Qing felt profoundly moved, increasingly aware that time is relentless. Unbeknownst to him, so much time had already passed. It felt both fleeting and prolonged. There were still over 600 years ahead. Upon leaving the temple, Li Qing sought out the three women, and together they strolled through the shops of the capital, indulging in shopping until evening, when the four returned home, invigorated. After resting for several days, Li Qing fell into a state of lethargy, neglecting even the morning court. Observing him squander his salary without fulfilling his duties, Zhu Di ordered him to promptly commence the establishment of the Jinyue and appointed several key personnel to assist him. The news of the Jinyue's formation spread swiftly through the court, causing considerable unrest among the officials, particularly the civil servants, who lamented incessantly. They were acutely aware of the malevolence of the Jinyue, having witnessed countless esteemed predecessors perish at its hands, and thus they vehemently opposed it. Consequently, they presented ancestral edicts, invoking the words of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. The Jinyue shall never be re-established. Zhu Di found it difficult to punish the dissenting officials, yet he could act shamelessly, proclaiming he would carefully consider their objections while simultaneously urging Li Qing to expedite the formation. Thus, in a mere half-month, the Jinyue was established. Though comprised of only 1,000 men, its inception made future expansion exceedingly simple. The officials, witnessing this development, could only sigh in despair, lamenting their misfortune at encountering such a shameless emperor. On a particular day, as Li Qing and Zhu Di were discussing matters concerning the weaving bureau, Zhu Gaozai entered with a beaming countenance, proudly displaying his attire of flying fish robes, which made him appear exceptionally spirited. The third prince was quite pleased with his appearance and chuckled. "Father, how do I look?" Zhu Di nonchalantly responded, "Quite good. You possess the qualities of a crown prince." "What?" Zhu Gaozai exclaimed in shock. "Is that truly appropriate?" "Absolutely, it is most fitting," Zhu Di replied with a smile as he stepped forward. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he delivered a punch to the third prince's abdomen, and as he bent over in pain, Zhu Di followed up with an elbow strike, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Zhu Di's expression darkened as he scolded, "You? A prince? What business do you have in the Jinyue? Are you plotting to eliminate me to seize the throne? Nonsense." Zhu Di berated while delivering kicks, mercilessly attacking as if he were beating a dog. "Oh, father, that's not it. You promised." Zhu Gaozai cried out in desperation. "Would you accept the throne if I allowed you?" Zhu Di intensified his assault. "You truly do not know what is good for you." In agony, Zhu Gaozai pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, father, spare me this once." Just then, a beautiful woman entered the room, and upon witnessing the scene, she became furious. "Your Majesty, how can you behave in such a manner?" Seeing the fierce woman arrive, Li Qing hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell and shall take my leave." "Stand where you are," Zhu Di barked. Then, with a forced chuckle, said, "The Empress has arrived. Why didn't you inform me earlier?" He cast a fierce glare at Sanbao, who was speechless, thinking to himself, "If you fear her, how could I possibly intervene?" Zhu Di promptly bent down to assist his son, adopting a benevolent paternal demeanor, and in a sonorous tone, he inquired, "Swayer, are you unscathed?" "I am well, my son," Zhu Gaozai replied with difficulty. "Do not blame your father. He acts solely for your benefit." Zhu Di, with a touch of indulgence, continued, "The Jinyue is tasked with overseeing the officials. How could you possibly involve yourself with such an institution that offends both civil and military ministers? Should your father no longer be present in the future, and you ascend as the prince, they might covertly undermine you, leaving your father restless in his grave." Indeed, what you say is true, father," Zhu Gaozai hastily nodded, then, trembling, performed a bow before hastily departing. Once his son had left, Zhu Di turned to the Empress. "Empress, your uninvited presence suggests a matter of importance." In the presence of Li Qing, Su Miaoyun refrained from being overly bold, responding coldly, "It is indeed my fault for coming without summons. I absolve you of any wrongdoing," Zhu Di replied with a generous laugh. "Li Qing and I have state affairs to discuss. Do you have something to convey?" Su Miaoyun gritted her teeth, glancing at Li Qing. "Isn't Li Qing feeling unwell?" "Oh, yes. Li Qing, not wishing to meddle in the affairs of the fourth prince, made a hasty retreat. "You cannot leave. Which is more important? State matters or personal concerns?" Zhu Di firmly grasped Li Qing. then turned to his wife with a smile. Empress, Li Aiqing is not a stranger. Speak your mind. Li Qing remained, while Su Miaoyun, unable to express her frustration, restrained herself and asked, Might I inquire when His Majesty intends to establish the crown prince? You need not concern yourself with this matter, Zhu Di replied, visibly displeased. The inner court must not meddle in state affairs. Perhaps emboldened by Li Qing's presence, the fourth prince added, Empress, do not let favoritism lead to arrogance. Li Qing looked at Zhu Di in astonishment, softly murmuring, How do you dare? Zhu Di realized he had perhaps gone too far and attempted to amend. Li Qing and I have state matters to discuss. Empress, please return for now, and we shall converse later about your concerns. Yes, I shall comply, Su Miaoyun responded with a graceful bow. Exuding respect, state affairs are of utmost importance. I shall await outside. Within the hall, the two sovereigns deliberated on state matters, while a pair of watchful eyes lurked at the doorway. Neither had the heart to continue their discussions, as Li Qing felt increasingly burdened, wishing to depart, yet Zhu Di resolutely prevented him. If you ignore her, there will be no trouble, Zhu Di muttered, regaining his composure, and then solemnly declared, Li Qing, I intend to reduce the fiefs. Chapter 7. Establishing the Bureau of Construction. Zhu Di was a rebel-turned-emperor, fearful that others might replicate his actions, leading to another tumult like the Jingnan campaign. Li Qing understood that, from a broader perspective, reducing the fiefs was not a misstep. The error lay with Zhu Yuanzhang, who had acted too hastily. Do you have any suggestions? Zhu Di inquired. Perhaps your majesty might first bestow some grace, Li Qing pondered. This would serve to pacify the princes and demonstrate your intentions, assuring them that you would not wield the sword against Qin as Jiang Wen did. Have the congratulatory tablets from the princes been delivered? Li Qing asked. Indeed. They arrived several days ago, Zhu Di confirmed. In truth, I share this sentiment. I wish to restore the titles of the Zhou, Dai, and even Xiang princes. Yet the 3 guards must indeed be reduced. Do not diminish them all at once. Leave some for them, Li Qing advised. At least retain 1 guard, and proceed gradually. Very well, Zhu Di acquiesced. He was compelled to rebel out of necessity. Thus he could empathize with the sentiments of the princes. However, the border princes of Qin, Jin, and Ming can no longer remain in their positions. Zhu Di declared solemnly, the responsibility of guarding the borders must transition from the princes to the court's military generals. Li Qing nodded slightly, recognizing the gravity of the matter. It required careful deliberation and should not be rushed, for time was on their side. I understand this, Zhu Di replied with a smile. But suddenly, he asked unexpectedly, Where is Jiang Wen? How would I know? Li Qing responded, his expression one of disbelief. Zhu Di frowned, saying, I consider you one of my own. If you hand Jiang Wen over to me, I promise to grant you a title of nobility after your death. I appreciate your offer. Li Qing responded with resignation. If I were truly aligned with him, would I assist you, your majesty? Why can't you comprehend that? Yet, with so many disheveled Taoists around, there are bound to be many untidy individuals. Li Qing chuckled. Moreover, whether that person is indeed Jiang Wen is still uncertain. When you entered the palace, I also made an appearance. You saw me, and I am no deity who could conjure him away. He paused, adding, Perhaps Jiang Wen deliberately chose to perish in some obscure corner just to vex you. Do not fall for it. The palace was vast, and Zhu Di knew he could not simply overturn the situation, nor did he dare to attempt such a thing. Alas, Zhu Di lamented, I have always felt he is not dead, and I fear the day he makes his return. Li Qing remarked with a smile, when the Yongle era flourishes. Even if Jiang Wen were to don the dragon robe and appear, he would not be the emperor. Yongle? Well, during my entrance to the palace, I overheard several Hanlon scholars discussing the era names, and I also thought of one. Li Qing said sheepishly, Is it pleasing to the ear? Zhu Di pondered. It lacks grandeur, yet it is acceptable. In truth, he desired to establish a martial era name, but with Hongwu preceding it. And given the tradition of having one martial and one literary era, he understood that his era name could only lean towards the literary. The titles of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong were well-established traditions. Zhu Di moved his elder brother and nephew out of the ancestral temple not only to affirm legitimacy, but also to secure a temple name for Taizong. Only the founding monarch could be referred to as an ancestor. There could only be one ancestor, and the subsequent rulers would be referred to as Zong. Among them, Taizong would be the foremost, in other words, the pioneer of a ruler who maintained stability, which Zhu Di naturally cherished. After mulling over the Yongle era name for a few moments, Zhu Di found it quite appealing and remarked with a smile, "Let us see when the time comes. If no more suitable name arises, we shall use this one." Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions regarding the details of the weaving bureau and finalized a plan. As Li Qing stood to take his leave, Zhu Di held him back, cheerfully suggesting, "Do not be in such a hurry. Let us enjoy a few drinks." Li Qing glanced outside and chuckled, "Your Majesty, why go through such trouble? What must be faced will be faced in due time." "You talk too much," Zhu Di retorted, shooting him a glare before calling out, "Empress, you may return. We shall be here for quite a while." In the presence of outsiders, Su Miaoyun was indeed obedient, bowing before turning to leave. However, Li Qing knew that this matter was far from over. Regrettably, he would not be able to partake in the outcome. Before long, the food and wine were served, and after the eunuchs had checked for poison, the two commenced their meal. "Although you hold no official position, you still must attend court." Zhu Di took a sip of wine and remarked, "At your age, you stand at the pinnacle of life. You must not succumb to despair. Look at me, the emperor. To be candid, your words have been echoed many times by Emperor Taizu." Li Qing helplessly set down his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Really, it is utterly unnecessary. You are overstepping. Your Majesty." Zhu Di's expression darkened. "Do you think I am merely spinning dreams for you? Is it not so?" Isn't it?" Li Qing retorted. You are educated. Have you not heard that a ruler's worries are the subject's disgrace, and a ruler's disgrace is the subject's death? I have just ascended to the throne, acutely aware of the grave responsibilities I bear, and I am overwhelmed with trepidation. Are you not ashamed?" "Not in the slightest," Li Qing grinned. "I am not idle. You know me well, Your Majesty. I am one who can perform but not articulate. Moreover, attending court daily risks contamination from the civil officials. Even Emperor Taizu did not require my presence at court every day." Sensing the displeasure on the fourth prince's face, Li Qing hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall earnestly attend to the affairs of the weaving bureau. You may rely on me." Zhu Di's demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, in every era, grand promises hold substantial appeal. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Di nodded. "Very well. If you choose not to attend court, so be it, but the official duties must be executed properly. Otherwise, I shall withhold your salary. Truly, you bear the traits of Emperor Taizu," Li Qing sincerely remarked. "Is that so?" Zhu Di straightened his posture, signaling for him to continue speaking. Faced with such a person, Li Qing lacked the inclination for banter and stated candidly, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to issue an edict regarding the weaving bureau. It would prepare the gentry in advance, allowing me to manage affairs more effectively. That is agreeable. Tomorrow I shall have the Hanlin Academy draft it, and the Ministry of Rights will promulgate it," Zhu Di replied. "The Jinui has been reinstated. As long as one's mind is sound, there should be no objections. However, should anyone seek to thwart my intentions, I shall ensure they face repercussions." Upon returning home as dusk approached, Li Qing began to strategize for the weaving bureau. Zhu Di possessed one quality that surpassed Zhu Yuanzhang considerably, his audacity. Once he set his mind to something, he dared to act. In matters of vision and strategy, Zhu Di indeed surpassed his predecessors. Starting from scratch would be too slow. Initially, we shall procure ready-made silk and sericulture, selecting workers from the gentry's workshops, as the court aims to reduce their silk production and will not require so many laborers. Li Qing mused softly. Additionally, we must establish an assembly line. Each step, cocoon collection, drying, boiling, silk reeling, and drying, must have clearly defined roles to enhance both efficiency and quality. "Sir, have a cup of tea and take a break," Wan Ling said with concern. "You have been talking for quite some time." Very well," Li Qing replied, accepting the tea and taking a sip. He then pulled her into his embrace, gently stroking her dark locks with his chin, whispering, "In a few days, the weaving bureau will commence construction, and I must oversee it. Is it far?" Wan Ling, who had been enjoying the moment, now felt a twinge of anxiety. "Not far. Just in Jinling," Li Qing reassured her with a smile. "Later, we may also establish one in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but that is a matter for the future. Do not worry. I shall return home each day." Wan Ling nodded contentedly. "As long as you are at home, my heart is at ease, awaiting your return. There is hope." Li Qing, with a playful demeanor, cupped her face and shared a tender kiss. After a moment, she chuckled softly, saying, "Once the weaving bureau is nearly completed, you shall accompany me, disguised as maids, whenever the gentleman ventures out. Wanling blinked her sparkling eyes, inquiring, "Is that truly permissible?" "Why would it not be?" Li Qing replied with pride. "After all, I am a marquis. It is entirely reasonable for me to have a few maids accompany me." "Indeed," Wanling murmured, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "Sister Lianxiang can do it. I can too." As days passed, Li Qing enjoyed the comforts of life and ventured into the outskirts of the capital, closely monitoring the construction of the weaving bureau. Following the celebratory firecrackers, she pretended to wield a shovel, scooping a handful of earth, and proclaimed, "Let the work commence." The eager craftsmen immediately sprang into action, digging the foundation with fervor. Watching with great interest, Li Qing lamented the absence of an excavator, thinking it would have enhanced the spectacle. With over 3,000 skilled laborers, their efficiency was commendable. In just a few days, the foundation was laid, and soon bricks, timber, and stone were transported in great quantities from nearby sources. Although the speed of construction could not compare to future standards, the collective strength of the workforce ensured a satisfactory pace. After spending some time observing the orderly progress, Li Qing began to arrange for labor recruitment and engaged with local gentry regarding the procurement of looms and silkworms. Chapter 8. The reduction of fiefs. The emperor's edict had been issued, and Li Qing's negotiations proceeded smoothly. While the wealthy gentry were reluctant in spirit, they dared not express their discontent. One by one, Li Qing addressed the matters of labor, looms, and silkworms, and the gentry could do nothing but acquiesce. After a month and a half of deliberations, Li Qing finally finalized the project. Now, they awaited the completion of the weaving bureau to commence operations. With some leisure time, Li Qing took the three young ladies for leisurely strolls, indulging in shopping and occasionally visiting the construction site, embracing a relaxed pace of life. Meanwhile, the construction of the Longjiang shipyard also commenced, overseen by Sanbao. The court's expenditures surged dramatically, yet fortunately, the solid foundation laid by the late Emperor Zhu enabled the treasury to sustain the outflow. As autumn yielded to spring, another year passed in the blink of an eye. The new year heralded a fresh start, with Zhu Di establishing the Yongle era, officially ushering in his reign. All feudal lords came to offer their congratulations, creating a lively atmosphere in the capital. Zhu Di, ever magnanimous, covered all expenses during the feudal lord's visit to the capital. In early February, Zhu Di summoned all feudal lords to the Fengtiang Hall Plaza, inviting esteemed civil and military officials to a grand banquet. The Zhou, Dai Qing, and Ning lords approached one by one to extend their congratulations, performing the customary rites of reverence. After the formalities, the festivities commenced. Li Qing and Dao Yan shared a table with Zhu Di, basking in the grandeur of the occasion. Fortuitously, Dao Yan sat to her left, a vegetarian monk, while unfortunately, to her right sat the gluttonous little fatty, who indulged excessively. "Qingge, do not be preoccupied solely with eating," little fatty whispered. "I have something to tell you." Li Qing retorted, "Could you please swallow your food before speaking?" With a gulp, little fatty raised his cup, washing down his morsel with drink. Li Qing surveyed his surroundings and noticed that nearly all the substantial dishes within reach had been polished off by Xiaopeng. With a sigh, he set down his chopsticks. "What's the matter?" Xiaopeng whispered. "It's about the air." Li Qing's heart stirred, and he lowered his voice. "Should you really be concerned about this? Who else could handle it but you?" "No, I don't want to be the crown prince," Xiaopeng murmured, leaning closer to explain. "My father favors the second son. Now that the emperor has established his reign, the matter of succession will soon be brought to the forefront again. Your influence holds weight. So please assist the second son when the time comes." "I don't wish to help him." Li Qing shook his head. "I think you're quite capable." Xiaopeng rolled his eyes. "You're not my father. Your opinion of me holds little significance." Li Qing was at a loss, puzzled. "Isn't being the crown prince a good thing?" "At least not under my father's rule," Xiaopeng replied with a bitter smile. "You don't understand him. He enjoys playing with people, and I fear I might be toyed with to death." "What are you two whispering about?" Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Di had approached from behind, startling Xiaopeng into a tremor. Nothing. Zhu Di snorted. "You lack any decorum. How could you possibly appear worthy of being an heir?" Yes. Father Emperor is right." Xiaopeng nodded vigorously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhu Di gave him a hearty pat on the back and declared loudly, "Everyone, I have an announcement." All present set down their cups and turned their attention to Zhu Di. "All of you princes are my brothers, my sons and nephews, part of the illustrious lineage of the Ming dynasty. As the saying goes, a body of gold cannot rest in a humble hall." Zhu Di's words wandered. leaving the princes bewildered. However, among the less astute, there were those who grasped the underlying meaning. Ning Wang Zhu Quan quickly stood and said, "Your Majesty, you are wise. I, your humble servant, have been entrusted by the late emperor to command the troops at the border. Though I have served diligently over the years, my abilities are limited, and I feel unworthy of such a heavy responsibility. I hope your Majesty will grant me a respite." Zhu Di's face hardened. 17th brother, what are you doing? Do you think I wish to imitate Zhang Wen and reduce your fief? Your wisdom is unmatched, your Majesty. How could I ever think such a thing? Zhu Quan replied earnestly. Truly, my capabilities are limited, and after years at the border, I am unwell. I sincerely hope for your Majesty's permission. I see you merely wish to shirk your duties. Zhu Di said, his displeasure evident. Alas, guarding the border is indeed arduous. Since you wish to rest, I shall not force you. Pausing, he continued, over the years. 17th brother, your contributions have been invaluable. I am well aware of that. Xia Aiqing, your servant is here. Xia Yuanji stood and bowed. Ning Wang's annual stipend will be increased by 5,000 sure. Zhu Di declared generously, make a note of it. As you command. Zhu Di smiled heartily. 17th brother, Daning is a harsh land. You have endured much hardship. I have decided to grant you a prosperous fief in Jiangnan. Do you accept? Jiangnan. Zhu Quan's heart soared. I accept, and I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Upon witnessing this, the other princes understood the situation and promptly rose to resign, willingly relinquishing their military authority. They recognized that Zhu Di was not Zhu Yuanzhang. The military commanders were united in their loyalty to him. Even if he resorted to violent means to reduce their fiefs, they had little choice but to comply. The contrast was clear. Compared to Zhang Wen, Zhu Di's actions were far more favorable. What are you all doing? Zhu Di, filled with fury, exclaimed, are you conspiring to coerce me? The ministers and princes hastily clarified that they lacked the capability to bear such responsibilities. They requested to resign, but Zhu Di refused. After repeated resignations, Zhu Di reluctantly consented. Everything unfolded as anticipated, and Zhu Di felt a sense of exhilaration, proclaiming, you are all my brothers and nephews. I shall not treat you unfairly. He instructed that the Prince of Zhou's annual salary be increased by 5,000 stones, while the Prince of Dai received an additional 2,000 stones. Apart from the princes of Ning and Zhou, all other vassal kings were granted a 2,000 stone increase. Initially, Zhu Di wished to offer more, but was dissuaded by Li Qing and Dao Yan. Thus, over the course of a banquet, a significant matter regarding the reduction of vassal states was discreetly resolved. The diminutive Zhu had spent years diminishing his own power, while Zhu Di had managed to amicably settle the issue with but a single feast. After the banquet, Zhu Di commanded the vassal kings stationed at the borders to return to their domains to gather their belongings, assuring them that he would find them suitable placements. The process of reducing their power was surprisingly smooth. Zhu Di had intended to leave them a guard, but the princes steadfastly declined, compelling Zhu Di to relent. In truth, it was not that they did not desire it, but rather that they suspected the fourth prince was testing them. The ease with which their power was diminished could not be overlooked. Had it not been for Zhu's ruthlessness, Zhu Di's benevolence would not have been as apparent. Zhu Di, in high spirits, felt unsatisfied with the revelry and invited Li Qing and Dao Yan to continue drinking in the central hall. Of course, it was only Zhu Di and Li Qing who partook in the wine, as Dao Yan, being a monk, abstained from both meat and alcohol, opting instead for tea. The old monk, however, was not unaware of the many monks who indulged in wine, meat, and even took wives and bore children. What pretense was this? As the saying goes, wine and meat may pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. Li Qing, witnessing Dao Yan's discomfort, spoke up on his behalf. Indeed, Zhu Di, with a mischievous inclination, poured Dao Yan a cup. Li Qing insisted that he join in the revelry. Dao Yan, however, remained resolute, unwilling to yield. Drink this cup, and I shall reward you with 10 beautiful maidens. Zhu Di tempted. Dao Yan, vexed, thought to himself that even if he desired such a reward, his aging body could scarcely comply. Approaching 70, what could he do but shed tears? At that moment, a young attendant rushed in to report, Your Majesty, the Prince of Ning seeks an audience. What does he want? Zhu Di pondered, scratching his head. Let him in. Li Qing and Dao Yan, observing this, prepared to take their leave, but Zhu Di assured them, it is of no consequence, it won't take long. Shortly thereafter, the Prince of Ning entered, performing the customary bow of respect. The The two stood aside. Zhu Di, with a beaming smile, assisted him, saying, 17th brother, there is no need for such formality in bidding farewell. What brings you here? With a forced chuckle, Zhu Quan replied, I wish to inquire where your majesty intends to bestow my fief. Where would you like to go? Zhu Di inquired with a smile. Recalling the fourth brother's earlier declaration of shared dominion, Zhu Quan found some confidence and replied, I wish to go to Suzhou. Zhu Di's smile faltered, and he shook his head slightly. Suzhou is not suitable. Think of another place, and I shall grant it. What about Hangzhou? Zhu Quan ventured cautiously. Think again, and I shall grant it. Zhu Di's smile faded, and his tone turned slightly stern. Consider wisely. A surge of anger welled up within Zhu Quan. Yet he dared not express it, responding sheepishly, I am but a fool. I leave it to your majesty's discretion. Look at you, hesitating to make a choice. Allow me to assist you. Zhu Di resumed his smile. How about a location somewhat to the west of Jiangnan? Your servant has no objections, Zhu Quan replied, cupping his hands in respect. May I inquire, your majesty, how far west? Hongdu. Zhu Quan was taken aback. That seemed excessively westward. Hongdu boasts picturesque scenery and is renowned as a land of fish and rice, ideal for relaxation. What do you think, my 17th brother? Zhu Di displayed a demeanor of indifference to thanks. Your servant expresses gratitude. Zhu Quan's expression grew somber. I shall take my leave. Take care on your journey. I shall not accompany you, Zhu Di murmured. And as for Suzhou and Hangzhou, how fanciful. Chapter 9. Unraveling the hearts. Not the systematic reduction of the fiefs proceeded smoothly without inciting discord. As the princes complied willingly, there was little choice in the matter. Li Qing had no time to intervene. He was entirely absorbed in establishing his weaving bureau. The bureau had been completed, and the weaving machines and other equipment were gradually being introduced. Li Qing found himself increasingly occupied while simultaneously immersing himself in the intricacies of silk weaving. To ensure everything ran smoothly, he decided to reside at the weaving bureau. Nevertheless, he summoned his third daughter to join him, and life remained pleasant. Sir, tea. Hong Xiu offered, presenting a cup of fragrant tea. The eunuch Xiao Gizi reported that silkworms had been abundantly procured and inquired whether they should commence work. She had become Li Qing's secretary, diligently reporting daily activities. Let us wait for the astronomical bureau to select an auspicious day, Li Qing said, pulling her close and fondling her soft form. You have worked hard these days. To assist you brings me joy, Hong Xiu replied, nestled in his embrace. Her voice tinged with melancholy. Sir, my youth has faded, and I have begun to sag. Nonsense. Your touch remains delightful, Li Qing chuckled, in your vibrant youth. You are at an alluring age. This is precisely the type I adore. You flatter me excessively, Hong Xiu teased, though a satisfied smile graced her face. What man does not favor youth and beauty? You need not indulge us. She leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on Li Qing's lips, whispering, Sir, do not think we suffer. In truth, we have been quite happy over the years. However, if you were to endure hardship because of us, I would rather part ways this very moment. Not at all. I am quite the heartbreaker. I would surely forget you in time, Li Qing replied, laughing heartily. Oh, you are far too confident. Hong Xiu pouted, her eyes darting playfully. Sir, in a few years, I wish to move out. Before Li Qing could respond, she added, Please allow me to finish, will you? Very well, speak on. Hong Xiu continued. In this lifetime, encountering you has fulfilled me immensely. Yet, I do not wish for you to witness my gradual transformation into an old woman. I desire to remain in your heart as a vision of beauty. Li Qing chuckled softly and countered. Do you believe I am merely enamored with your physical form? You have served me faithfully for so long. In time, it will be my turn to care for you. When you grow old, I shall push you in a cart to bask in the sun, stroll through the streets, and enjoy the simplicity of life in our twilight years. Life encompasses more than mere desire. It also embraces warmth. Consider how delightful such a life would be. Li Qing understood that as they aged, they began to feel increasingly insecure. Not only Hong Xiu, but even the carefree Lian Xiang had lost some of her brightness. It's best not to dwell on this any longer. Li Qing pinched her and assigned her a task to properly guide those two girls. If they entertained such thoughts again, she would deal with them harshly. Oh, I understand, Hong Xiu pouted, holding on a bit tighter. But what will you do, sir? One day, the secret will be revealed. If future rulers discover your secret, the consequences could be dire. Li Qing chuckled. At that time, I shall retreat from public life and experience the myriad facets of existence. I care not for power or wealth. Rest assured, a person like me will never suffer losses or neglect oneself. While the two were engrossed in their affectionate exchange, Li Yanxiang approached, intending to engage in something thrilling with the Sir. However, upon seeing Hong Xiu, she quickly retreated. "Come here, girl," Li Qing called out to her. Li Yanxiang halted and turned back, sheepishly remarking, "I seem to have come at an inopportune time." Li Qing shook his head with amusement. "Go fetch Wanling. I wish to give them a lesson." "All right." Li Yanxiang licked her lips, thinking, the Sir is determined to see this through. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yanxiang returned with Wanling. Once the door was secured, Li Yanxiang began to undress, but Wanling pressed her hand down, saying, "Sister, there are others outside. Please don't be reckless." Li Qing looked on, exasperated. "Li Yanxiang, you misunderstood. I have something important to discuss with you." "Oh, I see." Li Yanxiang blushed as she fastened her clothing. "What does the Sir wish to say?" "Sit down, everyone." Li Qing cleared his throat. "Today, I shall impart a lesson on philosophy, or rather, a lesson on thought." The three girls sat in a row, blinking up at him like eager students. Seeing they were ready, Li Qing asked, "Who am I?" "You are the Sir." They replied, "No, there are many Sirs. How can they represent me?" The girls were perplexed. "Is the Sir Li Qing?" "Wrong again. I can be called Li Qing, and others can call me that too. But who is the Sir?" The girls were becoming confused. Li Qing continued, "I am simply me, a unique spark." Cough. "I digress. What I wish to convey is that every individual is an independent entity, possessing a singular consciousness that cannot be replaced. You are Hong Xiu, Li Yanxiang, Wan Ling, and also my women, but these are merely facades. If you cast aside these identities, do you cease to be yourselves? Absolutely not. Everything you have experienced belongs to you. You are not mere extensions of me." Li Qing's discourse left the three girls in a state of contemplation, igniting their thoughts. As he spoke fervently, he finished his drink of cool tea, urging them not to worry about aging or becoming less attractive. They should simply relish what they deserve. The three girls nodded, not fully grasping his words, yet sensing the deeper meaning behind them. Observing their reactions, Li Qing let out a long sigh of relief, for he feared their insecurities might lead them to leave him without a word, or even worse. "All right, the weaving bureau is nearly prepared," Li Qing said as he stretched. "Let us take a couple of days to rest at home and await the auspicious date chosen by the astrological bureau." The three girls nodded, feeling a sudden clarity after hearing the Sir's words, as the lingering gloom within them slowly dissipated. The weaving bureau was not far from home. After a brief carriage ride of less than 2 hours, the four of them arrived home. That evening, they shared a profound sense of empathy, and their negative emotions dissipated. Having settled their matters, Li Qing devoted herself to her career. The following day, in the imperial study, Li Qing presented the operational plan for the weaving bureau to Zhu Di. Zhu Di appeared somewhat perplexed, asking, "What is a production line?" Li Qing clarified, "It refers to a clearly defined division of labor." She elaborated, starting from silkworm cocoons. The process includes collecting, drying, boiling the cocoons, reeling the silk, drying the silk, twisting, spinning, plaiting, twisting again, weaving silk, dyeing, and drying. Each step is handled by a specialized individual. Over time, as the workers become adept, both quality and output will improve. Li Qing emphasized that the weaving bureau represented the court and the royal family, and the quality of silk must not be taken lightly. Once it sets sail, it would also represent the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di approved of her statement, inquiring whether the silkworms and workers had been secured. Li Qing nodded, stating they were merely waiting to commence. She asked the emperor whether the opening day should be selected by the Bureau of Astronomy or if he would prefer to decide personally. "Let the Bureau of Astronomy choose," Zhu Di replied, acknowledging the ancient customs of superstition that he could not wholly dismiss. He added, "I shall instruct them to quickly determine an auspicious date." After a pause, he expressed his frustration with the ministers, asking, "Whom do you believe is most suitable to become the crown prince?" Li Qing shrugged, "That question is rather pointless. It has always been the tradition to establish the eldest son as the heir." Zhu Di, dissatisfied with her response, appeared displeased. "I find the eldest son inadequate. Should he ascend, he would undoubtedly favor the civil officials, and I fear we might see a repeat of Jiang Wen's reign." "That is improbable," Li Qing asserted firmly. "Your Majesty, you underestimate him," Zhu Di countered. "Yet it is a fact that he cannot suppress the military generals. Do you not realize? The civil officials can ascend to great heights with mere favors, and if they gain power, the Ming dynasty is doomed. Then why did you establish the cabinet last month? Li Qing asked with a wry smile. Creating a cabinet is hardly better than reinstating the chancellor's system. Preposterous. Zhu Di retorted, his eyes narrowing. The chancellor wields decision-making, advisory, and administrative powers. It took great effort for the founding emperor to abolish that. I cannot simply restore it. Decision-making power must firmly remain in the hands of the emperor. Zhu Di declared. Advisory power will be given to the cabinet, while administrative power will be divided among the 6 ministries, with local governance handled by the 3 departments overseeing justice, military, and administration, directly accountable to the 6 ministries. This way, officials can focus on their specific duties. Moreover, those who enter the cabinet will be clerks, inspectors, and scholars, devoid of official titles, thus preventing them from monopolizing power. They do not belong to the power structure and hold lower ranks, which greatly limits their authority. Li Qing replied softly. A county official may not be as effective as the current administrator. Today, as administrator may well surpass the county official tomorrow. What am I to do then? Zhu Di exclaimed, his temper flaring. With a deluge of memorials flooding in, even if I do not eat, drink, or sleep, I cannot manage. Someone must undertake these tasks. Else, what purpose do those civil officials serve? Li Qing found herself at a loss for words. Governance cannot bypass civil officials, and it is indeed unrealistic to have generals, accustomed to the battlefield, manage state affairs. This presents a conundrum. If you favor civil officials, they will rise in power, yet governance of the realm necessitates their involvement. At least for now, Zhu Di's system appeared sound. Restoring the chancellorship directly and allowing it to develop over several decades or even centuries might lead to a situation far more severe than that of the cabinet. Chapter 10. The designation of the crown prince. Dare I inquire, Your Majesty, who are the members of the cabinet? Zhu Di stretched lazily and replied, Xie Jin, Huang Huai, Hu Guang, Hu Yan, Jin Yuzi, Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong. Such a multitude? Li Qing exclaimed, astonished. Having many individuals is beneficial for governance, as it mitigates the risk of autocracy. Zhu Di inquired with curiosity. You seem to harbor significant reservations about the cabinet? Li Qing, with a wry smile, shook his head. It is not entirely so. The cabinet indeed plays a substantial role in alleviating the emperor's burdens. Consider the playful Zhengde, the absent-minded Jiajing, and especially Wanli, who was utterly disengaged. Yet, the Ming dynasty continued to function smoothly, relying heavily on the cabinet's support. Despite their autocratic tendencies, one cannot claim they are devoid of merit. Overall, the establishment of the cabinet has its advantages and disadvantages. It is not entirely detrimental. With this thought, Li Qing found himself less resistant to the notion. After a brief discussion on the cabinet, Zhu Di shifted the topic to the appointment of a successor, stating, To be honest, I wish to designate the second son. You are the emperor. Your word is final. Li Qing replied expressionlessly. That is your prerogative. Zhu Di sighed. Alas, he is not the eldest. Li Qing, at a loss for words, thought, You have expressed your opinions. What further can I add? Noticing his silence, Zhu Di continued. Li Qing, speak candidly. In your view, who is more suitable to be the crown prince? The eldest. Setting aside the fact of his being the firstborn? Still the eldest, Li Qing asserted earnestly. In comparison to martial prowess, the capabilities of the crown prince himself are of greater importance, are they not? Zhu Di was silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Indeed. The second is rather simple-minded. Li Qing advised, the position of crown prince should not be left vacant for too long. I implore your majesty to make a swift decision to avert internal strife. Zhu Di pondered. Li Qing, your intellect is sharp. Is there a way to foster a closer relationship between the eldest and the military officials? Regrettably, I cannot think of one, Li Qing replied with a bitter smile. The second prince has been immersed in the military environment since childhood, a factor that the eldest cannot compete with. Especially during the Jingnan campaign, Zhu Neng, Qiu Fu, and other meritorious heroes were companions of the second prince. How can the eldest compare? Zhu Di lamented, I concede that I may be somewhat biased, but I cannot bear the entire blame. You know the eldest's physique. He becomes winded after a mere few paces. I would wish to introduce him to the military lifestyle, yet he is simply not capable. After some contemplation, Li Qing suggested, why not focus on nurturing the grandson? Allowing him to grow close to the military figures from a young age? Involving him in future military endeavors would be a prudent strategy. The little chubby one cannot be moved. We can only support his son. The grandson? Zhu Di's eyes sparkled. and he nodded vigorously. This idea is indeed commendable. If I were to live for another 20 years, that would provide ample time for cultivation. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. Nurturing the grandson from an early age would yield greater benefits than attempting to cultivate the simpleton midway, while also preserving the established principle of primogeniture. It is truly a win-win situation. Zhu Di, himself having attained power under questionable circumstances, upheld the principles of propriety and law, as he wished for his descendants to inherit their rightful positions. The more one lacks something, the more fervently they desire it for their offspring. Otherwise, given Zhu Di's character, he would not express such fondness for the second son while being riddled with concerns. With a sigh, Zhu Di declared, "You shall attend tomorrow's morning court as well." Li Qing's heart stirred as he tentatively inquired, "Is the emperor planning to designate an heir?" "Indeed," Zhu Di sighed. "It would spare us the endless disputes among the civil and military officials." Li Qing chuckled, "The sooner the better, to avoid internal strife and preserve the bond among brothers." Yes, indeed. The affection for grandchildren transcends generations. Old Zhu delights in his grandson, and so does the fourth. Just the thought of his eldest grandson made Zhu Di beam with joy. "What are your thoughts on my eldest grandson, Li Qing?" Li Qing couldn't help but smile, pondering how much insight a mere child could possess. Yet, reflecting on the prosperous reign of Rinxian, he had to concede that the boy was indeed commendable. Thus, he jested, "A virtuous grandson. The Ming dynasty shall flourish for 3 generations. Is that so?" Zhu Di grinned broadly, but then his expression shifted to one of discontent. "What do you mean by 3 generations? It should thrive for millennia." Li Qing clasped his hands in apology. "Your servant's words were impertinent. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." "Your Majesty." "Enough, enough. I shan't hold it against you," Zhu Di said, feeling a weight lifted from his heart, his mood buoyed. "Do take time to visit Sambao. Do not solely indulge in pleasures." Li Qing fell silent. "Your Majesty, there is something I am unsure whether to voice." "Speak freely. Could we perhaps discuss something of substance?" "What do you mean?" Li Qing replied, "For instance, an increase in my salary." "Your salary is already substantial," Zhu Di remarked, puzzled. "Do you find it insufficient?" Li Qing replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, I am not coveting a mere pittance. I merely wish to gauge your regard for me." Zhu Di shot him a glare. "You are quite the joker. I shall grant you an additional 500 share annually." After a pause, he added, "Work diligently. I shall not neglect your contributions." Li Qing spontaneously replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall indeed work diligently." Once the words left his lips, he was momentarily taken aback. This scenario felt oddly familiar. The following day, before dawn, Li Qing arose, yet upon arriving at the Fengtian Hall, he found himself slightly tardy, having only just arrived before Zhu Di. Shortly after, Zhu Di ascended the jade steps, and the officials bowed in reverence, chanting, "Long live the Emperor." "All rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials stood upright, arranging themselves in order. Then, the Minister of Revenue, Xia Yuanzhi, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." "Proceed." "The Crown Prince is the foundation of our nation, and as the Prince has reached maturity, I implore Your Majesty to designate the heir forthwith." "I second that." The Minister of Rights followed suit. Soon after, ministers from the departments of Personnel, Works, and Justice echoed similar requests. "Your ministers speak wisely," Zhu Di chuckled, signaling to the eunuch standing nearby. The eunuch understood and promptly retrieved the imperial edict, proclaiming, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the eldest son, Rinshao, is steady and prudent, being the rightful heir of the royal lineage, in accordance with divine will and public sentiment. I hereby declare to heaven and earth, the ancestral temple, and the state, that the imperial treasure be bestowed upon him, designating him as crown prince. The second son, valiant and skilled in battle, shall be conferred the title of Prince of Han. The third son, endowed with intelligence, shall be titled Prince of Zhao. Let this be known throughout the realm." Thus decreed. "The emperor is indeed wise," the civil officials exclaimed, kneeling with flushed faces, exhilarated that the emperor had finally established the heir in accordance with tradition, naming the legitimate eldest son. This rekindled hope among them. It was well known that the eldest son favored scholarship over martial pursuits, promising a more favorable existence for the civil officials once he ascended the throne. In stark contrast, the expressions of the military generals were less than favorable, especially among the generals of the Jingnan campaign. They were comrades of the second prince, and naturally hoped for him to become the crown prince. However, Zhu Di left no room for discussion, issuing an edict directly, and they could hardly defy the imperial command, resigning themselves to the decision. Moments later, the little chubby prince, garbed in princely robes, timidly entered the grand hall along the royal path. The attire was excessively tight, making him hesitant to breathe, fearing it would tear apart. He stood before the emperor, chest out and head held high, standing straight. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The ministers bowed in reverence. No need for formalities. The little prince, too apprehensive to make grand gestures, merely waved his hand lightly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Zhu Di gazed at his round, plump son, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This appearance was hardly to his liking. In this era, personal image held great significance, and officials were expected to possess well-defined features, especially those attending court. Most were strikingly handsome, let alone a sovereign. The little prince's visage indeed detracted from his stature. Never mind, there is still my grandson to support. Zhu Di consoled himself, forcing a semblance of paternal warmth. The affairs of state are burdensome. You must assist your father. I shall obey, the little prince replied, his cheeks still aflame. Observing him standing rigid and proud, lacking even a semblance of decorum, Zhu Di's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning stern. What is this? Has he become arrogant merely upon assuming the title of crown prince? Zhu Di, incensed, decided against the formal coronation ceremony, dismissively waving his sleeve. You may leave. Yes, I shall obey, the little prince replied, struggling to bow as he exited with his chest puffed out. Zhu Di's countenance darkened. What insolence! He tugged at his jade belt, his impatience rising. If any ministers have petitions, leave them for review. Dismissed. Without waiting for the ministers to pay their respects, he strode out in haste. Chapter 11. The aggrieved Zhu Gaoxiu in the Qianqing Palace. The little prince, one hand covering his head and the other protecting his lower body, collapsed onto the ground, allowing his father to vent his frustration. The crown prince's robes bore the burden they were never meant to carry, ripping apart in several places, utterly ruined. Zhu Di's chastisement of his son mirrored the unrelenting discipline of Zhu Yuanzhang in his time, striking without restraint. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaosui stood by, the former unwilling to intervene, and the latter too timid to act. Fortunately, the little prince's ample physique rendered him largely impervious to physical reprimands. Zhu Di, panting from exhaustion, found him unfazed, as if nothing had occurred. Even feeling the blows could have been harder. Everything possesses duality. The little prince's bulk proved to be advantageous during such punishments. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Di, fatigued from his exertions, barked, "Get up." "All right, father," Zhu Gaokai replied, dusting himself off as he rose from the ground, showing no signs of having been severely harmed. The third brother looked on with envy, being slender himself. He often felt he was fighting for his life during such encounters. Noticing that his father had calmed down, Zhu Gaosui, eyes darting, stepped forward. "Father, please temper your anger. Do not harm my elder brother, for he is frail. Those who understand the times are wise." Zhu Gaosui adeptly assessed the situation, recognizing that the second prince's prospects were dim and thus sought to align himself more closely with the elder brother. As he spoke, he moved closer to assist the elder brother in adjusting his princely attire. Though it had lost all semblance of worth, his attitude remained commendable. "Third brother, I am unscathed." Zhu Gaoqi gently waved his hand, explaining to Zhu Di, "Father, it is not that I am disrespectful, but this garment is rather tight, and I fear it may provoke laughter." "You." Zhu Di was instantly filled with ire, yet felt helpless. He scolded, "The esteemed princely attire has been reduced to a waistcoat by you. It is truly a waste of fine fabric." "Indeed, elder brother, you have been rather extravagant with materials," Zhu Gaosun remarked, his face reflecting the pain of wasted resources. "If I were to wear it, I would undoubtedly exude elegance." His words, though harsh, contained a kernel of truth. The elder brother's outfit was equivalent to the materials required for two of the third brother's garments. Moreover, the elder brother had an enormous appetite. In recent years, he alone had borne the daily expenses of the three siblings. This led to considerable dissatisfaction from the second and third brothers. The chubby-faced Zhu Gaosun, sensing his father's lingering anger, hastily interjected, "Father, this morning when I rose, Zhangji was clamoring to see grandfather. If you are not too busy, shall I summon him?" Upon hearing of his grandson's desire for him, Zhu Di's expression brightened. "Ah, bring him here." After a pause, he added, Now that you are the crown prince, you must shoulder your responsibilities and familiarize yourself with state affairs in the imperial study. Yes, I shall obey, Zhu Gaoqi replied with a bow. Since the garment had already been ruined, he executed the gesture with grace. I take my leave. Elder brother, do take care. Zhu Gaosun quickly supported him as they exited together. In the grand hall, only Zhu Di and Zhu Gaosun remained. Zhu Gaosun was seething with anger, the memory of the past grievances resurfacing vividly in his mind, causing his emotions to spiral out of control as he shouted, "Father, have you forgotten your earlier words?" "What words?" Zhu Di inquired, puzzled. Seeing his father's lack of acknowledgement only fueled Zhu Gaosun's ire further. The heir is often unwell. You should encourage him. Zhu Di felt a flush of warmth spread across his face. Typically, he would assert his authority to teach his son a lesson in paternal love. However, this time, he surprisingly refrained from anger, instead wearing a gentle expression. "Sir, come, let us sit and have a good talk." As he settled his son down, Zhu Di spoke warmly. "Do you know, every time I see you, I am reminded of my youth. How I wish you were the eldest." Zhu Di's words were filled with sincerity, and Zhu Gaosun could feel his father's genuine affection, causing his anger to gradually dissipate. The acknowledgement from his father deeply moved him. Yet, he still felt a twinge of indignation. "Father, am I truly inferior to elder brother?" Zhu Di shook his head. "Not at all. In my heart, you surpass him greatly." "Then why, father?" "Alas, my son, it is a matter of necessity. As the eldest son, I have borne my burdens. How could I allow you, my progeny, to bear the same?" Zhu Di's expression turned somber, reflecting his own regrets. Zhu Gaosun felt a wave of injustice wash over him, his voice thick with emotion. "Am I not your son, simply because I am not the eldest?" Seeing his son so distressed, even the iron-willed Zhu Di could not help but feel remorse. "What is it that you desire, my son? I shall grant you anything. I want nothing but to stay by your side," Zhu Gaosun replied quietly. Zhu Di pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. "Very well, I promise you that." Through their conversation, the bond between father and son significantly softened. At that moment, little Zhu Yuanzhang was led into the hall by a eunuch. Zhu Di's mood lifted as he scooped up the little one and showered him with affection. Grandfather Zhu Yuanzhang exhibited a hint of reluctance as the young child pressed his small hand against Zhu Di's mouth, pushing him away with a playful jab. "This little rascal," Zhu Gaochun, feeling somewhat disgruntled, scooped up Zhu Yuanzhang and mischievously pinched his cheek, exclaiming, "Come here, my dear nephew. Let your second uncle give you a hug." Zhu Yuanzhang, wincing from the pinch, was on the verge of tears and struggled to escape. Yet, Zhu Gaochun tightened his embrace, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "My precious nephew, let me see if you've gained any weight." As he spoke, he began to playfully poke and prod. "Let us hope you're not like your father." Upon hearing the term nephew, Zhu Di's expression darkened, and he abruptly seized his eldest grandson, reprimanding. "Do not call him that." He held a sensitivity towards those three words. Zhu Gaochun, perplexed, responded, "Father, isn't Zhangji indeed my nephew?" Zhu Di's face grew grim. "It's nothing of concern. You may return now." Zhu Gaochun's expression fell. "Your son takes his leave." Once he departed, Zhu Zhangji lamented, "Grandfather, uncle just pinched me so hard." Zhu Di's anger flared at this revelation. "You rascal. Do not worry, my dear grandson. Next time I see him, I shall give him a sound thrashing. Come, let us play a game of battle." The affection between generations was again vividly portrayed. At the Yongqing Marquette, Li Qing sat at home, savoring tea and listening to music. Having risen early that day, drowsiness began to envelop him, and he prepared to indulge in a brief nap. Just then, Hong Xiu approached quietly, saying, "Sir, the second prince has arrived. Inform him that I am unwell and unable to receive guests," Li Qing replied. He could see through the prince's intentions. He had no ties to the second prince and would not assist him, whether in public or private matters. Hong Xiu nodded and departed. Shortly after, Zhu Gaochun's boisterous voice echoed, "Sir, it is I, Gaochun." Li Qing chose to ignore him, accepting a blanket from Wanling and reclining in his chair, feigning deafness. Despite Li Qing's indifference, Zhu Gaochun persisted, making a ruckus in the front courtyard while the servants dared not intervene, much to Li Qing's annoyance. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way to the front courtyard, where Zhu Gaochun continued his loud declarations. "Cease your shouting. Does the Han King have any matters to discuss?" The mention of the Han King dimmed Zhu Gaochun's expression, but he quickly regained his composure, lifting 2 jars of fine wine. "Sir, today we must drink heartily." Just as Li Qing was about to decline, Zhu Gaochun strode into the guest hall, treating the place as his own. Faced with such an audacious character, Li Qing felt helpless, yet bore no moral burden. He had often taken advantage of others, so he instructed the servants to prepare some dishes to accompany the wine. Before long, the food was served, and Zhu Gaochun poured a cup for Li Qing, courteously stating, "Had it not been for you, sir, I would have likely met my end at the hands of Jiang Wen. So I toast to you." "You are too kind, Han King," Li Qing replied, clinking his cup with Zhu Gaochun's before drinking deeply. "This cup I raise in gratitude for your family's support." "You are too kind, Han King," Zhu Gaochun echoed. In a mere 15 minutes, the 2 jars of wine were nearly emptied, and Zhu Gaochun grew more talkative. He began to probe, "Sir, what do you think of me? The Han King is valiant and unparalleled. Few can compare. How do I measure against my elder brother?" This question placed Li Qing in a precarious position. Zhu Gaoxiu, understanding the situation, reached into his bosom and presented a generous handful of golden beans, modestly stating, "I know you are not in need of money, but this is a token of my gratitude for the life-saving favor you rendered me. It is not a bribe, you must accept it." Although the court had decreed that the common folk were forbidden from conducting transactions in gold and silver, it did not imply that these precious metals were without value. Gold and silver could always be exchanged for banknotes, whereas banknotes could not be converted back into gold and silver. Thus, they remained a hard currency. The large collection of golden beans Zhu Gaoxiu offered amounted to no less than 50 taels, which was indeed a significant sum. "Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept," Li Qing replied without reservation, gathering the golden beans into his palm and stowing them away in his waist pouch. "It is only fitting." "It is only fitting," Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled like a simpleton and then inquired, "Sir, who do you believe is stronger, I or my elder brother?" "Your elder brother," Li Qing responded candidly. Observing the bewildered expression on Zhu Gaoxiu's face, Li Qing could not help but silently lament. The second son truly resembles Zhu Di. That expression mirrored the one Zhu Di had when he sought the surrender of Biao'er, consuming the wine without fulfilling his part of the bargain, an uncanny resemblance indeed. How pitiful it would be if Zhu Di were to discover that his son had attempted to bribe Li Qing. He would surely be furious. Well aware of Li Qing's character, offering a bribe to Li Qing was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. It would be of no consequence. Zhu Gaoxiu remained perplexed, unable to fathom that such a person existed in the world. A hefty handful of golden beans, akin to tossing them into a pond where one could still see the splash. Yet, he received no support from Li Qing, nor even a kind word in return. It was utterly disheartening. "Sir, the weaving bureau is about to commence work, and I am quite busy with official duties. I must take my leave." Li Qing wiped his mouth, stood, and bowed before making his way outside, leaving Zhu Gaoxiu alone, bewildered by the turn of events. After a considerable time, Zhu Gaoxiu regained his composure, but with the host having departed, what significance remained for him as a guest? He could only rise in frustration and depart. All was ready at the weaving bureau. Only the commencement of work was awaited. Li Qing's presence held little purpose there, and with nothing pressing, he decided to visit the residence of the Duke of Liang. Chapter 12. The Heartless Emperor at the Duke of Liang's residence. Li Qing sat facing Lan Yu. The Lan Yu of today was a stark contrast to the man he once was. Years of unfulfilled ambition had drained his spirit, and he had aged considerably. Now 57, he was on the cusp of entering his 60s. "What brings you, such a busy man, to my humble abode today?" Lan Yu inquired with a smile, pouring tea for him. Li Qing gently lifted his teacup and replied with a smile, "I am merely taking a brief respite from my busy schedule." Observing the signs of aging on Lan Yu, Li Qing felt a pang of nostalgia and jested. "No more drinking, I see." "Not anymore," Lan Yu sighed, shaking his head. "I can no longer resist the passage of time. My body grows weaker by the day. I truly long for another campaign in the northern deserts." Li Qing remained silent. Zhu Yuanzhang did not employ Lan Yu, nor would Zhu Di. Both were intent on diminishing Lan Yu's influence, and further, there was Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's identity was too unique, or rather, too esteemed. Even Zhu Di regarded him with caution. In matters such as this, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Even if he spoke, Zhu Di would likely not acquiesce. Lan Yu took a sip of tea and inquired about the situation beyond the borders. On the surface, it appeared stable. Li Qing furrowed his brow and replied, "However, the specifics still require verification." Once the Jinui grows stronger, I plan to petition the emperor to send them to investigate the circumstances. Lan Yu nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. The two sat in silence for a considerable time. The warmth of their earlier camaraderie replaced by an unspoken understanding that the turmoil of the times made it difficult to return to their former closeness. Eventually, Li Qing took Lan Yu's pulse, prescribed a remedy, and advised him to take good care of his health. Lan Yu graciously accepted his goodwill and rose to see him out. Upon exiting the residence of the Duke of Liang, Li Qing gazed upward at the sky, lost in thought for a prolonged moment before turning to the residence of the Duke of Chao. Li Jinglong wore a similarly melancholic expression. For although Zhu Di relied on him, he did not empower him. In the shifting tides of power, despite Li Jinglong's significant contributions to Zhu Di, he remained a remnant of the Jiangwen era, lacking the foundational support that would instill greater confidence in Zhu Di. This sentiment extended beyond Li Jinglong to figures like Duke of Chongqing, Geng Bingguan, and Duke of Wuding, Guoying. Though Zhu Di bestowed substantial rewards, he refrained from granting them any real authority, subtly undermining their influence. There were even thoughts of eliminating them, but Li Qing and Dao Yan managed to dissuade such intentions. The heartlessness of a sovereign is often as such. Li Qing's continued prominence was attributed not only to his considerable achievements, but also to his detachment from both civil and military affairs, rendering him devoid of influence within the military. After exchanging pleasantries, the two men settled in the guest hall. Li Jinglong remarked, "Li brother, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. We must enjoy a good drink together today." Li Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. As the food and drink were served, the two raised their cups, sharing laughter and reminiscing about the past. The once frivolous youth, who had wandered the pleasure quarters with a gilded fan, had now matured into a composed middle-aged man. Li Jinglong, though lacking in remarkable talent, was no fool. Their rapport flourished as they conversed and drank until dusk descended, at which point Li Qing rose to take his leave. "Li brother," Li Jinglong called as Li Qing reached the door. Turning back with a smile, Li Qing asked, "What is it?" Li Jinglong approached slowly and said softly, "He is akin to the founding emperor, a true sovereign. However, because of this, you should reconsider your position. I cannot deter you, but I wish for your safety. It is prudent to remain discreet in your endeavors. The shifting loyalties of the court can render one's position perilous." He placed a reassuring hand on Li Qing's shoulder and added earnestly, "Consider your own interests in all matters." "Indeed, I shall take heed, brother," Li Qing replied. 7 days later, the weaving bureau officially commenced operations. The textile workers reported on schedule, and Li Qing organized them according to their respective skills, overseeing each step meticulously. The silk, looms, and dyes were procured from affluent merchants, greatly expediting the process. The weaving bureau bypassed cumbersome procedures, starting directly from boiling silkworm cocoons to extracting silk. During this period, Li Qing diligently studied a wealth of knowledge regarding silk weaving. Although he was not a weaver himself, he possessed a profound understanding of the craft. In the trial production phase, only seasoned workers were employed, while he scrutinized their work, offered constructive criticism, and provided guidance to less experienced laborers. After more than half a month of hard work, as Li Qing observed the transformation of silkworm cocoons into exquisite silk, a deep sense of satisfaction and pride welled within him. Thus far, only the land of Huaxia, only the illustrious Ming, can weave such exquisite creations. The intricate patterns, the rich colors, the sumptuous texture, Li Qing caressed them gently, unable to suppress his admiration. This is luxury, true luxury. He possessed unwavering confidence that such splendid items, once marketed abroad, would undoubtedly drive foreign connoisseurs into a frenzy. Such treasures, no other nation could replicate. The price, after all, would be dictated by the Ming. Moreover, there were porcelain, tea, and spices. Contemplating these, Li Qing's heart blossomed with visions of abundant silver. A month later, the weaving bureau found its rhythm. Yet Li Qing remained exceedingly busy, overseeing progress, ensuring quality, and managing eunuchs. Unfortunately, the fourth prince lacked faith in civil officials and insisted on eunuchs supervising the bureau, leaving Li Qing to instruct a group of inept individuals, teaching them hands-on. Fortunately, although these individuals bore little education, they were all quite clever, making Li Qing's task relatively effortless. The three ladies accompanied him, residing at the weaving bureau, assisting during the day and offering help at night. Sometimes in the side rooms, sometimes in the office. Overall, Life was quite delightful, a blend of work and leisure. After more than 2 months, as summer reached its peak and everything fell into place, Li Qing finally set aside his burdens to relish life. In June, the heat in Jinling was unbearable, thankfully. There were ice blocks to alleviate the discomfort. Li Qing reclined on a lounge chair, propped a fishing rod, and enjoyed chilled watermelon and sour plum juice on a small table, sipping to his heart's content, feeling refreshed and at ease. "Sir, the fish are biting," Wan Ling whispered softly. Li Qing awakened from his drowsiness, flicking his wrist to reel in a plump fish. After placing the fish into a bamboo basket, he stood up and smiled. 3 in total, 1 for steaming, another for braising, and the last for a fish stew. Lunch is settled. Wan Ling chuckled. "Just fish? What do you wish for, my dear?" Li Qing inquired with a grin. Wan Ling pondered. "Do you still have those century eggs you made last time?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied, one hand lifting the bamboo basket while the other held hers as they walked back. "Did you not say they looked unappetizing?" "Oh, though they may appear unappealing, they taste delightful," Wan Ling retorted with a radiant smile. Li Qing laughed softly. "If you wish to eat them, you must give your teacher a kiss. There are others present. Then do you desire to eat?" A breeze swept through, fluttering her dark tresses and lifting her verdant skirt. Though no longer in the bloom of youth, she remained a vision of beauty. Their lunch was filled with warmth and joy, sharing meals and conversation. Li Qing spoke more freely, even becoming somewhat chatty, addressing them affectionately as "my dear," bringing delight to the 3 ladies. They played music, engaged in chess. And as the scorching sun began to wane, Li Qing led them out for a stroll, purchasing garments, jewelry, and cosmetics. The 3 ladies perused the ready-made clothing shops, choosing outfits for their esteemed teacher, creating a cozy and relaxed atmosphere. Yet, there were those who could not abide Li Qing's enjoyment, such as Zhu Di. Zhu Di, witnessing Li Qing indulge in feasting and merriment, was filled with ire. The court's salaries flowed uninterrupted. How could one neglect their duties? Thus, he assigned Li Qing a task, compiling books. In the imperial study, upon hearing Zhu Di's directive, Li Qing resolutely shook his head. "Your Majesty, I lack the requisite education." "Nonsense, you are simply lazy," Zhu Di retorted, unconvinced. "Your Majesty, you are aware that I hold no official titles," Li Qing lamented. "How could I possibly compare to the likes of Xie Jin, Huang Huai, or Jin Yuzi? It is not that I am shirking my duties. Indeed, I lack the talent for prose, and the knowledge I once possessed has long faded into oblivion. Even if some theoretical concepts linger in my memory, they are of little use in this rudimentary era. Your Majesty, while I am willing to perform tasks, the prospect of writing a book truly burdens me. The act of writing is excruciating, and I genuinely wish to avoid it." Seeing his steadfast resistance, Zhu Di relented, albeit with a hint of irritation. "Very well, but you cannot remain idle. My generous stipend is on par with that of a duke. Do you not feel a pang of conscience for idling away your days? Do you believe you are worthy of your salary?" Li Qing, overwhelmed by the tirade, promptly suggested an alternative. "Your Majesty, we must pay close attention to the situation beyond the borders. The Jinui has grown significantly. It would be prudent to send them to the northern deserts to gather intelligence in preparation for future military campaigns." Zhu Di nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you could undertake this task?" "That would be inappropriate," Li Qing hastily declined. "Instead, I propose to visit the shipyard in Longjiang, Your Majesty. In your quest for great accomplishments, financial resources are essential. Would you not agree?" "Indeed," Zhu Di conceded, "as long as you do not spend every day idling at home. At your age, how can you afford to be so idle?" Li Qing sighed. "Your Majesty, you are aware that I am not as youthful as you." Zhu Di shot him a sidelong glance, yet remarked, "But you appear to be in fine health, not unlike a vigorous youth of 18. Chapter 13. Continued promises. Zhu Di observed Li Qing's enduring vitality with envy. "I must admit, I am quite envious of your energy. You still have the spirit to indulge in the company of women, unlike me, who toils daily like a dog." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to such a statement. "By the way, what is your secret to maintaining such vitality?" "Early to bed and early to rise, coupled with regular exercise." "Nonsense," Zhu Di retorted dismissively. "You act as if rising for court is akin to a death sentence. Would you truly rise early?" Li Qing sheepishly replied, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? I am a physician." After a pause, he tentatively offered, "If your Majesty harbors any unspoken ailments, I would be pleased to assist. Leave me be." "Very well." Li Qing turned to depart. "Wait, come back." Zhu Di called after him, somewhat sheepishly. That is to say, it would do me good to rejuvenate. My body has suffered greatly from years of warfare. Li Qing nodded. Please, Your Majesty, have a seat. Allow me to take your pulse. Zhu Di complied, extending an arm. Li Qing placed his hand on the royal wrist, his brow instinctively furrowing. I feel quite well, Zhu Di protested. For even the most fearless of men dread a physician's frown. Even Zhu Di was not exempt from such trepidation. Your Majesty, your health is sound. Li Qing assured him with a smile. Though age has diminished your vigor compared to your youthful days, this is entirely natural. Then why the furrowed brow? Zhu Di retorted, taken aback. Is there no remedy to restore me to the vitality of an 18-year-old? I shall prescribe a remedy, Li Qing replied. If your Majesty adheres to the regimen diligently, you will see significant improvement. However, your Majesty should prioritize state affairs. Indulgence can be detrimental. Zhu Di, displeased, urged him to hasten with the prescription. Li Qing swiftly penned a formula to strengthen the body, stating, once a day for a month will suffice. Very well. Zhu Di tucked the formula into his bosom and inquired, do you possess any means to temper a woman's temper? Upon hearing this, Li Qing instantly understood. Chuckling as he shook his head, Your Majesty, you are the Son of Heaven. What fear could you have of her? The Empress is understanding and would not indulge in jealousy without cause. Your Majesty, you are overthinking this. It was indeed pitiable that the illustrious Yongle Emperor had to bear the burden of infidelity in secret. Zhu Di's face flushed as he tried to maintain his dignity, exclaiming, how amusing. Would I fear her? Oh, I merely cannot bear to see her distressed. Women, as they age, often become insecure. I do not wish to neglect her. That is not fear, but love. Li Qing, in turn, expressed his admiration, remarking on the emperor's profound feelings. Both the fourth prince and Zhu Di shared a similar apprehension towards their wives. However, while Empress Ma was gentle, virtuous, and magnanimous, Empress Su, though tender and gracious, possessed a somewhat haughty disposition. Yet, the fourth prince was enamored with her character, and as an outsider, Li Qing felt it inappropriate to comment further. Zhu Di's progeny were relatively few compared to Zhu Yuanzhang's, with more than half being sired by Su Miaoyan, which spoke volumes. Li Qing, however, found it hard to believe that Su Miaoyan was free of jealousy. Zhu Di's expression turned awkward as he defended his wife, stating, in truth, the Empress is quite gentle. Not as you perceive. Li Qing nodded with amusement, conceding that the fourth prince indeed cherished his wife. After a while of discussing wellness, Zhu Di sighed. Li Qing, there has been a thorn in my heart. Do you know what it is? What is it? Zhangwen. Zhu Di's gaze was intense as he declared, do not feign ignorance. I know you have concealed him. Li Qing, taken aback, replied, then your Majesty might as well imprison me in the Zhao prison, perhaps with a round of torture. I would confess everything. Zhu Di, with a pleading look, asserted, I promise you, I shall not harm him, provided you facilitate a meeting. I apologize, but I truly do not know, Li Qing responded calmly. Why do you assume I have hidden him? Because of your loyalty, Zhu Di retorted coldly. I have a strong intuition that your involvement is behind Zhangwen's disappearance. It is truly not me, Li Qing replied with irritation, believe it or not, your Majesty. Zhu Di, vexed, declared, fine, should I find him, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. As long as it pleases your Majesty, Li Qing replied wryly. Zhu Di, with a hint of suspicion, asked, is it truly not you? Li Qing nodded helplessly. Your Majesty, now that you hold the esteemed position of emperor, with princes and subjects, and the acknowledgement of the people, what is there to fear? He questioned in confusion, Your Majesty, what is troubling you? I am indeed troubled, Zhu Di admitted bitterly. To be candid, I dream of Zhangwen arriving at my doorstep, leading my family to the guillotine. I have even dreamt of Emperor Taizu. Li Qing, do you know? Since the day I entered the capital, I have not enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, often awakened by nightmares. Zhu Di's brow was furrowed with exhaustion and dread. This position was seized through dishonor, and he feared it could be wrested from him again. He worried that in the afterlife, his father would neither recognize nor acknowledge him. That shall not happen. Emperor Taizu will not blame you, Li Qing reassured him. What Emperor Taizu values is not Zhangwen, but the stability of the Ming dynasty. Li Qing sketched a grand vision, proclaiming that as long as the emperor diligently governs, in the distant future, when he encounters the founding emperor, he shall take pride in your achievements. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed with a vigorous nod. To be candid, observing the current demeanor of Zhu Di, He felt a twinge of compassion. However, he was acutely aware that should Zhu Di learn of Zhu Yunwan's whereabouts, even 100 heads would not suffice to save the young Zhu. The worthiness of an emperor is not gauged by personal virtue, but by their accomplishments. Li Qing persisted in weaving his vision, asserting that should the emperor establish a flourishing era in the centuries to come, even those emperors in the afterlife would hold him in reverence, addressing him as brother. Gradually, the trepidation in Zhu Di's eyes dissipated, replaced by an ambitious fervor, as if he were a balloon inflated to its fullest, brimming with zeal. He abruptly stood, his chest heaving, his dark complexion turning a shade of crimson, while said, "This grand vision nourished Zhu Di's spirit, invigorating him thoroughly." After a considerable time, Zhu Di finally calmed from his excitement, instructing, "You may leave. I must attend to state affairs." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "I take my leave, Your Majesty." Li Qing returned home to enjoy a few days of tranquility before embarking on a visit to the Longjiang shipyard. The shipyard sprawled over nearly 1,000 acres, teeming with artisans. Yet, after wandering for a considerable time, he was astonished to find not a single vessel in sight. This perplexed him greatly, as the shipyard had commenced operations nearly simultaneously with the weaving bureau, which had resumed normal production, while here, not a hint of progress was evident. After a series of inquiries, he eventually located Sanbao, to whom he voiced his concerns. Sanbao chuckled wryly, explaining that constructing treasure ships was no simple task, and invited Li Qing to follow him. Arriving at Sanbao's office, he retrieved the blueprints for the treasure ship. "Sir, behold. This is the treasure ship we aim to construct for the Ming dynasty." Li Qing took the plans and unfurled them on the table. Upon discerning the ship's intricate designs, he was taken aback. "My goodness, is this not excessively large?" The vessel boasted 4 decks, with 9 masts and the capacity to hoist 12 sails. The anchor weighed nearly 5,000 jin, and the ship's dimensions were staggering, 44 zhang in length and 18 zhang in width, with an anticipated draft depth of 2.5 zhang. Just the draft depth rivaled that of a 2-story building, and the entire ship nearly equated to half the size of an aircraft carrier. Li Qing swallowed hard and stammered, "Sanbao, is it feasible to construct such a colossal ship?" "In theory, there are no issues," Sanbao affirmed. "These blueprints were meticulously crafted by dozens of master shipwrights over 3 months. It can indeed be built, albeit at a significant cost." Sanbao exhaled deeply, revealing that the greatest challenge in constructing the treasure ship lay in the procurement of timber. According to the shipwrights, it would require centuries-old, high-quality woods such as teak and cedar, known for their resistance to deformation. The mere tasks of locating, felling, and transporting the timber would demand a substantial financial and temporal investment. Li Qing inquired, "Approximately how long would it take?" Sanbao pondered for a moment, estimating that, according to the emperor's specifications for scale and quantity, completion would take no less than 1.5 years, and possibly as long as 2.5 years. Li Qing nodded, his gaze lingering on the blueprints, still in a state of astonishment. "It is vast." In this era devoid of trains, logistics posed a formidable challenge, with inefficiencies that were utterly exasperating. Just how much would it cost to realize such a vessel? "Have you calculated the specific expenses, Sanbao?" "To be honest, I have not. Nor is it feasible to do so. Only upon completion will we ascertain the costs," Sanbao replied, scratching his head. "However, the emperor has stated that if funds are lacking, we should approach him. Money is not an issue, as long as the work is executed well. By the way, how is the weaving bureau on your end?" "It has already entered a stable phase and commenced large-scale production," Li Qing responded with a smile. "However, the primary focus rests upon your side." Sanbao sighed. "I wish to expedite the process, but the challenge lies in the speed. If we rush to meet deadlines at the expense of quality, the consequences could be dire." "Indeed." Li Qing nodded. "Let us proceed. I would like to tour the Longjiang shipyard." Chapter 14. Heroes are forged by circumstances. The Longjiang shipyard was vast, with shipwrights laboring diligently, their arms bare and working in groups. They sawed timber, planed surfaces to a sheen, hammered chisels to bore holes, and organized ship materials. The air filled with the scent of wood, a testament to thriving activity. Currently, they were merely preparing materials. The final assembly stage had yet to commence. Sanbao explained, "Moreover, I have dispatched individuals to scavenge for relatively new and reusable timber from existing vessels in the Ming dynasty, to be utilized in less critical areas of the treasure ship, thereby shortening the construction time and reducing expenses." Li Qing nodded, suggesting, "Sambao, I believe it would be prudent to assemble at least one ship first. Should everything be in place, but an issue arise at the final stage, it would be a wasted effort." "Rest assured, sir," Sambao replied confidently. "Each type of vessel has been proportionately assembled before cutting the materials, and each section of the ship is overseen by dedicated shipwrights who will be held accountable in the event of any issues. No one dares to be negligent." Li Qing paused for a moment, smiling as he nodded. The ancients were by no means less intelligent than us. They were merely constrained by feudal limitations and lacked industrial support. In fact, many advancements in later generations are merely adaptations of ancient practices. After spending the day observing the orderly operations, Li Qing felt completely at ease. Upon returning to the office, they shared tea and reminisced. "Sambao, your exceptional abilities will surely earn you favor with the emperor in the future." "You flatter me, sir," Sambao replied humbly. "Without the Jingnan campaign, I would still be a servant in the royal palace. It is not my prowess but the emperor's recognition that has brought me to prominence." He sipped his tea, a gentle smile gracing his face. In truth, no one is significantly superior to another. Most are simply denied opportunities. Once given a chance, who knows what achievements one may accomplish? Li Qing chuckled in agreement, fully acknowledging Sanbao's sentiments. In the past, Zhu Yuanzhang was merely a coward. Had one suggested he could ascend to the throne, he would have found it utterly implausible. Circumstances indeed forge heroes. Yet, in this era, those circumstances rest in the hands of the emperor. More precisely, they embody the emperor's will and ambition. Take, for instance, the oft-quoted Hua Tsubing by Lan Yu. Without the grand vision of Emperor Wu of Han, there would be no Marquis of Champion, nor the achievements of sealing wolves and occupying Shushui. Among all emperors, Zhu Di undoubtedly ranks among the most illustrious. Indeed, since his reign, no emperor has matched his stature. After spending half a month at the Longjiang shipyard, witnessing the orderly progress of various tasks, Li Qing concluded that the shipyard would function seamlessly with or without his presence, and thus he decided to return home. Just a few days after finding some leisure, Zhu Di came knocking, urging him to expedite his work. The delightful meal of pancakes had invigorated Zhu Di, and he was brimming with enthusiasm, immersed in his tasks while ensuring that others were not idly lounging. Li Qing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to adhere to a 9-to-5 routine. He resolutely refrained from attending morning court sessions and only reluctantly participated in the morning assembly, assisting the young prince, which was just enough to keep Zhu Di satisfied. In the Eastern Palace, the young prince set aside the memorial he was reviewing and remarked with a smile, "Sir, regarding the national policy you propose to reform the household registration system, I consulted with Xie Qian and Jin Yuzi, and they unanimously deemed it feasible. I plan to discuss it with Father Emperor and expedite its implementation." Li Qing nodded. The current situation was thoroughly stabilized, especially with the iron-fisted Emperor Zhu Di overseeing matters, making the execution of such reforms relatively uncomplicated. Indeed, the household registration system required modification, yet Li Qing pondered the potential repercussions it might entail. "Naturally," the young prince replied. "To implement it hastily on a broad scale would be ill-advised, given the uncertain circumstances beyond our borders. The military must remain untouched. However, there is room for leniency among civilians." Observing the young prince's confident demeanor, Li Qing chuckled. "It seems you already have a preliminary plan. Do share it with me." "Indeed, I do," the young prince smiled. "On the surface, we cannot openly endorse the populace's arbitrary changes to their household registrations. After all, the old system has been in place for so long. If we were to remove restrictions outright, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. However, the court could consider reducing the penalties for unauthorized changes, perhaps to a mere 20 lashes. The young prince laughed. 20 lashes won't be fatal. It's merely a minor punishment, significantly reducing the deterrent effect. What do you think, sir? 20 lashes can indeed be lethal. Let us not forget the Jinyui. Li Qing slowly shook his head. Those entrenched interests might bribe local officials, leading to unintended consequences. It would be wiser to amend the punishment to 20 strokes of the cane. The mainstream punishments in the Ming dynasty encompassed 5 categories: whipping, caning, banishment, forced labor, and death. Whipping was the lightest form of punishment, involving the use of willow branches on the legs and buttocks, suitable for minor offenses, with stringent specifications regarding the branch's dimensions. 20 strokes would only result in minor injuries, and even if the branch broke, it was highly unlikely to be fatal. After a moment of contemplation, The young prince slowly nodded. You are right. Whipping seems more appropriate. I shall refine the proposal and present it to Father Emperor. Very well, Li Qing agreed. And then they began to chat casually about the experience of governance as a crown prince. How is it? Not particularly enjoyable. It is far from the ease of being a mere heir, the young prince replied with a sigh. I feel as though I have lost weight. Are you exhausted? Exhausted indeed, but I am not foolish. When I am tired, I simply take a break. The young prince, with a carefree disposition, reassured himself, after all. My father supports me, so what do I have to fear? The sky won't fall. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt a sense of relief. Had Zhu Biao possessed the young prince's mindset, he might not have met an untimely demise. While the young prince feared his father, he remained unperturbed. Knowing that a beating was the worst he might endure, his robust physique, while not advantageous in many respects, served him well in withstanding punishment. As they were engrossed in their lively conversation, Zhu Gaosu rushed in. Eldest brother, the third brother is about to be in theft today. Are you not going to see him off? Oh, indeed. Xiaopeng suddenly recalled this matter, rising to say, let us go and see him off. Zhu Gaozu sneered. Look at you, having become the crown prince, yet forgetting your own brothers. Li Qing, unable to bear the disparagement of Xiaopeng, inquired. The fiefdom of the Han prince has been designated in Yunnan, and now the Zhao prince is about to take up his fief. I wonder when the Han prince will do the same? Zhu Gaozu was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly replying, I am not in a hurry. I still wish to spend more time with our father. With that, he cast a resentful glance at Li Qing, still troubled by the previous incident with Jean Duzi. Li Qing scoffed softly, choosing not to engage further, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to rid himself of this nuisance. At the palace gate, Zhao Prince Zhu Gaozai and his family were bidding farewell to Zhu Di and Su Miaoyan. After taking up your fief, live well and do not harbor thoughts of grandeur. Zhu Di admonished. If I learn that you have acted unlawfully and harmed the people, you shall return to Fengyang to guard your great-grandfather's tomb. Yes, yes, I shall obey. Zhu Gaozai replied repeatedly. Zhu Di sighed. His son was about to depart, and though he felt a pang of reluctance, he added a heartfelt sentiment. If you miss your father and mother, do come back to visit. Understood, father, Zhu Gaozai nodded, catching sight of Li Qing and the others, and called out, eldest brother. Second brother, sir, are you all here to see me off? Zhu Gaozu's expression darkened, ever since the eldest was bestowed the title of crown prince. The third brother had ceased calling him by his title, referring to him simply as the second brother, which irked him greatly. Had it not been for Zhu Gaozai's departure today, he would have ensured that the second brother experienced his affection firsthand. Wishing you a safe journey, Zhao Prince, Li Qing said, cupping his hands in salute. Ah, too courteous, sir, Zhu Gaozai smiled, then turned to Xiaopeng. Eldest brother, I am departing. Xiaopeng stepped forward to adjust his dragon robe, saying, do return often, or at least send a few letters. Indeed, brother, I shall remember, Zhu Gaozai nodded. Finally turning to Su Miaoyan, expressing with reluctance, mother, I am leaving. Please take care of your health. Su Miaoyan, with reddened eyes, nodded, sniffing back tears, and offered a motherly smile. Take care on your journey. Zhu Gaozai nodded, performing a deep bow to his father and mother before turning to board the carriage. Watching the carriage gradually fade into the distance, Zhu Di felt his eyes moisten. His son would no longer be readily accessible. Once the procession had vanished from view, the others began to return. Xiaopeng conveyed his and Li Qing's thoughts to Zhu Di, who nodded frequently, the shadows in his heart dissipating, laughter echoing forth. Zhu Gaozu, observing the animated conversation among the group, felt as if his legs were weighed down by lead, unable to move an inch. His expression grew somber. Suddenly feeling like an outsider, standing frozen in place, his eyes devoid of life. Gaozu, why are you standing there in a daze? Su Miaoyan inquired. Mother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall return to the Wangfu. Zhu Gaozu forced a smile, promising to visit his mother another day. Knowing her son well, Su Miaoyan could easily perceive his despondency and took his hand, saying, come, let us go to Qianxing Palace. Your elder brother is busy, and we can have a good chat, just the two of us. Yes, mother. Zhu Gaozu felt a warmth in his heart, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by a deep chill. Yunnan, though somewhat impoverished, boasts beautiful scenery, not inferior to Jiangnan. It is indeed a fine place. Do not forget your mother once you have your fief. Your Majesty, I wish to spend more time with you. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, Su Miaoyan gently remarked. Though you are dearly missed by your mother, you cannot remain here indefinitely, can you? Zhu Gaoxu replied earnestly. I do not desire to become a prince. I simply wish to stay by your side. Is that so? Su Miaoyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her tone turning sharp. If you do not wish to be a prince, does that mean you long to be the crown prince instead? No, that is not the case. I never thought that way. Zhu Gaoxu hastily gestured. Enough. Su Miaoyun's expression hardened. Prepare yourself. In a few days, you shall go to Yunnan to take up the princely title. Mother, enough. I take my leave, Zhu Gaoxu said, his heart heavy with disappointment. Yet he dared not defy her. For many years, the true head of the family was well known among the three brothers. They feared their father, who was prone to violence, but were even more wary of their mother, who appeared affable yet could be fierce. Li Qing, perceptive as ever, felt relief upon hearing the commotion behind him and thought, it appears that the lady scholar is indeed formidable. Chapter 15. The tigress unleashed upon hearing the plans of the two, Zhu Di exclaimed with enthusiasm. This is indeed a viable strategy. He casually draped one arm around Li Qing's neck and the other around the rotund little one, resting it upon his shoulder. Grinning as he suggested, come, let us retreat to the central hall for a drink and discuss further. As the three settled down, food and wine were soon served. Just as they were about to indulge, Su Miaoyun arrived. Your Majesty, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing his wife's displeased demeanor, Zhu Di swallowed his words. Reorganizing his thoughts. Ahem, what is it? Su Miaoyun did not shy away from Li Qing's presence and stated plainly, when will Gao Su take up his princely title? That is not urgent. Let him remain a while longer. Not urgent. Su Miaoyun's elegant brows knitted together, but she quickly composed herself. Your Majesty, please consider whether this is truly wise. What is the matter? Zhu Di rolled his eyes. How can you be more heartless than I? Allowing our son to linger a bit longer? You. Su Miaoyun suppressed her rising anger. I shall address this later. Do not. Let us speak of it now. Zhu Di, keenly aware, insisted that if they were not to discuss it now, it might not be addressed later. Very well. Su Miaoyun gritted her teeth. Gao Qi, you may leave. Upon realizing his mother was on the verge of a tempest, the little one dared not delay, hastily conceding, I take my leave. With tension mounting, Li Qing, eager for the unfolding drama yet aware that he might not partake, discreetly excused himself. You cannot leave. We have yet to discuss state matters. Zhu Di firmly grasped him. I have not fully comprehended the household registration system. Li Qing acquiesced, realizing that the fourth prince was intent on indulging in the drama, and since there was little more to discuss, he might as well stay. Speak, Your Majesty, Zhu Di said, assuming his regal demeanor. Su Miaoyun took a deep breath and asked, Your Majesty, you cannot be unaware of the ambitions of those who contributed to the Jingnan campaign, can you? As long as Gao Su remains unappointed, they will harbor aspirations, which is unfavorable for both Gao Qi and Gao Su. With me here, they cannot stir trouble. Zhu Di replied coolly, exuding an air of authority. Su Miaoyun's lovely eyes narrowed, suppressing her frustration. Your Majesty, are you intentionally inciting discord among the brothers? With me here. You need not worry about that. I certainly do worry, Su Miaoyun retorted. They are my sons. How could I not be concerned? Huh. Such is the perspective of a woman. Zhu Di remarked calmly. Is there anything you can conceive that I cannot? Su Miaoyun, unable to contain her indignation any longer, erupted with unrestrained fervor. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never humiliate her husband in front of others, but this occasion was different. It concerned her two sons, and she could not retain her composure. Li Qing swallowed hard, contemplating, is this truly what I am witnessing? The habitual fear of his wife was not so easily dispelled, and Zhu Di instinctively recoiled, ready to relent, only to spot Li Qing, which momentarily bolstered his courage. What are you arguing about? Zhu Di frowned. Look at yourself. Where is the demeanor of a queen in you? Su Miaoyun was taken aback, and an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she exclaimed, Zhu Di, you scoundrel! How dare you? Perhaps Zhu Di had immersed himself too deeply in the moment, as he too became enraged and overturned the table. The sumptuous dishes had yet to be savored, now scattered across the floor, leaving Li Qing heartbroken. He silently cursed. You two can quarrel all you want, but do not overturn the table. I have not yet dined. Very well, Su Miaoyun coldly retorted. Now that you are an emperor, you think yourself capable, do you? Fine. If you do not depose me today, then you are no man. Zhu Di's temper flared instantly. Compelled to assert his authority as a husband, and raised his hand to strike. "Your Majesty, think twice." Li Qing quickly intervened, realizing that a slap from Zhu Di could very well lead to the disintegration of their household. Furthermore, although Su Miaoyan could be somewhat spoiled, she was a reasonable person who considered the bigger picture, especially for the sake of their son, which naturally inclined Li Qing to support her. With Li Qing's intervention, Zhu Di, now clear-headed, found it unwise to retract his raised hand and decided instead to direct it toward Li Qing. Sensing the impending confrontation, Li Qing's anger ignited. He had merely attempted to mediate. What wrong had he committed? He instinctively dodged, even considering a retaliatory strike, yet ultimately reason prevailed. Zhu Di, exerting too much force, lost his balance and stumbled to the ground, landing squarely on his behind. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. How outrageous. Both of you are utterly audacious. Li Qing disregarded his outburst, recognizing that this spectacle had reached its conclusion. Any further developments were beyond his capacity to witness, and he decided to make his exit. Let the floodwaters rise. It was of no concern to him. As he stepped out of the hall, a cacophony erupted behind him, and Li Qing contemplated turning back to witness the spectacle. Such an opportunity for drama was rare, and if he missed it, he might never encounter it again. Pausing briefly, he hastened toward the East Palace. He was not merely in pursuit of entertainment. He wished to bring little Fatty to mediate the quarrel, unwilling to see the family shattered. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing returned to the central hall, pulling along the plump little Fatty. "Please, don't fight any longer," little Fatty gasped, bent over and breathless, "for my sake." In truth, the couple had not truly fought. They had merely been throwing things in a fit of rage. Su Miaoyun's chest heaved violently. Having been raised in comfort, she had never endured such indignation. Without hesitation, she removed her phoenix crown and cast it to the ground, stating coolly, "If I am to be a queen no longer, I shall return to Yunnan with Gao Su tomorrow. You may establish as many queens as you wish." "Humph." Zhu Di sneered coldly. "Where there is oppression, there is resistance." This time, the fourth has truly stirred in anger. Indeed, it is said that only women and petty men are hard to nurture. Distance breeds resentment, while proximity breeds disrespect. The ancients did not deceive me. With no regard for authority, relying on favor and arrogance, it is high time for a change in the empress of the great Ming. If you possess the ability, then depart. Should you leave today, I shall appoint a new empress by tomorrow. Very well, I shall leave today. Su Miaoyan smirked bitterly and turned to walk away. "Mother, do not act impulsively. Consider your son." Slap. The chubby boy's words were cut short by a resounding slap from his mother, leaving half his face flushed. "Get away from me." Su Miaoyan shook off the boy's hand and stormed out of the grand hall. Rubbing his cheek, the boy disregarded the pain and urged, "Father, you must persuade her. Mother is genuinely angry this time." "Convince your mother." Zhu Di retorted. "If she is angry, then so am I. I have had enough. If she wishes to leave, let her. Tomorrow, I shall find a new bride for you." "Father, you are being unreasonable." The boy responded, visibly upset. "My mother," bang. A fist silenced him, causing him to crouch in pain. Instinctively covering his head and groin, he shouted urgently, "Qinggu, you must stop my mother. I will hold the fort here." Li Qing, witnessing Zhu Di's aggressive demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. "Can you withstand this?" "I can," the boy replied hurriedly, then turned to Zhu Di. "Father, have you not eaten?" Li Qing could no longer bear to watch and hastened after Su Miaoyan. Before long, he caught up with her. "Your Majesty, please return. The Emperor is merely upset. Do not take it to heart." "Step aside," Su Miaoyan replied coldly. "This is a matter of the palace." "There are no private matters in the palace," Li Qing threatened. "If you do not return, the crown prince may very well be in danger." "Does he dare?" "He truly dares." Li Qing added fuel to the fire. "You know his sentiments. He does not favor the crown prince, but the Han prince." Su Miaoyan's brows furrowed in anger, but she soon regained her composure, retorting, "Do not use such words to provoke me. I must leave today." Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, said, "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this?" "He has changed." Su Miaoyan's eyes glistened with tears. "He is now the emperor, with all the women of the world at his beck and call. As a mere faded flower, I would be foolish to remain." Li Qing felt an urge to laugh, wishing to compliment her enduring beauty, but refrained since it was inappropriate to comment on the queen. Just as he contemplated a strategy, Su Miaoyan lifted her skirts and headed toward the palace gates. Li Qing opened his mouth, then resignedly gave up. "She is not my wife. If she chooses to leave, Then so be it. Let the fourth regret his actions. It is none of my concern. He completely forgot that inside the hall, the chubby boy was still buying time with his very flesh. Whistling a tune, Li Qing exited the palace, savoring the taste of drama. At the Han Prince's residence, Mother, please do not be rash. My father has lost his mind. Why must we stoop to his level? Zhu Gaoxiu lamented, shaking his head vigorously. Let us not leave, please. Let us stay? Come with me. Su Miaoyun commanded, dragging her second son along. We shall go to Yunnan, away from his sight. Mother, my dear mother. Zhu Gaoxiu was on the verge of tears. Without either of you, this family is incomplete. He never anticipated that in this quarrel, he would be the unfortunate one. It was utterly absurd. Oh heavens, who will come to my rescue? Chapter 16. The deep affection of the Emperor and Empress. In the palace hall, the little chubby boy struggled to endure. His father was genuinely enraged. Even with his robust physique, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Silently praying for his brother to arrive swiftly. As time ticked by, nearly half an hour had elapsed without any sign of him, which left the little boy feeling anxious. Tentatively, he ventured, Father, perhaps you could take a moment to rest before continuing? To his astonishment, upon hearing this, Zhu Di, who had already grown weary from his exertions, found renewed vigor and immediately resumed his onslaught. The little boy felt utterly despondent. Oh brother, where are you? Just then, a quavering voice from outside the door announced, Your Majesty, the Princess of Han requests an audience. Sister-in-law, it is our sister-in-law, father. She wishes to see you. The little boy grasped at this lifeline, wondering if the Empress truly intended to take his second brother to Yunnan. Zhu Di paused momentarily, then delivered a sharp kick to his son before brushing off his robe and stepping out. Your humble son pays his respects to the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The Princess of Han bowed deeply and then urgently said, Father, Mother insists on taking the Princess of Han to Yunnan. You must intervene. Let her go, Zhu Di replied, his anger still simmering. If she leaves, she shall not return. The Princess of Han was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Father, please do not let your temper get the better of you. Mother is distressed, and I fear that if suddenly. Zhu Di's heart tightened as memories of his wife flooded his mind. She had been with him since she was 14, bearing him children at 15, and all her kindness surged to the forefront, gradually dissipating his wrath. At the Han Prince's residence, Zhu Gaoxiu was truly in tears. He was desperate to avoid being sent away. Mother, please calm down, he pleaded, holding on to her. This family cannot be without you. Foolish child, if your mother leaves with you, what is there to fear? Su Miaoyan replied, Though your father and I may part ways, you remain my son. That is not how it should be. Zhu Gaoxiu lamented. Oh dear. He watched as the household servants hurriedly loaded boxes onto the carriage, and his heart shattered. Stop moving. The Empress will not leave. Impudence. Su Miaoyun's brows furrowed in defiance. Are you too refusing to heed your mother's wishes? The son timidly replied. I do not dare to disobey. He simply wished for his parents to remain together. Su Miaoyun managed a faint smile, giving him a couple of affectionate pats on the cheek. Good son, my love for you has not been in vain. Then, with an authoritative tone, she commanded, Move. Load the carriage. Whoever dares to hesitate shall have their heads severed. Upon hearing the threat of execution, the servants hastened their pace. In just a quarter of an hour, they had loaded all that was necessary, filling 3 large carriages. Su Miaoyun declared, Son, let us depart. Mother, Zhu Gaoxiu replied helplessly. May I take my wife with me? Where is she? Su Miaoyun surveyed the area but found no sign of her daughter-in-law, perplexed. Where could she have gone? Perhaps she went to seek father, Zhu Gaoxiu replied sheepishly. She had good intentions. Su Miaoyun furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Very well, your mother is not unreasonable. We shall wait for her return before we leave together. Zhu Gaoxiu felt a small sense of relief and inwardly prayed, Dearest wife, whether I can remain in the capital depends on you. Perhaps the power of prayer had an effect, for he soon beheld the father he had longed for. Leave. All of you depart. Zhu Gaoxiu, with keen discernment, swiftly expelled all attendants from the room, then addressed, Mother, I shall take my leave. Though the second son was simple-minded, he understood well what was palatable and what was not, and was ready to make his exit. You needn't fear, my son, no one can keep us here. Su Miaoyun firmly grasped his hand, insisting, Stay right here. Zhu Gaoxiu, seeing no alternative, exchanged glances with his wife. The Han Wangfei, an outsider, dared not speak out of turn. She merely bowed and retreated to the side, which incensed Zhu Gaoxiu. Father, you have come. Zhu Gaoxiu bowed, proclaiming, "Your son pays his respects to the emperor." Su Miaoyan followed suit, exclaiming, "The commoner greets your majesty. Long live the emperor." "Rise, rise." Zhu Di waved his hand. Noticing the traces of tears on his wife's face, his heart ached, and he took her hand gently, saying, "Mian, I raised my voice a little earlier. Do not take it to heart. Mother, please forgive your father just this once." Zhu Gaoxiu chimed in supportively. Su Miaoyan, her face cold, withdrew her hand and turned away, saying, "Your Majesty, please maintain your dignity." Zhu Di, caught off guard, grew rigid in his tone. "Mian, do not presume upon my affection. I have been sufficiently courteous." "Your Majesty, how can you say such things?" The commoner does not dare. Su Miaoyan remained indifferent, stating, "I wish to accompany my son to Yunnan. I hope for your Majesty's consent." "You." Zhu Di gritted his teeth, responding, "Very well, I grant you this. Go, but do not return." The commoner obeys. Su Miaoyan curtsied gracefully, taking her son by one hand and her daughter-in-law by the other, proceeding toward the exit. By the time Zhu Di followed them outside, the three had already boarded a spacious carriage. Su Miaoyan's tone was frosty. "Let us be off." The coachman, seeing the emperor's lack of intent to detain them, dared not delay, snapping the reins and urging the horses onward. Following closely were the guards and attendants of the Wangfu, trailing the carriage. "Father." Zhu Gaoxiu lifted the curtain of the carriage, calling out loudly, "Your son cannot bear to part from you." Zhu Di responded with cold indifference, uttering not a word. To be rebuffed time and again is unbearable for any man, let alone a sovereign of his stature. There are plenty of younger and more beautiful women than her. What woman can I not find? Zhu Di, in a fit of anger, swept his sleeve and returned to the palace. In the imperial study, Zhu Di opened the memorial but could not focus on a single word. His mind was consumed by the image of his wife's icy countenance. She would surely endure hardship on this journey, and it must grieve her greatly. She was prone to tears, and he hoped she would not ruin her eyes. A tide of emotions surged within him, leaving him anxious and desolate, occasionally racked with pain. "Go after her, bring her back." An encouraging voice rang out. Zhu Di looked up suddenly to see his eldest son, bearing dark circles under his eyes. Little Pang took the memorial from his father's hands, reassuringly stating, "Go. I will handle things here. It will be fine. She will return." Zhu Di nodded, his eyes misty. Outside Jinling City, Zhu Gaoxiu lifted the carriage curtain. Gazing at the receding capital, his expression filled with despondency. He had not anticipated such an ending. He felt a profound ache within, yet dared not reveal a hint of it, fearing it would cause his mother greater sorrow. Zhu Gaoxiu comforted, "Mother, do not worry. From now on, I shall care for you and ensure your well-being, sparing you any suffering." Su Miaoyan nodded with a smile, tears shimmering in her eyes, overwhelmed by guilt. The Princess of Han was a dutiful and unassuming woman. Though she seldom spoke, her filial piety was evident as she produced a handkerchief to dry Su Miaoyan's tears. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was heavy. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves broke the silence. Zhu Gaoxiu hurriedly lifted the curtain, intending to admonish the guards for their laxity, only to discover a hurried group approaching, all clad in the royal flying fish attire. It was his father. Zhu Gaoxiu was filled with joy and exclaimed, "Halt! Quickly stop the carriage." Lowering the curtain, he urged, "Mother, please forgive father just this once. I implore you." Su Miaoyan sighed softly and gave a slight nod. Moments later, the Imperial Guard arrived, forming a line. Then, riding a majestic steed, Zhu Di stepped forward. "Gaoxiu, your son is here." Zhu Gaoxiu responded hastily, assisting his mother down from the carriage. Zhu Di dismounted and, upon seeing his weary daughter-in-law, felt a pang of concern. He swiftly approached, disregarding the dignity of his position, and embraced her tightly, whispering, "Miaoyan, you cannot leave. In this lifetime, you shall never depart." Su Miaoyan struggled to break free, exclaiming, as the emperor, "How can you bully a mere woman?" Zhu Di held her even tighter, fervently declaring, "Regardless of your thoughts or words, I shall never let you go." Su Miaoyan's lips quivered, and tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "Your Highness, I am the one who should apologize." Zhu Di held her close, promising, "From now on, we shall not quarrel anymore, will we?" "Yes." Su Miaoyan blinked away her tears, her cheeks flushed as she said, "Your Majesty, there are so many people here. Please release me. What is there to fear?" Zhu Di boldly replied, "Who would dare mock us?" The Imperial Guard, displaying discretion, turned their horses away the moment the emperor embraced the empress. The entourage of the princes was slightly slower to react, but also averted their gazes. The Princess of Han kept her head bowed, while only one simpleton watched with rapt attention, a foolish grin on his face. Ultimately, Su Miaoyun, being a woman of modesty, gently pushed Zhu Di away, pouting, "You must not scold me in the future." "I shall not, I promise," Zhu Di assured repeatedly. Su Miaoyun's demure demeanor captivated him utterly. He would likely agree to any request she made, even if it meant leaping from a cliff. "Very well, I forgive you," she chided him with a playful glance, then turned to Zhu Gaoxiu, saying, "Gaoxiu, your father and I shall return first. Take your time on the road." Zhu Gaoxiu nodded. Chapter 17. The treasury's strange Zhu Gaoxiu had been granted a fief. Whether willingly or not, he had accepted his fate. With the Han prince's establishment, the civil officials rejoiced while the military leaders remained silent. In any case, the matter was settled. Upon hearing the news, Li Qing felt a sense of relief, believing this arrangement to be advantageous. Zhu Gaoxiu was not suited to be an emperor, and this outcome was beneficial for him, for the little one, and indeed for the Ming dynasty as a whole. The Ming dynasty has been established for over 30 years, and in a strict sense, Zhu Di can also be regarded as a martial emperor. If another martial emperor were to follow, it would accumulate to several decades, perhaps even nearing a century of martial rule, which could prove detrimental. The realm requires governance, and governance necessitates scholarly officials. Just as the household registration system stifles the common people, if the literati lose their aspirations, the consequences would be counterproductive. While literati can be restrained, they must not be crushed. In a moment of relief, Li Qing could not help but marvel at the remarkable methods of Su Miaoyun, who had silently resolved the situation. Though she appeared ruthless, her intentions were to consider the well-being of the simple-minded and the chubby prince alike. With the Zhao and Han princes having established their fiefs, only the chubby prince remained in the capital, leading to a tranquil court where the literati were invigorated. Zhu Gaoxiu's fief not only brought peace to the civil and military officials, but also dispelled Zhu Di's illusions, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on nurturing the chubby prince's son. Although the chubby prince was incapable of physical labor, Zhu Di had not entirely given up on him, arranging 2 marriages, one to Guiying's son and Guoming's daughter, and another to Zhang Yu's son and Zhang Fu's daughter. This strategy connected the founding nobles and the heroes of the Jingnan campaign to the crown prince, ensuring that when the chubby prince ascended the throne, they would become royal relatives. Zhu Di's actions were also a means to placate the military officials while curbing the arrogance of the literati, preventing them from becoming complacent. While such alliances seemed traditional, they proved effective, and the chubby prince basked in the glory of his newfound status. In the Eastern Palace, Li Qing observed the chubby prince with dark circles under his eyes and furrowed his brow, admonishing him. "The allure of women is fierce. You must exercise restraint." The chubby prince replied playfully, "Why does it never become tiresome? I heard that the remedy you provided for my father was quite effective. Could you concoct one for me as well?" Li Qing was at a loss for words. "Your father is not like you. He is occupied with the affairs of the state. I am busy too," the chubby prince retorted, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "Have you seen me idle?" Li Qing responded with irritation. "Your indulgence in pleasures and food, combined with your daily handling of state matters, will wear even the sturdiest body down. In this life, it is all about eating and drinking," the chubby prince declared nonchalantly. "If I must forego this pleasure in order to live longer, what is the point of living at all? I am already weary. Must I not enjoy myself?" After a pause, he grinned and added, "With our camaraderie, you must not keep secrets from me." "Very well, I shall prepare a remedy for you." Li Qing took up his brush and penned a prescription for a remedy to be taken once daily for 6 months. The chubby prince eagerly accepted the prescription, treating it as a treasure, and inquired, "Should I take it today or later?" Li Qing sighed. "In the evening, before the events." "Hey, don't leave yet. Let us talk a bit more." Li Qing walked away without looking back, thinking to himself, "Do not hold it against me, dear chubby prince. I am only acting in your best interest." The remedy he prescribed was not one to enhance vitality, but rather a sedative, as the prince had been excessively indulgent. An intervention was necessary. Upon exiting, he encountered Zhu Di. "I was just looking for you," Zhu Di said, taking hold of him. "Come, let us discuss matters in the study." "What is it, Your Majesty?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Di replied, "San Bao has reported that the construction of the treasure ships will likely be completed by early spring in 2 years. One manufacturing facility is insufficient. You must go to Suzhou and Hangzhou to establish 2 more. Additionally, we require porcelain. Once in the study, the 2 sat down, and Zhu Di spoke animatedly about his plans. Li Qing furrowed his brow and said, Your Majesty, I believe it is prudent to leave some leeway for the wealthy gentry. They are already affluent. A slight reduction in their profits is inconsequential. Zhu Di replied irritably, I have not seized anything from them. Li Qing, with a wry smile, retorted, What difference does that make? Enough with the idle chatter. Do as instructed. Zhu Di, displeased, asserted, I require funds, and so does the state. Should the stability of our realm and the well-being of our people yield to the wealthy? Li Qing was rendered speechless, pondering for a moment before responding. The textile bureau is manageable, but I lack expertise in ceramics and tea, and my capacity is stretched thin. The foremost priority is to replenish the mulberry fields left vacant by the gentry. Without silkworms, no matter how advanced the looms or skilled the weavers, silk cannot be produced. I have already informed Xia Yuanzhi of this, so you need not worry, Zhu Di reassured him. Focus on the textile bureau. As for the pottery kilns, I shall assign someone else to handle that. Li Qing nodded and inquired, Your Majesty, is our treasury still sufficient? A hint of anxiety crept into his voice. Zhu Di cursed under his breath, blaming the reckless spending of Jiang Wen, whose taxes were already low. His indiscriminate reductions, coupled with the expenses of the Jingnan campaign, had nearly depleted the treasury. By heaven, I have yet to spend, and already there is no money left. In truth, Zhu Di had not been frugal either, spending even more than Jiang Wen, yet his expenditures had largely been directed towards governance, which was indeed a point of superiority over Jiang Wen. Zhu Di was furious as Jiang Wen had set a poor precedent. Unwilling to offend the populace, he abolished Jiang Wen's reforms but retained his tax policies. Moreover, to demonstrate his benevolence, Zhu Di lowered taxes further. Although the tax burden in the Ming dynasty was already light, the consecutive reductions meant that while the treasury was not in deficit, it had little surplus. Coupled with Zhu Di's reduction of feudal lords, shipbuilding, and significant expenditures on the textile bureau and ceramics, the treasury was becoming increasingly strained. Otherwise, given Zhu Di's temperament, he would have launched a northern expedition by now. However, while the tax reductions had their drawbacks, they also bore fruit. The lives of the common people were improving, and it was foreseeable that the population of the Ming dynasty would soon witness growth. Zhu Di sighed, stating, I can only pin my hopes on profiting from maritime trade. Li Qing nodded with a smile, saying, Maritime trade can indeed yield substantial profits. Your Majesty need not worry. However, one must not be impatient for immediate results. The financial situation of the Ming is tight. It is not the right time to expand revenue sources. Cutting expenditures is the pressing concern. After a pause, he advised, Perhaps Your Majesty should consult the Minister of Revenue to deliberate on expenditure reductions. Engaging solely in warfare will not usher in an era of prosperity. Your Majesty must not neglect the civil officials, for they are your subjects too. Zhu Di gradually nodded, acknowledging the merit in his words. After a moment of contemplation, he called out, Summon Xia Yuanzhi. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yuanzhi hurried in to meet the emperor. Zhu Di, getting straight to the point, said, Minister Xia, our treasury is increasingly strained. Do you have any good strategies? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuanzhi nearly wept, exclaiming, Heaven be praised. Your Majesty has finally recognized the treasury's plight. After a brief moment of thought, he clasped his hands and proposed, Your Majesty, I have a plan that could greatly alleviate our financial troubles. Zhu Di's interest was piqued. What is it? Reduce the allowances of the feudal lords. It is unwise. At present, the newly appointed princes have just transitioned to their new territories. To rashly diminish their stipends may invite unforeseen turmoil. Zhu Di shook his head, asserting that even if cuts were to be made, now is not the time. Xia Yuanzhi, feeling helpless, contemplated for a moment and replied, We could reduce the salaries of the veteran soldiers, but with the northern front still unsettled, such actions would only serve to dishearten them. This is not advisable. Is there no other recourse? Zhu Di inquired. Well, I do have a suggestion, though the savings may be modest, Xia Yuanzhi replied. The court officials are somewhat excessive. We could consider a measured reduction in their numbers, which would yield some savings on their salaries. Indeed, that sounds promising, Zhu Di nodded appreciatively. Please prepare a proposal at your earliest convenience. Every little bit helps. Xia Yuanzhi nodded reluctantly. Recognizing that the prince's entitlements remained intact, the military would not be downsized, and only the civil officials were to face scrutiny. The emperor's preference for martial over civil matters left him feeling disheartened. "I take my leave," Zhu Yuanzhang stated. As he departed the grand hall, Zhu Di turned to Li Qing with a smile. "This man possesses merit. He does not conspire with the civil officials and has a commendable heart." Li Qing nodded with a grin. "Indeed, among the civil officials, there are many who genuinely serve the nation, contrary to the emperor's assumptions." "That may be true, but it is prudent to keep them in check," Zhu Di replied, shaking his head. "The military structure is sound, and the likelihood of rebellion is minimal. Civil officials are less likely to revolt outright. Yet they may erode the foundations of the state, and thus we must remain vigilant." Li Qing scratched his head, acknowledging the emperor's concerns. After a brief discussion on trade matters, Zhu Di suddenly remarked, "Li Qing, I believe we should consider printing a greater quantity of banknotes. The Ming dynasty is currently in an ascendant phase, and the government's expenditure of these notes could stimulate the populace's livelihood." Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Di's perspective held merit. A judicious increase in currency could indeed bolster consumption, presenting only advantages without drawbacks. However, he worried that once this avenue was opened, it would be challenging to rein it in. Thus far, his greatest achievement had been stabilizing the purchasing power of the banknotes, and he wished to avoid a repeat of past mistakes. "Banknotes are merely instruments of trade, not wealth," he articulated. "It is not that we cannot print more, but we must align our actions with the realities of the Ming state. After trade resumes and foreign goods steadily enter our realm, we may then consider printing additional banknotes based on circumstances, thereby benefiting both the nation and its people." Zhu Di nodded with a soft sigh. "Then let it be as you say." Chapter 18. The resistance of the gentry. "My dear, please prepare things. We shall embark on a journey tomorrow." Upon arriving home, Li Qing called out. Shortly thereafter, the three young ladies arrived, each brimming with enthusiasm. "Where are we going?" "To Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Is it for official business?" Hong Xiu inquired. "Indeed," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Official duties and leisure can coexist. I will take you to explore Suzhou and Hangzhou, such as visiting the Cold Mountain Temple and West Lake. Staying cooped up at home is far too dreary. I shall guide you in enjoying the scenic beauty." "How delightful!" Wan Ling and Lian Xiang exclaimed, joy illuminating their faces. However, Hong Xiu hesitated. "Sir, will taking us along for official business not invite censure from the emperor?" "Not at all. As long as the work is accomplished, it will suffice."